What's up guys, this is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Join my Discord if you want to chat and share your thoughts, the link is in the description. 4 kilometers chapter 121. How many days have you not washed your hair? While Foz F was still wondering why Jack suddenly shouted like that, Jack had already jumped high from the deck, pulled out the huge tooth stuck in his waist and smashed it down. Shave. Boom. In just 1 second, before even the host on the podium could react, Foz F had appeared behind Jack and stabbed him hard with the dagger in his hand. Unfortunately, the moment the dagger touched Jack's skin, Foz F felt a strong resistance coming from Jack's body, and he quickly retracted the dagger and moved aside. Marine 6 styles. Jack turned around and looked at Foz F with an expressionless face. Jack had seen the physical skills of Marine 6 styles before. When going out to sea to deal with the pigeon and the chicken, Jack also had a lot of dealings with the Marine, among whom there were some masters of Grandmaster 6 styles. Jack was envious of their unpredictable body movements and their skills in using their bodies to launch slashes and air bullets. However, even though he had captured many Marines alive and received some of the training methods of Rokushiki, Jack did not practice them. There is no other reason, it takes too long to master Marine 6 styles. Some of these force-generating techniques require long periods of practice to master, and Jack simply doesn't have the time to practice them. Moreover, some of these moves can also be done by other means for masters with strong physical strength. Besides, he already has the system, so why should he be afraid of not getting it? Why bother to train so hard? Jack no longer put his mind on this aspect. From this aspect, we can see the gap between pirates and Marine. Marine has its own set of processes for training talents, while pirates can only explore it slowly on their own. All I can say is that the ones with compilations are different. Tempest kick. Bang. A slash flew out from Foz F's feet and flew towards Jack. Jack made a big move and Foz F's slash was immediately dispersed by Jack. Shave. Finger gun. Foz F didn't stop at all. He bounced his thick tail hard on the ground. At the same time when Jack slapped away the slash, Foz F had already appeared on Jack's right side, raised his finger and stabbed it hard. Hiss. A sharp pain came from his fingers, catching Foz F off guard and causing him to cry out in pain. Advertisement. Jack didn't know when he turned into a beast. The air bullet produced by the finger pistol hit Jack's rough skin, but it only dented for a moment and soon returned to its original shape. The recoil force from above almost broke Foz F's fingers. This guy, Foz F jumped aside, shook his right hand gently, and observed Jack very carefully. Jack, who had transformed into a human beast, was much taller than in his normal form. With just a cursory glance, Foz F knew that Jack was now at least 10 meters tall, not much shorter than the giant vice admirals in the Marine. Although Jack usually eats a lot, his daily training plus his racial advantages make Jack's muscles clearly defined, as if they were carved by a craftsman. Now that he has transformed into a human beast form, the muscles on his body have become more swollen, and even though they are covered by gray-brown elephant skin, every muscle can be easily highlighted. Just from the appearance, it was filled with an indescribable sense of oppression. Thinking of the feeling just now, Foz F gave up the idea of continuing to attack Jack with finger pistol. Hey, don't you want to be the big boss? Just watch like that? If you don't do it, I'm coming. Jack held the mace in his hand and shook it in the air a few times. As Foz F looked puzzled, a tooth fell from Jack's mouth. Then Jack pulled the mace out fiercely, and Foz F's eyes widened immediately. Swish. Boom. Ah. Where is the doctor? Help, Master Jack's attack is too strong. It has penetrated the strong protective facilities and hit the audience. If I'm not mistaken, such a strong attack, but it was just a tooth. Putting down the telescope in his hand, the host looked at the holes that appeared in the audience seats, and his back was wet with sweat. Foz F's back was also wet with sweat. If he had not reacted quickly just now, he would have been dead if the blow had hit him. Oh, tisk tisk. What a pity, I dodged it, but I want to see how many times you can dodge it. Teeth kept falling out of Jack's mouth, growing and falling again. In the blink of an eye, Jack's hands were already full of sharp teeth. When the host on the podium saw this, he shouted in horror. Run, everyone, run, run to higher ground, Master Jack is mad. Ah. The pirates with better strength chose to jump to the highest stand. The pirates at the bottom were unable to catch up and squatted on the ground with their heads in their hands. Ignoring the chaotic pirates, Jack threw the tooth in his hand high into the air, while concentrating on observing Foz F with his observation hockey. Advertisement, ha 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 ha, I got you, this is the direction. Thundering 8 trigrams. Boom. Due to the size of the mace, most of the teeth were knocked away by Jack's blow. Jack's target was the ground on the other side. The smoke was so thick that Foz F was covered in it. It was unknown whether he was dead or alive. The pirates stood up nervously. Iron body fang flash. Foz F appeared from the smoke and rushed to Jack's side very quickly. Then he opened his mouth wide and bit Jack's neck with his teeth gleaming with cold light. However, Jack's reaction this time was very sharp. Jack, who had been observing Foz F's every move with observation hockey, reacted subconsciously. He tilted his body, retracted his neck, and opened his mouth wide to greet Foz F. This. The pirates opened their mouths in a daze. Even the host on the stage didn't know what to say and just stood there stupidly. Because of Jack's body size, Jack's mouth is much larger than Foz F's. This also led to the fact that the moment the two people came into contact, Jack's mouth directly stuffed half of Foz F's head into his mouth. This sudden situation made the air quiet. Jack was the first to react. He pushed Foz F away, squatted down and started to vomit. Well. Poo, poo, poo. There were teeth marks all over Foz F's red hood, and there were even a few hard teeth stuck in his head. Fortunately, Jack's teeth can regenerate. After spitting out all his teeth, Jack ran to the bay of the duel arena, lowered his head and began to rinse his mouth frantically. Fuzzy F wiped the blood off his mask and began to tremble with excitement. At that moment, he thought he would be shot in the head by Jack. After rinsing his mouth, Jack wiped his mouth and roared angrily at Foz F. You're such a B********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** gonna beat you to death. Chapter 122 You should take calcium supplements. The burning rage rushed to Jack's crown. At that moment, Jack had already forgotten everything. The only thought in his mind was to kill Foz F. That's too much, it's so salty, I haven't washed my hair in years. Jack thought for a moment, then shouted to Foz Fowler who was dodging. Don't let Lousy catch you. If Lousy catches you, he will have to use this mace to relieve your bowel movement. You be asterisk 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 D, don't go too far, Fuzzy F shouted angrily. I am the user of the ancient species of the cat fruit, the saber-toothed tiger form. Biting is also a form of attack. You be asterisk 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 D. When Jack heard what Fuzzy F said, his anger intensified. How dare you say that? Who would attack someone by biting them? Lousy is a fishman, he won't bite even with such sharp teeth. When people are extremely angry, most of them will resort to the most primitive form of attack. The two men were one chasing the other and fleeing, and the heads of more than 10,000 pirates kept turning around with the two of them. Kaido, who was standing next to Sasaki, had his hands turned white from squeezing too hard. After a long while, the two of them stopped panting, and Jack finally reacted, his mouth opened and his teeth kept falling. Hey, are you going to start this kind of attack again? Then don't blame me for biting you? After seeing Jack's actions, Foz F felt a little scared. If he hadn't reacted quickly and had good luck to use the shaving technique to avoid Jack's attack in advance, he would have been beaten into a sieve by Jack. The speed of this attack was too fierce. I was not always lucky enough to guess the direction of Jack's attack in advance. If I was not careful, I would not dare to think about the consequences. Jack did not give himself enough time to use iron body defense. With just his physical body, Foz F did not think that his body was stronger than the protective equipment in the duel arena. Jack looked at his well-developed muscles and then at Foz Veer's sexy outfit, feeling a little flustered. Excessive fitness will attract the same S**X. I am really telling you this. After thinking for a while, Jack threw his tooth away, pointed at Fuzzy F and shouted. Come on, let's not use our teeth, no, let's not use our mouths. Advertisement, I won't shoot you with my teeth, so don't bite me. If you have any other tricks, just come at me, don't worry, I won't kill you. For Brother Kaido's sake, I'll spare your life. Upon hearing this, Fuzzy F shouted to Jack angrily. Stop talking big, do you really think I can do anything to you? Don't worry, I will spare your life, ancient mammoth form? Huh? It has thick skin and flesh, and a strange power. You have developed the characteristics of the fruit to the ultimate level. But my saber-toothed tiger is not weaker than yours, although my strength and defense are not as good as yours. But in terms of speed and reaction, you are definitely no match for me. What's more, the saber-toothed tiger not only has sharp teeth, but its claws can also easily tear through your defense. After saying this, Foz F rushed towards Jack again at an extremely fast speed. Jack thought for a moment and decided to let Kaido see his current defensive strength, so he chose to stand still. Swish. Oink oink. Foz Fair frantically tore Jack's body with his claws, but after a while, looking at the faint white marks on Jack's skin, Foz Fair stopped the useless attack, jumped back a few steps, and took out the long dagger from his waist. Blade gun. Bang. A blade-shaped air bullet hit Jack, and the yellow vest on Jack broke into pieces and fell to the ground, revealing Jack's muscular upper body. UB************ D. Jack's defense was broken directly, and he could not maintain his human beast form. He turned into a normal human and looked at Foz F angrily. However, the chill on his back made Jack quickly regain his sanity. Suppressing his anger, Jack looked at Foz F and said, Can you please not be so philosophical in your attacks? Either biting or stripping people's clothes. Who would be so decent? If you continue to do this, Lousy will really get mad. Advertisement, bang. The answer to Jack was a finger pistol air bullet from Foz F. Foz F also noticed Kaido's tall figure. Eager to show off in front of Kaido, Foz F decided to use his ultimate move. Although Jack's defense is very perverted, this move of mine can definitely break Jack's defense. Big boss. I'm determined to be the boss. A strong aura emerged from Foz F. Seeing Foz F's strange movements, Jack did not dare to be careless and transformed into a human beast form again. Isn't it embarrassing to get injured while fighting a small flying six? The moment Jack transformed into a human beast form, Foz F also started to move. He spurted out with his thick tail and rushed in front of Jack. Foz F's claws were rendered black by the armament color, shining with cold light like steel, and fell heavily on Jack's huge body. Jack noticed where Foz F's hands fell, and quickly mobilized the armament hockey throughout his body. His gray-brown chest swayed gently as if it was splashed with ink. Finger gun Madara. Bang, 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 bang. The continuous impact landed on Jack's chest, and the speed was so fast that after images of Foz F's arms appeared. At this moment, Jack even prepared the sound in his mind. Ola ola ola. Bang, 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 click. After a crisp sound, Foz F's attack stopped. Looking at the crooked 10 fingers and the arm bent at a right angle of 90 degrees, Foz F was stunned. Even the severe pain could not make Foz F believe this fact. His most powerful attack could not even break Jack's defense. Hey, you be asterisk 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 D. Iron body. Bang. Foz F raised his head in confusion, and a thick and big mace hit Foz F's head. Foz F quickly used the 6 styles to strengthen his defense. But after the mace fell, Foz F's eyes turned black and he fell to the ground. At the moment when he was about to faint, Jack's words floated into Foz F's ears. You should take calcium supplements, osteoporosis is quite serious. Chapter 123. I still like your unruly look at the beginning. The winner is our big sign, Drought, Master Jack. Jack is an adult. Jack is an adult. The deafening sound rang out again, and Peggy Wan and Runty covered their ears with annoyance. Wait, what does Master Jack want to do? How did he spread Foz F's legs apart? Does he want to? The host's words on the podium instantly aroused the pirates' curiosity. They all looked down quickly, and Yamato and his companions even took out their binoculars. Mr. Kaido, do you have any objection to my continuing to challenge Jack now? Jack promised me yesterday that he would accept my challenge. Kaido glanced at the confident Sasaki and said helplessly. Sasaki, you've seen how powerful Jack is, are you really confident? Of course. Mr. Kaido. I am the user of the dragon fruit, ancient species, Triceratops. In terms of strength, in terms of defense, I don't think I am weaker than Jack. Kaido didn't say anything else, just stared at Sasaki until sweat broke out on Sasaki's face. Then Kaido patted Sasaki's shoulder and said softly. It's up to you, but it's not shameful to lose to Jack. Sasaki, Jack's talent is even better than mine. He's a real monster. Kaido turned and left after he finished speaking. Sasaki looked at Kaido's back somewhat unwillingly, then turned around and ran towards the arena. After Jack spread Foz F's legs apart, he clenched the mace and aimed it, then looked at Sasaki who was walking onto the stage and said softly. Oh, wait a moment. I know you're anxious, but don't worry, it will be your turn soon. Sasaki looked at Jack's actions with a confused look on his face, crossed his arms over his chest and asked in confusion. What are you doing? Are you trying to wake him up? A powerful master like you actually knows medical skills? Oh, I don't know any medical skills, I'm just fulfilling my promise. Jack shook his head, squatted down, turned Foz F's body over, facing up, and placed him in a straight line. This guy has pretty good flexibility. After Jack finished speaking, he poked Sasaki's eyes nearly popped out with the mace in his hand. Ah. The intense pain woke up the unconscious Foz Fry immediately, he covered his butt and looked at Jack in disbelief. You. Advertisement, Lousy said he would use a mace to relieve your bowel movement, so he relieved your bowel movement. Gu. Looking at the unconscious Foz F, Sasaki couldn't help but swallow his saliva. What is Master Jack doing? I am not seeing things. Black Maria hugged Runty and Peggy Wan excitedly, and both of their tongues were strangled. Yamato opened his mouth in surprise with a telescope. So the mace can be used like this. Let Jack try it next time. Walala, Jack rinsed his huge teeth in the bay and said with disgust. Damn, you used too much force, you got poop on me. Looking at Sasaki who was still talking, Jack waved at him again. Don't worry, it will be your turn soon. Sasaki closed his mouth, looked at the tip of Jack's slightly yellowed mace, and his legs began to tremble unconsciously. Regarding the battle between Jack and Phospho just now, Sasaki, who was closest to them, had been observing the two of them with his observation hockey throughout the whole process. Judging from Foz F's performance against Jack, Sasaki knew clearly that even if he played, he probably wouldn't be much better than Foz F. The reason why he acted so confident and tough in front of Kaido was simply because Sasaki's idol was Kaido and he didn't want to embarrass himself in front of Kaido. Moreover, Sasaki now feels very complicated about Jack's attitude. Sasaki is a person who worships the strong. The reason why he chose to leave his companions and join the Beast's pirates is not only because his companions are not strong, but also because Kaido, who is the ceiling of zone ability users, is the main reason. Kaido is a playboy all day long, bungee jumping and trying to die everywhere. As soon as Sasaki arrived in New World, he heard a series of rumors about Kaido. After seeing Kaido's strength with his own eyes, Sasaki turned into a die-hard fan of Kaido, abandoning his friends and joining Beast's pirates. And from the current Jack, Sasaki vaguely saw the shadow of Kaido. Same amazing defense, about the same height, same weapons. Although it is an ancient species, its strength is obviously not on the same level as mine. Could ancient species be so powerful? Unconsciously, Sasaki's eyes when he looked at Jack were full of respect. That's Sasaki-sama, who is also a member of the Flying Six. According to reliable information, Sasaki will also challenge Master Jack. Faced with such a powerful Master Jack, do you think you can win? Oh ho, let's wait and see. Advertisement, go ahead, Master Jack. We support you. With the deafening shouts of the pirates in his ears, Sasaki looked up at Jack who was wiping his mace with Foz F's red suit, and made a decision in his heart. Several pirates came onto the stage carrying a stretcher. As Jack watched, they threw Foz F on the stretcher and ran away. Jack couldn't help but shout. Hey, what are you doing? I haven't even wiped the stick clean yet? Never mind. Jack turned his head and looked at Sasaki's military cap and cape. He paused for a moment and said, although this guy is wearing less, he can still be cleaned. Come on, stop wasting time. If you keep wasting time, the sun will set. Sasaki's face turned green at that moment, but he soon calmed down. Sasaki smiled bitterly, walked up to Jack, looked up at Jack and said, I give up, Master Jack. Although we are both ancient species, the gap between you and me is too big. Maybe I can catch up with you in the future, but I'm definitely no match for you right now. I won't make myself unhappy. In my opinion, Master Jack's strength should be more than just one of the big names of the Beast's pirates. He should be the best player among the Beast's pirates, besides Mr. Kaido. Sasaki's tone became more and more excited, and his expression became more and more agitated. After seeing Sasaki's performance, Jack touched his chin. Holy shit, am I so charming? Your eyes are shining? Young man, I really like what you said, but Brother Kaido will never be my opponent in the future. One day, I will hang these 3 good brothers up and beat them. Call. Jack finally felt relieved after Kaido left. He heaved a sigh of relief. Looking at Sasaki, who was looking at him with admiration, Jack nodded and said softly, in that case, let's retreat. But I still like you at the beginning, that rebellious look, recover a little. After hearing Jack's words, the smile on Sasaki's face disappeared. He stood up straight, folded his hands in front of his chest and said seriously, is that so? Yes, that's it, very good, keep doing this, you go first. Listening to the voice in his head, Jack's tone was filled with uncontrollable excitement. Chapter 124. Rokushiki and Mingja's visit. Congratulations to the host for successfully docking. Because there was no selection for a long time, the system has now automatically extracted it. Congratulations to the host for receiving the shining reward, Marine 6 Styles, Advanced. There had been no system prompts for a long time, so Jack originally thought that the system would not recognize his unique way of docking. However, he never expected that the system would hold back for a long time and end up causing him trouble. Advanced Marine 6 Styles. Show. I didn't expect that Fozef, who has osteoporosis, could actually give me an advanced skill. As expected of a philosopher, you are extraordinary. It seems that when I choose my opponents in the future, I will specifically look for those who dress provocatively. Jack looked up and looked for Sasaki. The kid was wearing a small military cap, a torn cap and a big belly. He should have the potential to study philosophy. It's a pity that Sasaki had left long ago, and only countless fanatical pirates were shouting Jack's name. Jack waved at them and then walked into the lounge. It was a pity, he had to wait until next time. But what can I use from Sasaki? Never mind, I'll know after I beat him up. It's good to get a few attribute points. Closing his eyes, Jack carefully felt his current body. The 6 styles must be learned through long-term hard training, and after obtaining the Marine 6 styles, his body was also transformed accordingly. Fortunately, it was not an inhuman transformation, but just the strengthening of some joints, and the peculiar way of exerting force of those muscles in memory, as well as some methods of controlling one's own blood and mobilizing all the muscles of the body. This transformation makes your body feel like it has formed muscle memory after years of hard training. After thinking it over carefully, Jack was pleasantly surprised. The Marine 6 Styles skill is a complete physical skill, and its strength depends on your physical condition. Furthermore, masters with strong physical skills will combine their own strengths with the 6 styles to create new moves. The Marine 6 styles that Jack obtained was from Phospho, so Jack naturally knows some of Phospho's modified moves. However, this is not suitable for Jack. The strengths of Phospho and Jack are completely different. Jack still needs to explore on his own and develop some other moves. What surprised Jack was nothing else but the fact that after learning all the Marine 6 styles in his memory, he would learn a skill called Life Return. This skill is to use consciousness to control one's own blood, muscles, hair, and all organs in the body. It is a skill extended from the 6 styles. Jack didn't care whether it was a way of controlling blood or muscle organs, because this technique could be done by anyone with strong physical skills. A master of strong physical skills can control his internal organs to perform all kinds of incredible behaviors, such as digesting food in 1 second, storing energy inside the body, or converting the alcohol he drinks into sweat, or excreting it out of the body through tears. Kaido often does this. After getting drunk, he cries and uses tears to excrete the alcohol from his body. Last time, a kitten drank Kaido's tears on the ground and slept for 3 days and 3 nights and almost died. To Jack's surprise, Life Return completely refined and enhanced this technique. Advertisement. In addition to the techniques that all masters of physical arts have, the skill of Life Return can also make the various organs of the body seem to have life through subtle manipulation. Not only can it perform various counterintuitive movements, but it can also control the size of certain specific organs. Jack immediately thought of Yamato. Even though Yamato would not grow taller in the future, not only Yamato, if, ha 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 ha. Jack wiped the saliva from the corner of his mouth, stood up, and walked out of the lounge with satisfaction. Jack was very satisfied with the skills of Marine 6 styles. Although many of the techniques can be achieved in other ways, the Marine 6 styles skill is undoubtedly the most standardized, detailed, and comprehensive. Now let's experiment a little and use the power of Marine 6 styles for ourselves. All the pirates in the arena had dispersed. Jack jumped into the middle of the arena and began to experiment with the power of the 6 styles. After a while, Jack nodded with satisfaction. The rapid force techniques such as moonwalk and shave make up for his weakness in speed, and other moves also correspondingly enhance his strength in all aspects. The next step is to research and develop some enhanced versions of the 6 styles that suit you. No matter what the names of the moves are, the development direction of the 6 styles is to continue to magnify their advantages. This development should not be very difficult, but it will take some time. But with his strong physique, this is not a problem. Shave. He used his hair to travel at lightning speed. If Faz had seen this, he would surely open his mouth in surprise. After shaving for a while, Jack felt his body was getting hot. This action consumes a lot of physical energy, which is very suitable for physical exercise. That's Maria and Yamato and the others. Jack quickly used his razor to approach Maria and her group. Maria was still following Erha leisurely, when Jack suddenly appeared beside Maria and said excitedly, "Maria, do you think I should mourn for you?" Maria subconsciously lowered her head to take a look, but soon raised her head again. "No, advertisement? It's not that, Lou, it's this. Jack pointed to his face and then shouted, Moonwalk. Look, I can fly. See if I can make you cry." Jack's shouting attracted the attention of Yamato and others. When they saw Jack hovering in the air, Yamato and Runty's eyes lit up. "Wow, that's amazing. Teach me, how did you do that?" Jack stood in midair, lowered his head and looked at them with a proud expression and smiled. "Ha ha ha ha. Want to learn? You guys, I'll teach you." "Hey, brother Jack." Peggy Wan put her hands to her mouth and shouted at Jack. "Let's put aside whether to teach or not. When you were fighting just now, your clothes were torn. Now I can really see your—" "Oh shit." Bang. Jack fell from midair upon hearing this and pulled up his pants in panic. After seeing Jack and his group, several pirates came over and said, "Master Jack, Mr. Kaido said that Doflamingo from the Don Quixote family will arrive at the port in the evening and asked you to go over and receive them." "Brother Ming, isn't that my half-brother? I heard that he was almost beaten to death by Kaido last year because of the op fruit incident, so he prepared some generous gifts for the festival this year and even contacted me." "Oh, right. Did I ask someone to bring the things I designed for me?" Thinking of this, Jack stood up, picked up his pants and ran away. His big white butt made everyone open their mouths in amazement. Chapter 125 I am a student. Slightly, what a shame. The Beast's Pirate's big poster is running around naked with his butt exposed. This news has spread all over Onigashima. I think you should stop being a big shot and just jump into the sea. Hey, sis, don't say that. Although Brother Jack is indeed embarrassing, there is no need for us to say it out loud. It's very rude and will make people sad. You two little brats. Shut up. Jack looked at the Runty siblings beside him in anger and scolded them loudly. Knowing that Lousy's pants were torn, why didn't you remind me? We wanted to warn you, but you disappeared in the blink of an eye. Runty put her hands on her hips and shouted at Jack fiercely. Now everyone knows that our Master Jack the Drow of the Beast's Pirates is a pervert who likes to run naked. Shut up. You poisonous little loli. You are a brocon who always clings to your brother. You are the pervert. What, you big dumb elephant, you are just like what Sister Yamato said, extremely rude. Huh? Jack looked at Yamato who was eating fruit, pointed at his crossed legs and said. I'm rude, Yamato, you have no right to accuse me like that. Have you ever seen a girl with sweaty feet? If you don't wash your feet for a day, they will smell like salted fish. Yamato threw the watermelon rind in his hand at Jack, jumped onto the table, looked up at Jack and yelled. That's better than being a big, stupid elephant like you. You're always lusting after something. I'm telling you, as long as I'm around, you can forget about sleeping with Sister Maria. What? Hello. Hello. Peggy Wan held onto her hat with her right hand, dodged the attack from the banana peel, and said helplessly as she looked at the three people throwing fruit at each other. There's no need for you to hurt each other like this, right? Fruits are meant to be eaten. Wow, Bah. I can't stand it. A peach thrown by someone almost choked Peggy Wan. Peggy Wan struggled to take the peach out of her mouth and joined the battlefield. Squeak. Master Jack. Doflamingo of the Don Quixote family has already. Bang. The durian hit the minion on the head, and the room was immediately filled with fragrance. Doflamingo stood on the deck, looking at the brightly lit port with amazement in his heart. When we first started working with Kaido, Doflamingo also came here once. At that time, there was nothing in the port except a dilapidated house. There were only a few pirates guarding the port. Now, not only have lighthouses been built, but all these rows of buildings are also equipped with electric lights. From the constantly swaying figures in front of the window and his perception of observation, Doflamingo knew that there were at least hundreds of guards here. In just a few years, the changes in Onigashima can be seen from the port. Advertisement is expected, with strong power, wealth and other things are within easy reach. Hey, brother. A deep voice interrupted Mingja's memories. Jack, with half a watermelon rind on his head, stood at the port and waved his arms at Ming. Ming moved his sunglasses to his nose bridge, and after a long time of careful identification, he recognized in the bright light that the guy who looked like a man-eating bear was Jack. This height. Brother Ming couldn't help but grin, pushed up his sunglasses, exerted force on his feet and jumped down. Hey, Jack. Long time no see. You've grown taller again, quite a lot. Ha 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 ha. I'm still in my developmental stage so that's normal. But your dressing style is getting more and more sexy. Jack pointed at Doflamingo's cropped trousers and said with a teasing look on his face. Doflamingo pointed at Jack's head with his backhand, tilted his head back and laughed. Foo 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 foo. My pants are nothing compared to your hat. You are quite childish, Jack. Jack touched his head, threw the watermelon rind on the ground and asked Doflamingo. Let's stop talking nonsense. Did you bring the things I asked you to bring? Huh? Jack's eyes were full of anticipation. Doflamingo showed a strange smile and stood beside Jack and said, I didn't expect that despite your young age, you know quite a lot. I have already built the factory, and the first batch of goods has come out. The size is also according to what you gave. Don't worry, once the factory is up and running, I'll split the profits with you 50-50. I have to say, you are quite interesting. Nonsense, although this body is still a legitimate one, it is still a virgin. But my soul has been influenced by countless teachers. The toilet paper consumed by my comrades and I can fill the entire ocean. The merchant ship flying the Beast's pirate's flag has also arrived at the port, and hundreds of minions have come out to help carry the cargo. Wow, this wine bottle is so beautiful, Xiao Pei. Look, there's a gem here. Where? Runti, give it to me. You're too young. You don't need this, you can't hold it. Give it back to me, you white-haired woman. Stop talking so much, you stubborn sister. Ah, Xiao Pei. Come and help me. Doflamingo looked at the two men who started to open the boxes and fight with each other in confusion, and gently touched Jack's thigh with his hand. Jack looked down at Doflamingo, followed his gaze, and said softly, Oh, don't worry about them. There's a sharp-tongued chatterbox and a tomboy who snores, grinds her teeth and farts when she sleeps. After hearing Jack's words, Doflamingo stopped talking and quietly watched the war between Yamato and Runti with Jack. By the way, Brother Ming, where did you put the things I want? Bang. There was a loud bang, and a tall box was knocked to the ground by Yamato and Runti. Yamato and Runti picked up the huge purple T-shaped cloth strip on the ground, their eyes full of confusion. Advertisement, FK. Without waiting for Doflamingo to say anything, Jack entered the room in 6 styles, snatched the clothes from the two men, and quickly stuffed the clothes on the ground into the box. Hey, what is that? Why is there a marine uniform? And what is that? It looks like a nurse's uniform. I also saw a needle. Give it to me. Give it to me. I like that dress, it's so textured. Shut up. Jack grabbed the box and said loudly to the two of them. We don't have your model, don't take it, then why do you want women's clothes? Are you a pervert? Can't I just take it and admire it? Then I appreciate it too, give it to me. Seeing that Yamato and Runti were still hesitating for a long time and refused to let go, Jack had no choice but to say. This is the dress I reserved for Maria, Yamato, go find him. Jack pointed at Doflamingo who was squatting on the ground and looking at them with interest and said. That's the boss, go ahead, he can do whatever you want. What about me? Jack lowered his head and looked at Runti who was jumping high and said softly. Runti, you are still young. You won't be able to use these things until at least 10 years later. Listen to me, you should study hard now, okay? The teacher who taught you to read said that you were very naughty. Runti's eyes turned, and she grabbed Jack's trouser leg tightly and said. Brother Jack, you said students have privileges. I'm a student. Give this to me, you are such a meow. Jack picked up Runti and said word by word, don't say you're a student, you can't even be born that way. Get out of here, lousy, bang, ah, sister. With one kick, Runti flew directly to Onigashima. Seeing Peggy Wan trying to attack him, Jack picked him up. You get out too. Bang, wow. Chapter 126 Kaido's Contempt for Ming. Looking at Black Maria, who was about the same height as Jack, Doflamingo finally realized who the clothes Jack wanted were for. Doflamingo turned his attention to Yamato who was beside Jack. After knowing that this was Kaido's daughter, Doflamingo also had a clear understanding of Jack's position in the Beast's pirates. Being able to play Kaido's daughter like a ball, what a treat. What's going on? This feels familiar. An indescribable feeling of oppression made Doflamingo raise his head. A huge blue dragon was circling from a distance. Jack. The blue dragon slowly shrank from midair, and Kaido angrily jumped to Jack who was whispering to Maria. Brother, what are you doing? Are you drunk? Jack. You be asterisk 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 D. Kaido pulled out the 8 rings from his waist and threw it at Jack. Jack pushed Black Maria aside and caught it with his hand. When Doflamingo saw it, his eyes under his sunglasses almost fell to the ground. You idiot. Kaido held up the 8 precepts and shouted angrily at Jack. I wanted to hold a welcoming ceremony for Faz-Fo and Sasaki at the fire festival, but you ruined it all. Faz-Fu is in such a bad state that he can't participate in the fire festival. Why did you hit him so hard? I was very gentle. A-hole, how dare you talk back? Hey, Dad, what do you want to do? Don't hit Jack. Okay. Girls can't be kept at home when they grow up. Today I will beat you to death too. Bang. Clang. Doflamingo stood there dumbfounded, watching Kaido and the other two fight further and further away. Haha, you'll get used to it. That's how Mr. Kaido and Jack get along with others. The head of the Don Quixote family, Mr. Doflamingo, right? Black Maria walked up to Doflamingo and said with a smile. Advertisement. Let's not worry about them for now. Jack asked me to entertain you. Please follow me. Ah, thank you very much. Doflamingo followed Black Maria with a reckless pace, but he kept looking back in the direction the 3 people left. If I'm not mistaken, Kaido's daughter, the girl named Yamato, should like Jack. But Jack calls Kaido big brother, and prepares that kind of clothes for this woman? Brother Jack, you are playing very colorfully. Doflamingo shook his head, his heart filled with admiration for Jack. Because of the fire festival, most of the pirates outside have returned to Onigashima, and Onigashima is suddenly overcrowded. Fortunately, Wano Kuni has developed many casinos and brothels in the past 2 years, and many pirates have flocked to Wano Kuni. As the Beast's pirates continue to expand the sea areas they occupy, there will always be some countries that resist the Beast's pirates. For example, the two kingdoms of Ostrich and Linstein tore up their contracts with the Beast's pirates and wanted to join the world government. Needless to say, their fate was self-evident. The change of the royal family would naturally be accompanied by the destruction of the country and the family. Apart from those idiots who died, the people who suffered the consequences ultimately fell on the lowest class of civilians. Of the captured slaves, the males were sent to factories or sold directly to other countries, and the destinations of the young and beautiful women were self-evident. Compassion exists in pirates, but it is rare. The environment shapes a person's character. If Jack grew up in the Marines, he would definitely be outraged and want to rescue those weak women when he saw this kind of thing. Although Jack now also wants to rescue those weak women, his way of rescuing them is very different. The women who can enter the game room are the best of the best. They are Kaido's personal secretaries. He will personally train them whenever he has time. They have always been the objects of charity that all the men of Beast's pirates want to do the most. However, ordinary pirates have no chance of entering the game area. The Yoku only targets the cadres of Beast's pirates, and ordinary team leaders may only come once every few years. After all, the women in Yoku are famous among Beast's pirates for their good looks and skills. Don't doubt their obedience and cooperation. Compared to staying alive, what does a little physical suffering matter? And maybe that's not suffering. Most of them may not have had a better life than here. Here they have good food and clothes, and there are all kinds of entertainment facilities. In these troubled times, living like this may make many women envious. There are also those loyal and heroic women who refuse to obey until death. They are all very painful when they die. Kaido's personal secretaries are not all powerless women. After all, that kind of woman can't stand Kaido's wildness. As soon as Doflamingo entered the playground, he felt his eyes brighten. Welcome. 2 rows of beautiful women wearing kimonos with most of their chests exposed saw the people coming in and bowed deeply to greet them. Advertisement from Brother Ming's perspective, the looks and figures of these women are all worth a try. The further they walked in, the dimmer the lights became. Then they heard a beautiful music. Ming Jie looked over and saw dozens of pirates sitting at a table with their female companions, drinking wine and enjoying the band's performance. At that moment, if he hadn't seen their dishonest hands and their gentle appearance, Ming Jie would have thought that they were a group of nobles attending a concert with their female companions. Seeing that Black Maria did not stop and pushed open a room, Doflamingo hurriedly followed. Please enjoy yourself, Mr. Doflamingo. Mr. Kaido and Jack should be back in about 4 hours. Then these lovely girls will take you to the party. Oh, thank you so much. Looking at Doflamingo, who was surrounded by a group of beautiful girls, Black Maria took a look at Doflamingo's thin body, covered her mouth and gently retreated. And Kaido, after chasing the two for a while, transformed into a blue dragon, grabbed Jack and flew to Wano Kuni, leaving Yamato stomping his feet in anger. Great power thunder 8 trigrams. Bang! After Jack's tall body fell to the ground and never did any more sit-ups, Kaido turned back into his human form with a bit of fatigue. Jack, you little brat, you've made great progress. Nonsense. Do you believe that I would have gotten up if I didn't want to save your face? After lying on the ground for a while to calm down, Jack stood up unsteadily and said to Kaido, who was drinking to quench his thirst. Brother Kaido, if you have enough energy, go find that guy Ming. He's here, isn't he? You should educate him properly and don't look for me anymore. I'm very busy. Joker. Snort. Kaido hung the gourd back around his waist and said with disdain. He's too weak, he can't withstand a few blows from me. Paying too much attention to fruit development and neglecting physical training will lead to big losses sooner or later. Thinking of Doflamingo's slender legs, Jack nodded in agreement. The development of Doflamingo fruit is quite outrageous. It is this body shape. The arms are not as thick as mine. A pure thin dog. Chapter 127. How can a real man endure such humiliation? What did you say? You prepared 10 Street Utes for him. Jack looked at Black Maria in surprise and said with some concern. I asked you to entertain me properly, but I didn't ask you to entertain me in this way. 10 Street Utes. Can a skinny dog like him handle that? His back must be broken, right? Ahem, call. After Black Maria blew a smoke ring at Jack, she looked at the jealousy on Jack's face and said with contempt. Take away your envious look first, and, I've seen the gift you prepared for me. Black Maria suddenly put her mouth close to Jack's ear and whispered. Wait until the party is over, then come to my room. Real. After seeing Black Maria nod in confirmation, Jack jumped up with joy. Then it's settled. I'm going to show you what a real hunk is. At this moment, Doflamingo and several Street Utes appeared in the long passage. Foo, Jack, thank you for your hospitality. Doflamingo's face was full of satisfaction. Jack looked at the lipstick marks on his face and said with some jealousy. It's okay, as long as your waist isn't broken. Ha ha ha, even though my body can't compare to yours, I have also trained hard. Jack lowered his head and looked at Doflamingo's A4 waist, and said with some disdain. Train hard? Have you ever leapt to the mountains and pulled a boat across the land? A mace hits your waist, a fireball burns your buttocks, and venom pours all over your body. Have you ever experienced all of these? Advertisement, he who has never had a callus on his buttocks. Don't tell me about hard work. Doflamingo looked at Jack's butt with a puzzled look on his face. What kind of training method can cause calluses on the buttocks? Is this some special trick? But when Doflamingo saw the bruise on Jack's head, he froze, as if he could smell Kaido's 8-fast stick again. Doflamingo never wanted to experience the feeling of being abused, like a toy in Kaido's hands, weak and helpless again. Walking into the banquet hall, Doflamingo saw Yamato and the two little ghosts that appeared at the port chasing a giant wolf. On the other side, there was a group of pirates drinking and laughing, including Lim and Master who appeared on Schwankun Island with Jack. Kaido was sitting on a wide chair, drinking tons of wine. Mr. Kaido. Oh, Joker. Kaido looked at Doflamingo with drunken eyes, pointed at the food in the middle of the banquet hall and said, "Just help yourself to whatever you want to eat. I hope it suits your taste. There's a plate over there." "Thank you very much for your hospitality, Mr. Kaido." Doflamingo slowly walked towards the dining table where the food was placed. Dozens of fragrant buffet stoves were emitting tempting aromas. Not far away, there were all kinds of drinks. A group of pirates wearing chef hats were still baking all kinds of delicacies. Is it a buffet? It's quite convenient, but there are chopsticks and spoons, but where is the plate? Doflamingo was still confused when Jack and Black Maria came over side by side. Jack took 2 of the steaming buffet stoves and said to Doflamingo, "What are you looking at? What do you want to eat? Just take it, don't worry, it will be replenished soon." This. Looking at the buffet stove that was almost half the size of his body, Doflamingo realized that this was the dinner plate Kaido mentioned. Doflamingo looked at the 3 tall figures without showing any expression, then exerted force with his fingers, and the transparent silk thread wrapped around one of the plates, dragging it into the air and moving towards the huge table next to Kaido. Advertisement, oh, your ability is quite practical. Hey, get down here, you 3 bastards. How old are you, Yamato? Why are you acting like those 2 little brats? And Peggy-wan, aren't you always very mature? Is it fun to sit on me with these 2 women? Doflamingo looked up at Yamato riding on Jack's head and the 2 kids sitting on Jack's shoulders, and said to Kaido with some emotion, "Mr. Kaido, Jack and his friends have a really good relationship, just like me and my family." Kaido stood up and looked at Jack who was fighting with Yamato, and in Doflamingo's shocked eyes, he picked up the 8 precepts beside him and threw it at Jack. Clang. FK. You are a middle-aged man who has entered menopause early, you are crazy. I told you that you can't handle this kind of strong liquor, and you still don't believe me. With your alcohol tolerance, you should go to the children's table. Jack covered the big bump on his head with a painful look on his face and shouted to Master beside him. "Master, come and purify him." Doflamingo looked at the big bump on Jack's head and began to doubt himself. "If I'm not mistaken, Kaido used hockey when he hit me with the stick just now, right? Such a powerful attack even cracked the floor, but Jack just got a bump on his head? Last time, Kaido whipped me out. Is Jack's body too strong, or is my body really as weak as he says? Come on, Joker, drink, you need to negotiate more with them in the underworld." While Doflamingo was still daydreaming, Kaido had already been purified by Master and gestured to Doflamingo with a glass of wine in his hand. "Tons, please rest assured, Mr. Kaido, I will negotiate with them properly." Doverin picked up the wine glass on the table and assured Kaido. With Master's constant purification, Kaido specifically chose strong liquor to drink, and with Mingja's constant goodwill, the atmosphere of the banquet was also very good. Chapter 128, Jack, you only see a corner of this world. The fire ceremony was held as scheduled. The show was not rehearsed, but thanks to Jack's strong physique and recovery ability, as well as the elasticity of his gluteus maximus, he was able to recover from his injury on the day of the festival. Kaido had no intention of introducing Doflamingo to Kurozumi Orochi, and Doflamingo also tactfully did not appear in front of Kaido and Kurozumi Orochi. He stayed in the room on the top floor accompanied by Jack, drinking wine comfortably in the company of a group of beautiful girls. Doflamingo looked very comfortable, while Jack was sandwiched between Black Maria and Yamato, with the Runty siblings sitting on his shoulders, looking at Doflamingo with extremely envious eyes. As he was talking, Jack lifted Peggy Van into the air with his left hand, ignoring Runty's short legs, and said impatiently, "When I was their age, Mr. Kaido beat me 3 times a day. Flowers in a greenhouse cannot withstand wind and rain. So, stop tying my pigtails, you 2 little brats." Bang. Bang. You stupid idiot. Jack, Black Maria and Yamato ran out in a hurry. Doflamingo remained silent when he saw the Runty siblings being thrown out of the window by Jack like garbage. After a while, Doflamingo finally sighed. "No wonder you have such a strong physique. The way you beasts pirates train your children is indeed extraordinary. Kaido. Beat me 3 times in one day. It's not see, it's done." Jack stretched out 3 thick fingers and waved them in front of Doflamingo's eyes, correcting him. "There is a difference between times and tons. A time may mean that it is done in one go. And done, it might last all night. Drink, drink." Doflamingo really didn't know what to say, so he raised his glass and toasted with Jack. Looking at the wine barrel in Jack's hand and his arm that was thicker than his thigh, Doflamingo suddenly felt a little inferior about his body shape. With Yamato and Black Maria performing on stage, the festival had reached its happiest moment, and Jack was a little dizzy from drinking. Come on, I'm telling you, in a few years, I'll have to beat up Kaido, Jin, and Quinn. They beat my butt so hard, Jack put his hand on Doflamingo's shoulder as if he was hugging a little chick. Ming didn't know how to agree with Jack, so he could only laugh awkwardly a few times. Hey, Jack. The room suddenly darkened, Kaido's rough voice appeared outside the door, and the drunk Jack immediately sobered up a lot. Kaido-sensei. Kaido walked into the room and waved his hand. The group of girls stood up and slowly left, closing the door behind them. Advertisement Kaido took a few steps forward and sat down on Doflamingo's left. Hey, which way? Doflamingo raised his head and looked at Jack on his right. Why? It's crowded here too. Jack glared at Kaido and said. Why don't you go somewhere else? Lousy likes to sit here. You have so many places you like, and you said you liked Maryjoy, why don't you go sit there? A-hole. I'm the governor. Why don't you say you're the anchor? I'm still a minor. I'm drunk. Don't make me hit you. Who's afraid of who? My brain isn't working well yet. Kaido and Jack squeezed hard with all their might, their faces flushed red, wishing they could use all their sucking strength. As the two men pushed harder and harder, everything on Doflamingo's face except the sunglasses was squeezed out of shape, and he could only stretch out a trembling hand weakly. This is a really bad experience, someone come save me. Crash, the door was yanked open from the outside, and Jack, Kaido, and Doflamingo all gasped and looked over. Quinn glanced at the three breathless people, turned around and closed the door. Well, I suddenly remembered that I have something else to do, I'll go first. Stop, Quinn. Quinn's appearance finally saved Doflamingo, preventing him from being crushed into a piece of paper by Jack and Kaido. Jack, you little brat, I'm going to let you go today. Kaido picked up the wine barrel and started pouring it. Jack was not to be outdone and stuck his head directly into the wine barrel. Doflamingo, who hid opposite and sat with Quinn, wiped the sweat from his face with lingering fear. Belch. Joker. Kaido obviously drank a little too much. As soon as he opened his mouth, a strong smell of alcohol wafted over, almost making Doflamingo pass out. However, Doflamingo did not dare to show any disgust on his face and looked at Kaido very seriously. Joker, you said you wanted to be that Shichibukai? Are you absolutely sure? Advertisement? Fu. Mr. Kaido, don't worry, I have a perfect plan for this. Doflamingo's face was full of confidence, and he said word by word. Within 2 years, I will definitely become Shichibukai. Once we have a legal identity, our cooperation will be much easier. Well, congratulations in advance. Kaido shook his head left and right, his tone full of disdain. However, the world government's attempt to balance the current chaotic ocean with the Shichibukai system is somewhat disrespectful to the pirates. To calm this sea, we need a balance that cannot be achieved by a bunch of rubbish that are neither soldiers nor thieves. To achieve balance, we need to eliminate countless pirates. There are too many pirates now, Roger. That be ******************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** Doflamingo felt helpless. It was his own fault that he couldn't withstand Kaido's blows. Joker, tomorrow Quinn will go with you to negotiate with those bastards in the underground world. Everything is up to you, please rest assured, Mr. Kaido. Quinn. Kaido nodded and shouted to Quinn. Take Joker and enjoy the beautiful scenery of Wano Kuni. Haha. Leave it to me. Mr. Kaido, some of the scenery in Wano Kuni is very charming. Quinn's voice was full of obscenity, and he looked at Doflamingo, then they both stood up and slowly walked out of the room. Brother, why bother? Jack wiped the wine stains from the corners of his mouth and said nonchalantly. What underground world, Shichibukai, and this retarded-looking Kurozumi snake? Leave it to me, I can handle them in minutes. If you let me go to sea for a few years, I'll carry you and make you the king of pirates. Kaido turned around and looked at Jack, who was serious and couldn't help but smile. Ooh, Jack, you've only seen a tiny part of this world. No matter how strong an individual is, he still needs the help of his companions. Underworld? Shichibukai? Kurozumi Orochi? Even Marine? They are nothing. What's scary is the world government that has controlled this world for 800 years, and the celestial dragons that live on the Red Line and in Mariajoy. After all, trash and idiots will never be called the God's Clan. Chapter 129 Kaido's Thoughts. Brother Kaido, you can say whatever you want, but stop laughing like that. I'm so scared that I get goosebumps just from your smile. Kaido looked at Jack expressionlessly, then glanced at the mace placed next to him, and Jack picked up the 8 precepts. Let's talk it over nicely, let's be more civilized. Otherwise, I have 2 sticks, roll, bang. A green dragon grabbed a huge mammoth and flew into the air. Although it was a bit difficult to fly, it still flew crookedly towards Wano Kuni. The pirates turned their heads away as if they were used to it, and continued to enthusiastically appreciate the young ladies performing on the stage. Hime Township, the northernmost part of Wano Kuni, is the most desolate place in Wano Kuni. The wilderness, irregular mountains, and yellow sand constantly blown up by the wind prevent most people from living here. As Jack grew older and became stronger, Kaido could no longer easily control Jack. If the two of them fought on Onigashima, Jack would probably be knocked unconscious by Kaido, and Onigashima would be at least half destroyed. Therefore, the uninhabited Hime Township became the best place for Kaido to educate Jack. Roaring Thunder 8 trigrams. Bang! As Jack slowly fell to the ground, Kaido wiped the sweat from his face and shouted to Jack. You little brat, it's too early to resist me now. Let's wait 10 years before we talk about this. You are a middle-aged man with early menopause, are you serious? Hiss. Jack was lying on the ground, curled up with a look of pain on his face. This beating from Kaido made Jack realize that he had not used his full strength when Kaido had taught him before. There is still a big gap between Kaido and me. His whole body ached. Whether it was Conqueror's haki, physical strength and power, or even combat experience, they were all far inferior to Kaido. It seems that I need to rely on the boat more. Going to sea is the way to go. After a long pause, Jack slowly straightened up and looked at Kaido and complained. Brother Kaido, next time when you take me away, can you please not lift my butt with your claws? It hurts. If you don't transform, I won't catch you. Kaido's words almost choked Jack to death, but thinking that he would be beaten up if he opposed Kaido again at this time, Jack could only feel helpless and furious in his heart. Kaido also lay on the ground like Jack, with his limbs stretched out in the shape of a Tai, Huxia character for Tai, looking up at the starry sky. Jack slowly put the mace aside, stretched out his arms again, put them in the standard spread eagle position and continued to enjoy this rare feeling of solitude. The breeze blows, and the silvery moonlight illuminates the entire earth. Countless stars embellish the night sky like shining night pearls, like a mysterious and intoxicating famous painting. Kaido stretched out his finger and pointed to the sky. Advertisement, Jack, did you see that? That, the brightest star in the night sky. Guide me to you. Bang. Jack dodged the 8 precepts thrown by Kaido, looked in the direction of Kaido's finger, and could not help but said in a deep voice. Brother Kaido, I think you should take a look at your eyes. That's the moon, not the stars. Kaido was rarely angry this time, and said with some emotion. Look carefully, Jack. Jack sat up and looked for a long time before he discovered that there was a shining star next to the moon. However, against the backdrop of the moonlight, it was not as bright as the other stars, and it was difficult to notice at first glance. See, Jack. No matter how bright the stars are, they will become dim under the bright moonlight. We are the stars in the sky, and world government is the brightest moon. Only when we gather together can we surpass this bright moonlight. No matter how powerful we are individually, we will never be a match for the moon. I don't agree with this, Brother Kaido. Jack turned his head, glanced at Kaido, and said seriously. What about the sun? The sun is also a powerful entity. I'm kidding. Kaido-sama, you look so serious, let me mediate the situation. Seeing Kaido standing up, Jack hurriedly took the 8 precepts in his hands. But Brother Kaido, is the gap between our strength and the world government really that big? Didn't Roger become the king of pirates? So he's dead. Kaido interrupted Jack, looked up at the starry sky and muttered to himself. I don't know what he saw on the final island, so he chose to use his life to start the Great Pirates era. But I know that with our current strength, we are definitely no match for the world government. Jack. Kaido turned around, looked at Jack very seriously and said. Everyone says I'm a monster, but by Laozi's standards, your talent is enough to make you a monster. Perhaps one day you will surpass Laozi, surpass anyone else, and stand at the top of this ocean. Advertisement, but no matter how strong an individual is, he can't match the power of a group. We may be vastly different from ordinary people. But as long as they are qualified to stand at the top, they are all monsters among monsters. What's more, they have some pretty capable helpers. Without subordinates and companions' help, no matter how powerful an individual is, he is just a stepping stone for others. Kaido opened his arms to the sky and shouted, if you want to be the ultimate winner, you must do everything you can to accumulate strength. Until it is enough to support me in launching a world-class war, wipe out all enemies. Then I can become the king of pirates and have enough power to change the whole world. At this point, Kaido turned around and looked at Jack, who was stunned. So, before that, what we need is patience. Jack, only when we have enough power to support us can we truly change all this. Do you get me? Jack closed his mouth and nodded mechanically. I understand the general idea, but Brother Kaido, it seems that you have read a lot of books like Jin Ping Mei over the years. Your cultural level has improved a lot, I remember you used to say. Bang. You little brat, Laozi is not in the mood to joke with you, seriously. Well, Kaido sighed and said helplessly, don't think that just because I've been caught by Marine so many times, I'm fine. That means you can underestimate those guys. Jack, with your current strength, you are far from being able to run rampant on this sea. Because of Jin's mobility, I will transfer Jin back to Ghost Island to handle some affairs of the underground world. And you, go to Allen Continent to guard it for a year or two. Will you? Hearing this, Jack's heart started beating violently. Of course I'm willing to do so. No one will bother me when I go there. I can just wander around and hang out by the sea. By the time I come back, Maria will be an adult. I wonder what excuses she will have to stop me by then. Thinking of this, Jack nodded repeatedly, fearing that Kaido would take back his decision. Brother Kaido, don't worry, just let me out. I will definitely let you know what a monster among monsters is. By then, as long as the system is powerful, let alone changing the world, you can even go to another world. Of course. First he has to be strong. Chapter 1-3 I have it, it's yours. Jack, I know you understand what I mean, and I also know what you will do after I let you leave Onigashima. The world government has given up on taking action against you. With your current strength, unless you meet those guys, no one should be your opponent. Kaido paused for a moment, then patted Jack on the shoulder, took the 8 precepts from Jack's hand and continued. Our intelligence departments have also developed now. I can allow you to act alone in the new world, but you must receive intelligence carefully. Don't just ignore it when your temper flares up. You should also know which other places you shouldn't go to. Don't start a meaningless war. Jack looked at Kaido with a smile on his face and patted his chest. Brother Kaido. What are you talking about? Jack, am a gentle, peace-loving otaku. Kaido looked at Jack expressionlessly, exerted force on his feet and jumped into the air. Brother Kaido, wait for me, take me away? Wait for me. Damn it. The mammoth was ready to set off again, but Master was left in Wano Kuni by Jack. At present, everything in Giuli still depends on her ability. As for Hold'em, he has been stationed in Boro Town and basically has no chance to go out to sea with Jack. But Hold'em was also very happy about this. After all, after being hit by the lion's naughty rooster during the day, it was a very pleasant and comfortable thing to have a girl comfort the injured Lychee at night. The more than 200 mermen led by Findle, in addition to being the main combatants of the mammoth, are also responsible for capturing Jack and other companions. So they were all fat and strong, some of them were even as tall as Findle, who was over 6 meters tall, but they all looked uglier than the other. In addition to the old people on the ship, Lim selected a dozen warriors who had repented and joined the Beast's pirates to form a swordsman team. Each of these warriors has extraordinary strength. Although they are not as good as the real fighting of Beast's pirates, they are still much stronger than the average pirates team leader. The families of these warriors are all in Wano Kuni. Since they were the first group to choose to join the Beast's pirates, their families received preferential treatment. In addition to being able to choose to live in Bola Town, many of their families started businesses in Wano Kuni and earned considerable income. There is no doubt about the loyalty of these people. They are even more cruel than Jack to those disobedient warriors. Jack stood with Black Maria reluctantly until Maria was ready to transform, then he let go of Maria's hand, threw Runty, who was sitting on his shoulder and had tied her twin ponytails with great effort, out, and jumped onto the deck. Boys, go. Pull the boat over. The mammoth quickly sailed away from the port of Onigashima. Everyone on board was extremely excited, especially the dozen or so warriors. They were born and raised in Wano Kuni. Because of the special nature of Wano Kuni, they have never left their country. So their feelings about this unknown ocean are the same as those of the fishmen who left the Fishmen Island for the first time. Advertisement: a black dot appeared in Guidao's eyes, and only after it slowly disappeared did Jack turn his head away. But it's strange, where did Yamato go? Was he drunk? After sailing for most of the day, it was time for dinner. Jack came to the restaurant and looked at the hundreds of pirates gathered at the restaurant entrance and scolded. What are you doing? Why don't you go in and eat? What's going on? There's a show going on inside. Jack is an adult. After hearing Jack's voice, a group of pirates quickly made way for Jack. When Jack opened the door of the restaurant and took a look, his face turned dark. There's really a show. The fat husky and the excited Yamato were eating with relish. Looking at the messy floor, the smoky restaurant, and the group of chefs wearing chef hats who kept serving dishes, Jack clenched his fists tightly. Yamato. You idiot, who told you to sneak up here? Did Mr. Kaido know? And you fat dog, Lousy will kill and eat you sooner or later. Yamato bit a piece of meat in his mouth and said vaguely. Erha is a wolf, not a dog. This is delicious. Give me another one. Jack walked over to Yamato and picked him up. It seems you don't understand the point right now. You need to calm down. Woof woof woof, if you send me back, I'll tell my dad. Jack sighed helplessly, covered his head and asked tiredly. Hey, Yamato, did Mr. Kaido know that you sneaked onto my ship? Shut up. When he returned to his room, Jack was confused when he saw Yamato foaming at the mouth and unconscious. Then he saw a hair on the tip of Yamato's nose and realized what was going on. Yamato rolled his eyes a few times, then shouted. And you don't have to stand on my side, just stay away from me, please, I'll take you back myself, okay? Advertisement, you don't have to act cute in front of me. Yamato is right, you are a wolf, not a dog. After vomiting for a long time, Yamato's face looked much better, then he jumped onto Jack and bit him. But now you're almost like a pig. Yamato wiped his face with his hands and looked at Jack with an innocent look on his face, who looked terrified. Yamato looked at Jack with extreme contempt and said nonchalantly. My lord Ghost Princess, can you not be so filial? Although all of Findle's fishmen had big potbellies, the characteristics of their race were there, and it didn't take long for Yamato to be fished out by Findle and his men. Puff. I just didn't take a shower these few days, why are you reacting so strongly? I don't have body odor. After the husky roared at Jack, he waited for a second until Jack turned his head. Then he lay on the ground and exposed his belly to Jack. Paw. Well, why, I got it, it's yours. You just ran away like that. If your father finds out you're missing, he'll chase me and throw me into the sea. I beg you, I'll send someone to take you back later, okay? Jack was excited and a little thirsty, so he picked up the cup of water beside his bed and started to replenish his water. After spitting out a few mouthfuls of seawater, Yamato looked at Jack. Just as he was about to speak, Jack grabbed him under his arm and took him away. What are you afraid of? I'll stand by your side and fight back together. It's still unclear who will go into the sea. A group of pirates opened their mouths wide, looking at the big hole in the wall of the restaurant. Fendel, who had just arrived, saw Yamato being thrown out by Jack, and quickly jumped down from the wall with a few fishmen. Weren't you still awake just now? Swish, bang. Yamato bit hard a few times, only to find that Jack had transformed into anthropomorphism at some point. The rough and tough elephant skin was extremely elastic, making Yamato's teeth feel sour. He had no choice but to spit out the salty liquid in his mouth and looked at Jack angrily. Ouch, Chapter 131 Brother Jin, I want to spank you. Jack thought about it and decided to let Yamato stay on the boat because he was afraid that Kaido would beat his butt. Kaido can fly faster than a boat anyway, especially when he's drunk, so when he realizes Yamato is missing, he'll catch up. If there is no other way, you can let Brother Jin take her away when you hand her over to him. But you have to set some rules for her in advance. Thinking of this, Jack suddenly felt that some organs in his body began to hurt again, and he quickly stood up and said to Yamato. You can stay here, but you have to promise me one thing. Just don't hit me at any time. Seeing Yamato nodding happily, Jack repeated anxiously. Any time. Remember, I said any time, including when I'm sleeping, wait, especially when I'm drunk and vomiting, not behind me, otherwise, understand. The smile on Yamato's face disappeared, and he said impatiently. I see, you keep nagging me, so annoying. I'm not full yet, let me continue eating, bang. After watching Yamato leave, Jack touched his butt with lingering fear. This Yamato is very ruthless when he attacks, so we have to be on guard. Calluses on the buttocks are somewhat understandable, but if you continue like this. It has also happened in other places, which is somewhat ridiculous. It was originally thought that Kaido would discover that Yamato was missing in a week at most and would chase after him, so Jack even ordered to slow down. However, after sailing for 2 months, when they were about to reach the port of Lensk, Kaido did not show up, which made Jack a little confused and deeply worried about his future. It's not that Jack doesn't like Yamato. Although Yamato's appearance is not sweet, she has big eyes and a high nose bridge. She also has a heroic temperament. She has started to grow in the past year or so, and her figure is very good among ordinary people. The girl Yamato has been a little silly since she was young. Advertisement: he is still the kind of hopeless idiot who makes Jack and Kaido very helpless. I won't talk about the time when Yamato was a child and was hidden in his home and the time when Kaido and Jack urinated in a barrel. In order to make Yamato more like a woman, Jack first told her some stories of heroic women, then slowly changed to Liang Zhu, Romeo and Juliet, and later to Love in the Rain. Perhaps because of this, as Yamato grows up, he appears to be carefree on the surface, but he is actually very sensitive inside. When they were little, Jack always said that he would marry him and Black Maria when he grew up. However, as they grew older, Maria and Jack became taller and taller, while he remained the same. Yamato felt that Jack's attitude towards him had changed. Hanging out with Black Maria all day, Yamato gradually began to understand the relationship between men and women. As Kaido's daughter and the princess of the Demon Clan, Yamato certainly has her own pride. So she tried her best to attract Jack, but ended up doing some ridiculous things. Not only did he interrupt Jack's good deeds countless times, but he also caused Jack to suffer severe trauma. In addition, there is a daughter slave Kaido, whom Jack cannot beat, and Jack does not want to provoke Yamato for the time being. But this little girl changed her tricks. She called Jack, brother, in a coquettish voice every day and hung around in front of Jack. After Jack and his group walked down the deck, not only did the people on the merchant ship dare not speak anymore, but even the expressions of the several pirates who greeted Jack looked a little flustered. Looking at Jin, who had landed next to them, several pirates looked at each other and immediately pulled Lim and the others to the banquet. Moreover, he learned from Mr. Kaido that Jack's current strength, except for his slight lack of combat experience, is no less than that of himself and Quinn. Hello. The coming and going of caravans added a lot of popularity. In order to facilitate trade, Rensk added a lot of streets and residences, which also attracted many civilians from the continent of Alan to settle there. Master Jack, please wait a moment. Master Jin is dealing with some matters. I just contacted him and he said he will be here soon. In a blink of an eye. It's normal to have such a reaction now that he sees Rensk, which is completely different from Onigashima. However, the consequence of his temper was that Jack had a dry mouth every day, and he would jump into the sea to exercise his sea endurance. The pirates under him did not dare to lift their heads to walk, for fear of being hit by Jack and thrown into the sea. After several years of development, the port of Lensk has expanded several times. Jin raised his head and looked at Jack, who looked very happy. He couldn't help but smile even though his face was hidden by the mask. Hey, where's Brother Jin? Hasn't he arrived yet? Advertisement. Let's go. Let's go practice. The vendors were hawking all kinds of snacks and specialties. This atmosphere was what Yamato liked the most. The man and the wolf rushed in like a wild boar rider on the loose. Fendel and his companions could only follow helplessly. The appearance of Yamato and Erha immediately attracted the attention of the fish people, but when they saw Fendel and others following Yamato, several fish people immediately jumped into the sea excitedly. Time flies so fast. That kid who always calls me Big Brother, and Jack who always makes mistakes and is taught by me. When Yamato saw the bustling Lensk, he sat on the husky's back and swam over first. Dozens of merchant ships slowly and orderly entered the port. Please wait patiently. We have prepared a banquet to entertain all the brothers. Why don't we? Jack's muscular body and tall stature make him look even more majestic. The white vest makes the outline of his pectoral muscles more clearly visible. His long blonde hair falls on his chest, and he has a bohemian temperament. Jack couldn't stand it anymore. He had nosebleeds all day long. If the life restoration was not strong enough now, he would have executed Yamato on the spot. Jin's eyes were a little complicated. In just a few short years, the reckless and willful little kid who was almost starving to death had grown taller and stronger than him. But this is normal. After all, this is the first time that Yamato has left Onigashima since he was old enough to understand things. Except for resting for a few days in a barren town and replenishing food and water, the mammoth hardly stopped. Bang. Gu. After all, Jack's reputation is very loud now, and there are not many big pirates with a bounty of over 1 billion even in the New World. This situation lasted until we reached the port of Lensk, where it temporarily came to an end. The smile on Jin's face disappeared, and then he kicked the still excited and defenseless Jack into the sea. Brother Jin. I am much stronger now. Notice to everyone, don't fish Jack out before dinner is over, got it? I want to spank you. It was just that his eyes were full of indifference, making Jack's expression look extremely ferocious. Just by lowering his head, the pirates in front of him all broke out in cold sweats. The fishmen with ferocious faces sat on the shore and carefully looked at every suspicious person. There were also many fully armed pirates patrolling back and forth. Naturally, the mammoth did not need to queue up for registration and sailed straight into the port. When the people on the merchant ship saw the logo on the mammoth, they knew who was coming and everyone on the ship immediately started talking about it. Chapter 132. Jin's expectation. It was already late at night when Jack was rescued by Lim and Findle. Looking at Jin with his arms folded across his chest, Jack said with a look of dissatisfaction. Brother Jin, you don't follow martial ethics and are launching a sneak attack? If you have the guts, hit me to death, hit me, boom. The fire behind Jin's head suddenly burned fiercely. Looking at Jack's provocative expression, Jin said in a cold tone. Jack. You little brat. If you think you can challenge me with your current strength, I don't mind letting you know the gap between us. I'll ask Mr. Kaido for advice. I'll truly accept your challenge. That's not what you said when you hit me before? What's going on? Are you afraid that you can't beat me? Are you anxious? But after thinking about it, Jack stood up and laughed awkwardly. Haha, Brother Jin, what are you talking about? Why would I challenge you? You're both big shot guys. Even if I beat you, I can't be the governor. I just wanted to catch up with you and exchange ideas. Why are you so angry? Jin turned his head, facing away from Jack, and said in a serious tone. Jack. You are an adult now, stop acting like a child. Mr. Kaido's dream can only be realized through our joint efforts. Don't think you are so strong and want to challenge me, it's too early for you. Oh, yes, yes, yes. Jack put his hands behind his head and nodded perfunctorily, memories of his childhood flooding into his mind. At that time, Jin always liked to lecture himself after educating himself after he made a mistake. This feeling, I really miss it. In the past few years, Kaido and Quinn have been stationed in Wano-kuni, and only Jin has been staying in Onigashima all year round. Jin is a person who appears cold on the outside but is actually warm on the inside. Although he wears a mask all day and looks like a terrorist, and is usually very strict with Jack and the other two, he is actually a very gentle person in private. In front of Jack and others, he would take off the somewhat scary mask and reveal his mature and charming face. Jin was also very attentive in the training of Jack and the other two. If Jack relied on the system, then Black Maria, who was able to defeat the Flying Six, was entirely the result of Jin's careful teaching, not to mention that there was also Yamato, who was stronger than Black Maria. Although Kaido also taught the three a lot, it was the hardworking Jin who laid the foundation for them. Quinn has been staying in Rabbit Dawn to study poisons, and occasionally lets Jack do some experiments. Kaido gets drunk and chases Jack around the world with a stick. Advertisement. So compared to Kaido and Quinn, Jack is closer to Jin. In Jack's eyes, Jin is more like a strict and responsible father. Jack followed behind Jin silently until Jin reached a manor in the town and they stopped. Master Jin, Master Jack. Outside the manor, several fully armed pirates were standing guard at the door. Judging from their aura, they were quite different from those shrimp soldiers and crab generals at the bottom of the beast's pirates. Instead, they vaguely revealed a marine flavor. These are the elite soldiers under Jin. Only Jin's strictness can train such a group of pirates full of military temperament. As the gate of the courtyard was opened, Jin continued to walk towards the tallest building. There were bright lights shining in dozens of buildings in the manor. The constant laughter was mixed with curses and the sound of breaking bottles. It was unclear whether they were fighting because they were drunk or because they got angry while playing cards. It seems that this is the base of the beast's pirates in the port of Rensk. Squeak. Jin pushed open the tall door and Jack hurriedly followed. Lim and Findle stood outside the door with their arms folded, temporarily acting as goalkeepers. As soon as he entered, Jack saw Yamato hanging in the air with seastone chains, and Erha lying on the ground with a big bump on his head. The bubbles on Yamato's nose were getting bigger and smaller, and it seemed that he was sleeping soundly. Master Jin. Master Jack. A man in a suit and glasses was sitting with his eyes closed. When he heard the sound of the door opening, he stood up quickly. Kerr, sit down. Jin waved to the man in front of him named Kerr. Jack thought about it carefully and seemed that he had never seen this man before. He couldn't help but look him up and down. He had a white face and no beard, a thin body, and was less than 2 meters tall. Jack was afraid that he would be blown away by a sneeze. The golden glasses frame made Kerr look gentle, and the spotless white suit and beautiful bow tie made Kerr look more like a nobleman than a pirate, no matter from his attire or his appearance. Stop looking, Jack. Kerr is Hedane's youngest son, and he is now the manager of all trade for our beast's pirates in the continent of Alan. In the past 2 years, with him, all our business in Allen Continent has been so smooth. Kerr will assist you after I'm gone. Jin's tone revealed his satisfaction with Kerr. Jack looked at the handsome Kerr and thought of Hedain's old and wretched face. He couldn't help but whispered. Before, Hedain didn't have the courage to take revenge on them, but since she ascended the throne. I didn't say that, but Mr. Kaido told you to take good care of Yamato, or I'll break your legs. You want me to take good care of Yamato? How do you do that? Please explain it clearly. Jin's exit interrupted the two of them. Kerr bowed slightly to them and saluted them, then slowly walked out of the room. Kerr looked at Jack with a puzzled look and asked. Jin took off his mask, threw it on the table, and said to Jack. Advertisement? Has Master Jack met my mother? Jin wanted to pat Jack's shoulder like he used to, but he found that Jack was much taller than him, so he could only cough lightly, walked aside and continued. Looking at Kerr, whose every move was full of aristocratic etiquette, Jack couldn't help but curl his lips. You don't have to worry about the trade in the mines. Kerr is a talented person and he will manage it all. Of course he is reliable. Kerr is very interested in business, and Kerr's father is not Hedain. If I hadn't noticed, he might have been killed by Hedain. In case they reach Allen Continent and destroy this place. After all, with your talent, if you can continue to grow, it is not impossible for you to reach Mr. Kaido's level. Let's go, Jack. This old man Hedain is quite open-minded, but brother Jin, is this guy named Kerr reliable? Strengthen your own strength. This is the most important thing for you now. After pushing open the door, Jin jumped into the air, transformed into a pteranodon and flew towards the port, leaving Jack with a confused look on his face. After Jin finished speaking, he put on his mask again, tightened his clothes and said. Ahem, Kerr, you look a lot like your mother. But don't run around, Jack. Kerr's mother had a lover when she was young. You know, nobles are always like this. Brother Kaido didn't ask you to take Yamato away? Everything here is on track. Although the topography of Allen Continent does not have a natural barrier like Wano Kuni, ordinary people must pass through this port if they want to enter Allen Continent. Jin shook his head, glanced at Yamato, and then said in a strange tone. Alright. You two will have plenty of time to chat later. Kerr, you go back first. Jack and I have something to discuss. So, come on, Jack, I won't be here anymore. I've already told Lim about some chores. You just stay here. So, there is no doubt about his loyalty. Besides, a man like Hedain would never have the guts to have second thoughts about us beasts pirates. Jack pointed at Yamato who was sleeping soundly in the air and said depressedly. I haven't seen it, but I can tell. Wait, brother Jin, are you just leaving like this? You don't need to waste your time on this, Jack. You have a talent that is further advanced than ours. With the protection of the fishmen, you don't need to worry about the safety here. Your only purpose here is to eliminate those ignorant pirates according to the intelligence. Chapter 133 Look, there's an idiot rowing a boat with a knife. Jin should have already made arrangements long ago for Jack to replace Jin and come to the continent of Allen to be stationed there. Kerr is really a talented person, as Jin said. Everything is running smoothly even without Jack's intervention. When he was free, besides studying rope arts on Yamato, Jack was like a masochist, letting Fendel and Lim attack him. No, it should be said that he was beaten. As long as Jack's immortality breaks through to the next level, he should reach Kaido's level. Based on the experience of docking on ships over the years, the rewards the system can give Jack are all related to the object of docking on the ship. Currently, the only person who has mastered the skill of immortality is Kaido. Therefore, it is a bit far-fetched to rely on the system to obtain this skill. I can only try to see if I can break through it myself. After all, the skills given by the system are of the highest level at the current time. As long as you work hard, it is not impossible to break through. Compared to Kaido's fish fruit, the blue dragon form, the ancient mammoth is definitely not as precious as it. The fact that Kaido can control a variety of natural elements to attack is far superior to the mammoth fruit. But the mammoth fruit also has its advantages. After eating it, Jack's strength and physique were greatly increased. After the fruit awakened, his body's defense was greatly enhanced. The thick and tough mammoth hide has even better defensive power than Kaido's hard dragon scales. Because the elephant's skin is soft and elastic, it enhances the defense of the immortal body. In addition, Jack has strong and exaggerated muscles, so even if he withstands Kaido's 8 fasts, he can continue to escape unscathed. If the immortal body can break through to the next level, Jack believes that when he faces other enemies, except for emission hockey which can cause some damage to him, other attacks will not be able to break through his defense at all. If you want to fight 1 against 1,000, first of all you have to have a strong defense. As a ship king, you can only rely on others certainly can't rely on themselves. Therefore, the breakthrough of immortality is what Jack is most looking forward to at the moment. Because of this, Lim and Findle were so tired that they stuck out their tongues like dogs all day long, which made them both depressed. You are chopping someone with a knife, but the other person excitedly asks you to continue and use more force. How would you feel? As for Yamato, Jack said he couldn't afford it because the girl's attack was vicious, the direction she hit was wrong, and she was targeting him. This is no joke. If one day I lose everything, I can only pray that the system will give me someone else's CK as a reward for docking, and it has to be an extra large size, otherwise it will not match my body shape. After 2 months of this, Jack finally gave up. There was no way. Although Lim was quite powerful, he could only cut a wound on his body at most, and couldn't even penetrate his own muscle tissue. As for Fendel, there was no need to mention him. he was useless except for massaging himself. The pressure these two people put on themselves is not enough. It seems that if they want to make a breakthrough, they can only go out and have fun like Kaido. Advertisement. After making up his mind, Jack was ready to go out and have some fun. But before that, he needed to make sure that everything was safe here, and also ensure that he could return in time if anything happened. The importance of the continent of Allen to the Beast's pirates is no less than that of Wano Kuni. Otherwise, it would be impossible for Jin to stay here for a long time. If something really happened here, it would cause a series of troubles. After touring the mine and the factory and making sure that everything was safe, Jack stroked his chin and looked at the people in front of him in deep thought. As a navigator, Lim must follow, so only Yamato and Fendel can stay. Theoretically speaking, Yamato, who is much stronger than Fendel, is the best candidate to replace himself and stay in the continent of Allen. But she would never agree, so Fendel had to stay. With Fendel's strength, if he brought a group of Murlocs with him, if they were not the kind of guys with super strong observation hockey, the ship would probably sink before they were even seen. No matter what happened, the Murlocs' mobility in the sea would be more convenient than Yamato's. It is definitely not a problem for other fishmen to catch themselves. Besides, Lim is not a person with special abilities. There is also the husky who can swim in the sea. It doesn't matter whether Fendel is on the boat or not. After instructing Fendel and Kerr, the mammoth set off against the wind, and Yamato stood on the deck and shouted excitedly. However, after sailing for half a month, there was still an endless sea, and Yamato began to get bored. Jack was squatting on the deck, holding a fishing rod, fishing calmly. The husky beside him was sticking out its tongue, excitedly waiting for Jack to feed him. Whoosh! Oh my! This fish is very strong. Yamato curled his lips, rolled his big eyes a few times, and ran out of the wheelhouse. Hey, crash. FK, hey, look, there's an idiot rowing a boat with a knife. As the boat rocked, a stream of urine swayed in the wind. Judging from his slightly red cheeks and the red wine glass shaking in his hand, he has drunk quite a bit. Crash. Belch. The mammoth accelerated and almost overturned Mahawk's boat. Mahawk stood up, his face flushed, and slashed towards the sea with force. The boat took advantage of the impact and moved forward rapidly. Advertisement. This is, oh no, the mammoth flew away like an arrow from a bow. Several fishmen shouted in panic. Wait, I recognize you, you guy, you're the marine hunter, Mahawk. A huge sea monster jumped out of the sea in pain. Jack took out his mace and prepared to knock it out, but suddenly he felt empty under his feet and flew uncontrollably towards the sea monster's mouth. Jack opened his eyes, looked at Mahawk, and lowered his head. Master Jack. He was eaten by a sea monster. I'm telling you, it's because of people like you that the ocean environment is getting worse day by day. The sky was a little dark, and on the sea, a boat that looked about the same size as a coffin was rising and falling with the waves. The sea monster had tears in its eyes and turned its head. Mahawk then discovered that there was a person in the sea monster's mouth. How dare you show it? His sharp yellow eyes like an eagle give him an aura of majesty without even getting angry. Clatter. The owner of the boat was a man wearing a black hat with white fluff on his head and a floral shirt, and he also carried a long knife with a handle like a cross on his back. Feeling the urge to urinate, Mahawk used his observation hockey to observe the situation around him before standing up and unbuttoning his pants. Jack's mace got stuck in the sea monster's mouth. The sea monster kept jumping up and down in pain, but the mace went through Jack's pants and got stuck tightly, making it impossible for the sea monster to break free. It could only swim forward in pain. This kind of idiocy will be contagious if you see it too much. Damn it. I'm going to kill all of you guys. Because of Jack's violent movements, the sea beast dived into the seabed again. Mahawk stood there for a while like a wooden chicken, then suddenly pulled up his trousers and sat down, took out the long knife behind him and slid desperately using it as a paddle. Mahawk put his hands behind his back, placed them on the scabbard, and stared vigilantly at the sea monster that suddenly appeared from the bottom of the sea. You are such a jerk. Do you have any sense of public morality? This is none other than Dracula Mahawk, who is also known as the Marine Hunter and is currently very famous among pirates. What are you looking at, Miss Yamato? Go and save Master Jack. Ha 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 ha, sea beast, I told you, there must be something big. Chapter 134. The tone is pretty big. The intense pain in its mouth and the maddening discomfort gradually made the sea beast lose its mind. It shook its head frantically in the sea, trying to throw Jack out of its mouth, but Jack's mace was stuck in the upper and lower gaps between its teeth. No matter how hard it tried, it was useless, and the sea beast gradually lost its mind. Until it saw an island, the sea monster suddenly crashed into the island with red eyes. Bang, 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 once, twice, until the head was covered with blood. Jack and the mace were still stuck in the sea monster's mouth, which made the sea monster lose its last bit of sanity. It accelerated out of the water and then jumped high. Boom. The huge body of the sea monster leapt into the air from the sea, and then dropped its head towards the rocks on the island. After a loud bang, the sea monster's body stopped struggling, and the mace and Jack slipped out of the sea monster's mouth. Pooh. Pooh. After lying there for a while, Jack spat out the blood that splashed into his mouth, looked at his leather pants, and sighed from the bottom of his heart. Thanks to the good quality of Lousy's leather pants, otherwise Lousy's weapon would have been lost. There was chaos on the mammoth at this time. Lim and Yamato stood on the deck with serious faces. Suddenly, they clenched their weapons and waved them hard at the sea. Ming Di. Flash Moon. Boom. Two sword energies and a stick energy of similar size collided with the sword energy flying towards the mammoth in the air, and then dissipated. Lim then shouted loudly. Speed up. We must catch up with Master Jack. The opponent is Marine Hunter Hawkeye Mihawk. If the stalemate continues like this, the mammoth will definitely be chopped into pieces by his slashes. Don't act rashly, you guys. The other party is not a person with special abilities. Even if you destroy his ship, you can't stop him. Princess Yamato is here, so let's not take any risks. Now chase that sea beast with all your strength. Make sure to rescue Master Jack. Looking at Mihawk, who was using the slash as power to speed up and catch up with the mammoth, Lim felt a little anxious. Just based on this skill, this guy named Mihawk is worthy of his reputation. If it were on land, Lim, who is also a swordsman, would definitely be excited to meet such a master, but now Jack has been swallowed by a sea monster and Yamato is still on the boat. In this situation, Lim did not dare to be careless at all, and tried his best to stop the fishman who wanted to attack Mihawk. Fortunately, as Jack's right-hand man, Lim is also very prestigious among the mermen. The mermen suppressed their anger and stood on the deck, staring at Mihawk coldly. Look at me, Kamui, get out of here, advertisement. The smell of sea beast's meat attracted countless wild beasts, but after Jack used Conqueror's Shock, the beasts all ran away with their tails between their legs. The crackling grease was constantly jumping under the scorching flames. Jack sniffed hard and a strong aroma came towards him. He didn't know what the name of this sea beast was, but even without spices, it exuded an intoxicating fragrance. As for how the flames came about, as a swordsman with swordsmanship skills, Jack could have created the property of ignition by waving his stick in the air a few times. Isn't that too much? Tisk tisk, it's delicious. After a while, Jack couldn't help but take a bite, sighed from the bottom of his heart, and couldn't help singing. I once dreamed of traveling around the world with a stick and seeing the prosperity of the world. Found it, it's Master Jack. Master Jack has escaped. At this time, a surprised shout came from the mammoth. The lookout looked at Jack, who was leisurely eating barbecue on the shore, and shouted in surprise. What? After taking out the telescope and looking over, Lim shouted loudly at Mihawk who was chasing him closely behind him. Speed up. Pull the boat over. Jack looked up and saw the mammoth speeding towards him. It showed no sign of slowing down, which made Jack a little confused. But then the mammoth accelerated, and with the help of the merman, risking capsizing, it drifted on the sea, leaving Jack with his mouth wide open in surprise. But Jack soon knew what happened. A huge sword energy flew straight from the sea. If the mammoth had not dodged in time, it would have been hit. However, this direction. What the hell? What the hell is this? Boom! Jack's laughter was full of sarcasm. He looked down at Mihawk, who couldn't even reach his stomach, and said with disdain. The sword energy hit Jack accurately. Under Lim's worried gaze, Jack's body slowly leaned back, and then he pushed hard against the sword energy, causing it to explode directly. Beast's Pirates has lost a big boss from now on. As Mihawk slashed, the coffin-like boat jumped up and landed next to Jack. Then Mihawk stared at Jack with cold eyes and walked down from the boat. So it's you, a civic-minded little dog, come. Boom. Did you eat too much garlic? Are you still dying? Before Mihawk could get angry, Jack saw the mammoth docked on the shore and shouted to Mihawk. Advertisement. Draw your weapons. Die. The two looked at each other again. Jack's smile looked slightly hideous against the backdrop of blood. Then Mihawk heard a loud shout. Wait for me for a moment. I'll be back soon, Marine Hunter, Hawkeye Mihawk. Jack waved at Mihawk and shouted. Mihawk, who was chasing the mammoth, narrowed his eyes and looked over involuntarily. Pull the boat over, but Master Jack. As soon as their eyes met, Jack grinned. Don't come back unless I tell you to. Got it, hee. Beasts Pirates to Jack the Drow. Let me see how powerful this much vaunted Marine Hunter really is. You guys, drive the mammoth away. I was a little disappointed that I couldn't meet you. I didn't expect you to catch up with me. As the smoke dissipated, Jack touched the blood flowing from his head, looked at the scar on his chest, and raised his head to look at the sea with excitement. Looking at Jack with a gloomy face, even Yamato couldn't help but stick out his tongue. Walking to Airha, the fish people didn't dare to breathe. I didn't expect the gun to be so small, but the tone is so big. As Mihawk watched, Jack appeared on the mammoth in a flash. Looking at the angry Yamato, the eager Lim, and the fishmen who were ready to fight Mihawk, Jack said in a deep voice. Mihawk's tone was full of murderous intent, and he clenched the long knife in his hand and pointed it at Jack. But unfortunately, you are going to die today, shave. God is really helping me. Whether my immortal body can be advanced depends on you. Ha 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 ha. Very good, hee hee hee. Chapter 135 Iron Body misled me. Bang. After a muffled sound, Mihawk's slashing attack was once again blocked by Jack with his body, and Mihawk's eyes became even colder. A man's reputation is like a tree's shadow, and Jack the Drow's strength is indeed well deserved. Since going out to sea, this was the first time that Mihawk saw someone who could block his attack with his body, and he couldn't help but look up to Jack. But it's a pity that no matter how strong you are, you must die today. And those pirates, otherwise, my reputation as Mihawk will be ruined. Gia stuck out his tongue and licked the blood flowing down his head, feeling the inexplicable restlessness in his body, and his heart was filled with excitement. As expected of a marine hunter, he broke his own defense before even using his full strength. This means that this guy named Mihawk can completely hurt himself. I need to suffer a serious blow now, so that the external pressure can stimulate the growth of my immortal body. Only such a master can be his final opponent in the panacea for his promotion to immortality. Thinking of this, Jack's eyes became more excited, and he appeared in a human beast form, shouting to Mihawk. Thin dog. Cut me. You be asterisk 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 d. Mihawk, who used to be extremely calm, had his blood pressure rise countless times after meeting Jack. Hearing Jack's ridicule again, Mihawk clenched the long knife with both hands, pondered for a while, and swung it at Jack. Swish. The power of this slash was undoubtedly enormous. Both in terms of size and powerful impact, it was incomparable to the previous slashes. But Jack had made preparations early. The elephant skin in the awakened state was thicker and more elastic, and the armament hockey was also concentrated on the chest. Facing the flying sword energy, Jack swung his hands back vigorously, exerted force with his feet, and met it with his chest. Clang. Boom. The sword energy collided with Jack's body, making a sound of golden swords, and then under Mihawk's gaze, Jack's body slowly leaned forward, and then he pushed his head hard and shouted, and the sword energy responded and reflected behind Mihawk. The real power of this attack method of slashing and emitting sword energy is not its sharpness, but its unparalleled force. A powerful swordsman can use skills to allow his own strength to emit sword energy through slashing, which can be continuously accumulated to generate an unstoppable force to destroy everything. However, with the blessing of absolute power, even though the sword energy attack method does not focus on sharpness, it is still extremely sharp. Jack was able to use his body to deflect his own attack without suffering any damage. This extraordinary strength and body defense once again amazed Mihawk. Ha 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 ha. Mihawk the Hawkeye. That's all the attack power you can get? That's all? Not as good as that red-haired idiot? Advertisement. After hearing Jack's shouting, Mihawk's eyes turned cold. He raised his sword, pushed his feet hard, and flew forward. Oink oink. Mihawk held the long knife in both hands and chopped at Jack with a dazzling burst of attacks. Then Mihawk crossed his hands in front of his chest and looked up at Jack. Golden hair kept falling from Jack's head, and then a few drops of blood fell from Jack's body. Jack moved his body and felt the stinging pain on his back and chest. He touched his messy hair and said impatiently. What are you doing? Didn't you say that your swordsmanship is unrivaled? Have you ever met an opponent? Is this the only attack power you have? I asked you to cut me. I didn't ask you to cut my hair. Are you Mr. Tony? Are you still going to charge lousy? I'm telling you, I don't want to be a member. In fact, Mihawk's attack had penetrated Jack's thick skin. However, Jack's bulging muscles beneath the skin prevented the long knife from going any deeper. Thundering 8 trigrams. Feeling the force of the blow, Mihawk narrowed his eyes and took a few steps back, creating some distance between himself and Jack. Jack the Drow is indeed worthy of his reputation. I'm excited to meet an opponent like you, even though you're not a pure swordsman. Mihawk finally spoke to Jack, and his expression became extremely serious. Since you are so confident in your defense, then let me show you how I break your defense. After Mihawk finished speaking, he closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Although Jack expressed his disdain for Mihawk, he was not at all careless in his heart. Hockey circulated throughout his body, and he was ready to resist at any time. Swish, oink oink. Watch this, come on, cut me. No wonder the world government wants to wipe you out. It's unbelievable that at your age, you have such powerful strength. You are simply a monster. When the huge sword energy rushed towards him, Jack gathered all his strength and even his face turned black. Mihawk turned around and walked slowly backwards. This time, Mihawk stopped slowly after walking hundreds of meters. At the same time, an extremely strong aura emerged from Mihawk. It's a pity that this monster is going to die in my hands today. It's really a pity. Boom. Advertisement. This is definitely not Hockey's crushing, but a special technique, right? That's it, Iron Mud Horse. Of blocks. After a brief accumulation of power, a dazzling light appeared in front of Mihawk's knife, and even the people on the mammoth covered their eyes. You're really an expert, you never call out names. As you wish. I'm the exact opposite of you. This attack can break through my hockey defense? Iron. I just want to see what kind of strength the legendary swordsman known as the Marine Hunter has. Jack shook his head and looked down at Mihawk, his tone full of uncontrollable excitement. It seems that few people can match your level of development of devil fruit. A huge wound appeared between Jack's abdomen and chest, and blood continued to flow out of the wound. However, after Jack's abdominal muscles moved a few times, the wound closed again. Then Jack turned his head and looked at Mihawk with a serious face and said, Great. Come on. Mihawk the Hawkeye. After a loud bang, Yamato and Lim quickly opened their eyes. Jack's tall body swayed a few times and then lay weakly on the ground. Iron body. Mihawk adjusted his hat and looked up at Jack. The eagle's eyes were full of fighting spirit, which made Jack excited. This time, great. Mihawk lowered his head and said slowly and confidently. Iron body misled me, armament color emission? Hee. This move might actually kill me, but I also have a trump card, Mihawk. Although you caused me considerable injuries, it's a pity that your attack is not as strong as Shanks. I am very disappointed in you. It was a similar move to before, the only difference was that this time Mihawk came to Jack's side, swung the long sword only 3 times with both hands, and then landed behind Jack. Jack is an adult. You mean, you're absolutely sure you can kill me? Come on, Mihawk. Chapter 136. Give me a face, huff. Mihawk, who had performed this move, was also exhausted and out of breath. The chase had already consumed a lot of Mihawk's energy, and fighting with the thick-skinned Jack for such a long time had also consumed most of Mihawk's armament haki. Although the moves seemed simple, the physical strength required for each strike is enough to exhaust an ordinary person. Although swordsmen are all very strong, they are not monsters that cannot feel fatigue. The battle with Jack was the most exhilarating yet the most frustrating battle Mihawk had ever had since he went to sea. The fun part is that Jack is like a living target. He never dodges when facing my attacks, allowing me to fully display my skills. The frustrating thing is that even if he didn't dodge, I couldn't kill him. Although he is now seriously injured, his companions have already arrived. From the confrontation on the sea just now, the handsome swordsman and the little girl with the mace are not weaklings, not to mention there is a group of ferocious fishmen and pirates. In my current state, I definitely can't defeat them. While he was thinking, Lim jumped over, drew his sword and confronted Mihawk, while Yamato led the fishmen to rescue Jack. "We've got him, Master Jack. Wake up, Jack, big dumb elephant." Mihawk's attack directly broke the huge island into two halves, and the seriously injured Jack fell into the sea. Fortunately, the fishman salvage team was quite professional and pulled Jack out in a short time. Yamato looked worried, his eyes reddened. There was a horrible wound on Jack's chest. The thick muscles were torn apart, and it seemed as if the beating heart could be seen. Jack closed his eyes, his face full of pain, and blood kept spurting out of the corners of his mouth. "Get out of the way! Get out of the way!" After the fishmen carried Jack onto the deck, the ship's doctor hurried over with a medical box. However, Jack's eyes suddenly opened at this moment, and the hideous wound on his chest closed at a speed visible to the naked eye. This is... Jack is an adult. Boom! Jack jumped from the boat with his tall body to Mihawk's side. Lim, who was confronting Mihawk, saw this and immediately stepped aside with a look of joy on his face. Mihawk looked at the sword mark on Jack's chest and his heart grew colder. Has physical skills reached this level? Can they forcibly close severed blood vessels? Control your own muscles and restore your body's muscle energy. This guy is such a formidable opponent. Mihawk said nothing, holding the knife in both hands, jumped into the air, and chopped down at Jack. However, Jack changed into a human beast form and seemed to continue to resist. He still had no intention of dodging, which made Lim on the side nervously shout. "Jack is an adult." Bang! This. After taking several steps back, Mihawk finally managed to steady himself. Looking at Jack who was unharmed, Mihawk felt even colder in his heart. Advertisement. Why is it that after this guy was severely injured, his defense became even stronger? Is it my illusion? After thinking for a few seconds, Mihawk gripped the long knife again and rushed towards Jack. Bang! Bang! Clang! How is that possible? The long sword collided with Jack's body, and Mihawk found that his long sword could not break Jack's defense at all, so he quickly chopped at Jack's head. However, the sound of the sword was so crisp, and the long sword fell to the ground, and there was not even a white mark on Jack's body, which shocked Mihawk extremely. How on earth did you do that? Your body's defense is now completely different from what it was just now. Mihawk raised his head and looked at Jack, his tone full of doubt. How did you do that? Jack looked at the level of immortality on the panel and grinned, revealing his sharp teeth. Ha 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 ha. Thank you so much. You were the only one missing, and you really broke it. But is this the only attack you can do? It seems that launching so many slashes has consumed a lot of your physical strength and your armament haki. Bang! Jack pulled out the giant tooth from his waist, slammed it into the ground, smiled at Mihawk and said, "Besides that red-haired Shanks, you are the first swordsman who has hurt me so badly, no. It should be said that only the two of you have caused such serious injuries to me. Although you are a little stronger than the redheads from the past 2 years, I have become stronger." Jack's smile gradually turned ferocious, and then he said word by word. "So, you can only die. Shave, Dad's 84 hexagrams." The sudden attack made Mihawk unable to dodge, and he could only raise the long sword in his hand to meet the attack. Clang! Ivory jet! Puff! After such a severe blow, your haki's recovery speed will also be slow, so you will have no choice but to die. Jack raised the mace in his hand, looked at Mihawk with a gloomy expression and said, "It's no use." Advertisement. After pulling out the ivory from his shoulder with great effort, Mihawk calmed himself and rushed towards Jack again with the sword in hand. As Jack spoke, Mihawk once again distanced himself and began to prepare himself. A bright sword energy appeared again, but facing the sword energy flying towards him this time, Jack slowly raised his foot. Mihawk looked at Jack, who was smiling, and said firmly, "Bullets, sword energy, and the sudden conqueror's haki caused many of the mammoth's fishmen and pirates to fall into the sea like dumplings." At the same time, a haki's voice reached Jack's ears. "Give me some face. How about just stopping here?" Even at this point, he can still launch such a powerful attack. He is indeed a true master. "Because my goal has been achieved." After he finished speaking, Jack was about to smash down with his mace, but a strong sense of crisis arose in his heart, and Jack quickly dodged to the side. "And compared to me as a zone esper, my physique is far superior to yours. Then I'll just have to give you a ride. Remember, don't pee or poop anywhere in your next life." Bang! Bang! However, after trying his best to block Jack's attack, Mihawk, with numb hands, was completely unprepared for the sudden spurting out of ivory. Bang! "I have no interest in this. If you want my life, you can take it." Mihawk's body flew backwards dozens of meters and only stopped after crashing into several large trees. After the Tempest kick and Mahawk's slash collided in the air, Mahawk's sword energy dissipated a little, but it still flew towards Jack. Jack dodged slightly by turning his body to the side, looked at Mahawk in surprise and said, "Swish. I don't know what's good for me, I'm not Kaido." Tempest kick athlete's foot. "I'll give you a slap, you idiot." Even though Jack didn't dodge, Mahawk's attack didn't cause any damage to Jack. "With my current physical defense, you can't even use emission, so there's no way you can cause me any harm. The long chase on the sea has consumed a lot of your energy." "That's not necessarily true, are you exhausted?" "Boom. How about giving you a chance to join the Beast's pirates?" The bent tusk spun rapidly in the air and pierced into Mahawk's shoulders. The huge impact force caused Mahawk to spurt blood and fly backwards. Buzz. "But I hid this time." Chapter 137. You have a group of very good companions. Red-haired Shanks. Looking at the group of fashionable and diverse pirates who suddenly appeared on the pirate ship, Jack's face immediately fell. "You non-mainstream idiot. How dare you appear in front of me? It seems that your strength has increased a lot." Jack carefully looked at Shanks' companions, then looked at the curly-haired pirates who were aiming their guns at him and said with murderous intent, "You have found some new and powerful companions, haven't you? This guy's shooting skills are quite accurate." "Ha ha ha. Usopp, put the gun down, we're old friends." Shanks stopped his companions from following him, jumped off the boat alone, and said to Jack as he walked towards him, "There's no need to be so tense, how about giving me some face?" Jack's eyes turned red with anger. Last time, he beat him so badly and he ran away, now he asked me to give you face. Thinking of this, Jack shouted angrily, "Who is your old friend? I'll give you a favor and I'll give you an eggplant, do you want one? I heard you went to the weakest sea. What happened? Did you go traveling? Or were you scared away by me? Don't worry, I don't bear grudges. Come over here and let me hit you with a stick." "Wait. You guy. What's wrong with you? Where's your left arm?" As Shanks got closer, the breeze blew up Shanks' black cloak, and Jack realized that Shanks' left arm was empty, and he had become a disabled person. With Shanks' ability, he is among the best even in the New World, but he lost his arm after just one trip. Is there anyone so powerful in East Blue? Isn't it the weakest sea? Ha ha ha. The arm. Hearing Jack's question, Shanks, standing opposite Jack, raised his head and said loudly, "I bet my arm on New World, bet on New World?" Jack said hesitantly, "Are the stakes so high for you guys to gamble? Do you always bet on your hands and feet? Which casino in New World did you play in? I can't tell you have a good gambling record. But you seem to be left-handed, right? If you bet on your arm, wouldn't you bet on your right arm?" "Oh, you are so confused." Shanks looked at Jack helplessly, then stamped his feet and said, "It's not that bet, it's not this New World either. I'm betting on a new era, the future, do you understand? You donated your arm for scientific research, cloning? Advertisement." Shanks lowered his head helplessly and said resignedly, "Forget it. Just think of it as gambling." "Oh." Jack looked at Shanks and felt like something was missing. After a while, Jack realized that Shanks' unique straw hat was gone, so he continued to ask, "Where's the straw hat on your head? Why aren't you wearing it anymore? It matches your temperament very well. It makes people feel very friendly at first glance, just like a farmer working on the land. It's also a bet. A gamble, tisk tisk." Jack shook his head and said with some disdain, "Then the casino you went to was quite shabby, they wanted everything. But you lost your hat, does Miyazaki know?" Shanks looked at Jack in confusion, not knowing what to say. Ahem. Mahawk's cough drew Shanks' attention back. After seeing the injuries on Mahawk's body, Shanks' eyes revealed a hint of surprise, but he still mocked Mahawk. "Ha ha ha ha. It's rare to see someone so embarrassed." As soon as Shanks appeared, Mahawk knew that he would definitely not die today, and his tense mood relaxed. After all, who would want to die when they can be alive? "Humph. I just consumed too much energy before the battle. But if you lose, you lose. Even if you fight him, your fate won't be much better than mine." As the two were mocking each other, Jack's face suddenly turned ugly and he shouted at Mahawk, "You skinny dog, you're trash. Damn it, cough cough." Mahawk was so angry that he covered his shoulder and coughed. Seeing this, Shanks quickly said to Jack, "Hey, you may have won, but there's no need to insult your opponent." "Insult?" Looking at the system prompt, Jack shook his head disdainfully and said, "The high-level hockey of observation hockey that was automatically obtained in the lottery was obtained. Did you know he peed everywhere? He took off his pants and peed in the sea? He almost peed in my face. Do you think he is so poor given his strength? What we're saying is, can't we even buy a boat with a toilet? His pee polluted the entire ocean, now our ships are sailing in his pee. I called him rubbish, was I wrong? I see, I never realized that before. If you still want to continue fighting, then I'll take it for him." Advertisement at Jack's command, the fishmen made way for a man with long hair. "Ah, I already understand the general situation, it's just a misunderstanding." After the red-haired group left, Yamato, who had been dissuaded by Lim, ran to Jack and said angrily. Jack looked at Beckman, who was smoking a cigarette on the boat, and said softly, "You should have some self-awareness, do you really think I'm invincible?" Shanks was overjoyed when he heard this and immediately laughed out loud. "You have some great companions, but, no need, just take this little dog and go. And it's because of you that I can't beat them." Shanks' voice was getting louder and louder, almost shouting at the end. Jack lowered his head to look at Shanks' empty sleeves, then moved his gaze to Shanks' boat. Why let them go like this? Can you please give me some face and stop here? Jack walked quickly towards the mammoth, and at the same time a helpless voice came to Yamato. Ha ha ha. Thank you very much, Jack, you're a nice guy. Let him come over, my companion is a good doctor, do you need him to treat you? Puff. But, while his companions were treating Mihawk, Shanks walked over to Jack and whispered. Call, ha ha ha, really, thank you very much. You be asterisk 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 D, ahem. Shanks, you lost your left arm. It is impossible for you to use swordsmanship with your right arm as well as your left arm in such a short time. So even though I am seriously injured, you are definitely not our opponent right now. Seawater is supposed to have salt in it. When you poop, doesn't it hurt when you get splashed by seawater? Mihawk was so ashamed and angry that he spit out a mouthful of blood and fainted. This scared Shanks and he quickly called for his companions. Looking at the domineering Jack, Shanks looked at Mihawk with an expression of sudden enlightenment. So today I won't give you an eggplant, I'll give you face. You're hurt so badly, why don't you kill him? You can't beat him, I can help you. So this is how you relieve yourself. Shanks touched his chin and said doubtfully. Hey, are you okay? Deeg? Come over here and take a look. Chapter 138 Go to the Fishman Island again. Immortality. The two characters Haki are the name of the 4th level of immortality. Although it was not a level obtained from the system and did not reach the highest point of the current level, it still amazed Jack. Whether it is the feeling coming from various organs of the body or the blood flowing in the blood vessels like a stream, it is something I have never experienced before. Every cell in the body seemed to have its own life and consciousness, and could respond optimally when Jack walked or made other movements. This feeling is really hard to describe. It is as if my body has turned into a high wall with workers working on it, or it is a pond that has been dry for a long time and is welcoming a heavy rain. It took Jack half a day to get used to it. Hiss. Mad. Feeling the sharp pain in his chest, Jack broke out in a cold sweat again. The other moves in this Marine 6 styles are all relatively practical and powerful physical techniques, but the Iron Body move is a complete pitfall. Its function is to mobilize muscles to strengthen the defense of a certain part of the body by accelerating blood flow. Ordinary attacks cannot break its defense, not even bullets and swords. However, as powerful as it looks, it actually has a huge weakness. While mobilizing the muscles, if encountering a more powerful attack, Iron Body will forcibly mobilize the blood flow of various organs in the body to continue to strengthen its own surface defense. If someone can break through the Iron Body's defense, or if someone hits it with absolute power, it is easy to get hurt more seriously. And it's usually not sensed, it's simply a big pit. The skill Iron Body is supposed to be used to deal with attacks from miscellaneous soldiers. When fighting against a master, using it will only result in more serious injuries. If it weren't for its strong defense, it would probably be barbecue. Although his wounds had been treated by the ship's doctor, he had to stay well behaved for at least a few weeks. Oh, damn it, Iron Body has misled me, rubbish Iron Body. Iron Mud Horse. Jack secretly swore in his heart that he would eliminate the rubbish physical technique Iron Body from his skill list from now on. No wonder Kaido sneered at the skill of Rokushiki. After years of hard training, he died on the spot when he used Iron Body. Who could bear this? The warm sea breeze gently blew Jack's long hair. Jack sat on the deck and fished calmly. Yamato, who was next to him, was tied with a high-purity seastone chain and had a husky sitting under his butt so that he could not move and kept spitting at Jack. Jack still underestimated the power of the immortal body. After breaking through to a higher level, in addition to the increase in the body's internal and external defense, the body's recovery and toughness were also greatly enhanced. After a week, Jack felt that he was fine. He just needed to rest for a while and wait until the wound was completely healed. Pooh, let me go, Airha, advertisement. I am your master. Have you forgotten? You traitor, who made you so fat? Seeing that Jack didn't respond after scolding for a long time, Yamato started scolding his beloved pet again. Airha looked at Jack's mace that was emitting a cold light, silently drooped his ears and closed his eyes. Cuckoo. A newsbird was circling in the sky above Jack. After Jack waved at it, the newsbird slowly landed beside Jack. Lim on the side took the newspaper and handed over the change. Jack also threw it a small fish he had caught. The newsbird flew into the air with the fish in its mouth, nodded to Jack to express its gratitude, and then flew forward again. Lim handed the newspaper to Jack, and when Jack opened it, he was stunned. The fall of the Murloc hero. The death of Fisher Tiger, captain of the Sun Pirates. Wounded by a marine ambush on Foreshot Island? Died because humans refused to donate blood? This is such a pity, but, is this an opportunity for me? The fishmen of the Sun Pirates are definitely the elite among the elite, if we let them join the Beast's pirates. Jack did it as soon as he thought of it. He handed the newspaper to Lim beside him and took out a Den Den Mushi from his back pocket. After a long wait, a lazy female voice came from Den Den Mushi. Master Jack, what's going on? Mr. Kaido is still resting. Jack raised his head, looked at the sun that was about to set below the sea level, and whispered to the Den Den Mushi. It's no big deal. Tell Kaido that Yamato is pregnant. Well, I'll crack. What, you be asterisk 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 D, you little brat, what are you saying? After wiping off the saliva sprayed on his face by Den Den Mushi, Jack said quickly. I'm just kidding, don't get so excited, Kaido-sama. Advertisement. I just saw in the newspaper that the captain of the Sun Pirates, Fisher Tiger, who has been active on the Grand Line for many years, has died. Those fishmen dare not return to the Fishmen Island because they are being rewarded by the world government. I heard from Fendel that the Murlocs and the Sun Pirates are all very strong. So, I want to go to the Grand Line again, Kaido on the other end of Dendenmushi was a little confused, but he quickly understood Jack's idea, sat up and said with interest. So, you mean, you want them to join the Beast's Pirates? That's a good idea. I heard that some of the fishmen from our Beast's Pirates also know the members of the Sun Pirates. Then I'll leave it to you, Jack, just go for it. Hearing Kaido about to hang up the Dendenmushi, Jack quickly shouted. Wait, what about Allen Continent? Who should be sent to garrison there? Fendel must follow me. He knows a lot of people. Lim must follow me too. Why don't you send someone over there? Let Yamato go. With Yamato's current strength, there will be no problem at all. Hello. Well, looking at the Dendenmushi with its eyes closed, Jack sighed helplessly. As the newspaper circulated, the fishmen all knew the news of Fisher Tiger's death. They talked about it and cursed the humans for being shameless. They also wanted to attack the marine base. Some radical fishmen even clashed with the human pirates on the ship. Even Fendel, after learning the news, contacted Jack through Dendenmushi, begging Jack to avenge Tiger and destroy Fourshot Island. Only then did Jack understand Tiger's position among the fishmen. But even so, Jack couldn't spoil these Murlocs. Not only did he scold Fendel, he also almost dried those Murlocs who were looking for trouble into fish jerky, which made them calm down quickly and restored the mammoth's former peace. After arriving at the continent of Allen and beating up Yamato, Yamato agreed to be stationed in the port of Rensk. According to Fendel, since most of the members of the Sun Pirates were slaves of the Celestial Dragons and had long been wanted by the world government, they would never return to the Fishmen Island. However, if you want to find the location of the Sun Pirates, you must go to the Fishmen Island, because in addition to the close relationship between Fisher Tiger and Ryugu City, the new Captain Jinbei was once a Neptune soldier of Ryugu City. Jack couldn't help but touch his chin, remembering the last time Princess Odahime wanted to control her own thoughts with her unique ability. What would happen if I destroyed Dragon Palace City? Chapter 139 Beast's Pirates have a very good reputation. Although Fender respected Tiger very much and was very angry when he learned of Tiger's death, he knew that he had now joined the Beast's Pirates and must not act recklessly. At the beginning, Fender was actually somewhat reluctant to join the Beast's Pirates. He joined the Beast's Pirates because he knew Kaido's strength and was afraid that the Fishmen Island would be destroyed by Jack. But since joining the Beast's Pirates, not only has Jack fulfilled all of his promises, but Kaido has also shown great respect for the Fishman. Kaido specifically leveled the protective mountains on Onigashima for the Fishmen and opened up the seabed. He not only built a paradise exclusively for the Fishmen on land, but also built many houses on the seabed. Now, Wanakuna's Blade Port has been handed over to the Fishman. Not to mention the discrimination against Murlocs like in other places, even human pirates who speak ill of Murlocs will be severely punished, which led to the arrogance of the Murlocs on Ghost Island. After being severely taught a lesson by Jack, the Murlocs finally corrected their attitude. Compared to human pirates, the Fishmen can follow the merchant ships back to the Fishmen Island, which makes the human pirates who have not returned to their hometown for many years very jealous. Of course, the reason why Kaido treats the Murlocs so well is that he wants more Murlocs to join. But this made many of the fishmen who joined the Beast's Pirates feel a great sense of belonging, and they tried their best to persuade their compatriots to join the Beast's Pirates. Even though most of them are orphans from Fishman Street, they return to the Fishmen Island with human specialties, bragging about their experiences in life in Beast's Pirates, and describing the scenery that these fishmen will hardly see in their lifetime. This has a huge impact on the residents who have been living on the Fishmen Island. You can say one or two of them are liars, but what about hundreds or thousands of compatriots who have returned alive from the human world standing in front of you? Will you still be so persistent in your doubts? Therefore, in the past 2 years, many fishmen have chosen to bring their families and follow merchant ships to live in Wano-kuni, and their number has increased exponentially. To be honest, if Fennel were asked to choose between Tiger and Beast's Pirates, he would definitely not choose Tiger now. If Tiger is the hero of the Murlocs, then Beast's Pirates are the hope of the Murlocs standing in the sun. Most of the fishmen on the ship had the same idea as Findle, and slowly calmed down after the excitement. At this time, the mammoth also arrived at the Fishmen Island. My lord, this is Jack the Drow from the Beast's Pirates. Let them go, and notify King Neptune immediately. Compared to the last time, the guards monitoring the passage did not waste too much time this time. In just about 2 minutes, the gate of the passage was completely opened. The mammoth slowly moved forward along the dark and deep passage until it surfaced. Clatter, oh hoo, I'm back again, Master Jack, can we go down now? Advertisement, go. Remember to return to the port at this time in 3 days. At Jack's command, hundreds of Murloc pirates excitedly jumped into the sea, while Fendel and dozens of Murlocs continued to stay on the mammoth and did not leave like them. When the mammoth arrived at the port, Jack was a little confused. A group of fishmen came over early. After seeing the human pirates on the ship, they were not afraid but shouted excitedly. Look, that's the Beast's Pirates ship. Look at that figurehead and that logo. I know it. That's Jack the Drow from the Beast's Pirates. Everyone come quickly. Holy shit, what's going on? Why do you look so excited? I remember the last time I brought people here, you were like mice seeing a cat. How come this time you acted like you saw your relatives? Lim was also a little confused. He looked at Jack, and they both walked away in confusion. It was not until the crowd kept asking questions that a few people finally understood what was going on. Hey, this ship is so big, it must be able to carry a lot of people, right? How many people are you planning to take away this time? I have an acquaintance, take us away first. The neighbor across the street from my fourth uncle's house, his second cousin's son has been taken away by you. It shouldn't be a problem for our family to go too. Well, Jack was surrounded by a group of Murlocs and was a little overwhelmed. The migration of Murlocs has always been the responsibility of the caravan and Jack never cared about it, so Jack didn't know that Beast's Pirates is so popular now. Hey, you bastards, disperse. This is not a merchant ship. We are not here to pick you up, disperse immediately. If you want to go to the land, please register, get the documents done, get the consent of the Dragon Palace City, and then slowly queue up. After Fendel led the fishmen to drive away the crowd for most of the day, the crowd reluctantly dispersed slowly. Then Fendel looked at Jack and the others who were confused, and said quickly. I just heard from the people in the Chamber of Commerce that there are a lot of fishmen who want to go to Wano Kuni this year. This is the first time I have seen them today. Some time ago, a few fishmen who set up stalls at Wano Kuni night market came back with their families to visit their relatives, and then caused a sensation on the Fishman Island. Compared to us who live in Fishman Street, the fishmen living in the town not only have more relatives, but also know more people. They are more persuasive than us. The last time, the number of Murlocs that followed them was said to be more than 2,000, and that was because the merchant ship was unable to pull in too many people. Advertisement. After hearing the news, many fishmen waited at the harbor every day for the merchant ships of the Beast's Pirates, hoping to go to land. Our reputation as Beast's Pirates is very good now on the Fishman Island. Although there are still more fishmen who doubt us, I believe that as long as we continue like this, sooner or later, everyone on the Fishman Island will understand. Only the Beast's Pirates are the saviors of his fishmen. Only Mr. Kaido is the man who can truly let his fishmen stand in the sun without any scruples. Ahem. Looking at Jack who looked unhappy, Fendel said quickly. Of course, only Master Jack is the real hero who can save us fish people. Shut up, Fendel. Jack patted Fendel on the shoulder and said softly. If you don't know how to flatter, then don't flatter me blindly. I don't want to be a hero. A hero? Humph. Only the dead can bear it. Let me ask you something. Will Ryugubu City agree if we do this? Does the Whitebeard Pirates have any objection? I remember that the Fishman Island is still under their protection, right? Rubbing his numb shoulders, Fendel explained with a grin. After confirming that it is truly safe for the fishmen to go to land, Princess Odahime is very supportive of the fishmen who want to live on land. As for the Whitebeard Pirates, the merchant ship we brought here did not fly the flag of the Beast's Pirates. Besides, it was just a merchant ship. Ryugu Castle did not object, let alone the Whitebeard Pirates. Tisk tisk, hearing what Fendel said, Jack couldn't help but touch his smooth chin. If that's the case, sooner or later the Fishman Island will be emptied by us Beast's Pirates. That's impossible, Master Jack. Not to mention that there are millions of fishmen here. If the number of people leaving reaches a certain level, I think Ryugu City will definitely stop them. Snort. Jack looked at the fishman in the distance, looked at him with hope, and said to himself. If you don't have absolute strength and control, and want to stop the hopes of the vast majority of people, there will be only one outcome. That's destruction. Chapter 140 Uncle, please save Brother Arlong. Although Neptune's army kept coming, King Neptune's family and the ministers in charge did not show up, so Jack took Lim and others to play in Ryugu Castle. Several team leaders of the Neptune army wanted to lead their teams to continue surveillance, but Jack gave them a look and they stayed where they were. One of them had a complicated expression on his face. He glanced at Jack and the others, then found an excuse to run towards Fishman Street. Although the Beast's Pirates have become famous in the Fishman Island, more residents still look at Lim and his team with fear in their eyes. However, when they saw several fishmen from Findle, their eyes turned into curiosity, and they didn't understand why their compatriots would walk with humans. Jack is an adult. Fendel looked a little hesitant, but he still mustered up the courage to say. Although I heard you mention what Princess Odahime did to you last time, and I know you were very annoyed with her, I still hope that when you see her later, we can resolve this matter peacefully. Princess Odahime is very popular in our country and is deeply trusted and loved by the people. Even King Neptune is not as popular as Princess Odahime. Master Jack, if you hurt Princess Odahime, I think we will be in big trouble. Jack tilted his head and looked at Fender expressionlessly. It was not until Fender's face was covered with sweat that Jack suddenly grinned. Ha ha ha. What are you worried about, Fendel? Jack, always convince people with reason. I'm a pacifist. Besides, I don't want to cause any trouble for Kaido-san with the Whitebeard Pirates protecting me. So, you can rest assured that I will never kill Princess Odahime. Whenever Findle gets excited, the kakuzu on his head changes color constantly. Jack touched Findle's horns and exclaimed. I haven't realized before that this thing of yours is made of meat. I suggest you put on a different perfume every day. Maybe you'll be more attractive that way. This thing of yours is much more useful than Fulu Show's head in the Kaiba minister's mouth. Oh, say Seahorse and Seahorse will be here. Jack narrowed his eyes as he looked at the group of Neptune soldiers running towards him. Princess Odahime. Princess Odahime. Wait a minute. Leading the way was Princess Odahime, who looked very excited, and behind her, Minister Kaiba and a group of Neptune soldiers were desperately chasing after Princess Odahime. Although Princess Otahime was petite, she put her hands behind her back and ran as fast as a ninja with her short legs, causing Minister Kaiba to shout desperately from behind. Mr. Jack! Huff! The braking performance of her short legs was excellent, and Princess Otahime stopped at Jack's feet in an instant. Advertisement Jack bent down, suddenly stretched out his hand to grab Princess Otahime, and then turned around. Bang! Well! Ah! Minister Kaiba, who had no time to brake, suddenly fell headfirst into Princess Otahime. Minister Kaiba felt as if his long mouth had hit a steel door, and tears came out of his eyes due to the pain. Jack then put the confused Princess Otahime on the ground, looked at Minister Kaiba who was covering his mouth in pain, and said earnestly, "Be careful when you run. Did you see how dangerous it was just now? Wait, Princess Otahime isn't even 30 yet, right? That's all right." Princess Otahime blinked her big eyes for a few seconds, then looked at Jack and shouted, "Welcome, Mr. Jack. Thank you for what you have done for the fish people. I have confirmed that those compatriots have been treated well by your pirates after going to the New World. Although you said that our philosophies are different, I think our goals are the same. So thank you again. I don't know what you want to do this time." Princess Otahime. Before Princess Otahime could finish her words, Jack interrupted her without any hesitation. Jack pointed at his head and said to Princess Otahime, "Don't forget what you did to me last time. Also, we are not that close, and our goals are different, so don't expect too much from us. I came here again for only one purpose. Tell me the location of the Sun Pirates. I know they must be connected to Ryugu." "You?" Princess Otahime widened her eyes and looked at Jack in horror. After a long while, she asked softly, "I don't know. What is your purpose in looking for them?" "Purpose?" Jack stood up and touched his chin, looking at the murlocs gathered around him, and said loudly, "My goal is simple. Fisher Tiger is dead. Even if the Sun Pirates are safe for now, they will be destroyed by the world government sooner or later. Advertisement: if our compatriots fall into the hands of the world government, you should know the consequences, right? I have only one purpose in looking for them, and that is to save them. I think many people are already aware of the attitude of the Beast's pirates towards us fishmen, right? I don't need to explain any more. Perhaps there are other pirate groups or countries that are not afraid of the world government. But we, the Beast's pirates, are the only force in this world that can protect the fishmen. We are the only ones willing to accept and treat the fish people well." After hearing Jack's words, the fishmen immediately started talking. Jack squatted down and looked at Princess Otahime, who was still a little hesitant, and said softly, "Tell me, and I won't pursue your actions last time. Otherwise, you know the consequences. I know your observation hockey can sense people's thoughts. Why don't you try to feel whether I am kidding you or not? Whitebeard must be quite old, right? Besides, he shouldn't have the right to interfere in the internal fights among the fishmen, right? My lady princess, you don't want anything to happen to your husband or your child, do you?" Princess Otahime looked at Jack with horror, and the horns on Fendl's head kept changing colors. As Neptune's army left, the crowd slowly dispersed. Fendel looked at Jack in confusion and asked, "Master Jack, there are obviously better ways to get this news. Why do you have to threaten Princess Otahime? This will make our relationship with Ryugu City very tense." Fendel. Jack looked at Fendel with a serious expression, then looked at the expressions of the group of murlocs, and said sternly, "Remember, you are now Beast's pirates. You don't have a king or a queen. You have a governor, a big boss. I know a great emperor who once said, a group of sheep led by lions can defeat a group of lions led by sheep. A person can be kind-hearted, but cannot be a saint. God damn it. Do you know that?" Looking at the thoughtful expressions on the faces of the group of murlocs, Jack nodded with satisfaction. At this moment, a soldier wearing Neptune's guard uniform came back with several murlocs. When the leading murloc saw Jack, he immediately shouted excitedly, "Uncle, help, help, Brother Arlong." Jack lowered his head and looked at his eldest nephew with a puzzled look. "Joe, are you drunk? You called me uncle 3 times and then called me Brother Arlong?" Chapter 141. So many shark arms. Get out of the way. Geo, let me talk. The fishman in the Neptune army uniform pushed Geo away and shouted at Jack, "Uncle, please, Uncle Arlong, big brother." Brother Arlong was captured and locked up by Marine. Jack tilted his head and looked at him, then asked with a puzzled look, "Who are you? Are you my nephew too? Why don't I have any impression of you?" "It's me, Uncle. You are Geo's uncle, so of course you are my uncle too." It was not until he took off his helmet that Jack recognized the Neptune soldier in front of him as Hody Jones, who appeared last time. "Hody, what did you just say? Brother Arlong was arrested. When did it happen? How did you know?" Before Jack could say anything, several tall fishmen from the salvage team came forward and surrounded Hody Jones. Upon seeing this, Fendel immediately shouted, "Hey, you guys. Get out of my way. Master Jack will naturally make the decision on this matter. Don't forget your current status." After hearing what Fendel said, several fishmen gave an awkward smile to Jack, who had an expressionless face, and quickly hid aside. Jack frowned, glanced at Hody Jones, turned to Fender and asked, "I think I've heard you mention the name Arlong before. Is he a very powerful person?" Fendel shook his head and said softly, "Arlong's strength was about the same as mine before, but after I was taught by Master Jin and Master Jack, I have grown a lot in the past 2 years. Considering his strength, if he has not made great progress like me, he should not be my opponent. Although his strength is pretty good among ordinary people, he is still no match for our Beast's pirates in real fighting." Also, Arlong is a well-known racial supremacist among the Murlocs. He hates humans very much. This view has earned him many supporters among the Murlocs, who are called Arlong's gang. But there are also many people who are annoyed with him, like me. I have always been at odds with him. After Fendel finished explaining, he looked at Hody Jones with disdain and said, Hody and his friends have always admired Arlong. They fought with him on Fishman Street over this a few years ago. This guy Arlong. Advertisement. Fendel looked at Hody Jones, who looked nervous, and asked, How did you know Arlong was caught? This news was not published in the newspaper. We didn't know about it. How did you know about it? Hody Jones glanced around and then said softly, I heard it when King Neptune and Princess Odahime were discussing it while I was standing guard at Ryugu Castle. Jinbei wrote a letter to Princess Odahime and sent someone to deliver it. That person has now returned to Fishman Street. Oh. Jack and Fendel looked at each other. Fendel nodded, and immediately rushed towards the direction of Fishman Street with a few fishmen. Hody Jones looked at the people going away with a confused look on his face, and for a moment he didn't know whether to follow them or stay where he was. Hody died of poverty. Whether to save Arlong or not, I want to see first. Don't interrupt me when I'm talking. Jack stretched out his hand to pinch Hody Jones, who wanted to interrupt him, and said word by word. Don't interrupt me when I'm talking, and Geo, you guys. Jack let go of Hody Jones and said seriously, although Geo is my nephew. But if you don't join the Beast's pirates, you're not one of us. If you want to do something on your own, don't ask me for help. Do you know? Looking at Jack's tall figure and ferocious expression, Hody Jones and others nodded mechanically. Go ahead if you know. Geo, come here. When Geo walked up to Jack with a confused look on his face, Jack slapped him hard with a big DK. Bang. Give me some brains. Don't let others use you as a gun. With an uncle like Lousy, why are you still working as someone else's younger brother? Do you really think I left you here just to let you follow that little idiot? Lim. Jack waved to Lim and said softly, advertisement. These few days, I'm leaving my eldest nephew in your care. Please educate him well for me, got it? I want him to understand why I keep him on the Fishman Island. Fendel quickly came back with a murloc with fins on its back and purple skin. When he saw Jack, the murloc shouted excitedly. You must be Brother Jack, right? I've heard of your name since I came back, and I also know how the Beast's pirates treat the fishmen. I was thinking of looking for you guys next time the caravan comes over, but I didn't expect you to come all the way here just for our son pirates. By the way, Brother Jack, my name is Axel. Jack was very satisfied with X's attitude. He nodded and said jokingly. X, what a nice name. Do you have any companions named Digalio? Looking at the bewildered Axel, Jack shook his head and continued. Forget it. You won't understand even if I tell you. Just tell me, what happened to you? I am very interested in Fisher Tiger, you can tell me about him. And get ready. Once my ship is coated, we'll set off to the Grand Line to look for the Solar Pirates. 3 days later, with the return of the Fishmen, the Mammoth was also coated, but Jack was a little hesitant. In the past few days, through Axel's introduction, Jack also had a general understanding of Tiger's situation and the current situation of the Sun Pirates. Although Jack's bounty is much higher than Tiger's, Fisher Tiger's reputation in this world is much higher than Jack's. It's because he was the first fishman to climb the Red Line with his bare hands, liberate the slaves of Mariajoy and fight against the world government. But Fisher Tiger is a very contradictory fishman. Axel was very frank with Jack. He not only told Jack why Tiger died, but also told him the truth about Tiger's death. Jack really couldn't understand why Tiger, who was captured by celestial dragons and became a slave, still sailed on this sea with the philosophy of not killing. Tiger's kindness caused him to be seriously injured by Marine's scheme, and his inner hatred for humans led to his death. In general, his life is like a coffee table, filled with tragedies. Some of his actions are quite similar to those of Princess Odahime. He is simply like a saintly saint. Jack stood on the deck, looking at the mermaid playing in the sea in the distance, feeling a little distressed. Why are the two most famous and influential people in the fishman race so naive? Want to use love to influence the world? Well, how many little shark arms are there in the Sun Pirates? Chapter 142. Your hope has come. After hesitating for a long time, the Mammoth set off towards the Grand Line under the persuasion of X and Findle. Axel was the biggest contributor to persuading Jack, because from him and his attitude, Jack saw that there was still a possibility for the Sun Pirates to be saved. Perhaps it was Tiger's death that made Axe wake up. He did not show any signs of being a saint. Even when Jack deliberately ridiculed Princess Odahime's behavior in front of him, Axe had no objection, and his words of accusing Princess Odahime of her behavior were even more harsh. However, Jack was a little worried. If the fishmen of the Sun Pirates treated humans with disgust because of Tiger's death, then the possibility of inviting them to join the Beast's pirates might not be very high. But there is no other way. I have already asked Brother Kaido for instructions, and I have to bring back a group of good players. More and more Murlocs are joining Onigashima. Although Murlocs are naturally strong, Murloc cadres are very rare in Beast's pirates, because if the strength of the lower-level Murlocs is similar, no one will submit to anyone else. Most of the fishmen of Beast's pirates operate in the sea. If humans were sent to lead them, not to mention the issue of race, they would not be able to match them in terms of water ability. After all, ordinary humans cannot stay in the sea for a long time. This makes Jack very distressed. As for the Sun Pirates, it is said that they have gathered most of the elites in Fishman Street. If we can take a group of them away, it will greatly ease the pressure in this area. But according to Axe, there are many factions inside. Once Tiger dies, the prestige of the new Captain Jinbei is not enough to suppress others. It is really a headache. Forget it, let's take it one step at a time. If it doesn't work, try physical persuasion. But liberation and freedom? Haha. It is indeed a great concept. Unfortunately, to realize such a great concept, one must have absolute strength. Obviously, Tiger didn't have that, so he died. You should learn from his death. Grand Line is an uninhabited desert island not far from Foreshot Island. The Sun Pirates have been staying here for a long time. Jinbei, who is fat with two big teeth in his lower jaw, stands on the boat with an expressionless face. Under the boat, there's a Murloc who is taller than him, glaring at a group of Murlocs. On the other side, there were several fishmen, led by the rare octopus fishman, who had 6 arms. Because of his excitement, his already red skin seemed to be dripping with blood, and the suction cups on his body were opened due to anger. The octopus man shouted loudly with his long mouth. Willy, Brother Arlong must be rescued. We can't give up on Brother Arlong. The fishman named Willy wore an eye patch, and his huge nose was covered with sebaceous glands similar to those on a toad's skin. After hearing the angry roar of the octopus fishman, the tall man lowered his head and said with disdain. Stop being funny. That B*** D Arlong went there to get himself killed. Advertisement. The reason why Marine didn't kill him was because of us. Let Boss Jinbei join Shichibukai. He will become a lackey of the world government. Don't forget how Brother Tiger died. In order to rescue Arlong, Jinbei Boss was made a running dog of the world government. Ha ha ha. Don't dream. Just let that B*** D Arlong die. And you guys? Xiao Ba, you are no longer part of Arlong's group. You are members of the Sun Pirates. Don't let Arlong put the Sun Pirates in danger. You B***. D. Xiao Ba clenched his fists, and his companions behind him also looked at Willy angrily. A few fishmen came over from behind Willy and looked at Xiao Ba and his companions with unfriendly faces. My fellow Sun Pirates, Aladdin, with his hair tied into a ponytail, walked up to Jinbei and whispered. I still hold the same opinion. We cannot agree to the world government's conditions, nor can we capture humans for Arlong. Snort. Brother Tiger, I hope I'm right. Looking at the group of pirates behind Araka, who were originally slaves of celestial dragons, the wrinkles on Jinbei's brow deepened. It can also ease the conflict between the world government and the fishmen, and also realize the dreams of Brother Tiger and Princess Odahime. That's... Stop it, Willy. Zauba. Becoming a Shichibukai means being criticized by countless compatriots, and Tiger's past also makes Jinbei full of hatred for the world government. Who knows if Marine will be waiting for us? My companions are in a very bad mood now. You must make a decision. Willy stretched out his hand to disperse several of his men, took out his weapon, the meteor hammer, from his waist, held it in his hand, and swung it in a circle. Advertisement, I can defeat you all by myself. Thinking of this, Jinbei suddenly opened his eyes, took out a pen and signed his name on the document, feeling extremely relaxed. At this moment, a loud shout suddenly resounded across the sea. If you, Boss Jinbei, decide to rescue Arlong, then I, Willy, will quit the Sun Pirates. After Willy finished speaking, he turned around and walked towards the forest with a few of his men, while Xiao Ba and the others also walked towards the other side of the island. After opening the door and walking onto the deck, Jinbei looked toward the sea and muttered to himself. Of course, no matter what you choose in the end, we will support you. That B*** D Arlong is not here, so you guys are no match for me. I also hope that one day, all your wishes will come true. HMPH. You want to fight? Besides, if we let this lunatic Arlong out, we don't know how much trouble he will cause us. But in the darkness ahead, a huge monster suddenly appeared, and Jinbei quickly used his observation skills to observe it. Seeing Jinbei speak, Willy reluctantly retracted his weapon, but still shouted at Jinbei with an angry face. Your hope has come. Late at night, Jinbei took out the Marine's documents, reviewed them carefully again, and closed his eyes with a troubled look on his face. Coexist with humans? Let go of hatred? The sea at night is shrouded in darkness even with the moonlight? Well, you want to start an internal conflict? Jinbei glanced around, then turned back to look at Macro and his group standing on the deck watching the show, and sighed helplessly. Seeing that the two sides were about to fight, Jinbei opened his mouth and shouted. But if he became a Shichibukai, his compatriots who had been slaves like Brother Tiger would regain their freedom and return to the Fishman Island openly. Chapter 143. Don't accept the toast and drink the wine. That is. The fishmen awakened by the shouting appeared on the deck one after another, and their mouths opened involuntarily as they looked at the approaching pirate's ship. The figures on the pirate's ship are faintly visible, whether it is the figurehead with the mammoth logo, or the tall black figure standing on the deck. They all remind Jinbei of the pirates that were very popular 2 years ago. The fishman whose bounty is several times higher than that of Brother Tiger and who is of special concern to the world government. Shave. Swish. Before Jinbei could react, Jack picked up X and Findle, used his razor to speed up his journey, and jumped onto the Sun Pirate's ship. Bang. This? X, and that's Fendel. Is this a human? It's so tall. No. There were many fishmen on the boat, and none of them recognized Jack. Looking at the fishmen with puzzled faces, Jack opened his big mouth, pointed at his sharp fangs, and said kindly. I am not human, my fellow men, my name is Jack. That's right. Looking at the group of stunned fishmen, Jack nodded, pointed at his own face, and opened his mouth even wider. That's the big beast's pirate's sign, Jack the Drow. Are you surprised? Are you surprised? After Jack revealed his identity, a group of fishmen stood there in astonishment, but Jinbei soon reacted, looked at Jack calmly and asked. Then why is Jack the Drow, the boss of the beast's pirates, here? Also, why do you say it's our hope? Before Jack could speak, X walked up to Jinbei, took out a letter from his arms and said. Boss Jinbei, this is the reply from Princess Otahime, you will know after you read it. Princess Otahime? Jinbei quickly opened the envelope and began to read it under the dim light of the boat. This letter was indeed the reply from Princess Otahime to Jinbei. However, after returning to the Fishman Island and hearing about some things about the beast's pirates, X gave up the idea of returning to the Sun Pirates and wanted to follow the merchant ship to Onigashima. Originally, X wanted to ask someone else to deliver this letter to Jinbei, but there were few merchant ships going to the Fishman Island, and it was difficult to decide on the right person, so X had to stay in the Fishman Island temporarily. Jack brought X with him this time so that X wouldn't have to trouble others and brought the letter over again. While Jinbei was reading the letter, Fendel reminisced about the past with the familiar fishmen on the boat, and X also introduced to his companions a series of changes that had taken place on the Fishman Island. Advertisement, wow, it looks like a very important person has come. Jack turned his head and looked in the direction where the sound came from, and a fat fishman came into view. His toad-like nose was very eye-catching. Before Jack could say anything, Fendel shouted to him in surprise. Willie. You. Fendel. Looking at the two fat mermen hugging each other was really an eye-catching sight. Jack silently turned his head and observed the mermen on the boat. Obviously, as X said, the Sun Pirates are already facing the possibility of splitting up. This can be seen from the positions of several small groups that have spontaneously split up on the ship. Following Jinbei was a male mermaid with a sky-high ponytail. Behind him, there were hundreds of mermen watching. Judging from the number of people, they should be the largest. There was also an octopus fishman, and there were dozens of fishmen around him, standing on top of the cabin, watching from afar. And Willie, who was hugging Fendel, had a dozen or so murlocs behind him, which looked a bit shabby in terms of number. But there was something even uglier. There were only 3 people standing together. One of them was a murloc whose figure was no less impressive than Fendler's. He attracted Jack's attention because his head was covered with scales, but the shape of the scales was like that of Buddha. After Fender finished talking about the past with Willie, he slapped his head, pulled Willie and walked towards Jack. Master Jack. Let me introduce you. This is Willie, my old friend. I haven't seen him for years. We have a very good relationship. Seeing Fender emphasize the relationship between them, Jack instantly realized that this man named Willie was the kind of person who could be won over, so he nodded to Fender. Willie, huh? Very good, I hope we can work together one day. Willie held Jack's right hand tightly with both hands and replied meaningfully. I have heard of Master Jack's reputation, and the captain that Fendel follows must be trustworthy. Unlike some people. Willie turned his head to Jinbei, and Aladdin next to Jinbei shouted angrily. Willie, what do you mean by that? Humph, Aladdin, you have no right to ask me, you're just a ship's doctor. Princess Otahime has already told me the general situation in her letter. Your children can also live on land and experience what real sunshine and real earth are. Before Jack finished speaking, Jinbei suddenly interrupted him and said seriously. As long as you join the beast's pirates, your family can move there with you. Ha 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 ha, I told you, I am your hope, advertisement. You have to know that hope can also turn into despair. The sun had risen above the sea. Jack saw a strong sense of vigilance in Jinbei's eyes. All the fishmen also looked at him, waiting for his answer. So Arlong, I don't need your help with this matter. Hearing Willie's question, Jinbei put away Princess Odahime's reply and did not answer Willie. Instead, he looked up at Jack. Do you have any misunderstanding about the word hope? And you heard what Findle just said to you, Boss Jinbei already knew what I meant. You think I'm here to beg you? Willie looked straight at Jinbei and said. As long as you join us, the beast's pirates, and become one of us, even the world government won't dare to attack you easily. If you don't accept my toast, I'll punish you, no need. I've been waiting here for so long, I'm running out of patience. So you guys, I can help you rescue that guy called Arlong, and you don't have to worry about the world government at all. Jack grinned and laughed, but I have decided to accept the invitation of the world government and become a Shichibukai. I never expected that in addition to the Whitebeard pirates, the beast's pirates would also be so kind to our compatriots. Fender pointed at Jack, and Willie couldn't help swallowing. Our beast's pirates base is the second home of the fishmen. There is no discrimination and no oppression there. But even so, I still don't understand why you came here. We appreciate your kindness. My purpose of coming here is, of course, to help you. Give me an answer today, ha 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 ha, interesting. There, merpeople can live normally with humans. Everyone from the beast's pirates, please go back. Jack stretched out his hands and shouted to the fishmen. Feeling the amazing momentum behind him, Jinbei slowly turned his head. Jack looked at Jinbei with a ferocious face and laughed. Jinbei's words surprised everyone on the boat. Many fishmen looked at Jinbei in surprise. Willie even stepped forward to question Jinbei, but was stopped by Fendel on the side. Chapter 144. No deal. Then let's fight. UB ******** D. Hearing Jack's threatening words, many fishmen immediately stood next to Jinbei. But Willie and his gang, as well as the strange-looking trio, stood where they were. Even a dozen fishmen gathered around Axe, looking at Jinbei and his group coldly. Hey, boss Jinbei. Willy looked at Jinbei with a rebellious look on his face. If you decide to accept the invitation of the world government, become their lackey, and become a Shichibukai, then I have already told you so. I quit the Sun Pirates, and I'm joining the Beasts Pirates now. Willy. Shut up, as a member of the Sun Pirates, you are betraying me. Aladdin. You have no right to say that to me. Aladdin walked towards Willy with an angry look on his face, and Willy met him without showing any weakness. Stop. Jack stopped Willy and looked at Aladdin with a strange look. Your name is Aladdin. It's a very unique name, but judging from your appearance, you definitely don't have a magic lamp. You said Willy betrayed you. I don't agree with that. Jack pointed to the mammoth dock nearby, where a group of Murlocs and humans were looking at the place with interest, arm in arm. Did you see it? This is the scene where humans and us fishmen coexist. It's also what your brother Tiger and Princess Odahime have always dreamed of doing. But for me, this dream means nothing. In this chaotic world, how can you hope to influence humanity with peace and love? He, Jack said in a mocking tone. I wouldn't have dared to be so childish when I was 8 years old. You. Jinbei and his group looked at Jack angrily, but Jack stretched out his hand and shouted at them. Humans can sell mermen or our beautiful mermaid sisters, but why can't we sell humans? I heard that even when Tiger was leading you, you were still discriminated against by people in Grand Line. Even if you let them go, there are still many people who still have feelings towards you, and may even seek help from the Marine to drive you away. But we are different. As long as we are our fellow Beasts Pirates, don't even mention discrimination. Those humans dare not look us in the eye. Advertisement. That's because we, the Beasts Pirates, are so powerful. Even if some blind humans laugh at us, they will only have one fate. Jack reached out his hand and wiped his neck, stuck out his tongue and made a face at Jinbei and the others, then laughed a little neurotically. Ha 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 ha. Liberation, freedom, love and enlightenment? Without killing anyone? What a great sentiment. What a shame. Even using square dancing for morning exercises isn't this outrageous. Others insult us and bully our compatriots, and you still want to save them? You guys are not pirates at all, you're just Marines in pirates' clothing. Oh, that's right. Jack pointed at the silent Jinbei and said jokingly. I heard your nickname is Sea Knight? Are you here to do justice on the sea? The Fishman Island can't accommodate 3 saints, so Tiger followed you to the sea to forgive humans? But have you ever thought about your compatriots who were captured and killed by humans? Have they allowed you to forgive them? Their families asked you to speak for them, and you guys. Look at the flag of the Sun Pirates on you. I don't need to explain what it is. Jack pointed at the exposed flag marks on Aladdin and the others and shouted. The marks that prove your identity can be covered, but can memories be covered? Tell me, what were you thinking about during those tormenting days? If those celestial dragons fall into your hands one day, what would you most want to do? Don't think about it, answer me loudly. Say it now. After a moment of silence, a dozen or so fishmen gnashed their teeth and roared. Kill him. I will definitely kill him. After the roar, the dozen or so people finally reacted and looked at Jinbei with shame on their faces. You. Jinbei looked at his companions, not knowing what to say, but Jack shouted with all his might. Whoever has the bigger fist, listen to him. How? Stop joking. Does liberating those slaves and letting them live in the same miserable way as you guys mean freedom? But our Beasts Pirates governor, Mr. Kaido, his dream is to become the king of pirates and take control of the world. Advertisement. Even though the Beasts Pirates have a great reputation, we, the Sun Pirates, will not tolerate your insults like this. Excessive. See, this is what you really think in your heart? Jack shook his head and said with some disdain, if it's not, why give up hatred? When someone slaps you, you cheerfully ask them if their hand hurts. In this messed up world, so, if you want revenge, just join us, the Beasts Pirates. No one will discriminate against you here. As long as you are strong enough, you will be admired by countless people. How about it? Make your choice, although the ones who captured you were humans, but the ones who enslaved you were celestial dragons. Since we can't come to an agreement, let's fight. Jinbei clenched his fists and shouted angrily at Jack. Even though we are of the same race, your behavior is too much. Jack lowered his head and looked into Jinbei's eyes, then said meaningfully. And we are the only ones who can help you get revenge. Jack took out the mace from his waist and slammed it into the ground. Do you think we live in a society ruled by law, huh? Let go of hatred. Use love to influence them. You know, there are countless people who want to join our Beasts Pirates. I was able to get this opportunity by using my privileges. Don't be ungrateful. By then, even celestial dragons will be no different from dogs in front of us. Jack looked around, looked at the somewhat agitated fishmen and continued. He's different from the Pirate King like Roger. He's the kind of Pirate King who has the power to end the 800 years of world government. He's the kind that pulls the celestial dragons off their pedestal. He's the real Pirate King. No matter who your enemy is, let him feel your pain, turn his head into your wineglass. Liberation, freedom, there are even worse things. Bang. Hatred can only be washed away by the blood of the enemy. What peace? What coexistence with humanity? But given the status of celestial dragons in this world, as a fishman race that humans call inferior creatures, if you want revenge, just think about it in your heads. Shut up. Chapter 145. Exploitation? Isn't that normal? Jinbei looked at his companions who were somewhat moved and roared angrily. Shut up. I won't bet on my companions. The Sun Pirates was founded by Brother Tiger. I can't just let him disappear like this. Don't forget, I am the captain of the Sun Pirates now. As long as I'm alive, I will never allow you to leave. Hearing Jinbei mention Tiger, many of the fishmen who were moved by Jack's words quickly came to their senses and lowered their heads in shame, but Jack suddenly laughed. Ha ha ha. You don't have to leave the Sun Pirates to join us, the Beast's Pirates, right? The Sun Pirates can become a large fleet under our Beast's Pirates. This way, the Sun Pirates will not disband, and you will become a member of our Beast's Pirates. Best of both worlds, what do you think? The fishmen who had just calmed down started talking again after hearing what Jack said. Jinbei walked towards Jack angrily. I know what you were thinking. I will never allow anyone to use the power of his fishmen to fulfill their own selfish desires. Even if they are from the same clan, I will never allow it. So, no matter who you are, I will defeat you today. Jack was stunned when he heard this, and then he couldn't help laughing. Ha ha ha, you didn't dare to take action against the enemy who killed Tiger, and you are unwilling to take action against the humans who discriminate against us. On the contrary, do you have the courage to help someone like me who is wholeheartedly trying to help your people? But you are mistaken. I just don't like you and want to teach you a lesson. Instead of you trying to knock me down, shave. Jack jumped off the boat and hooked his finger at Jinbei. Come on, Jinbei. Let me see what strength you have, someone as famous as Tiger. Jinbei jumped high from the deck without saying a word and punched Jack hard. Bang. Boom. Advertisement, you must be kidding. Jack's huge body was knocked away by Jinbei's punch, and flew directly from the beach to the jungle, knocking over a dozen large trees. The pirates on the mammoth stopped laughing and looked over with serious expressions. Lim looked at Jinbei in surprise. This was the first time Lim had seen someone other than Kaido who could knock Jack out with one blow. Willy looked at Jinbei with a serious expression. Tisk. This giant monster, Fendel, is your captain all right? Fender put his arm around Willy's neck and said confidently. Of course it's no problem. So far, I have only seen Mr. Kaido who can defeat Master Jack. Jinbei is very strong, but he still has a long way to go. As soon as he finished speaking, Jack's tall body stood up. Willy looked over quickly and saw that apart from some dust and stains on Jack's body when he fell to the ground, there was not even a trace of bloodline, which made Willy stunned. Ha ha ha. What do you think? Am I right? Fendel patted Willy on the shoulder and said softly. Just relax and join the Beast's Pirates with your men. A man's reputation is like a tree's shadow. When Jinbei decided to duel with Jack, he did not dare to be careless at all. He used armament hockey right from the start. When he saw that Jack didn't care, Jinbei gathered his strength and punched Jack hard. Although Jinbei didn't expect to defeat Jack with just this one blow, he was still shocked to see Jack was unharmed. You know, my strength is well known in the Fishman Island. Even when Brother Tai was alive, he might not be my opponent in a pure competition of strength. After being hit by my full strength attack, Jack was not hurt at all? Jack patted his pants and praised Jinbei. The strength is quite impressive, and hockey's proficiency is pretty good too. No wonder the world government invited you to be a Shichibukai, you have the ability to do it. If you join our Beast's Pirates now, it won't be a problem for you to become a Flying Six commander based on your ability. If your talent is good enough, it won't be a problem for you to be on equal footing with me in the future. When the time comes, the two of us fishmen will become big names in the Beast's Pirates. Then our compatriots will be taken care of more and live a better life. How do you think? Stop joking, Jack. Jinbei's eyes turned red, and he pointed at Jack and shouted. I've heard of Kaido before. Jinbei waved his fist at Jack angrily and said word by word. I think it would be easier for you to form a rocket team and maintain world peace. Take advantage? Isn't that normal? We fishmen ate the devil fruit. Kaido's name doesn't have the word power in it, and Beast's Pirates don't keep idle people. Advertisement. Beast's Pirates give the fishmen a territory to live on the mainland, protect our people from discrimination, and let our families enjoy this complete world under the sun. Bang. At this point, Jack looked at Jinbei with a puzzled look and asked. Insult? You call that an insult? What you said makes me laugh. So you also think that your ideas are wrong? So, I must defeat you. As this devil fruit? He's a madman. The reason he treats our compatriots well is that he wants to use the power of his fishmen to fight for him. Jack didn't care about the exclamations of the fishmen on the boat, because he was used to it. Even the fishmen under his command felt that their outlook on life was impacted when they saw him use the power of the devil fruit for the first time, let alone them. So isn't it normal that we fight for him? Shut up. You be asterisk 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 D. Is there anything wrong with that? You are not allowed to insult Brother Tiger? Bang. Jinbei kicked Jack directly in the face, but this time Jack just twisted his neck. At some point, Jack had turned into a human beast form, which surprised many fishmen. Are you crazy? Jack wiped the size 57 shoe print on his face, lowered his head and looked at Jinbei expressionlessly and said. Jack reached out and held Jinbei's fist, saying without showing any weakness. We are pirates, not doing charity. Even if it is charity, you have to give us a certificate. So you're all little shark arms, right? Use? Must you send a slave home like Tiger did, and then get beaten up by Marine? This is outrageous. It's outrageous to the extreme. Fishman Karate. 7,000 tile spin kick. We keep saying let go of hatred, coexist with humans, influence humans with love, and change humans with love. You said Brother Kaido wanted to use the power of his fishmen to fight for him? I won't allow this to happen. Isn't this exploitation? And it's the kind of exploitation that can cost you your life. Princess Odahime counts as one, you count as one, and the dead tiger counts as one. Does it have to be that the beast's pirates take care of the Murlocs and provide them with love, while the Murlocs do nothing? Chapter 146. That's it. A hole. Fishman karate. Rough same. Faced with Jack's verbal insults, Jinbei had lost his mind. He stretched out his hands and grabbed Jack's arms. In front of everyone's dull eyes, he lifted the tall Jack up, swung him around in his hands for a few times, and then threw him out. Shave. Before Jack's body hit the ground, he pressed his hands hard on the ground, and then used the force to return to his original position. Wait a minute, Fishman karate? It seems that you are an expert in using Fishman karate. Although I am a fishman, I don't know how to do it at all. Whether you can learn it depends on you today. Jack said that and then jumped onto the deck with a razor. In the puzzled eyes of the crowd, Jack looked at Jinbei and shouted. Pull the boat over. As soon as Jack exerted force, cracks appeared on the deck of the Mammoth. The sailors hurried over with tools to repair it. Jinbei looked at Jack jumping towards him and also jumped high to meet him. Fishman karate Samahata palm heel strike, thundering 8 trigrams. A punch and a stick collided, and both men flew backwards. The difference was that Jinbei fell towards the beach, while Jack deliberately adjusted his position and fell towards the land. Jinbei noticed this. As he looked at Jack's long trunk, an idea suddenly came to his mind. Jack slammed the mace into the ground, turned over and landed steadily on the ground, while Jinbei fell straight into the sea and never came out. Just when a group of people were a little confused, Jack felt a force gathering at the bottom of the sea and quickly made a gesture of resistance. Boom. Gunwave. The seawater was directly split apart, and Jinbei's figure emerged in it. At the same time, an extremely strong ocean current shot towards Jack at a high speed like a cannonball. Bang. After being hit by the seawater, Jack's human beast form was instantly released, and he was knocked down by the powerful impact and lay on the ground. Although you are a fishman, after eating the devil fruit, your weakness is extremely obvious. Jinbei walked towards Jack slowly and said, that's the seawater that we fishmen rely on for survival. Although I don't know why you, as a fishman, eat devil fruit. But you, who are cursed by the sea, are definitely no match for me. So, you can't achieve your goal. Jinbei's tone was full of confidence. He walked up to Jack and clenched his fist, wanting to knock Jack out. Bang. 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 But after a few punches, looking at Jack holding his fist, Jinbei shouted in panic. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Why, as a user with special abilities, you should feel weak and sore when you come into contact with seawater. Why does your body still have such a strong defense? Advertisement. Why, you still have the strength to resist my attack. This is impossible. Jack held Jinbei's fists with both hands, lifted Jinbei into the air, shook his hair, and then raised his left foot. Look at me kicking with my left, and my whip kick with my right. Bang. Bang. After 2 kicks, Jinbei was knocked to the ground by Jack. Then Jack wiped the seawater off his face and said to Jinbei. Luckily Lousy has a thick skin. I almost got tricked by you. You want to defeat me with this little cleverness? The things in the seawater that can restrain people with special abilities can only survive in the air for a very short time. I guess you don't know this kind of knowledge, right? As for defense, the seawater will only make me lose my strength temporarily, but it won't make me lose the strength of my body. You don't think that I'm like Tiger, a bream fishman, with a body as fragile as a piece of paper? I can be easily attacked and seriously injured? You want to defeat me during this time? You're just dreaming? You want to kill me this way? It's easier to just hope that I get drunk and have appendicitis. Are you guys too used to playing house with Tiger on the Grand Line? Are you stupid? Just be good and improve your proficiency in the immortal body. You be ************* D. You are not allowed to insult Brother Tiger. Jack mentioned the deceased Tiger again and again, and his tone was full of contempt, which made Jinbei furious and he forgot everything. A strong murderous intent emanated from Jinbei. Even though Jack did not use his observation hockey to observe Jinbei, he could see it from Jinbei's expression. Tisk tisk. Are you anxious now? Are you angry? This shows that what I said is true and correct. Because only facts can make people angry. Fishman karate. Karaso wa jung quan. Before Jack could finish, Jinbei rushed up to him. Jack stood there motionless, watching Jinbei hit him in the chest. Bang. Thump. The powerful impact forced Jack to take a few steps back, but that was the extent of the impact. Jinbei looked at Jack's expressionless face, his expression becoming even angrier, and he clenched his fists again. Fishman karate secret ghost wa jungchuan. The punch hit Jack's face. A few drops of blood flowed out of Jack's nostrils and dripped onto the ground. Jack wiped it with his hand and smiled at Jinbei. Ha ha ha. Very cool. I finally understand why Kaido likes to challenge others so much. But Brother Kaido doesn't want to be used as a sitting duck, but I'm happy to. Come on, Jinbei, if you have any way to defeat me, even if you win, I will return to the New World immediately. How about that? Jinbei's hands began to tremble with anger, and he jumped towards Jack angrily. Stop looking down on me, you arrogant little brat. Advertisement. Bang. Ha 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 ha. That's right, keep going, keep going. The midday sun was so hot and dazzling that many mermen dived half of their bodies into the sea, nervously watching the two people fighting on the island. The battle has lasted for a day and a night. No, it should be said that Jinbei has been attacking Jack unilaterally for a day and a night. Jinbei already felt his legs going weak. Although Jinbei had regained his composure long ago, facing such an arrogant Jack, he continued to attack Jack in order to prove himself. However, seeing Jack who was unharmed and even sitting on the beach with his eyes closed to rest, Jinbei already understood the gap between himself and Jack. Jack, although your strength is indeed far beyond mine. But the dreams of Brother Tiger and Princess Odahime cannot be insulted. I have one more trick, if you can take it, then I will no longer stop them from joining the Beast's pirates. But the Sun Pirates will never become the Beast's pirates' large fleet. Jinbei looked serious, which made Jack stand up excitedly. You have another trick? Great, come on. Jinbei jumped onto the beach and put his hands behind his back. Fishman Jutsu Water Heart Seaflow Shoulder Throw. The sea water formed waves and rushed towards Jack. Jack said with a look of disappointment. Sea water again. Haha. Forget it, I'll just see what you want to do this time. It's a good time to take a bath. Jack opened his arms to welcome the impact of the waves, but what Jack didn't notice was that a water ball was slowly forming in Jinbei's palm. Clatter, as Jack sat down on the ground, he also noticed the water ball in Jinbei's hand. Before Jack could say anything, Jinbei shouted. Fishman Karate Secret Wu Lai Kan. Boom. Bang. After Jinbei performed this move, his whole body collapsed to the ground due to exhaustion, but Jinbei raised his head and looked at Jack intently. He saw that after Jack was hit by the water ball, he was knocked into the air like a broken sack and then fell to the ground. Jack is an adult. This. What? Jack stood up, patted his butt, looked at Jinbei who had fallen to the ground, and said very disappointedly. That's it? Just take a shower and go to bed. Chapter 147. The Split Sun Pirates. What? Is the defense so strong? What a monster. Bang. Seeing this result, Jinbei's raised head finally hit the beach weakly. The seawater made Jack lose his strength. In this state, his most powerful move hit Jack, but it didn't even knock off a hair of his body. This pervert's body has completely convinced Jinbei. Boss Jinbei. Captain Jinbei. Seeing that the battle between the two was over, the members of the Sun Pirates ran down quickly, and Willy and a dozen fishmen followed slowly behind Findle, merged with the pirates on the Mammoth, and slowly walked over. Jack was surprised to find that the number of members of the Sun Pirates was almost the same as the number of fishmen on his ship, about 200 or so. It seemed that when he first appeared, some pirates were sleeping better and he did not wake them up. But the more people the better, these people are all elites. Jack walked forward a few steps, looked at the group of fishmen and shouted. My fellow countrymen, if you want to join the Beast's pirates, you can go to my ship now. Follow me back to the new world, to Onigashima, to Wano-kuni. To our second home in this world. From now on, you are all members of the Beast's pirates. No one in this world dares to look down on us Beast's pirates. You should have heard of the current governor of our Beast's pirates, Mr. Kaido. He has been called the Emperor of the Sea, and also has the reputation of being the strongest creature in the world of sea, land and air. Although I will take this title away from you in a few years, but right now, Mr. Kaido is undoubtedly the top man in this ocean. Although Whitebeard is known as the strongest man in the world, considering his age, you should be able to understand which pirates group has a better future, right? Jack waved his hand, and a group of fishmen from Findle immediately stood aside. Jack pointed at them and said, you can ask the Beast's pirates in person about how they treat the Murlocs. I won't say more. How to choose, you decide for yourself. As soon as Jack finished speaking, Willy immediately stood up. I will definitely join the Beast's pirates. Ever since Brother Tiger died, our Sun Pirates have been getting worse day by day. We have been suppressing our own nature and hatred in our hearts and constantly liberating those slaves. Haha. I've had enough. Advertisement, and you, Master Jack is right, the Beast's pirates that Mr. Kaido belongs to are on a different level than our Sun Pirates. If we join the Beast's pirates, the world government and the Marines, if they want to deal with us, they have to consider the consequences. And who knows, you might even have a chance to take revenge and bring down those high and mighty celestial dragons. When the time comes, after Willy finished speaking, the expressions on the faces of the group of fishmen next to Jinbei became a little hesitant, and at this time Fendel came out again. Aladdin, Bister, and you guys. Fendel showed a strange smile to the few people, and then laughed. Let me tell you something. I thought you would never return to the Fishman Island in this lifetime, so I have already taken your family members to Wano-kuni in New World. They are doing some small business there now, and they are getting along well with humans. By the way, Aladdin, especially your brother, do you remember him? Since you lost contact, he went to Fishman Street and lived with me. Although his personality is not suitable for being a fighter, he is quite smart in business. Now all the kebab business in Wano-kuni is taken over by him. It's just that sometimes duck meat is used to pretend to be mutton. You have to teach him about this yourself. As for the others, most of them live in Wano-kuni's Renwu Port. Oh, by the way, Renwu Port is an area where no humans live except for the fishmen. It was Mr. Kaido who specially gave it to us, the fish people, to live in this home. Go, Aladdin, you are stronger than Findle. After all, there are such good places, so I'd better focus on the people I know first. So, the conversation between the few people was heard by Jack, who had activated observation hockey. Jack looked at Jinbei with a serious face and touched his smooth chin. Findle's words made Aladdin and the others look a little surprised, but soon they felt moved. As Aladdin left, dozens of people stood up and walked towards the opposite side. In a blink of an eye, there were less than 50 people left around Jinbei. Aladdin looked at Jinbei, and after struggling for a while, he lowered his head in shame. Jinbei patted Aladdin on the shoulder and said softly, "Boss Jinbei, we're sorry. Although we really want to be with you, we still want to be reunited with our family more." Advertisement. It's hard to tell whether Jinbei's kidneys are normal or not, but he's strong enough and has good capability. If he is trained, he will be a top player even among the Beast's pirates. Can I take him away? Aladdin. You come over too. Now knowing that their families had been taken away by Fendel long ago, many fishmen came out one after another. They collectively bowed to Jinbei and said, in order not to implicate the Fishmen Island, his group had no plan to return after leaving their hometown. And Fendel was able to help his family go to Beast's pirates. It has to be said that a friend in need is a friend indeed. Use it well, it takes seconds. Boss Jinbei, you said you would become a Shichibukai in exchange for Brother Arlong's freedom, is that true? That's great, Boss Jinbei, we will always be with you. By joining the Beast's pirates, you can achieve a higher position and make life better for our compatriots. Aladdin didn't say anything, nodded to Jinbei, wiped the tears from his face, changed his fishtail into legs, and walked to the other side. Oh, except for us, when the merchant ship first went to the Fishmen Island, I sent people to pick them all up. Xiao Ba looked at Jinbei seriously, and Jinbei nodded and replied. Ah, you. Jinbei was a little sad. The Sun Pirates had completely fallen apart today, and he felt sorry for Big Brother Tai. Jack gave Fendel a thumbs up, then asked softly. Fendel said as a matter of course. So go ahead. I know you've always been thinking about your brother, so go over there too. From the compatriots who joined the Beast's pirates, they learned that the attitude of the Beast's pirates towards the Murlocs, and the current living environment and even treatment of the Murlocs who moved there are very favorable, which makes many people tempted. Jack looked at the hundreds of Murlocs that walked up to him and gave Fendel a thumbs up again. Damn, just abuse your power, it's really, however, if there is a better place to go, Brother Tai will probably agree. How come I don't know? When did you do it? I won't blame you. If I could go to a better place, live under the sun, and not have to worry about discrimination from others, I would go there too if I didn't have so many responsibilities. What? Findle. I have decided to join the Shichibukai not only for Arlong, but also to improve the relationship between humans and us fishmen. Jinbei watched his partner walk to the other side, turned his head to the right and said. Chapter 148. No, don't say that anymore. Hey, Jinbei. According to the agreement, these people are all members of our Beast's pirates, right? Jack pointed at Aladdin and the others and said playfully. So from now on you're not their captain, are you? And I'm their captain now, am I not? Jinbei looked at Jack seriously, not quite understanding what he meant, so he shouted. Since I have already agreed, I will never go back on my word. From now on, you are their captain, oh. Jack deliberately lengthened his tone, walked up to Jinbei, lowered his head and said softly. If I give the order now and ask them to attack you, do you think they will obey my orders? If you don't obey, the punishment from us Beast's pirates will be severe. What, you? Seeing Jinbei's horrified expression, Jack laughed. I was just kidding. You took it seriously, ha 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 ha. Look at the expression on your face, how funny. Hey, Findle, take our brothers to the boat to sail them down first, and let Lim and the others go to the island to get some food. We'll have a party later. Yes, Fendel nodded, responded loudly, and led the fishmen to the mammoth, while Jack whispered to Jinbei. How about you come with me for a walk and have a good chat? Jinbei looked up at Jack, thought for a moment and nodded. Hey, Jinbei, I heard from Fendel that you used to be a famous gangster in Fishman Street, and you were also very hostile to humans. And later joined the Neptune army. Jack stopped, lowered his head and asked in confusion. Why has your thinking changed so much? Why has your attitude towards humans become like this? When did you become so saintly? Although he didn't know what the word, Virgin Mary, meant, Jinbei could tell it wasn't a nice thing to say, and responded unhappily. Everyone will change, and everyone has their own ideas and dreams. If you want to ask why my philosophy has become what it is now, then I can answer you. Advertisement, it's because of Princess Odahime and Brother Tiger. Jack rolled his eyes. Damn it, it turns out that saintliness is contagious. After I joined the Neptune army and met Princess Odahime, I realized that there are such pure and kind people in this world. She became a princess very early, but as a princess she was always so kind to her people. Even when facing the most vicious human pirates, she would use her love to influence them. Jinbei seemed to be lost in memories, and his tone was somewhat emotional. And Brother Tiger, as the greatest explorer of our fishmen, chose to forgive humans even after he was captured by humans and became a slave of celestial dragons. Even though we founded the Sun Pirates, Brother Tiger's philosophy is not to kill anyone. Liberating slaves all over the world and letting them gain freedom is Brother Tiger's dream. Haha, hearing this, Jack secretly complained in his heart. Not to mention in this world, even in the previous life, aren't there many 996, 715 and even 007? What's the difference between them and slaves? They're even worse than slaves. They go to work and go home all day long. Liberate the world's slaves? Give them freedom? Even in my dreams, I wouldn't dare to dream so big. Jinbei didn't notice Jack's strangeness and continued to speak. What they both did was to prevent our compatriots from being discriminated against by humans. Let our compatriots live openly on land and coexist with humans. That's why you've become a little idiot. Your kidneys are flat. I can see that. Putting aside the issue of whether your kidneys are flat or not, your brain is actually pretty flat. Before Jinbei could get angry, Jack put his index finger on his mouth, signaling Jinbei to be quiet, and continued. If this saintly behavior could change the current situation of us fishmen, we would have come to live on land 800 years ago. Think about it. We are the weaker party. When our ordinary compatriots encounter a human slave hunting team, how do most of them behave? It's fear, it's begging, few dare to resist. Isn't their attitude towards humans good enough? But what is the result? They all became slaves and suffered humiliation from the people. You should know the humiliation they suffered even if I don't tell you, right? Use love and freedom to influence them. What's the use? What a joke. The price of a merman slave is enough to provide an ordinary family with food and clothing, and the price of a mermaid lady can turn a poor man into a rich man. With such huge profits, you use love to influence them? Don't even mention the difference in race. They would sell out their relatives. Do you believe it? So don't be like a little idiot and let yourself be brainwashed. Advertisement. If you want to protect your compatriots, only power is eternal. Seeing Jinbei's disapproving look, Jack continued. Let me give you an example. You must have heard of the Don Quixote family, right? They are well known in the dark world, and many slave hunting teams are under their command. There were many fishmen captured by them in the past, right? But in the past 2 years, has the Don Quixote family arrested any of our compatriots? Do you know why? Jack pointed to the mace on his waist and said to Jinbei word by word. I have already told Don Quixote's master that if I find out again that they are trafficking our compatriots, I will use this mace to make his chrysanthemum bloom. So, this is a display of strength, and what about your love? How is it expressed? It shows that Tiger was betrayed by humans and eventually died? Huh? You. Jinbei's forehead was bulging with veins and his hands were clenched into fists, but after thinking for a while, he reluctantly unclenched his fists because he didn't know how to refute Jack. Seeing Jinbei's performance, Jack was delighted and decided to strike while the iron was hot. Jinbei, we're giving an example. If Aladdin and his men were captured now, and you led your men to surround the slave-catching team. But the world government has promised you to return Aladdin and the others to the celestial dragons to continue to be their slaves, and they have chosen to vigorously support the Fishmen Island and coexist with humans. Do you agree? Seeing Jinbei's painful expression, Jack continued. There is another choice. The celestial dragons have set their sights on the Neptune family, including Princess Odahime, and want to capture them as slaves. If you object, the Fishmen Island will be destroyed. If you don't object, the Princess Odahime whom you respect will become a plaything of the celestial dragons. What will you do? Let's take another example. Facing Jack's constant verbal pressure, Jinbei felt like his head was about to split open. Finally, he couldn't bear it any longer and fell to his knees with his head in his hands. No, none of this is going to happen. No, don't say that again. Jack cooperated by closing his mouth and smiling. From that moment on, Jack knew that Jinbei had slowly escaped from the category of little shark arms. It seems that I am quite eloquent. I can use love to influence my enemies? FK. This is a bit outrageous even among the saints. Chapter 149 Ultraman, Warrior of Light. Huff, after taking a long breath, Jinbei finally regained his senses and calmed himself down. Jinbei stood up, looked up at Jack and said, I know what you mean, but I'm not joining the Beast's pirates. I would still choose to become a Shichibukai. You don't have to convince me. I chose Shichibukai for another reason besides saving Arlong. Hearing Jinbei say this, Jack asked in confusion. What's the reason? Jinbei shook his head, turned around and looked at the sea, and said softly. Although you Beast's pirates are indeed very powerful, you are still pirates after all. I said the most powerful force in this ocean is the world government. You wouldn't object, right? The location of the Fishmen Island is below the red line. If the world government is really annoyed, even though the Fishmen Island is on the bottom of the sea, I believe they can still easily destroy the Fishmen Island. And your forces are in the New World, and you can't protect the Fishmen Island. Not all fishmen dream of living on land. Compared to living on land, being able to live safely on the Fishmen Island is their greatest hope. If I become a Shichibukai, it will at least improve the relationship between the fishmen and the world government. The relationship between the fishmen and the world government has reached a freezing point due to the death of Big Brother Tiger. Even this year's World Summit, the Fishmen Island, as a member of the world government, was banned from participating. If we continue like this and are deprived of our membership by the world government, the Fishmen Island will be in a more difficult situation. I think even Kaido can't change this at the moment, right? Jinbei looked into Jack's eyes and said word by word. If I choose not to become a Shichibukai and join you Beast's pirates, you can imagine the consequences. The reason why the world government spared Arlong's life and invited me to join the Shichibukai was to improve relations with the fish people. I can't refuse. Humans are the masters of this world. Although their power is absolute, they cannot solve all problems. That's because the power is not strong enough. After Jack finished yelling, he sat down and said unwillingly. I acknowledge what you said. Currently, we, the Beast's pirates, are unable to protect the Fishmen Island from the world government. Advertisement, but in the future, I believe we will be able to do it. Jinbei shouted. Then we'll talk about it in the future, if you can really do it. Not only will I join the Beast's pirates, I will personally persuade King Neptune to allow the Fishmen Island to become the base of the Beast's pirates. But now, take them and you can go, because your power is not that strong yet. Jack turned his head and looked at the excited Jinbei. After a moment of silence, he said softly. Yes, that day will come. When we, the Beast's pirates, have enough power to oppose the world government, I hope you will keep your word. But I can't leave now. Seeing Jinbei's puzzled expression, Jack suddenly smiled. Haha, because New Year's Day is coming soon, we are going to hold a party as well. We've been fighting for so long, if you're not hungry, I'm hungry too. In this battle with Shenping, Jack only drew a reward of double strength, but did not get the skill of Murloc Karate, which made Jack a little disappointed. But after thinking about it, it is better than giving a Bailey or something like that. The system doesn't always give out flash rewards. My attribute points have already reached this point, so a little more is also good. So just attend the banquet with peace of mind. Who knows, maybe you will get it next time you board the boat. What Jack didn't know was that as soon as the Mammoth arrived at the deserted island, a marine surveillance submarine had already discovered them. Naval headquarters, in a luxuriously decorated single room, snoring sounds continued to be heard, and the owner of the bed was sleeping soundly. Baloo. Baloo. The Den Den Mushi kept ringing rapidly, and then an arm stretched out from the bed, picked up the Den Den Mushi and threw it out. The room became quiet again, and after a while there was a sudden sound of hurried footsteps outside the door. Vice Admiral Borsellino. Vice Admiral Borsellino. Get up. Get up. It's an emergency. An emergency. Bang. Seeing that there was no response when he knocked on the door, a marine officer with hair so straight that it could be used as a stool kicked the door open. Advertisement, Mr. Vice Admiral, the Beast's Pirates leader, Jack the Drow, has suddenly appeared at the Grand Line and is now in contact with the Sun Pirates. The Marshal has ordered that you solve it. Seeing that the person on the bed did not respond, the officer said helplessly. If you continue to sleep, I guess you'll lose your bonus this month. After hearing this, the person on the bed reacted. Borsellino, who looked wretched, stretched himself and said lazily. It's so annoying, I have to go to work early again. Hey, inform the finance department that I'm working overtime again today. Remember, 1 extra hour. Swish. Swish. A golden light flashed, and Borsellino flashed out of the room in an instant, then turned into light and returned to the room. Borsellino took his cowboy hat and put it on his head, then whispered to the marine officer. Stolo Berry, it seems like the new year is almost here, right? Tell the finance department that they want to double my overtime pay for the new year, and send my benefits to my room. The deserted island where the Sun Pirates are located is not suitable for human survival because of the large number of ferocious beasts. This is also the most common point among many uninhabited islands. Now these beasts have been skinned and boned and turned into barbecued meat, exuding an enticing aroma. Ever since Jack asked the Chamber of Commerce to collect spices from various countries, Onigashima and Wano-kuni are now growing a large number of spices. The reason why Wano-kuna's barbecue business is so prosperous is closely related to these spices. These people from the Sun Pirates fought with slave ships or pirates on the sea all day long, and almost all the supplies they needed came from enemy ships. Because no human in any city would trade with the fishmen, their handling of food ingredients was very simple. The flavor of food they could eat depended on the spoils they obtained after their victory. So after eating this barbecue full of seasonings, these pirates were completely stunned. Then, before the barbecue was fully cooked, the fishermen started scrambling for it. Jack's men didn't laugh at them, because when they first tasted this kind of barbecue, they were not much better than them. Fine wine, delicious food, band performances, and banquets always make people happy. They also wash away the little unhappiness among the Sun Pirates and their pain of parting. Jack even competed with Jinbei and others in drinking buckets of alcohol. The banquet lasted from the afternoon until late at night and was still going on lively. Belch. Clatter, A golden light appeared from a distance and approached here at high speed. Jack felt a dazzling light and looked up quickly. Countless points of light gathered from the sky and in the blink of an eye, they turned into a human figure. Jack was stunned at first, then he said in shock. What the hell? Warrior of Light, Ultraman, Chapter 150. Have you ever been kicked at the speed of light? How scary, Jack the Drow. Just by looking at its appearance and size, you can tell it's a monster. Jack blinked and looked at the marine floating above him wearing a coat of justice, feeling a little disappointed. FK. I thought it was Ultraman, so, Ultraman really doesn't exist? And you, this fellow, is it the principal of Futaba Kindergarten? Wrong. It's Marine's monster, Polu, Lulu, no. Uncle, have you ever considered changing your career? For example, making educational films, repairing sewer pipes, delivering packages, etc.? Otherwise, it's a pity for your appearance. Borsellino, who was floating above, scratched his head, and the golden light on his body became brighter. Then he put his hands together and whispered to Jack. In order to see you, I went to work early and worked overtime. I have to let you share this pain. Yashikani no Magatama. Buzz, bang, bang, bang. Countless dazzling light bullets appeared from Borsellino's body and shot towards Jack. The dazzling light and deafening sound attracted the attention of the pirates who were still holding the banquet, and they all ran out immediately. Jinbei and Lim led the way. When they saw Borsellino floating in the air with a flashing special effect, they shouted in shock. That is, Marine Vice Admiral, Kizaru. A monster in the marine, why is he here? Boom. A slash flew from the ground towards Kizaru, but passed through Kizaru's elemental body without causing any damage. Jack's eyes were red, and he looked at Kizaru in the air and said with some disdain. Yashikani no Magatama. What a big name. I thought you were the sacred weapon of the Yagami family. Kizaru adjusted his sunglasses, looked at Jack who was unharmed, and sighed. Oh my. How scary. Advertisement, as expected of a monster from Beast's Pirates. Swish. Jack also floated into the air using moonwalk, and said to Kizaru who looked filthy. It's kind of funny for a marine freak like you to call me a freak. Kizaru's arrival was somewhat unexpected to Jack, and he became secretly alert. Because Kaido mentioned that if there is anyone who can defeat the current Jack, Borsalino, whose nickname in Marine is Kizaru, is definitely one of them. Maybe he is not the strongest in attack among Marines, but he is the most maneuverable. The user of the ability of Logia's sparkling fruit, to put it simply, is the fruit of light. While he can manipulate light, he also possesses the speed of light and absolute power. Once, Kaido was caught by Marine, and Kizaru in front of him was involved. However, Jack didn't take it seriously. If he had met this guy half a year ago, he might not be his opponent and might be captured, but now. He had also fought against the humanoid refrigerator that was as famous as him. It might have been very difficult at that time, but his current immortality was no less than that of Brother Kaido. In this situation, Kizaru alone could not capture him. Jack looked at Kizaru and gradually felt a little excited. Kaido is naturally very concerned about the Marine's movements. In Kaido's opinion, the 3 Logia Vice Admirals are all strong enough to become Marine Admirals, because Kaido has fought against all 3 of them. As for the current Marine Admirals, according to Kaido, one is already a marshal, and one is in semi-retirement and exists in name only. The 3 of them have actually taken over the Admiral's power, so these 3 people will be the next Marine Admirals. Marine Admiral has always represented the highest combat power of Marine, but can I defeat him now? Even if I can't beat him, I shouldn't be in any danger. At most I'll get injured, but this will definitely be beneficial to the growth of my immortal body. Just when Jack was excited and wanted to attack, Kizaru suddenly used shaving to appear next to Jinbei and fell to the ground. Haishia Jinbei, given your current situation, can I assume that you have rejected the invitation from the world government? Kizaru's voice was no longer lazy, revealing a serious tone, and Jinbei shouted at him. I didn't say no, and this isn't the deadline, is it? Kizaru returned to his lazy state, waved his hand at Jinbei, and said weakly. I heard that you, the Beast's Pirates, recently recruited a group of fishmen. This must be your doing. Those people's choices are none of my business. I agreed to become a Shichibukai. What happened between you has nothing to do with the Sun Pirates. Kizaru took a few steps back to distance himself from Jack and said nonchalantly. Although it's troublesome, I still have to communicate with him properly. It seems that your compatriot has a bad temper. Advertisement, then the bounties on those people won't be revoked. Many members of our Sun Pirates group are dissatisfied with the decision I made, so they have already quit. Then I'll just have to arrest you all. Do you really want to reject the invitation from the world government? It's a bit troublesome, but if that's the case. Not allowed? Get out of here, increase their bounty? But if you want to join the Beast's Pirates with the Sun Pirates, then. Lousy, let's see who dares to capture our Beast's Pirates. Kick your legs. But it's really not the deadline yet, you can make a decision later. Jinbei pointed to the few remaining fishmen around him and said. Jinbei clenched his fists, then slowly loosened them, took a deep breath and said. There are so many things you don't allow, but. Because it makes me feel more relaxed, but you are standing here, do you want to be with him? Jack's tall figure suddenly appeared behind Kizaru. Kizaru turned around and looked up. The joining of a few Murlocs won't change anything, but if even the Sun Pirates join you Beast's Pirates, given the Sun Pirates' reputation among the Murlocs, this is something the world government will never allow. What's going on? If the Sun Pirates join us, the Beast's Pirates, will the world government take out some laundry detergent, saying that the Fishmen Island has weapons of mass destruction, and send troops to wipe them out? Pull the boat over, Jack said sarcastically. So what? After cursing, under Kizaru's puzzled gaze, Jack ran backwards frantically until he reached the boat, then jumped down again. Excuse me, have you ever been kicked by the speed of light? After Jinbei finished speaking, Kizaru adjusted his sunglasses again and said threateningly. Jack waved at Lim and the others. Lim and his men immediately understood Jack's meaning and rushed to the boat. Kizaru saw this but did not stop them. He said to Jinbei. Oh, so you agree? Looking at Jack's arrogant face, Kizaru's eyes turned cold. He raised his left foot and said word by word. Chapter 151. Are you psychotic? As Jack jumped down from the deck, he continued to use his shaving skills to test Kizaru's speed. However, to Jack's surprise, Kizaru kept his feet lifted despite his high-speed approach, and the golden light under his feet shone like a dazzling light bulb in the dark night. Just when Jack was about to get close to Kizaru, Kizaru suddenly disappeared from the spot. Swish. Have you been? Bang. There was a pause when the shaving knife was used. Just a few tenths of a second, Kizaru seized this opportunity, appeared next to Jack in an instant, and said his own lines. Before Jack could figure out what was going on, Kizaru kicked Jack's huge body sideways, directly pulling it hundreds of meters away and hitting it on the campfire that was still burning, startling a group of wild beasts that were attracted by the smell of barbecue. Just as Kizaru finished his words, Jack stood up from the ground, shook his head, and shouted to Kizaru. Your attack is powerful. Keep going. And what did you say just now? Louder? I didn't hear you. The flying torch landed on an oil bottle nearby and quickly ignited the surrounding trees. Jack's body was also covered with a lot of grease and was soon surrounded by flames. However, the flames burned on Jack's body without burning even a hair, because Jack had no hair. Bang! Looking at Jack, who kicked the tree away and the fire on his body slowly dying out, Kizaru suddenly felt like he was facing Kaido. It seems that no matter what kind of attack falls on Kaido, Kaido's expression is always like, "Come and hit me." "Hey, boss Jinbei. Look at them, the mammoth is about to escape." "What?" Jinbei looked at Lim waving at him in surprise, exchanged a glance with Zauba, and a group of people hurriedly ran towards the boat. "Hey, what are you guys doing? The marine will be here in a moment, won't you help your captain fight?" "Aladdin, what's going on?" Standing on the deck, Jinbei asked Aladdin loudly with some confusion. Lim on the opposite boat shouted to Jinbei. "It's because Marine is coming, so we need to find a place to hide from them first. Master Jack said that our ship is very expensive, don't always compare it with the Marine's standard ships. And this time, Master Jack's opponent is that monster from Logia, the Vice Admiral from Marine. Usually when facing an opponent of this level, we retreat first. We have Master Jack's life card, we will find him. Advertisement, you'd better retreat too, the Marine should be here soon." Jinbei watched the mammoth speed away with a confused look on his face. Only after it disappeared into the night did he react and quickly gave the order. "We'll retreat first too. Boss Jinbei, the helmsman has joined Beast's pirates." "What? Then I will take the helm myself." The departure of Jinbei and his group was also noticed by the two people who were in a stalemate, but for some reason, Kizaru looked indifferent and was too lazy to even chase them. Kizaru's decision not to chase them made Jack, who was about to stop him, look confused. "What's going on? This marine. Normally, when you see someone running, you marines will do everything you can to get rid of me and chase after them, and I will also do everything I can to prevent you from catching up, right? When faced with a fast boy like you, I was worried about how to stop you. I was ready to make them abandon ship, but you didn't even look at me? Are you a bit unprofessional? But I like it. This marine is extraordinary, he is open-minded." "That's right. Why do you work so hard? How much money do you get paid a month?" "Although it's a bit troublesome, after I catch you, I don't think the higher-ups will assign me too many tasks, so I can take a break. So I'm sorry." As Kizaru's two hands slowly separated, a golden and dazzling lightsaber appeared in Kizaru's hands. The dazzling light made Jack close his eyes involuntarily. "This fruit, the beer has gone bad. If I kill him, I can draw the power of his fruit and transform into Ultraman at any rate. When the time comes, I will tell everyone I meet that I am Ultraman, the giant elephant of light from the land of light." Swish. Bang. How terrible. Looking at Jack, who was unharmed, Kizaru's tone was still lazy, but his eyes were a little surprised. He changed the lightsaber in his hand from chopping to stabbing, and stabbed towards Jack's chest. No wonder Kaido was determined to get rid of those people sent by the world government the last time he left Onigashima. The reason why Kaido values you so much is because the other half of your bloodline is from the same clan as Kaido. And your physique is the same as that monster Kaido. Kizaru tilted his head and thought for a long time, then clapped his hands. "Wait until my..." When Jack heard Kizaru say this, he got angry. "You are crazy. Advertisement, why don't you think a little more and say I'm Kaido's son? Let me tell you, the relationship between me and brother Kaido is that I am considered his prospective son-in-law, do you understand?" "Oh, so. That's how it is. Wait a minute, your appearance. Brother? Son-in-law? It's a waste of your talent if you don't make movies? I'm like you MLGB. Kizaru looked at Jack for a few more times, then suddenly froze and said in disbelief. "And you want to marry Kaido's daughter? Jack the Drow? Fishman? FKU. That's how rumors are born. You just make wild guesses without knowing anything, and then you make it sound like it's true. What the hell? Someone like you actually eats sparkling fruit. Get lost. Why am I telling you this? How terrible. Look at how confident you are, yet you are still so wretched." Kizaru stroked his chin, looking thoughtful. After this attack, Kizaru's expression became completely serious. He looked at the white mark on Jack's chest and said with sudden realization. "They chased us all the way to the Grand Line, and even when our marines sent out reinforcements, Kaido didn't stop. So that's how it is. This height. So you are Kaido's brother. What do you mean? Lousy is a man whose moral values are more upright than his facial features. You are a merman, that's absolutely correct. No wonder you're so similar. God is blind. What kind of owner did you choose for the fruit that represents light? You might as well throw it into the toilet?" Even though Kizaru was wearing sunglasses, Jack could still feel his obscene gaze, and heard an indescribable feeling in his tone, as if it was a slight admiration. Bang! Could it be that your true identity is Kaido's son? Chapter 152. You are such a poor person. Stolo Berry Rear Admiral. Message from the surveillance ship. The pirates on the Mammoth and the Sun Pirates have all escaped. The only people on the island right now are Jack the Drow, the boss of the Beast's pirates, and Vice Admiral Borsalino. What should we do now? Stolo Berry shouted without hesitation. Don't worry about them, let's go support Vice Admiral Borsalino. As long as we catch Jack the Drow, we will cut off the arm of the Beast's pirates. There's no way Kaido will be at Grand Line right now, this opportunity is rare. We must catch him, now continue to seek support from headquarters. The sky was already getting light, and Kizaru kept firing lasers from his hands at the monster in front of him. Jack has transformed into a huge mammoth. His height of 20 meters surprised Kizaru. Although the users of the zone fruit can transform into animals, Their body size generally does not exceed that of the animal itself. The size of Jack, the mammoth, is really too exaggerated. If his legs could stand upright, Jack's height in animal form would definitely be more than 30 meters. His laser shot at Jack without leaving even a white spot, which made Kizaru more certain of his guess that Jack and Kaido definitely had the same physique. After thinking for a while, Kizaru decided to give it another try. He pushed hard with his feet and jumped high into the air. Yashikani no Magatama. Countless light bullets flashed and flew towards Jack. The huge impact force splashed up smoke and dust that covered the sky and completely buried Jack's huge body. The marine warship that had just arrived happened to see this scene, and the marine on it cheered immediately. Stallo Berry waved his hand and shouted, "Seize the opportunity to win. Aim. Fire." Boom. Boom. Several warships roared in unison, and hundreds of shells were fired accurately. Kizaru immediately turned into an elemental to avoid being affected. Boom. Boom. After 3 rounds of artillery fire, the area within a 5-kilometer radius of Jack's location was completely obscured by smoke and dust. Kizaru and the Marines looked over intently. At this moment, Kizaru suddenly shouted, "Retreat quickly." Ivory Jet. Stallo Berry was standing on the deck holding a telescope, observing nervously. A white light rushed out through the smoke, and by the time Stallo Berry found that the white light was a pair of sharp and huge tusks, it was too late. Fortunately, while Kizaru was giving a loud warning, someone quickly rushed over. A golden light flashed, and the tusk was kicked away by Kizaru. Kizaru shouted, "Stallo Berry, you retreat first. This guy has the means of long-range attack. Let everyone to retreat." Advertisement. This is. A domineering aura came over them, and Stallo Berry and all the Marines opened their mouths in surprise. Many Marines rolled their eyes and fainted on the ground. The mammoth that Jack transformed into was not even left with a trace under Kizaru's attack and the baptism of artillery shells, and the strong breath just now made Kizaru feel overwhelmed. Conqueror's Hockey. How scary. This sea is becoming more and more chaotic. We haven't dealt with the red-haired newcomers yet. Has a monster like Jack appeared among the new generation of imps? It's really troublesome. It seems that Jack's threat to the world government is going to rise to a higher level. The bounty is also going to increase. But this is not something I should worry about. I'd better leave this matter to the professionals. Jack shook his long nose, looked at the warship that attacked him with red eyes, and shouted to Kizaru. "Hey, you wretched fellow, you're really fast, but being fast doesn't help. You need a wide range, and a long time. I'll compete with you in endurance, Ivory Gatling." Bang. Mr. Kizaru was stunned by the continuous spray of ivory, and then he smiled bitterly. "This is a big problem. Looks like we can only save one person. Stallo Berry, retreat at full speed. People on other boats jump off first." Before he could say anything else, Kizaru transformed into light and flew into the air. Yashikani no Magatama. Bang. Bang. Boom. After a brief explosion, a few of the missiles that escaped the net still hit a warship. The Marines on board who had no time to jump into the sea were instantly smashed into meat paste, and the warship also exploded. However, after only a brief pause, countless ivory tusks flew towards him again. "This monster, won't you be calcium deficient like this? How did you do that? Is it the ability of the fruit that comes with the mammoth form?" After a while, Jack transformed into a human beast form, looked at the only remaining marine warship that escaped from his attack range, shook his head in dissatisfaction, and then raised his foot. Jack's long trunk swung Kizaru, and Kizaru was stunned. Seeing that Kizaru wanted to say something, Jack immediately yelled. Bang. Bang. This guy's elementalization seems to be different from that natural refrigerator? This guy, advertisement, FKU, lousy, you have athlete's foot, how can you speak so uncivilized? Bang. Relying on his own speed that far surpasses Jack, Kizaru did not intend to confront Jack head-on, and decided to first test whether Jack had any weaknesses in this form. However, Kizaru's reaction was faster. His body turned into a point of light and slowly gathered to one side. Even if Jack covered his fangs with armament hockey, it was still useless against Kizaru's elemental form, which made Jack a little confused. Your appearance needs to be blurred, and your voice needs to be blurred. Can we be more civilized when we speak? Look at Lousy's huge teeth. Kizaru flashed behind Jack and shot a laser at Jack's butt. However, what Kizaru didn't expect was that Jack's butt was very elastic and the laser bounced back and almost hit Kizaru. Shut up. Don't talk, Steelfoot. Isn't this Tempest Kick? Why is it called Steelfoot? A laser flashed and collided with Jack's slash, and Kizaru slowly fell to the ground. Jack looked at Kizaru with disdain and said, swish. Bang. If you want a massage, give Lousy a good massage. You dare to sneak attack Lousy? You have no manners. Kizaru looked Jack over, his eyes landing on Jack's tight, raised A. Jack touched his butt, raised the mace and hit him. Bang. Do you know that Lousy's butt is harder than his head? How scary. Sao Daisina, super long distance athlete's foot. Jack took out the huge tube from his waist and didn't give Kizaru any chance to speak, and just started smashing it. Buzz. Bang. UB asterisk 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 D. Is it because I have seen too few Logia devil fruits? I know what you want to say, shameless, no manners. Buzz. Kizaru flashed into the air, then flashed in front of Jack, and kept shooting lasers at Jack. However, facing these attacks, Jack threw his leather jacket to the ground without changing his expression, and danced with his pectoral muscles towards Kizaru. Buzz. Taking advantage of Jack's distraction, Kizaru started the laser mode again. Chapter 153. What do you mean? After nimbly dodging Jack's attack, Kizaru felt a sinking feeling in his heart. Whether in normal form, animal form, or the current human beast form, Jack's defense is unexpectedly strong. In Kizaru's opinion, this defense is not inferior to Kaido's. However, unlike Kaido, Jack's defense relies heavily on the toughness of his skin and muscles, while Kaido's defense is extremely hard, giving people a feeling of being indestructible. Perhaps this is the difference in the use of the fruit, but in essence, the defense of both of them relies on their extraordinary physique as the most basic and powerful foundation. With his extraordinary physique, Kaido became a famous pirate in the New World, stood on the top of the ocean, and was named the strongest creature on land, sea and air. Many people unanimously believe that Kaido should be the strongest person in the world in single combat. Because even if Kaido's attack is not as strong as yours, and his abilities are not as strong as yours, he has a strong physique and can withstand a lot of blows. If he were to fight to the death with him on a deserted island, Kizaru believes that he would never be a match for that monster because of his superior physique. But another monster of this kind appeared and stood right in front of him. And the most important thing is that he is also a member of Beast's Pirates and has a very close relationship with Kaido. Regardless of whether he is a younger brother or son-in-law, his status makes him extremely important in the Beast's Pirates, and will also make him extremely loyal to Kaido, with no possibility of winning him over. After fighting with him, apart from defense, both his armament haki and his own strength are extremely powerful. If there is a weakness, it may be because his body is too tall compared to ordinary people, which makes his speed not that agile. Another thing is that I am not so proficient in using the seeing and hearing color. However, these so-called weaknesses can all be ignored due to Jack's strong physique and defense. Considering his age and strength, Kizaru suddenly felt that the world government did not take Jack seriously enough. No, maybe his defense is just a little stronger, but his physique is actually different from Kaido's? After dodging Jack's attack once again, Kizaru decided to give it one more try, even though it would cost him some energy, but if he was sure that Jack's physique was exactly the same as Kaido's, then there would be no need to continue fighting. After the headquarters finds out, they won't punish me. Because they have fought Kaido so many times, the headquarters has decided that if they can't meet Kaido, they will just ignore him. Immune to death, he cannot be locked up. A group of people took great effort to defeat him, but they couldn't kill him. Trying to put him in prison is a pure waste of public funds. By capturing the destroyed warships of Kaido, we can build a new base. The last time Vice Admiral Garp was in charge of the ship, Kaido still damaged the ship. Vice Admiral Garp hammered Kaido, who was trapped on the bottom of the sea for a whole day and night. He took a breath countless times and almost suffocated himself. However, he was helpless against Kaido. If he really has such a monstrous physique, I would never be stupid enough to fight him alone. Bang! After Kizaru dodged another blow, Jack decided not to hit him. This wretched fellow is not only much faster than me, but his use of observation haki is also top-notch. Advertisement, at least he could rub his chin and think while dodging his own attacks. This was something that Jin and Quinn definitely couldn't do. Jack was not sure whether Kaido could do it. Because when sparring with Kaido, Kaido never hides. They basically just hit each other with a big stick, and whoever can withstand it falls first. However, as a marine monster, this guy has been fighting with fruits and has not shown any overly advanced armament haki. Haki applications such as emission have never appeared from beginning to end. His physique is quite strong, and he is still very energetic. Jack the Drow. Just let me see if your physique is the same as Kaido's. Jack couldn't help but narrow his eyes as he watched Kizaru leap into the air. The rising sun completely enveloped Kizaru's figure, and then an even brighter light emerged from Kizaru's orchid fingers. Yashikani no Magatama. Hearing this familiar name, Jack was stunned at first, and then shouted loudly in disappointment. You're not done yet. You're doing it again. You have to change the way you massage. It's been a long time, and you keep doing the same thing over and over again. Aren't you fed up with it? Wrong. After the sword was finished, countless blood dripped from Jack's body, quickly forming a small blood puddle. However, Kizaru did not look happy at all, and stared at Jack with a serious face. Buzz, what the hell is this person? How can he be so uncultured? Hey, you wretched fellow, keep going. Why are you running? Bang, 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 Buzz. The pain in his body made Jack's eyes red. Jack looked at his body and shouted excitedly. Buzz, shave. Advertisement. Seeing Kizaru coming back, Jack immediately launched an attack, but Kizaru dodged to the side, glanced at Jack, and said in a strange tone. Awesome. You look like a pervert. Who gave you the courage to criticize others? Jack sensed a dangerous aura, his eyes turned cold, and he observed Kizaru carefully. What do you mean? What do you mean? I'm fighting well, and you say I'm a pervert. Oh, I don't have that hobby. Perverts like you and Kaido are not the kind of people I like to fight with. Fish Liang still needs to give it to you. Swish. Countless light bullets once again submerged Jack, continuously exploding from Jack's body, and then a long sword of light quickly appeared in Kizaru's hand and was thrown at Jack. Jack thought Kizaru was going to use some big move, and immediately became alert. However, Kizaru's figure turned into light and disappeared at the speed of light, leaving Jack confused. Although I know you are fast, there is no need for you to be so fast. You are done just when we are excited here? What do you mean? You ran away. Jack looked up into the air. Kizaru scratched his head, looked around, and said lazily. No, I've been a sitting duck for quite some time, and you just run away like that? Jack was stunned for a moment as he watched Kizaru turn into a beam of light and leave. Then he immediately reacted. This time, Kizaru's power was a little longer, and the light was still so dazzling even under the sun. To be on the safe side, Jack quickly used armament hockey. After seeing this scene, Kizaru turned around and left without hesitation. There were more than a dozen holes and a long sword wound on Jack's body. Under Kizaru's gaze, the wounds on Jack's body stopped bleeding at a speed visible to the naked eye. Even the most serious wound closed up quickly. Keep going. Ha ha ha. Keep going. This is, boom. What a trouble, we flew in the wrong direction. Perhaps the jailers at Impel Down would like people like you. Chapter 154. The name of the strongest Murloc, Crash. A fishman emerged from the sea vigilantly, looked at the ruins after the battle on the deserted island, was stunned for a moment, and slowly walked onto the beach. The solid stones had turned to powder, the forest where the banquet was held a few days ago had completely disappeared, and the corpses of countless wild animals had rotted, emitting a disgusting stench. After seeing this scene, the merman felt relieved and let out a sharp cry. In an instant, dozens of mermen emerged from the sea. Lord Fendel, it looks like the fighting has stopped. It should have stopped a few days ago. Are there any marine warships nearby? Master Jack's lifeguard points right here, not at the bottom of the sea. When the fishmen found Jack, Fendel looked at Jack lying naked on the ground and sleeping soundly, and lowered his head in inferiority. The other fishmen also looked unhappy and turned their heads away silently. Jack is an adult. Jack is an adult. Fender didn't wake up Jack until Lim arrived. Jack rubbed his eyes, took the pants handed to him by the fishman, slowed down, and slapped him. Why the hell didn't you come earlier? This island stinks so bad, that pervert ripped my clothes with his laser. If it weren't for these trees, I would have been sunburned. Mr. Jack, are you okay? Yes, Master Jack, are you okay? Yes, Master Jack, are you okay? Jack looked around and said impatiently. What's the matter? Am I okay? Can you give me some plums? Lim pointed with his finger, leaned his head against Jack and whispered. Master Jack, your hair is burned off, doesn't it hurt? Lousy is Qinglong. You guys get out of here, but isn't Qinglong Mr. Kaido? Look at my lips. Pigeon kiss go away. The battle with Kizaru didn't last very long, and there was no winner. The reward was garbage, and it was garbage beyond Jack's expectations, a piece of glittering golden underwear, and it was women's. Jack was originally going to throw it away, but after thinking about it, he measured the size and decided to take it back and give it to Yamato. After all, he didn't bring her out, so he had to at least give her a gift. This thing is inlaid with diamonds, how nice. Advertisement. After a big meal to replenish his consumed energy, Jack lay down on the lounge chair contentedly. However, a figure in the corner of the deck attracted Jack's attention. Aladdin looked at the sea like an artistic young man, his eyes full of worry. Hey, the magic lamp. No, Aladdin. Your companions are playing dice, working out or drinking, why don't you go in? Jack's voice sounded from behind, startling Aladdin, who turned around quickly. Jack is an adult. After turning his head to the side and moving a few steps silently, Aladdin finally began to breathe hard. FK. I don't stink. Why are you reacting so strongly? Who made you so short? Jack sat directly on the deck, patted Aladdin on the shoulder and said. Your brother is the fishman who sells kebabs. Then you have to teach him a lesson. That brat, last time I went to eat elephant kebabs, he fooled me with fish kebabs. This is somewhat disrespectful to my eyes. I can still tell the difference between meat and fish. But you're a mermaid, so why is your brother a fishman? Don't you have the same parents? Aladdin looked at Jack with a sad face and said helplessly. Master Jack, the reproduction of us mermen is not fixed. Even if two mermen get married, the child they give birth to could be a merman or mermaid. Ha ha ha, I know, I'm just teasing you, damn, I really don't know. If that's the case, then in a Pisces marriage, one must be on guard against the guy next door. Master Jack, can the beast's pirates really save our fishmen? Aladdin looked at the sea and said hesitantly, will we get good results from fighting for the beast's pirates? Won't killing humans make them hate us even more? Jack curled his lips. It seemed that Jinbei was not the only one who was influenced by Tiger. Huh, Aladdin, we are the only ones who can save us. As for killing humans, will it make them hate us? There are many cases of humans killing humans. Why are you considering this? Besides, why do you want them to hate you? That's because you didn't kill enough of them. You've killed enough people, they're just afraid of you. Advertisement, after we go to Beast's Pirates, you guys go back to Onigashima first and find Brother Jin. Let him train you first. Lim was a little worried about being chased by the marine, so he sped up all the way. Soon after the film was coated on Sabaody, the mammoth dived into the seabed again and headed towards the Fishman Island. Because Aladdin and his friends had not returned for many years, and several of the Fishmen's relatives were still on the Fishman Island, Jack decided to stay on the Fishman Island for a few more days. New World Island Continent, Rensk Port. Kerr was holding a new edition of the newspaper. After reading it, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. He immediately took out his Den Mushi and dialed King's number. Lord Jin. Belch, what's wrong? Jin, just ignore other things while you're having fun. Kaido burped, hugged his personal secretary, and said with some disapproval. I'm not saying anything bad about you, you're just too rigid and too serious. There are so many women, just pick a few and leave a descendant. If that doesn't work, There are a lot of new mermen here, right? It would be nice if you could find a few more. If that doesn't work, those fishmen women are ugly, but if you like them, I can talk to Jack about it. Thinking of the faces of those Murloc women, Jin slipped and almost fell to the ground, but fortunately Jin was wearing a mask and no one could see his expression. You go down first. Whether it was the geisha who was playing or the personal secretary who was drinking with Kaido, after hearing Jin's order, they immediately stood up, bowed, and slowly walked out of the room. Kaido couldn't help but sit up straight and ask softly. What's wrong? What happened? Mr. Kaido, it's Jack. Jin's tone was a little agitated, but he soon calmed down and said calmly. Jack fought a battle with Marine's Vice Admiral Kizaru at the Grand Line. The outcome is unknown. However, Jack's bounty has reached 2 billion Baileys, and the world government has also changed Jack's name on the bounty order. Seeing Kaido's interested expression, Jin said excitedly. Jack is called the world's strongest fishman by the world government. The world's strongest fishman? Hearing this name, Kaido was stunned at first, and then laughed out loud. Oh la 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 la, oh la 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 la. The world's strongest fishman? I encountered that guy Kizaru, and I also increased the bounty, and got this title. It looks like Jack's immortality has been broken through again. It seems that my dream is one step closer. Chapter 155, The Plot Against Jack. Above the red line, the Holy Land of Mariajoy. After reading the document in his hand, the 5 elders with short blonde hair and a beard handed the document in his hand to the bald 5 elders who was wearing a white Taoist robe and wiping his sword. After everyone finished reading it, the blonde 5 elders said softly. According to Kizaru's report in CP0's investigation, it has been confirmed that Jack the Drow has the blood of the Demon Clan. And like Kaido, he has awakened the special physique of the Demon Clan. The Beast's pirates have developed extremely rapidly in the past 2 years. In addition to Ghost Island, the Allen continent has also fallen into the hands of the Beast's pirates. And in recent years, many fishmen have left the Fishmen Island and joined the Beast's pirates. This should be the work of Jack. And the Don Quixote family also has deals with the Beast's pirates. Judging from the power of the Marines in the New World, they are definitely no match for the Beast's pirates. Do we need to take action against the Beast's pirates? Or is it against the Don Quixote family? When the blonde 5 elders said this, he turned his gaze to the 5 elders with long straight hair. The 5 elders with long straight hair said expressionlessly. Although I am also from the Don Quixote family, as a 5 elder, I will never take sides. Although his father betrayed us, Doflamingo has always wanted to return to live in the Holy Land. Although the tribesmen do not allow it, don't forget that Doflamingo is from celestial dragons after all, and has seen Lord Yim sitting on the Void Throne. If you fail to kill him, once this secret is leaked out and others know that the Void Throne, which symbolizes peace and equality among kings of all countries and will never be a dictatorship, has a new king. You should know the consequences, right? After hearing what the long-haired 5 elders said, the blonde 5 elders stopped talking. The bald 5 elders who was standing aside and wiping his sword spoke up. Let's put Don Quixote aside, now we should consider taking action against the Beast's pirates. If the Beast's pirate's strength develops too quickly, it will be beyond our control. What do you think? The other 3 looked at each other and then, like the bald 5 elders, turned their gaze to the 5 elders with a Mediterranean hairstyle who was sitting at the desk. The birthmark on his forehead was fully revealed because he was thinking with his eyes closed, like a zoomed-in map of a small island. After a long while, he opened his eyes, glanced at a few people, and said softly. There's no need. If we go to war with the Beast's pirates now, even if we win, we'll definitely lose some strength. Advertisement. Roger's last words caused the number of pirates to rise rapidly. The situation on the sea is too chaotic right now. We need to calm the sea down and maintain balance. Kaido and the others are the force that helps us maintain balance. And Kaido may be a lunatic, but he's smarter than anyone else. Don't forget, Kaido has witnessed the power of the world government with his own eyes. As long as his bottom line is not touched, he will not act rashly. After the Mediterranean 5 elders finished speaking, they thought for a moment and continued. But, a monster like Kaido is really troublesome. We can ask other pirates to solve the problem. Whether it succeeds or not is none of our business. If there are any casualties and a war breaks out, it may accelerate the arrival of balance. I remember that Kazuki Oden was also on Whitebeard's ship, right? Then let's see. After all, the Emperor of the Sea also needs to be ranked. After the Mediterranean 5 elders finished speaking, the bald 5 elders nodded and spoke first. Then let's express our stance. I agree. Agree. The blonde 5 elders glanced at the others, then stood up and walked out of the house. Then leave this matter to me. The Whitebeard pirates have a large fleet and a latent CP0. It's time to use them. The strongest man in the world, and the strongest creature on land, sea, and air. Who will come out on top? After leaving the Fishmen Island and returning to New World, Jack realized that he had won the title of the world's strongest fishman. However, Jack was dismissive of this title. Whitebeard is known as the strongest man in the world. Kaido is the strongest creature on land, sea, and air. And now it's my turn. I'm the strongest fishman in the world? Most people in this world have never seen a merman. To them, mermen are no different from fish. The strongest Murloc might mean tastier in their minds? What's there to be proud of with such a crappy title? Advertisement. I might as well transform into a mammoth and claim that I am the strongest elephant in the world. Jack didn't care about it, but Fendel's group of fishmen seemed to have taken drugs, shouting excitedly all day long, or running directly into the sea to perform group freestyle swimming. This is the strongest fishman recognized by the world government. As Jack's subordinates, they all feel honored and proud. Even Brother Tiger has never been recognized by the world government. Don't forget Jack's age. The future of the fishmen lies in Jack's hands. Just as there was jubilation on the Mammoth, a pirate ship flying a curly-haired skull flag docked on a small island not far from the continent of Allen. In addition to the curly-haired skull and crossbones flag, there was another flag hanging on the top of the ship, which was the flag of the Whitebeard Pirates. The captain of this ship is named Andre, an old crew member of the Whitebeard Pirates. He later established his own pirates and became the captain of a large fleet under the Whitebeard Pirates. Andre was extremely tall, at least 6 meters away, with curly hair and a square chin. He looked very wild. At this moment, his eyes were full of anger because several of his companions were killed a few days ago. The murderers who killed them were those hateful fishmen from the continent of Allen. This was seen with their own eyes by several companions who escaped back. That's why he ignored the reputation of the Beast's pirates and came to the Allen continent in person, because he wanted to avenge his companions. Captain Andre, we can only wait here. If we move forward, we will be easily discovered by those fishmen. This is the last stop before Allen continent, so most merchant ships will rest here. Including merchant ships coming from the Fishmen Island. A tall pirate said hesitantly after reporting, but shouldn't we ask Dad for his advice? If we hijack those murlocs, it will easily lead to a war. I heard that Jack the Drow has a very bad temper. Irritable? Andre frowned and said impatiently. Do I have a good temper? Besides, even if there was a war, it was the Beast's pirates who started it first. If we don't respond, we will be embarrassing our father. Keep a close watch. No matter who my opponent is, I will definitely take revenge. Chapter 156. Whitebeard, so what? I don't have a beard yet. In front of the Mammoth, a merchant ship full of murlocs hoisted the flag of the Beast's pirates. Because when they were returning to the Fishmen Island, they happened to meet a small caravan of demolishers going to the Fishmen Island specifically to relocate the fish people, so Jack stayed for a few more days, ready to escort them to the new world together. Anyway, the first place this group of mermen arrives at is the continent of Allen. They usually go there to see the lives of slaves and broaden their horizons before going to Ghost Island. Who knows, some mermen may choose to live in the continent of Allen. Although ordinary pirates would never attack merchant ships flying the Beast's pirates flag, one could never know if they would encounter blind pirates. It was just a matter of convenience. There were also many beautiful mermaid ladies on board, so Jack was happy to get close to them. Several mermen jumped into the sea skillfully, and flipped a few times in the air. While showing off their superb sea jumping skills to the mermaid ladies, they also showed off their 8-pack, 6-pack, or 1-pack abs like Fender. When Jack was rescued and brought back to the boat by Findle and his men, Lim and his gang were looking at the mermaid girl in sexy clothes basking in the sun on the merchant ship with envy. There was also a group of mermaid girls excitedly following the merchant ship in the sea. Aladdin and a group of fishmen were also guarding them. Among the group of mermaids who went to Ghost Island, almost every family had a young and beautiful mermaid sister, and some even had more than a dozen mermaid sisters. Almost all the mermaids left the Fishmen Island and came to the sea for the first time. After the initial fear and worry, they quickly adapted to life on the ship, and were particularly fascinated by real sunshine. No matter how high the sun was, they liked to stand on the deck to bask in the sun, and when they couldn't stand the heat, they would jump into the sea to continue basking in the sun. That graceful figure not only dazzled the fishmen, but even the human pirates had nosebleeds. There's nothing you can do about it. It's because the mermaid's appearance is in line with human aesthetics. Coupled with her beautiful figure and her lower body that is different from that of human women, this makes the group of craftsmen on the boat, who can only rely on their ancestral skills to relieve stress, unable to hold back. In the past, there were people who couldn't control themselves and wanted to go to the sheepfold on the ship and develop some beyond friendly relationships with those cute little lamb skewers. Unfortunately, after these people went in, they found themselves facing a team of supervisors who were well prepared. And after the supervisory team left and closed the door, there was a group of giant bulls with red eyes who had taken drugs. This also led to the fact that some human pirates on Jack's ship had somewhat unique hobbies. A group of big and strong rough men gathered together, knitting sweaters and embroidering flowers. The most popular ones in their small group were Jack, who had a muscular body, and Lim, who had a handsome appearance like a nobleman. Jack and the others didn't dare to look, and Lim and the others didn't dare to provoke him. They could only stare at Lim's butt with hungry eyes from time to time, and huddle together for warmth. Jack fell into deep thought as he looked at a group of mermen playing with the mermaid girl on the sea. Advertisement. After several discussions with Aladdin, Jack was sure of one thing. Aladdin's strength should be considered the strongest among this group of fishmen. Putting aside himself, from the fishmen Jack has come into contact with so far, Jack has no idea of the strength of King Neptune of Ryugu City. Apart from Jinbei, perhaps only the dead tiger can be stronger than Aladdin. Aladdin's strength is a little bit stronger than those dead flying six. If he practices hard for a few more years, he may be able to reach a higher level with his talent. He also has good medical skills. Although he is not as good as Master, who has the ability of the purification fruit, he is much better than the third-rate doctors on his ship. He also has good command ability. Compared with Fendel, Aladdin is more suitable to be the leader of these fishmen on Ghost Island. However, Fendel is loyal to him and is more accustomed to the life on Ghost Island. Aladdin's values are a bit too upright, so Jack decides to let Aladdin follow him and become the ship's doctor. Such a good seedling must be taught personally. Wano Kuni cannot do without Master's purification ability, and Aladdin just fills the gap of the ship's doctor on his ship. As for the other Murlocs, they were trained by Brother Jin. After being disbanded, they were assigned to various places to serve as team leaders. This just made up for the shortage of grassroots and middle-level cadres among the Murloc pirates. In addition, Willy, who was the first to express his intention to join the Beast's pirates, is also quite talented. If he is taught well, he can be a real promising young man. He has a good relationship with Fender and his values are not that conservative. He is worth cultivating. Jack was thinking secretly about the arrangements for this group of fishmen and did not notice that a pirate ship appeared in front of him. Master Andre, are we really going to attack them? The ship behind is Jack the Drow's ship. Should we retreat first? Andre put down the telescope, frowned and said, if we leave now, we'll ruin Dad's reputation. Besides, Jack the Drow, no matter how powerful he is, he's just a person with special abilities. As long as we protect the bottom of the ship and prevent those fishmen from getting close, we won't necessarily lose. Advertisement, adjust the position of the cannon barrel and prepare to fire. The merchant ship that was moving forward was the first to discover the pirate ship that was approaching with great force. The captain also noticed a dozen black cannon barrels aimed at his own merchant ship, and immediately shouted loudly to alert everyone. There was chaos on the deck, and the mermaid girl who was still swimming freely in the sea was rushing towards the mammoth in panic. Huh? What happened? Jack is an adult. Lim threw a telescope to Jack and said with some doubt. Look at that logo, it should be a large fleet under Whitebeard. But we have always kept to ourselves. I wonder why they came to this sea area. They look like they want to attack us. Master Jack, would you like to ask Mr. Kaido for instructions? That's the Whitebeard pirates. Jack put down the telescope, lowered his head and looked at Lim expressionlessly and said. What happened to Whitebeard? Lousy doesn't even have a beard. Follow me. Let's see what they want to do. Pull the boat over. Chapter 157 Total War. Swish. After Jack finished speaking, he used the razor and moonwalk to move towards the pirate's ship, while Lim drew out his sword, slashed to the sea, and used the strong impact to jump onto the merchant ship in front. Captain Andre, something bad has happened. That Jack is flying towards us. What? Fire. Boom. Boom. The first round of shells was fired at the merchant ship, but Aladdin and Lim easily shot down the shells using seawater and a slash respectively. By the time the second round of shells were fired, Jack had already flown over. Several shells hit Jack steadily. Before Andre could even smile, Jack's tall figure had already fallen from midair. Boom. Bang. The pirate ship shook violently for a few times before slowly stabilizing. Jack showed his head and said to the stunned pirates. Your boat is of poor workmanship. Why use wood for the deck, not steel? Even if they use wood, can't they use good quality wood? It will fall apart if you step on it. What kind of quality is that? You're so poor, and you dare to rob Lousy? After hearing Jack's reprimand, Andre finally reacted and shouted angrily. You be asterisk 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 D. Shoot. Bang. Bang. This. A monster. The appearance of the giant mammoth caused the pirate's ship to sink a little, and the pirates looked at Jack in panic. Jack swung his long trunk and smashed it at Andre. Although Andre dodged, the place where he was smashed by the trunk. Then Jack continued to swing his trunk at Andre. Abandon ship. Jump into the sea. Fists, bullets, swords. When Andre found that no attack could shake the behemoth in front of him, he had no choice but to give the order. However, what was waiting for them was a group of excited fishmen. Soon everyone was captured, and Andre was knocked unconscious by Aladdin in the sea and thrown onto the deck. The mammoth followed the merchant ship and continued towards the continent of Alan. Andre didn't notice that when they heard that the mammoth was also there, several pirates jumped into the sea and swam towards the deserted island. After everyone left, several pirates ran out of the forest. The leading pirate looked at the departing mammoth and said softly. Advertisement, contact Captain Marco and inform him of the situation here. Hundreds of pirates were lined up and knelt on the deck. Jack stroked his chin and looked at Aladdin beside him. Hey, Aladdin, and you guys, except for this guy named Andre, kill everyone else. We, the Beast's pirates, act in the exact opposite way to the Sun pirates. We will not show mercy to our enemies, so, if you really want to join us, the Beast's pirates, then get started. Otherwise, leave. Jack is an adult. Before Aladdin could speak, Lim shouted anxiously. Haven't we interrogated them? They are our fellow fishmen. We killed their companions first. They just came here to ask for an explanation. If you kill them all, Whitebeard will definitely not let it go. If you are not careful, it will lead to a war between the two sea emperors. So, you must be careful. Careful? Jack glanced at Lim, then turned to look at Aladdin. I don't care about right or wrong, or why, whether it's because we killed their people first, or for some other reason. All I know is that they attacked us. If I hadn't been there, and these beautiful fishmen ladies had fallen into their hands, I think you all know the consequences, right? But, seeing Jack's unfriendly expression, Aladdin hesitated, but still said firmly. The Whitebeard pirates have done us a great favor, the Fishmen Island. This must be a misunderstanding. You can go now, Aladdin. And you too. Jack stood up, looked at them seriously, and then shouted. And you keep talking about great favors in the Fishmen Island and all that bullshit. You guys don't understand one thing at all. You're pirates, not marines. Advertisement, you have no superior. Pirates are only loyal to one captain. As for Whitebeard's great kindness to the Fishmen Island, what does it have to do with you? You are now members of the Beast's Pirates, so you only need to show your loyalty to Mr. Kaido. As for the past, it has nothing to do with you from the moment you joined the Beast's Pirates. Besides, bang, Jack kicked down the pirates next to him and shouted angrily at Aladdin. Do you really think that all the Whitebeard pirates are good people? Do you think they would care about Whitebeard's relationship with the Fishmen Island? Madness. I think you want us, your compatriots, to follow in your footsteps. Look at those marks on your bodies. Are they crying? They're crying and asking you little fools why you are so naive after leaving that hell alive. Get out if you don't want to kill me. No sand wall is allowed on my ship. After a brief silence, a dozen or so fishmen took out the long knives from their waists and stabbed the pirates in front of them without saying a word. Then everyone's eyes turned to Aladdin. Aladdin tremblingly took out the short sword from his waist and stabbed it with his eyes closed. Seeing Jack nodding with satisfaction, Lim sighed helplessly and said, "Well, Master Jack, now that things have come to this, in order to prevent the Whitebeard pirates from launching a surprise attack on us, would you like to report this to Mr. Kaido?" "Well, tell Brother Kaido, and take this man away. When Brother Jin comes, hand him over to him for interrogation. As for the other corpses, throw them all into the sea to feed the fish." On Ghost Island, with the return of Jin, after Yamato followed Jack away, Kaido, apart from occasionally teaching the Runty siblings, usually just drank, had S*X with the life secretaries, drank after S*X, had S*X again after drinking, and occasionally went to the newly built hot spring on the island to take a bath. His life was so comfortable. This year's fire festival has just ended, and Onigashima is filled with laughter and joy. Today Kaido was not as leisurely as usual. He sat on the tallest building of Onigashima with a serious face, overlooking the sea. Jin and Quinn stood silently on the left and right sides. The evening breeze blew, and the flame behind Jin's head swayed gently. "Whitebeard, he. This sea has been boring for too long, you two go down and prepare. Gather troops and head to Allen Continent." After Kaido finished speaking, he transformed into a blue dragon and flew towards the sky, roaring excitedly. "Let's make this sea even more chaotic, Whitebeard. Let's start an all-out war." Ooh. Chapter 158 Lousy as Whitebeard. This is. Wow. Seeing the sexy and beautiful mermaid girl on the merchant ship, the fish people in the port suddenly became excited. The mermaid sisters, who were still a little nervous, quickly felt relieved after discovering that many of their own kind had gathered here. However, when they were about to get off the boat, they couldn't help but stop when they saw the fat monster blocking the port and the beautiful girl on it. "Hey, you be **********. We said we'd be back soon, what's taking you so long?" Yamato held the mace and sat on Erha, shouting angrily at Jack. Seeing this, Jack looked at Erha with murderous eyes, and Erha immediately turned around and ran away. "Hey, where are you going? Where are you going?" Yamato's voice became smaller and smaller, until the traces of the man and the beast completely disappeared in the jungle in the distance, and the mermaid sister walked down with peace of mind. Kerr took off his hat, bowed gracefully to the mermaids, and then said softly, "Dear friends from the Fishmen Island, Mr. Kaido has prepared a room for you, please follow me." At this moment, Fendel stood in front, looked at Kerr expressionlessly and said, "I know the place, so you don't have to worry about it." Fendel looked at the handsome Kerr with a strong hostility. Kerr shrugged his shoulders and put on his hat. "Okay, then, my beautiful mermaid ladies, if you need anything, please come find me at the Chamber of Commerce. It's at the entrance of the town with the redbud flowers planted there, the building in the purple sea of flowers." After Kerr left, Fendel turned around and said earnestly, "Hey, you women, be careful, handsome men are not good people. I'm so annoyed, go away, you fat man, that's right, you're not a good person either. Hurry up and go." Lim, who was about to refute Fendel, saw this group of angry fishman ladies and quietly walked aside. When Yamato came back, he saw the gift Jack gave him and happily took it out. "Is this candy? Is this a shell from the Fishman Island?" "This is, wow, so beautiful, gold and diamonds, but..." "Grass." Advertisement. Seeing the mermen looking at him as if they were a pervert, Jack panicked instantly, pointed at himself and shouted. "We are the same age. The same age, I just look a little more mature. A little more mature. Look, I don't even have a beard yet. We are childhood sweethearts. You know that, childhood sweethearts." It's not what you think. However, no matter how Jack explained, the mermaid's eyes were still full of contempt, which made Jack a little autistic. Yamato held the golden bra, walked to Jack and said shyly, "You are so bad. I love it. Oh, if you like it, wear it." Bang. "Don't change here, you idiot." Kaido's reply arrived quickly, and Rensk Harbor began to get busy. If Whitebeard wants to attack the continent of Allen, Rensk Port is the only entrance. Relocating the residents, building facilities such as artillery batteries, and a series of other things kept Kel and Lim and others very busy. As for Jack, he didn't react much to this and still kept approaching Yamato and Aladdin at the port every day. On the New World Piccolo Island, a group of pirates were excitedly holding a banquet. Newgate, who had a white beard that curved upward in a crescent shape, took the wine barrel beside Marco while he was not paying attention and poured it into his mouth. Hey, Dad, that's not good. I bought this wine with my own money. Your wine is over there." Marco noticed and tried to stop him, but it was too late. Whitebeard had already finished all the wine. "Gulala, Marco, Don't be so stingy, just consider it as a gift to Lousy. But there is no such thing as showing filial piety 7 times a week. Now I'm as poor as you, ha 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 ha, Marco, Dad is right, it's just a barrel of wine. Yeah, it's just a barrel of rum that's over 10 years old, don't be so stingy. Yes, it's just a barrel of rum that's over 10 years old that you went to 18 places to buy. Marco said helplessly to a group of companions who were teasing him. Hey, you guys, advertisement, don't make it sound so easy, a-hole, why don't you take out the wine? A pirate's minion ran over breathlessly, and when he saw Marco, he immediately shouted. Captain Marco, something bad has happened, Marco took the den mushi from the minion's hand and frowned after listening to a few words. Seeing this, the others stopped playing around and put down their glasses with serious faces. Only Whitebeard took advantage of this opportunity to steal another bucket of wine from someone else and poured it into his mouth nonchalantly. Dad. After Marco hung up the den mushi, he glanced at everyone and then looked at Whitebeard who was still drinking. Andre was captured by Jack the Drow, the boss of the Beast's pirates. The cause of the incident was that Andre's companions went to the Allen continent for fun, but were killed by Murlocs. Andre wanted to take revenge and hijacked a merchant ship full of Murlocs, but he didn't expect to meet Jack the Drow. Now that only a few people have escaped, what should we do? The Beast's pirates have always taken the continent of Allen very seriously, and they don't allow anyone else to pass through there. In the past, it was Jin who was stationed there, and now it's Jack. If we start a war, Kaido will definitely resist us with all his strength. So, should we send someone to negotiate with the Beast's pirates first, Dad? Tons, everyone looked at Whitebeard. Whitebeard swallowed the last sip of wine, wiped his beard, stood up and threw the barrel to the ground. Bang! What should we do? Negotiate. Marco, who do you think Lousy is? Lousy is Whitebeard. Send a challenge to the Beast's pirates. Notify everyone. Gather here, 2 months later, attack Allen continent. Ha 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 ha, Dad. Then let's make a big scene. Seeing Whitebeard hockey, the pirates shouted excitedly, but Marco's eyes were full of worry. Dad is already ill, Kaido is in his prime, and I heard that the guy named Jack is no ordinary person. Can they really win this war? But if the opponent is Kaido, Dad will definitely not back down this time. Odin, I hope your spirit in heaven will bless your father. Chapter 159. The world is focusing here, belch. Yeah, not bad, the food here is still pretty good. Kaido burped with satisfaction. Hedain stood beside him, bending over. After hearing Kaido's praise, he raised his head and smiled flatteringly, saying, No, this is all thanks to Master Jin and Master Jack, who helped us collect a lot of excellent seeds. Mr. Kaido, don't worry, no matter how many people come, in terms of logistics, our country is absolutely capable of meeting all the needs of you adults. Oh, really? Kaido lowered his head and glanced at Hedain, and the smile on Hedain's face deepened a little. Very good, I'll leave it to you then, of course. Mr. Kaido, I'll go down now, please enjoy your time. Pa, Hedain clapped his hands, and a dozen tall women with big butts and big breasts walked in. Kaido's eyes suddenly lit up, and Jack sat up straight. Then he was hit on the head by Yamato and dragged aside. The arrival of Kaido and Jin made the pirates realize that war with the Whitebeard pirates was inevitable. Findle and his group were very excited. Having joined the Beast's pirates a long time ago, they no longer cared about Whitebeard's so-called favor. If Whitebeard did not protect the Fishmen Island, Kaido would also protect it. There might be favor or something like that, but it would definitely not make them feel guilty. Aladdin and a few other people were a little embarrassed, and Jack saw it but didn't say anything. Once the war starts, someone will naturally teach them what to do. Quinn and Black Maria were left on Onigashima and Wano-kuni to look after the house, which made Jack feel a little disappointed. He thought that Black Maria was already 18 years old this year, and before the battle, seeing red might allow him to get a good reward. As for Yamato, the return of my life is not enough. Even if no one is killed, it will be a serious injury. Let's just forget it for now. The new fishmen were temporarily placed around the mine, which was far away from Lensk and would not be affected by the war. It was also no problem to let them monitor the slaves and improve their own vision. With the arrival of Fosifor and Sasaki, the number of pirates gathered in Rensk has exceeded 10,000. If the pirates originally stationed at the port are included, the number has exceeded 15,000. As for the other pirates, they did not come because they had to be stationed in other places, but Kaido was confident that he would not lose to Whitebeard with just these people. These aren't just 15,000 plus civilians, they are all battle-hardened warriors, and while they are no different than the more powerful officers, how many officers are there in the Whitebeard pirates? What's more, Kaido turned his attention to Jack who was being beaten by Yamato. Newgate, UB *********. Just see if the sons you have had over the years are as capable as me, your son-in-law. Bang. Advertisement. Looking at Yamato and Erha being knocked away by the elephant's trunk, Kaido's hand holding the wine glass couldn't help but tremble a few times. How dare you hit me, you big stupid elephant, how can you say that? You are committing domestic violence. Stop talking nonsense to Lousy. Beating you is too light a punishment, who told you to hit my balls? Hit somewhere else, it won't hurt you, Lousy will beat you up right now. Hearing the shouting outside, Kaido suddenly felt a headache and the alluring dance in front of him no longer appealed to him. Jin was silent for a while and then said softly, Mr. Kaido, maybe I can't control them now, otherwise you. Forget it, The kid has grown up, let's just keep drinking. Redline, Mary Joy. After seeing that everyone was present, the 5 elders with short blonde hair spoke. The plan has been completed. The Whitebeard pirates, with their 32 large fleets, have gathered on Picodor Island and are heading towards the continent of Allen. Altogether, their number is about 10,000 people. And the Beast's pirates, led by Kaido himself, have already headed to the continent of Allen. I don't know exactly how many people there are in the Beast's pirates right now, but it's definitely not less than the Whitebeard pirates. Preliminary conclusion is that the number of people fighting on both sides should be close to 3,000. And they are all good players who have been working in the New World for many years. This should be considered the largest war in recent years. The strongest man in the world and the strongest creature on land, sea and air, and there's also the strongest fishman in between. Whoever gets first-hand information will have his bonus doubled. Then let's wait and see, no action is necessary. Kaido is a very smart kid, he won't fight Whitebeard over life and death. The Mediterranean 5 elders nodded and said softly. This time I must become bigger and stronger, make all other newspapers go bankrupt. For him, this war is just a way to vent his boredom. Advertisement, never mind them, Katakuri, do you want to eat with me, my son? It would be great if shock fruit could be recycled. Katakuri shook his head and said softly, if you die, I will take care of your family. Whatever the world government is planning this time, it will definitely fail. Very good, but it doesn't matter because those two guys are not good-tempered people. On the International Cake Island, countless chefs are busy preparing lunch. I have informed Sengoku to have Garp and Kuzan lead the team and be ready to go at any time. Do we need to take action? Big Mom was sitting at the dining table, excitedly eating various desserts, when Katakuri walked in with his chin covered with a scarf. The clash of sea emperors, it's really exciting. No, Mom, I'll leave first. New World, somewhere on a deserted island, in a secret room, a dozen men and women wearing glasses were busy receiving various documents from the instruments. After Big Mom swallowed the cake in her hand, she wiped her lips and laughed softly. The Marine will raid the Whitebeard pirates and kill Whitebeard. The cause of this incident may be the work of the world government. When he finished speaking, the bald 5 elders adjusted his glasses and continued. Mom, I received news that a war is about to break out between the Whitebeard pirates and the Beast's pirates. Oh, if the Whitebeard pirates fight the Beast's pirates, the result will be extremely tragic. We are all companions after all, but now things have become so ugly. An albatross wearing a top hat and with pure white feathers was walking around the room. He took the document, looked at it, and said, with so many strongest ones, which one is the strongest? What's the world government's new conspiracy? Notify them and continue monitoring. Chapter 160 Grand Opening, Kaido-sensei. The Whitebeard pirates have appeared. They are rapidly approaching the Allen continent. All of our large fleets have arrived. At their speed, they should be here in another 2 hours. After Findle finished his report, Kaido said to Jin who was standing beside him. Hey, Jin. Would you like to come with me to hold a welcoming ceremony for that old fellow Whitebeard? Jin folded his arms across his chest and said softly. It's my honor, oh la 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 la, let's go then. Jack looked jealous as he watched the two people fly away. There is no way. Although Marine 6 styles can fly short distances, it is impossible for them to eat, drink, defecate and urinate in the air like Kaido and others. Marine 6 styles is based on physique. No matter how you develop, it will revolve around physical fitness. Whether it is shaving or moonwalk, as long as you use it, it will consume your physical energy all the time. With Jack's physical condition, he can't fly for a long time, let alone others. Thinking of the empty space for the devil fruit on the panel, Jack stroked his chin and began to ponder. The Whitebeard pirates seem to have a phoenix named Marco who can fly. Will killing him get his abilities? Or that guy Kizaru? If I had his ability, I could go out like this. A flying elephant? Lychees have their own special effects, isn't it bad for Niu beer? On the Moby DK, Namur, the captain of the 8th squadron of the Whitebeard pirates, who had the number 8 tattooed on the left side of his neck, said to Whitebeard with some shame. I'm sorry, Dad. My compatriots have forgotten your kindness in protecting the Fishman Island. And now you've joined the Beast's pirates and are our enemy. I'm so sorry, Gulala, that Muir. Whitebeard looked at the fishmen who disappeared into the sea in the distance and smiled disapprovingly. My son, what nonsense are you talking about? A favor? We are pirates. We are now at war with the Beast's pirates. Advertisement. They joined the Beast's pirates, so naturally they treat us as enemies. If they betray their captain because of such a small favor, then I will despise them even more. So-called kindness is not worth mentioning in the face of such great justice. You don't have to be ashamed. Have you forgotten that you are also a pirate? Namur touched his head and said embarrassedly, ha ha ha, of course I didn't forget, Dad. But since favors are nothing, the people of the same race naturally mean nothing at this moment. My Namur will let them know your great reputation, Dad. Namur looked towards the sea, his tone full of murderous intent. Gulala, Whitebeard said nothing more, just chuckled, stood on the deck and looked ahead. After a while, Whitebeard felt something, and Marco also discovered something was wrong. Both of them frowned and looked up at the sky. Buzz. After a while, everyone in the Whitebeard pirates heard a strange noise in the air and couldn't help but look up. That is, Kaido. Kaido transformed into a blue dragon and flew towards the Moby DK from the sky in an extremely arrogant manner. Even before he arrived, the deliberate noise he made while flying made some people cover their ears out of discomfort. Hot breath. Buzz. Bang. A long flame spewed out from Xinglong's mouth. Whitebeard held the Kusakumo Kiri in his hand. After a white spot of light appeared on the tip of the blade, he chopped towards the flame. Boom. The flames were chopped off by Whitebeard's sword, but Jin, who had just arrived, created flames under his feet and released countless fireballs at Whitebeard's ships. Snort. Marco transformed into a phoenix, caught the fireballs one by one with his flexible body, and then floated in the air to confront Jin. Everyone be careful. A huge bright light appeared from the tip of Whitebeard's knife. Whitebeard slashed the sea with force. The seawater rose higher and higher until it turned into a tsunami. After the overwhelming seawater collided with the tornado, all the ships shook violently. It appeared. This is my welcome gift to you. I hope you like it. Buzz. Advertisement. Are all your return gifts this big? It looks like you really like the gift Kaido-sama gave you. Wait. What is he doing? A few minutes later, the sea returned to calm. Whitebeard looked back and saw several pirate ships destroyed by the windblades and his sons who fell into the sea, with a cold light in his eyes. Ah. Kaido hovered in the air, looking down at Whitebeard. Whitebeard put his hand in front of his forehead to block the sun, squinted his eyes and whispered. Soon the panicked shouts of the pirates interrupted Jack's wild thoughts. After the thunderous dragon roar, Kaido's dragon body began to spin in the air like a top, and then countless windblades flew towards the ship, mixed with more than a dozen tornadoes, causing some confusion for the pirates on Whitebeard's side. Taking the telescope and looking at the man with a crescent-shaped white beard on the deck, Jack couldn't help but whispered. Kaido. Kaido. You be asterisk 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 D. You did a really good job. Jack speculated maliciously that maybe the old man Whitebeard also wanted to adopt Kaido as his son, but Kaido refused and was beaten up. Before Jack understood what was happening, he felt a violent shaking under his feet. Then, dozens of meters of waves rose up without wind and rushed down towards the port of Lensk. I heard that Whitebeard likes to adopt sons everywhere, and Kaido used to be his companion. FK. Tornado. Roar. Hold on, steer well. After Kaido roared, Jin beside him quickly flew backwards, and Marco also landed on the boat. Ooh. Whitebeard. Jack suddenly had a bad thought in his mind and carefully observed Whitebeard's every move. You little brat. What a jerk you are. That's the Moby DK. Gulala. Kaido. You be asterisk 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 D brat. Oh la 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 la. I've already accepted the challenge. I really like your welcome ceremony. This is my return gift to you. I hope you like it too. Oh la 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 la. Please enjoy this welcome ceremony slowly, Whitebeard. When Kaido and Jin came back, for some reason, they looked very excited. Whitebeard clenched the Kusanokiri in his hand with a serious face. This Whitebeard has a pointy chin. Whitebeard bent his hands in front of his chest and grabbed hard, and cracks appeared in the air instantly. So over the years, after settling down, he would go and bother Whitebeard whenever he had nothing to do. This time, maybe he took advantage of his ability to fly and got some relief. So he's so excited? Chapter 161 Jack is targeted. Erha dragged Yamato and after seeing this shocking scene, he ran away without waiting for Yamato's order, screaming as he ran, and was almost peeing out of fright. Seeing this, Jack also used the six-style technique to float into the air. Retreat quickly. Retreat quickly. The others also shouted in panic and kept backing away. This old guy, his strength is still as strong as before. Kaido transformed into a blue dragon, and after a few bursts of fire and bad winds, the raging tsunami was slowly offset. Before everyone could be happy, an even stronger shake made everyone open their mouths in surprise. Boom. This is... What? A long crack appeared in the middle of Lensk harbor, splitting it in two. Many pirates fell into the sea along the collapsed land. Only then did Jack understand why Kaido ordered the ship to dock elsewhere early. Led by Findle and Willy, the fishmen quickly jumped into the sea to rescue people. Jack looked at the gap at the port on the ground, which actually formed a lychee and a cannon shape, and couldn't help but sighed. Just by looking at the shape, you can tell Whitebeard is an experienced craftsman. Gulala. How's Lousy's return gift, Kaido? Oh, la 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 la. Not bad, old man. As the ships approached, Whitebeard and Kaido both emitted a strong aura and rushed towards each other. All of a sudden, the gloomy sky cleared up, and many pirates on both sides fainted, both on the ship and near the port. Whitebeard and Kaido staggered at the same time, and then Marco took the lead and rushed forward. Jin flew towards Marco without hesitation. Jack, who had just been knocked to the ground by Haki, stood up shaking his head, only to find that the people from the Whitebeard pirates had already rushed up together. Countless pirates were entangled and fighting each other. Kaido and Whitebeard stood on the boat and high ground respectively. Although the two were far apart, they both locked onto each other with observation Haki and neither side made a move. Jack had seen the power of the shock fruit. No wonder Kaido, after arriving, looked at the artillery and other weapon facilities that Kerr had built at full speed with disdain. In this earthquake, all the facilities collapsed, which was a huge waste of money. Whitebeard is known as the strongest man in the world, and the shock fruit, which is like a natural disaster, also played a big role in it. Jack shook his head and observed the battlefield, trying to find some opponents. Marco and Jin flew to the sky and then to the ground, and it seemed that it would be difficult to determine the winner for a while. Yamato was fighting with a fat, funny-looking man holding a big hammer, and Fuzifor and Sasaki's opponents seemed to be two captains. As for Lim, he was competing in swordsmanship with a guy wearing a kimono and looking neither male nor female, and it seemed that they were evenly matched. As for Findle and others, they were not seen. They should be fighting with the enemy on the seabed. Advertisement overall, the situation is not one-sided yet. Both sides seem to be evenly matched in terms of numbers and strength. However, the Whitebeard pirates' cadres were stronger than the Beast's pirates' cadres. Some of them required 2 or 3 real fights to stop a Whitebeard pirate's cadre. Jack frowned and decided to take care of a few of the Whitebeard pirates' cadres first. However, Jack, who had just walked a short distance, stopped immediately. 3 extremely strong oars appeared from his left and right sides and in front of him, locking onto him tightly. Jack looked around, carefully recalling the Whitebeard pirates' bounty order in his mind, and soon recognized the identities of the 3 people. Captain of the Whitebeard 3rd Division, Diamond Joes. Captain of the 4th Division, Thatch, and the Captain of the 5th Division, Flower Sword Vista. I'm really flattered that you're targeting me like this. Ha 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 ha. Wearing a dark blue top hat and showing his chest hair, Vista smiled first and said, "It can't be helped. Jack the Drow's reputation is a little too great. The news published in the newspaper by the world government tells us that you have the same physique as Kaido. It's a monster among monsters. Although we didn't quite believe it, we still decided to give it a try. Are you really the same as the world government described you to be?" That's right. Holding 2 swords in his hands and with a long crew cut, Thatch looked Jack up and down and exclaimed, "This body type seems to be a little taller than Kaido. If we only look at the height, it seems that the title of the youngest monster really is worthy of it. But is it really a merman? Why doesn't it have the characteristics of a merman?" "None of your business." Jack glanced at the silent Joes, then looked at Beasta's lush chest hair, and the shadow under Sachi's white chef's coat, and said unhappily, "Lousy hates guys with a lot of hair the most, and you two have such a bad mouth." Jack pointed at Joes and said uncertainly, "Advertisement. This guy should be the captain of the 3rd squad. Logically, his position should be higher than yours. What's wrong? Is he mute and wants you 2 guys to be his mouthpiece?" Snort. Joe's arms suddenly turned into diamonds, and he raised his head and rushed towards Jack. "Come and compete with me, shave." Seeing Jack rushing towards the Moby DK with his razor, the 3 were shocked and thought that Jack was going to attack Whitebeard, and immediately chased after him nervously. "Hey, you guy, don't run. Stop right there." That brat." Whitebeard saw Jack running towards him and couldn't help but narrow his eyes. The pirates also noticed Jack's movements, and people kept jumping out to try to stop Jack from running wildly, but Jack ignored them and their attacks, blocking them with people and cannons. No matter it was bullets or Vista's slashes, there wasn't even a white mark on Jack's skin. This powerful defense not only shocked the 3 people who were chasing him from behind, but also made Whitebeard's eyes widen. Soon, Jack, the focus of everyone's attention, arrived at the shore, looked around, and jumped towards the Moby DK. D. However, unlike what Vista and the other 2 thought, Jack did not attack Whitebeard. He just looked at Whitebeard's chin carefully and said softly, "Uncle, lend me your boat. Pull the boat over." Whitebeard looked at Jack jumping high and shouted to him with interest, "Hey, Jack, right? Andre, you didn't kill him. Let him out. How about being my son?" Whitebeard responded with Jack's angry roar. "Be your uncle. I'm so polite. Why are you still swearing at me? Let me be your son. Unless all the sons on your ship become girls?" 5 kilometers Chapter 162. Fishman's Awakening. D. You are not allowed to insult Dad. The 3 people from Vista followed closely and rushed towards Jack. Seeing this, Jack showed a grim smile, took out the giant tooth from his waist and smashed it down. "You're addicted to chasing me. Do you really think I'm playing a long-distance running competition with you guys?" Bang. Ding ding ding. Vista and Thatch's swords slashed at Jack, and Jack's mace hit Joe's arms that had turned into diamonds. After a series of ear-piercing sounds, the 2 sides quickly distanced themselves from each other. "Hey, Joe's. This B***************, he's really awesome. I'm not kidding. Can you handle it?" Joe said nothing. His right arm transformed into a diamond and rushed towards Jack. Seeing this, Jack bent down excitedly, carrying his mace and rushed towards Joe's. Boom. After a loud bang, Jack and Joe's gathered their strength and confronted each other. Seeing this, Thatch and Beasta looked at each other, clenched their swords and jumped towards Jack. Bang, bang, this guy's defense is really on par with Kaido's. Jack had already transformed into a human beast form. While Thatch was still sighing, Jack turned his head and smiled at him. "Thatch. Get down. Ivory jet." Almost at the same time when Jack's ivory flew out, Thatch heard Beasta's shout and subconsciously lowered his head. The curved ivory rubbed against the nose of Thatch's plane, and the strong friction directly set Thatch's hair on fire. That was a close call. Thatch stood up, a few drops of sweat dripping from his forehead. "What kind of move is this? It can actually be like this. Hey, go pick up that ivory and see how many pairs of chopsticks you can make." What's fuzzy? Water, 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 plop. Looking at Thatch, who jumped into the sea in panic, Jack turned around and smiled at Joe's. Ivory Gatling. Ding ding ding. After a violent attack, Jack looked at Joe's, whose body was shiny and without a single wound, and said in a deep voice, It's quite impressive. Saki, who had just returned, looked at Vista, and the two of them cooperated with Joes to rush towards Jack. The ability of Whitebeard's shock fruit thwarted Findle's group of Murlocs' plan to attack from the bottom of the sea. After rescuing his companions to shore, Findle looked at the rapidly approaching ship and could only order his men to dive to the bottom of the sea first. Advertisement. After the ship stopped, Findle was about to lead the fishmen to destroy the ship, but he found a group of fishmen swimming over quickly, among whom there were also many humans. That Aladdin stopped beside Findle and looked at Namur with complicated eyes. Namur and a group of fishmen blocked their way and said angrily, "Have you guys forgotten the kindness that Father Whitebeard showed to the Fishmen Island? You actually joined the Beast's pirates and dared to become an enemy of Dad. It's a disgrace to us fishmen. Aladdin, if Jinbei knew that you are now an enemy of Father Whitebeard, how would he react? How would the dead tiger react?" Mur's roar made the fishmen, led by Aladdin, lower their heads in shame. Namur. Shut up. Fendel roared angrily. Stop talking about favors. I just protected the Fishmen Island. In your eyes, it's a favor? If Whitebeard doesn't protect the Fishmen Island, Mr. Kaido will naturally protect the Fishmen Island. And Mr. Kaido will not only provide protection, but will also build a city for his fishmen. Protect us fishmen, and let us and humans truly coexist. You guys are attacking the city where we fishmen live. Compared to us, what you have done can be called the sinners of the fishmen. As for Jinbei, do you know why he didn't come? That's because he doesn't know how to make a decision. You be asterisk 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 D. Namur looked at Fendel with murderous eyes and said seriously. Kaido treats his compatriots well. It's because he wants to use the power of his fishmen to fight for him. And Dad is the one who really asks nothing from us. Don't be stubborn. You are leading our compatriots to a dead end. Dead end? Nothing to ask for? He. Fendel sneered a few times, looked at Nira with a mocking expression and said, "Is there anything wrong with using power to exchange for an environment for us fishmen to survive? If we don't exchange it for strength, are we going to let our people become slaves to humans? Do others owe us, or do you think we are celestial dragons? Don't forget, in the eyes of most humans, we are no different from fish." Namur. Open your eyes. Do you think that so many of our people were forced to come to the new world far away from home? I'm used to this lifestyle now. I'm also very proud of it. We, under the leadership of Master Jack, work for the Beast's pirates in exchange for our people to live a stable life on Earth, under the sun. We, the so-called bastards in your mouth, have allowed more than 10,000 fishmen to see the sun they have never seen before. We are living uprightly in this world. Advertisement, Mr. Kaido's kindness to us far exceeds that of Whitebeard. And Master Jack is much better than the naive brother Tiger. Because they know what we fishmen really want, rather than those empty words and unrealistic dreams. Fendel's eyes were red, and he raised the sword in his hand. If anyone dares to destroy our lives, no matter who the opponent is, we won't show mercy. Namuru looked at the angry Fendel and said expressionlessly. That's exactly what I wanted to say. We have to repay Dad's kindness. Even if you are my kind, I will show no mercy. Then let's fight, Namur. Fendel. While Aladdin and his group of fishmen were still confused, the two sides had already started fighting. Although Findel's side has the advantage in numbers, most of the Murlocs who followed Namur to join the Whitebeard pirates are much larger than Jinbei. They chose to join the Whitebeard pirates because they were grateful for Whitebeard's protection of the Fishmen Island. They were all very powerful. The human pirates following them were not only good at swimming, but also very strong. They quickly gained the upper hand. Among them, Mur was the strongest. He single-handedly resisted Fendel and Willy, forcing them to retreat step by step. At the same time, he ruthlessly killed the other fishmen who rushed towards him. Looking at the fishmen with ferocious faces who treated their companions mercilessly, Aladdin and his group's breathing gradually became rapid. Bang! After being kicked away by Namur, Fendel covered his chest and roared at Aladdin. Aladdin! What are you hesitating about? Don't forget. Your family is still living happily on Onigashima, living in Wano-kuni. Is Whitebeard's so-called favor really that important? If it's really that important, then ignore the contempt humans have for us fishmen. How great is the kindness of accepting our compatriots and allowing them to live in the sunshine? Aladdin! Don't forget, we are pirates. You are now part of the Beast's pirates. Shut up. Die. Namuru rushed towards Fendel with a sword in hand, wanting to kill him quickly. Clang. Looking at Aladdin standing in front of him, Namur said word by word. Aladdin. Have you really forgotten your father's kindness? No. But Fendel is right. As for kindness, Mr. Kaido's kindness to us fishmen is not much worse than Whitebeard's. And I'm Aladdin. I'm now a member of the Beast's pirates, my captain is Jack, and my governor is Mr. Kaido. Our morals are different, so, let's fight. Chapter 163 teaches ambition. Whitebeard couldn't help but frown as he looked at Jack, who was being besieged by 3 captains but was not at all inferior. No one knew where Marco and Jin flew to. Although the other captains had a slight advantage, it was not absolute. The captain of the large fleet was stopped by Kaido's cadres, and the slight advantage could not change the situation on the battlefield. Watching his sons at the bottom fall one after another, even though he didn't know their names, Whitebeard couldn't help but move. Oh la 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 la, Whitebeard, can you finally hold it in? As soon as Whitebeard's breath moved, Kaido, who was observing Whitebeard with observation haki, noticed it immediately. Watching Whitebeard jump onto the shore from the deck, Kaido also took the 8 precepts, put down the wine gourd, and walked towards Whitebeard. Ha ha ha. Whitebeard. I'll take your head, no matter where they are. There are always idiots who can't see the situation clearly and don't understand their own strength. Whitebeard's Kusanokiri just moved slightly, and several pirates who jumped out fell to the ground without a sound. After Kaido walked into the battlefield, many people from the Whitebeard pirates wanted to stop him, but with one blow from Kaido, their bodies were so strong that they could even eat a newborn dog without worrying about the food getting stuck in their throats. The two men's eyes met in midair, and there was another fierce conqueror's hockey confrontation, which cleared the field in an instant. Even Jack and others stepped aside, leaving room for the two to duel. Whitebeard. Kaido. After running quickly, one used the 8 precepts to swung down from top to bottom, and the other used the Kongyun cut to chop from bottom to top. Thundering 8 trigrams. Clang. Kaido's voice was very loud, but in terms of momentum, Jack felt that Whitebeard was better. Not for any other reason, just because Whitebeard didn't call out the name of the move. Brother Kaido, masters never shout out their moves. It seems like you haven't read the martial arts novels thoroughly. The two men fought for a few moves, and Kaido had turned into a human beast form. The ground beneath their feet sank a little more because of the fight between the two. Gundali Longshang Army. Clang. Boom. After this blow, a deep hole appeared, and Jack whispered. That's great. It's a good opportunity to improve the living environment for the fish people. It saves a lot of money. Advertisement. Hey. UB **************** D. Where are you looking at? Joes and his companions felt extremely humiliated that Jack was paying attention to the battle between Kaido and Whitebeard while fighting with them. The taciturn Joes was the first one who couldn't help but shout at Jack. Ah. Jack lowered his head, glanced at the 3 people, and said nonchalantly. You fight yours, and I watch mine. If you have the guts, beat me to death. If you don't have the guts, stop talking. UB ********** D. Joes was so angry that his head turned into a diamond and rushed towards Jack, shining brightly. And Vista and Saki hurriedly persuaded. Hey, Joes, don't let him irritate you. Hearing the 2 people shouting, Joes quickly calmed down. Jack sighed in disappointment when he saw this. There's no way, these 3 people are all pretty good players. The strength of that Vista is on par with Hawkeye, whom he met some time ago, so he can definitely hurt him. As for the strength of Joes and Thatch, there is no need to say more. To be the captain of the Whitebeard pirates, everyone's abilities must be pretty good. It would be fine if Thatch and Vista were faster than him, but even Joes, who was over 5 meters tall, was extremely agile. When facing his attacks, it was usually Joes who took the attack head-on, with Vista and Thatch assisting from the side. The main purpose of these 3 people should be to entangle me and prevent me from interfering with others. They have no intention of deciding my life or death. You actually fought back and forth with me, Lord Ralph. Thief, ha 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 ha. Damn. This agility will be improved sooner or later. If I can get the dark fruit, is it possible that Jack will follow me? Call. This kind of man is usually full of ambition and will never be satisfied with the status quo. Now he is already the big boss of Beast's pirates. If his strength continues to grow, there is no telling what kind of conflict he might have with Kaido in the future. The legs are so thin and the belly is so big. Marshal D. Teach, who was wearing a hood and missing several teeth, waited until Jack looked away before he breathed a sigh of relief. If you can't get it, it would be a wise choice to just follow your dad for the rest of your life. Advertisement. There was a pirate from the Whitebeard pirates, fighting with a Murloc. Judging from their appearance, they seemed to be evenly matched. You guy, are you pretty strong? There's hair on it. I hate hairy people. Teach was envious of Jack's powerful defense and his ability to regenerate teeth. A hole. Don't underestimate us. Alas, it is not certain whether I can get the dark fruit. I will see when the time comes. Teach looked at the fishman as if he were an idiot, but still laughed. It's that feeling again. You are quite capable too. The 3 of Joes were all very strong. Jack was not at a disadvantage when fighting 1 against 3. He didn't even lose a hair after fighting for a long time. No wonder the world government said that there was a second Kaido in Beast's pirates. I, Ralph, will acknowledge you as a human being. You are a strong man. Clang. The attack from Vista and the other 2 made Jack focus again and look away. I wanted to take the opportunity to get rid of one person, but it was indeed difficult with the perfect cooperation of 3 people. If I find a few beauties myself, will I have a chance to win him over? However, a figure caught Jack's attention. Jack suddenly felt a chill, as if someone was staring at him. He couldn't help but look around, but he didn't see anything. Huh? Why is that figure so weird? Teach rolled his eyes and his mind started working quickly. Thinking of dark fruit, Teach's mind quickly cleared up. Since the beginning of the fight, Jack's attention has been mostly on the woman holding the mace. Judging from the woman's moves and the way the Beast's pirates address her, she must be Kaido's daughter without a doubt. Do I need to talk about building a good relationship? If he can really join me, then I, with the dark fruit in my hand, will definitely be able to rule the world. From the moment Jack and Joes and the other 2 started fighting, Marshal D. Teach used observation hockey to constantly observe Jack. It seems that Jack is a lustful person, but from the look in this guy's eyes, we can tell that he is not the kind of person who is content with being ordinary and will do anything to achieve his goals. Jack's title of the world's strongest fishman is well deserved. The Murloc on the opposite side of Teach exclaimed after seeing his attack blocked again. Chapter 164. 3 against 1 and almost got killed. The battle between Kaido and Whitebeard opened everyone's eyes. The two men exchanged punches, and Kong Yunki and Bazaiji also collided fiercely. Neither of them was willing to dodge, as if whoever dodged first would lose. Although Whitebeard is older, he still holds his own against Kaido. In terms of strength and hockey, Whitebeard showed the demeanor of the strongest man in the world. Although his defense is not as pervert as Kaido's, Whitebeard's ability to withstand blows is not that weak. At least after being hit several times by Hachiyuki, he just spit out blood. To Jack's surprise, Kaido's chest was sunken and he looked seriously injured. Jack couldn't help but focus on Whitebeard's fist. Buzz, Kaido. Newgate, bang, bang. Whitebeard and Kaido were not much different in size, and their fists hit each other's cheeks almost at the same time, and then they flew backwards at the same time. Puff. When he stood up again, Kaido spat out another mouthful of blood. After wiping his mouth, Kaido laughed loudly. Ooh. Did Newgate do well? Jack tried hard to recall Whitebeard's every move just now. That vibration. Is this the power of shock fruit? Shock? Is it to generate vibrations from within, or to use vibrations to strengthen one's hockey? This old man. It's really extraordinary, but this hairstyle. Why is it like a fish's tail? Looking at Whitebeard standing up from the ground, his turban was loosened during the battle and blown away by the wind, revealing his hair that was curled up like a fishtail, a shape that was very similar to his beard. But it's quite discordant with Whitebeard's majestic face. Jack turned his head and looked at the three captains who were paying as much attention to the fight between the two as he was, and asked with some confusion. Does your dad usually like non-mainstream things? So, is he a good dancer? And that pineapple head guy, your Whitebeard pirates are actually a non-mainstream family, right? What do you mean by non-mainstream? You be asterisk 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 D, you talk too much. Advertisement Joe's clenched his fist and shouted, come on, keep fighting. Cut. Jack looked at the three of them with a little contempt and said disdainfully. Hey, you three are Whitebeard's sons, right? Look at your dad. He's old, but he still fights so hard. What about you? Except for this Joe's. The other two are just like little mice. Don't you feel ashamed for making an old man with a white beard risk his life? Look at him, he's fighting our Kaido-san alone, breaking his defense with every move, and look at you guys. 3 people attacked me, but I didn't even lose a hair. Have you eaten yet? Saki and Beasta looked at each other and said angrily. This B asterisk 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 D, his words really make me angry. I think we should teach him a lesson. Ah, I agree. After hearing the conversation between Vista and Saki, Jack said nonchalantly. Maybe you have a way to hurt me, but you can never kill me. And don't think you're the only ones who didn't use your full strength. Lousy wants to see how you teach me a lesson. As soon as Jack finished speaking, Vista and the other two quickly retreated. Because an extremely huge mammoth appeared next to the 3 people, its thick elephant legs made even Joe's, the tallest among the 3, look dwarfed in front of it. Hello. Are you kidding me? Is this the size of an elephant? Even if it's an ancient species, this size is too exaggerated. Why is he so big? Before the 3 of them could finish their words, Jack rushed over with his long trunk swinging and red eyes. Ah. Joe's turned into a diamond man again and rushed forward to face Jack, trying to use his body to block the violent Jack. However, Jack's trunk hooked and swung, and Joe's was thrown out like a cannonball. Beasta and Thatch looked at each other, nodded, and rushed towards Jack from the left and right. Jack ignored Thatch's attack and turned his huge elephant head to the right. Ivory jet. Bang. When Sachi's double swords landed on Jack's body, he felt a huge elastic force, almost causing his weapons to slip out of his hands. He had to use this force to roll backwards several times before he could stand firm again. Before Vista's double swords could be used, Jack's ivory was already spraying towards him. Jack transformed into a mammoth, whose tusks were extremely huge. Vista was unable to dodge at such a close distance, so he had to use armament hockey to chop at the tusks. Advertisement. Clang. Fortunately, Jack's tusk did not pervert like his body. Although the powerful impact made Vista's arms a little sore, he still managed to split the tusk into several pieces and drop them to the ground. However, just as he landed on the ground and hadn't yet stood firm, Vista heard Sachi's urgent cry. Beasta. Watch out. A long elephant trunk smashed down at Vista. In this situation, Vista didn't even have time to use armament hockey. He could only watch helplessly as the elephant trunk smashed down. Boom. At the critical moment, the returning Joes turned into a diamond form, jumped up and knocked Jack's trunk a little crooked, and the trunk fell to the ground beside him, which made Vista break out in a cold sweat. However, the trunk rolled up and Vista jumped back in a hurry, but Joe's was caught by the trunk and lifted into the air. Diamond. Lousy. I want to see how hard this diamond of yours is. Jack gathered all his strength, and as his nose continued to tighten, a painful expression appeared on Joe's face. Although the shining fruit gave Joe's an extremely powerful defense, the squeeze of power made Joe's, who could not transform his entire body into a diamond form, suffer a lot. Joe's. This monster. Vista clenched the 2 rapiers in his hands, swung them a few times and jumped into the air. Saki also held 2 swords and began to accumulate strength. The target of both men was very clear, which was Jack's long trunk, and Jack tightened his trunk even more frantically, wanting to completely crush Joe's resistance and squeeze him to death. Countless roses appeared in the air, and Vista fell towards Jack in the roses, while Thatch also swung his double swords and made a powerful slash towards Jack's long trunk. Swish, bang, swish, boom. However, both attacks missed. Vista's attack created a huge hole in the ground, and Thatch's slash went towards the sea in the distance, blasting countless dead fish in the sea like dynamite. Tisk tisk, Jack released his beast form and used his razor to dodge the attack. He looked at the hole on the ground, looked at the three people with amusement and said, "This level of emission? You're not saving your energy? What a pity, Lousy is not stupid, besides." Looking at Joe's, who was breathing heavily while holding his chest with blood dripping from his lips, Jack asked mockingly. 3 against 1, and they were almost killed. Do you know how to play? Chapter 165. You'll die at any moment. This arrogant brat. A hole. Vista and Thatch were extremely furious, and Joe's was almost vomiting blood because of Jack's anger. Just when the three were about to launch a new round of attack on Jack, Jack turned into a mammoth again. Ivory Jet. The three of them dodged to the side, only to find Jack running towards the center of the battlefield. His huge body caused the ground nearby to shake. This guy. Stop him. That is, a monster. Get out of the way. Master Jack is mad. The 20-meter-tall mammoths ran wildly on the battlefield and were invincible. Anyone who stands in my way will be killed. Anyone who stands in my way will be killed. This force is unstoppable. No matter who the opponent is, he cannot stop Jack's attack, and the battle becomes more chaotic because of Jack's joining. But this was exactly Jack's purpose, because Jack found that although the two sides had similar numbers of people, his side was clearly at a disadvantage in terms of middle-level cadres. The warriors of Wano Kuni were left behind by Kaido on Onigashima, and some cadres did not participate in the battle. That was because Kaido was afraid that the world government would take this opportunity to attack Onigashima and Wano Kuni, so he had to disperse some troops for defense. There are also some bases that require cadres to be stationed there all year round. Therefore, the artificial demon fruit power and the huge numbers did not participate in the battle. The development and management models of the Beast's pirates and Whitebeard pirates are completely different. Beast's pirates recruits elite soldiers, constantly eliminates them, and vigorously develops weapons factories, provoking wars in various places to sell weapons and minerals and gain profits. The Whitebeard pirates survive on the protection fees given by the countries they shelter. Occasionally, they will eliminate some foolish pirates to supplement the economy. Compared to the Beast's pirates, the countries and towns that the Whitebeard pirates shelter are extremely wide. As for territories, Kaido has always been more concerned with quality rather than quantity. The territories he occupies are basically countries or towns that have the conditions for building factories. As for the joining of new members, the Whitebeard pirates group depends entirely on whether Whitebeard likes the other party and whether he would like to accept them as his sons. Although this method is outrageous, it has to be said that Whitebeard has a good vision, and all of his sons are top-notch players. Compared to Kaido, when Whitebeard became famous, Kaido was just a child. Even though the two are equally famous now, Whitebeard, who is known as the strongest man, is much better than Kaido, who is like a madman looking for a beating everywhere. Some famous players have completely opposite attitudes towards Kaido and Whitebeard. In their eyes, Kaido is an unpredictable madman who has powerful strength and does whatever he wants. Therefore, few masters are willing to join Beast's pirates. Of course, there are also true fans like Sasaki, and guys like Fozer who want to escape from the world government and choose to join the Beast's pirates. But there are still few such people, so most of the cadres of Beast's pirates are promoted from within, or they are lucky enough to have eaten the artificial devil fruit and survived. However, for the lower-level pirates, the weapons and equipment of the Beast's pirates are top-notch, and the treatment is also quite good, so it is a good place to go, and the number of Beast's pirates has skyrocketed in recent years. Advertisement. This completely different way of development is also reflected on the current battlefield. Although both sides were in a stalemate at the beginning, it was unclear who had the upper hand. But up to this point in the battle, it was obvious that the Beast's pirates were at a disadvantage. Strong cadres are much more useful than weapons. Among the captains of the White Pirates' large fleets, there were a few very capable guys who could fight two real fighters on their own, and the captains, needless to say, basically suppressed the cadres of the Beast's pirates in all aspects. Apart from Yamato and Fozifor, only Lim can steadily block the androgynous man in kimono. However, this is normal. After all, Lim's lethality to this gender is unquestionable. Jack was venting his anger violently, and although Joes wanted to stop him, facing Jack in this form, he was completely unable to stop him with his strength. This guy, Beasta. Let's just ignore him for now. Let's go take care of those two guys first. Sachi's gaze turned to a pair of tall and strong men who were fighting with Lakio and Kimbudo. The two of them are the two most senior flying six of the Beast's pirates, Julian and Basna. Facing Lakio and Kimbudo, the two men fought back and forth with no clear winner, but they did not notice that they had been targeted. So when Saki and Beasta reached them, death was already inevitable. Grandpa Gulian, Grandpa Basin, how could it be? Although many people had died in the battle so far, the death of two cadres of Fei Liubao's level caused the Beast's pirates' minions to fall into panic. Gulala, those officers of yours don't seem to be able to do it, Kaido. Whitebeard turned his head, looked at Kaido, and said sternly. Still flying six? Hand over Andre, otherwise we will fight to the death today? You old thing, dream on, kill Lousy if you can. Jack looked at the man standing in front of him, turned into a human form, lowered his head and asked softly. What did you just say to me? Advertisement. The guy in front of him, who was wearing a dark pink octopus headdress and had 6 arms, was obviously a fishman. He held 3 long swords in his hands, raised his head and shouted angrily at Jack. I say, don't you know the kindness of Dad to the Fishman Island? As a fishman, why are you an enemy of Dad? Aw. Jack frowned and was silent for a while, then suddenly showed his sharp teeth to him. It turns out to be another idiot. Karma, danger. Bang. Boom. Jack grabbed the fishman's neck and ignored Joe's impact. After a stagger, he still lifted the octopus man steadily into the air. Clang. Arthur. Don't shave. Another figure jumped into the air and tried to attack Jack, but when Jack raised his head, the figure disappeared and appeared behind him. Bang. Jack pinched a little kid with one hand, and after falling to the ground, he looked at the angry Joes and said, "Don't move. If you move they will die, hateful." Ignoring Joe's anger, Jack looked at the two with interest and said, "Karma? Arthur? League of Legends and King of Glory? The gap between you two is quite big? What a pity, you are not an apocalypse, and you don't know how to protect the holy light. So, don't do this in your next life." Click. Jack threw two limp bodies in front of Joe's. He scratched his head and said softly, "That. Excuse me, I meant, if you move anything, they will all die." Chapter 166 I treat you as my uncle. A-hole. Watching his companion die in front of him, Joe's rushed towards Jack like a madman. However, with the strong defense given by the fruit and his own strength, which was the greatest means of attacking the enemy, Joe's had no advantage at all when facing Jack. This made Joe's angry, but he was also amazed at Jack's physical strength again. Captain Arthur, Captain Calmer, Arthur, Karma. Jack is an adult. Draught. Jack. The death of the two captains dampened the high morale of the Whitebeard pirates. When the Pirates of the Beasts pirates saw this, they all shouted excitedly, and the momentum of the two sides suddenly reversed. This be asterisk 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 D. Damn it. Thatch and Vista regretted their decision very much. If they had continued to harass Jack, Arthur and Karma would never have died. Although the two flying six of the Beasts pirates were dead, their companions were also killed. These two captains of large fleets had followed Whitebeard for many years. They were sons recognized by Whitebeard himself and his brothers. They were different from those low-level soldiers. A-hole. Come on together. Lakio and Kimbudo's eyes also turned red, and they looked at Jack with murderous intent. They looked at each other, nodded, and rushed towards Jack together. A-hole. That brat. Unlike just now when he was smiling and in the mood to mock Kaido, Whitebeard was now so angry that he almost vomited blood when he saw his two sons died. Kaido on the other side, however, grinned and laughed. Ooh lo 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 lo. Newgate, is that your son? Too weak, he was strangled to death by Jack? Oh la 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 la, this is such a pitiful way to die. Buzz. Whitebeard didn't say anything, but used his abilities to fight Kaido again. Bang. Looking down at the bullets that fell on the ground, Jack looked towards the man in the distance who was holding a modified pistol and carrying a rocket launcher on his back. He wore a hat that looked like a watermelon rind on his head, with the Whitebeard logo tattooed on his chin and purple glasses, looking very unique. His shooting skills were very good. If it weren't for him, he would have captured the Mad Joes just now. Advertisement, Vista and Thatch also ran over, followed by two people. Jack took a closer look and found that these two people were also the two captains of the Whitebeard pirates. After seeing Jack, Lakio, holding a meteor hammer, shouted angrily. You damn monster. You killed Arthur and Kalma, I will definitely avenge them. A-hole. Jack the Drow, this war started because of you. A-hole. Shut up. Shut up, huh. Pa. Seeing that the faces of several people seemed like they were about to cry, Jack asked with some confusion. Are you guys kidding me? We're pirates, look at your expressions, it's like your father has died. You're so sad, what are you doing here? What are you doing? Can't you afford to die? The lives of those in your Whitebeard group are human, but those of us in the Beasts pirates are not. Lousy. Do you want to tell Brother Kaido that we should stop for a moment and let you dig a hole for them and burn some paper? And then kowtow twice? Or maybe just give you a send-off, a whole memorial service? Praise them for their contributions to the Whitebeard pirates? That's hilarious, you guys. Do you know what fighting is? Boom. After hearing Whitebeard's words, Vista reacted instantly, and several people immediately evacuated from Jack, and used observation hockey to lock Jack tightly to prevent Jack's sneak attack. Based on age, I regard you as my uncle. Jack transformed into a beast, and the thick elephant skin on his body made the others helpless. When faced with moves that could seriously injure him, Jack either blocked them with his giant fangs or dodged in advance. At other times, relying on his own defense, Jack would press down on one person and attack fiercely. Mr. Kaido said that you were once companions on the same ship, so. Jack was stunned when he heard this, and looked at Whitebeard carefully and said, if this continues, things will be bad. Whitebeard's murderous intent became stronger. He jumped to the opposite side of Jack and said coldly. Advertisement and Jack looked very excited, with an impatient expression on his face, which made Vista and the others even more angry. The heroic sight of Jack fighting 5 captains alone made the members of Beast's pirates feel like they had taken an aphrodisiac. They roared with excitement and rushed towards their opponents, ignoring the pain in their bodies. Judging from their strength, it will be absolutely no problem for Vista and his 5 companions to hold Kaido back for a while. I still underestimated this kid. Although I followed Marco's advice and asked Joe's and the other two to work together to watch Jack, the strength of this kid still exceeded my imagination. It was clearly 5 people fighting against one person, but Vista and his friends felt more and more frustrated as the fight went on. How dare you show such an expression to Lousy? Thinking of this, Whitebeard made a decision. After forcing Kaido back with a knife, Whitebeard quickly ran towards Jack, shouting loudly in the distance. Although the cause of this war is indeed a bit strange, for the sake of the reputation of the Whitebeard pirates and Oden's hatred, he decided to start a war against Kaido. You're nowhere near as good as Kaido. Come here, all of you. Let me deal with that brat. That brat? Who do you think Lousy is? However, to the surprise of Whitebeard and his group, Kaido and Jack stood still in the face of this situation and did not hinder their ideas at all. Hey, Joes. Vista, Whitebeard glanced at Jack sideways, feeling a little hesitant. Who do you think you are? Your father is the strongest man in the world. It would be fine if you weren't afraid, but why are you so excited? Aren't you a little too arrogant? Now that both sides have suffered so many casualties, the hatred is even deeper, and if this little brat Jack continues to grow. Do you think that just because you have the same physique as Kaido, you are invincible? Dad, maybe I shouldn't come here to seek revenge. If he continued to fight Kaido, even after another day and night, it would be unclear who would win. And looking at Jack's expression, he would not take even the combined forces of Vista and the others seriously. Relying on the strength of his body pervert, he even had a slight advantage. Looking at Jack's excited expression, Whitebeard said angrily. Little boy, it seems that you are very excited? Marco and Jin were unable to determine the winner for a while, and other cadres were unable to spare the time to help Vista and the others. Arthur and Karma died just like that. Jack became angrier as he spoke and smashed down with his fangs. After hearing what Jack said, the grieving people became even angrier and attacked Jack together. However, facing Jack's super strong defense, even Vista, who had the strongest attack among the few people, could only cause Jack some minor injuries, and Jack did not take it seriously at all. Chapter 167 I didn't say I won't hide. Hearing Jack's answer, Whitebeard was stunned at first, then he laughed and scolded. Gulala, you little brat are quite sharp-tongued. Let Lousy see if your strength is as sharp as your teeth. After that, Whitebeard rushed towards Jack with Kurogiri in his hand. Jack's eyes became even more excited, and he rushed towards Whitebeard with his fangs clenched. My teeth are not only sharp, but also white, no cavities. Clang. Boom. Whitebeard's powerful move made Jack take a few steps back. From a pure strength contest, Jack was defeated. Jack looked at Whitebeard with disbelief in his eyes. Hey, uncle, your figure is well maintained, but what's with this strength? You are much better than those useless sons of yours? Hey, you sharp-tongued brat, you're still a long way from here. Buzz. After a barely perceptible sound, a halo appeared on the tip of Whitebeard's knife. From Jack's observation Hockey's perception, the area around the halo was extremely unstable, as if it would explode in the next second. Gulala, little devil, how about trying this trick? Bang. Jack had no intention of dodging, he clenched his fangs and started smashing again. Clang. This violent collision made Jack's hands numb. A strong vibration was transmitted from the tusk to his entire body, and even the tusk almost flew out of his hand. However, this was just the beginning. Whitebeard then suddenly punched Jack in the chest with his left hand. Jack felt as if an invisible hand suddenly exerted force inside his body. Jack felt an overwhelming feeling and couldn't control himself. He spat out a mouthful of blood. Puff. Gulala. Arrogant little brat. How about this? He. Ha 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 ha. Very good, sir. Jack's eyes had turned red with excitement, and his tiny pupils seemed to disappear under the blood-red rendering. With the blood on his lips, the ferocious smile, and his tall figure under the setting sun, he looked like a bloodthirsty demon. For a moment, Whitebeard couldn't help but be stunned. But Whitebeard quickly reacted, clenched his fist and began to charge. Then Lousy will see if your body is the same as Kaido's. I'll only be harder than him. Kaido, who was watching the two closely with his observation Hockey from a distance, heard Jack say this and said with a bit of a smile. Advertisement. This guy, how arrogant. But maybe Jack's physique can break through the realm that I have never reached. Clang. The attack from Vista and his men interrupted Kaido's emotion. Kaido lowered his head and glanced at them, then said softly. Very good, let Lousy take a look. Who was killed by Lousy first? You or Jack was defeated by Newgate first. After that, Kaido raised the 8 precepts and shouted. Thundering 8 trigrams. Boom. Jack shook his head, stood up and tilted his head to look at the knife wound on his chest, as if he felt no pain. He pinched the wound hard with his hand, and in Whitebeard's surprised eyes, Jack's wound slowly closed at a speed visible to the naked eye. This is the awakening of the devil fruit? No, even with Zone's awakening, your recovery shouldn't be this strong. Looking at Whitebeard's puzzled expression, Jack didn't know how to explain it to him. Do I have to tell you that in addition to enhancing strength and physique, the mammoth form's recovery ability is the most enhanced? And his own Zone awakening ability was given by the system, and anything produced by the system must be of high quality. Even if Kaido's fruit is awakened to a certain level, it may not be comparable to his own. Coupled with the skill of immortality, the recovery ability can be greatly improved. It is the blessing from many aspects that has resulted in his current terrifying recovery ability. Otherwise, how could he ignore the attacks of Vista and the others? Their occasional attacks could break his defense, but they were slower than his recovery. My current defense may be similar to that of Brother Kaido, but in terms of recovery ability, I am the strongest. But this blow was really painful, and it was obvious that Whitebeard didn't use his full strength. After feeling the injuries in his body, Jack said uncertainly. Conqueror's Haki plus the ability of the shock fruit? Use the vibration to weaken my body's defenses, and wrap Conqueror's Haki around my weapon. This is the first time I've encountered this type of attack. Among all the people Jack has met, Kaido is probably the only one who has Conqueror's Haki and the power of the fruit. No, there is also his half-brother Mingo, who loves pink clothes and sunglasses. There is also Yamato, whose talent is added to weak point attack. Kaido's fruit is a zone. Although a mythical beast may also be able to attack in this way, when Kaido and Jack were sparring, they were basically reckless. As for Mingo and Yamato, crack, buzz, advertisement. Let's not even mention their conquerors, don't be so arrogant. Die, crack, lousy as Whitebeard. Whether it was his observation Haki, his skin covered with goosebumps, or the shaking ground, Jack knew that Whitebeard had used all his strength in this attack. Whitebeard swung Kusagano Kree slowly towards Jack, and then a white slash flew towards Jack at a high speed. I didn't say I wouldn't hide, swish, bang. No, this move can't be blocked, I will definitely be seriously injured. Jack transformed into a human beast, with his legs slightly crouched, and the blood vessels in his calf muscles seemed to be about to explode from exerting too much force. Who do you think lousy is? Jack shook his head and hooked his index finger at Whitebeard. Being a father is indeed much more powerful than being a son. Little brat, lousy just wants to see how hard you are. What? I'm just showing you my strength, it turns out. When Whitebeard saw Jack's action, the veins on his neck bulged. He looked at Jack angrily and said, "You little brat." The air was filled with smoke and the ground was shaking. When the smoke cleared, a huge ravine split Rents completely in half. Everyone was shocked by the power of Whitebeard's attack. The air seemed to be torn apart by Whitebeard's anger. Jack's heart sank when he saw that Whitebeard's Kurogiri had been covered in black by armament Haki, with a faint halo on it. Ha ha ha, sir, that's good, come again, come on, hit me. The air around them was like a broken mirror. All the pirates stopped fighting and looked at Whitebeard in horror. Boom. Jack landed on the ground, looked at the still broken earth, took a few steps to the side and said, "You actually dodged. You little devil." But there was no joy on Whitebeard's face. He looked up at the sky with anger. "I'll show you my strength." Buzz, Chapter 168 The Raid Yamato. Damn little devil. Puff. A stream of blood spurted out of Whitebeard's mouth. After seeing this, Whitebeard's sons ran over frantically. Dad. Stop. Lousy is fine. Wiping the bloodline from the corner of his mouth, Whitebeard stretched out his hand to signal his sons. The beast's pirates also reacted, and the two sides immediately engaged in a fight again. Hey, master. Jack pointed to the blood on the ground and said seriously. What are you doing here? I didn't even touch you. If you suddenly get sick and die, you have to tell your sons first. Your death has nothing to do with me, little devil. Whitebeard laughed in anger and yelled at Jack. Want Lousy to die? You can do it, in the next life? Bang. Jack rushed forward again with his mace in hand. After the two men fought for a while, Whitebeard said angrily. Hey, kid. Do you have any strong qualities? Why are you hiding? Don't you want Lousy to know how hard you are? Jack looked at Whitebeard in surprise and said. If I don't dodge your attack, I will definitely get hurt. Still have the temperament of a strong man. Master, we are not fighting one-on-one. Our two pirates are at war. Besides, what's the use of a strong temperament? When you get hurt, does the blood you bleed be wine? You little brat. Advertisement. Whitebeard paused for a moment and said softly. How despicable, mean. Jack pointed at himself and said innocently. Uncle, I'm still a child. In our hometown, anyone under the age of 18 is still considered a minor. Bullshit. How come Lousy doesn't know that there is such a saying as the Fishman Island? There's so much you don't know, you arrogant little brat. Whitebeard felt his blood pressure soaring. He didn't know what the damn brat was up to. After being attacked by him a few times, he had no desire to attack at all and just used the broken stick to defend himself. When I used all my strength, this little devil didn't even come to resist me, but just ran to the side. He didn't have the demeanor of a strong man at all. As long as he realized that his attacks could not seriously injure him, this kid even dared to use his body to block his sword. In this situation, the only way to launch a fatal attack on him is to use the power of his fruit with all his strength. However, even if he uses that kind of attack, the power of the shock fruit is enough to cover his sons. So for a moment, Whitebeard had no good solution. Unlike the somewhat depressed Whitebeard, Jack was in a very happy mood at this moment. Every time Whitebeard attacked him, after the pain, he felt a warm feeling. No wonder Kaido was so willing to cause trouble for Whitebeard in the early days. As for Whitebeard's moves that looked extremely powerful, he was no fool. It's good to be warm now. If it gets worse, it will become boiling sheep. I don't like licking it, but I can consider it if I want to smoke it. While Kaido was enduring attacks from several people, he focused more on Jack and Yamato. Jack's immortality is actually much inferior to his own in terms of defense, but Jack's recovery ability and resilience are far beyond his own. So Kaido is not worried at all about whether Jack will be killed by Whitebeard. Whitebeard may be able to seriously injure Jack, but it is absolutely impossible to kill him. Because the immortal body has a characteristic when it reaches this stage, when the body is exhausted or on the verge of death, the immortal body will produce powerful recovery and resilience, and the body's defense and the endurance of each organ will become extremely strong. This kind of power is multiplied. Even Whitebeard is helpless against himself in this state, let alone others. And at that time, the body will reject anything that is harmful to it. Marine once tried to swallow 2 devil fruits, but it had no effect. So Kaido had expected Jack to behave like this when facing Whitebeard. What surprised Kaido was Yamato. Yamato was a girl, and except for some exceptions, it was a fact that women were naturally weaker than men. Although he has the blessing of the devil fruit, Yamato is only 17 years old this year, but he has already gained an absolute advantage in the battle with Brahminke, the captain of the 6th Division under the Whitebeard pirates. Each captain under Whitebeard is a powerful master and is the closest son to him. As the captain of the 6th Division, Brahminke is naturally extremely powerful. In Kaido's opinion, at least his strength is definitely not worse than Fuzzy's, but even such a powerful master is now in danger in the battle with Yamato. Advertisement. But after hearing Yamato's roar, Kaido's face suddenly darkened. You bastards, how dare you hit Jack? And make him spit out so much blood. I can't bear to see him spit out blood. Don't bother me, I'm going to rip out that old guy's beard. What Whitebeard? Today I'm going to change his name to Nobeard. Kaido couldn't help but close his eyes and cover his forehead. Vista and others who were attacking Kaido became furious when they saw Kaido's contempt for them. Vista even gathered his strength in both hands and used the armed hockey emission to attack Kaido fiercely. Swish. A wound appeared on Kaido's chest, and blood dripped onto the ground. Kaido opened his eyes, glanced at Vista, and said softly. No wonder Jack avoided your attack, but compared to Whitebeard, you are still too young. Thundering 8 trigrams, once again, he competed with Yamato in strength with a sledgehammer. After losing, Brahminke rushed forward again in defiance of evil. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How is that possible? How can a little girl like you have so much power? Boom. Puff. However, after the collision between the hammer and the mace, Brahminke only felt his hands go numb, and a dull feeling came from his chest. He couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Yamato was relentless and hit Brahminke with his mace. Brahminke's fat body was thrown dozens of meters away and fell heavily to the ground. Brahminke. Boom. Seeing this, Kulie, who was supporting his teammates from a distance, fired a firebomb to force Yamato back, and then took the opportunity to rescue Brahminke. Although Brahminke did not die, looking at his painful appearance, he should not be able to continue fighting. That little girl. Whitebeard noticed this and narrowed his eyes. The horns and the weapon. Kaido's daughter? Haha. That's right, it's Kaido's daughter. Jack turned his head and pointed at Yamato in the distance, then smiled and said to Whitebeard. How is it? Isn't it amazing? This is the result of my day and night training. Chapter 169 Odin is a waste. Whitebeard frowned and thought for a moment, then suddenly burst into laughter. Gulala. Kaido, that guy, is really willing to go to such lengths to win you over. Jack touched his chin and said in a deep voice. What do you mean? That's what it means literally, kid. What does it mean literally? That's exactly what I mean. Bang. When Yamato saw Brahminke being rescued, he did not chase him. Instead, he turned his head, put his hand to his mouth and whistled, and the husky came running over happily. However, when it was about to run to Yamato, the husky turned around and ran away in shame, with its tail between its legs. You guys, 1 or 2, it's really annoying. Looking at the man with a Mediterranean hairstyle and smoking a cigar standing in front of him, Yamato angrily picked up the mace and hit him. Clang. Fosa only felt a huge force coming from the long sword, and the veins on his arms bulged. He gathered all his strength and finally blocked Yamato's attack. Fosa took a few steps back, distanced himself from Yamato, and said as he looked at Yamato who had transformed into a human beast form. Even if it's Kaido's blood, this power is a bit too much. Is it the blessing of the devil fruit? The zone fruit that can make a woman so powerful must not be an ordinary devil fruit, right? Fosa's words made the transformed Yamato's furry ears tremble with excitement. Devil fruit? Why do you rude, vulgar men always think that women are inferior to men? Yamato frowned and looked at the top of Fosa's head and said with a hint of sarcasm. Mediterranean, with your chest exposed, showing off your muscles. According to Jack, you men are greasy men. It's still that kind of male chauvinism, always thinking that women are inferior to men. Jack said that people like you deserve to be beaten by the boxing saint. Erha. Catch it. Yamato swung the mace in his hand with force, and the mace fell accurately next to Erha in midair and hit Erha's tail, and Erha flew directly into the air. Then Yamato turned to look at Fosa and said seriously. Jack once taught me a set of boxing techniques specifically for beating people like you. Let me show you what a boxing saint is, advertisement. But you have to be careful, even Onigashima would be shaken by my punch. While Fosa was still a little confused, Yamato had already gathered his strength on the spot, and then suddenly rushed towards Fosa. Powerful punch. A strong chill emerged from Yamato's fist. Fosa saw that his long sword was faintly covered with frost and quickly jumped back a few steps. However, Yamato followed closely and punched Fosa again. Explosive bomb punch, body penetrating force. This punch left Fosa no time to dodge, so he had to pick up the long sword to block it again. However, this attack was not as powerful as the last time. Just as Fosa was confused, a strong chill made Fosa's hands seem to lose consciousness, and then it seemed as if something entered his body along with Yamato's attack. Puff. After spitting out a mouthful of blood, Fosa looked at Yamato in disbelief and asked. Armament color emission, how is that possible? How is that impossible? You look down on women, I'll show you my female boxing skills. Tianba blasts across the sky. Bang! After knocking Fosa away with a punch because he was slow to react due to the cold, Yamato suddenly exerted force with his legs and chased after him. Just as Yamato was about to punch Fosa again, a gunshot rang out, and Yamato fell from midair. Pooh! After spitting out the bullet in his mouth, Yamato looked at Izo and the others who were walking towards him, and couldn't help but shouting to Lim in the distance. You're a piece of trash, Lim, who was fighting with Whitebeard's 9th Squadron Captain Blenheim and 2 captains of the large fleet, roared angrily. What does it have to do with me? There are so many of them, you should be cursing the dead loser. If it weren't for him, we wouldn't have lost so many people. After hearing Lim's roar, Yamato realized that Laws, the only remaining veteran Flying Six who had fought with Blenheim and his men, had died at some point. His death allowed Blenheim and his men to free up their hands to deal with some cadres of the Beast's pirates and tie up Lim, allowing Izang and his men to come to support Fosa. These rubbish. Yamato looked at Yi Zhang who was walking in front of him and asked with some confusion. Weren't you using a long sword just now? How come your shooting skills are so accurate? Ah, this. Yi Zhang took out the 2 guns from his waist and said firmly. I have always felt that the long sword is not suitable for me, but this battle has strengthened my determination. Thanks to Vista, I decided to change my weapon. Yi Zhang looked at Fosa who had just stood up from the ground, then turned to Yamato and said. What did you say? You be asterisk 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 D. Shut up, shut up. Advertisement, you are also a warrior of Wano Kuni, right? Because of a series of stupid decisions, it led to its own destruction. Even if my father wasn't there, that guy's fate wouldn't be any better. Although I don't like bullying women, I'm doing this to avenge Lord Odin. I'll tell you again, by the way, your boxing skills are pretty good, what's it called? When I see you, I seem to see my ignorant self in the past. Huh? Odin? Odin, he's a piece of shit, he's just an idiot? I'm so sorry, don't blame us for outnumbering the minority. That guy Odin doesn't deserve your admiration, he's just a piece of trash. Even if he's alive, he's probably just a fool, he was just killed by Kurozumi Snake. Why do you want to be our enemy? The residents of Wano Kuni are living well under the rule of our beast's pirates, don't you know that? Yamato looked at Yi Zhang with a look of pity, then shook his head and said. Wano Kuni warriors, aboard the Whitebeard pirate's ship? It's over, this guy is even more stupid than I was, there's no hope for him. Yi Zhang looked at Yamato blankly, only to hear Yamato continue. The girl of Kaido. Wei's fist. Yamato tilted his head and glanced at Yi Zhang, then said helplessly. Odin. I forbid you to insult Lord Odin. After hearing Yamato's question, Yi Zhang became a little emotional. I was attracted by Kazuki Odin's seemingly heroic, but actually selfish behavior. Kazuki Odin. What do you mean, how old are you? Were you ignorant before? Yamato looked at Yi Zhang expressionlessly, and after taking a look at his clothes, he asked. But if you tell me to shut up, I'll shut up, shut up. Yi Zhang's face turned red with anger, he stared at Yamato and shouted angrily. Who do you think I am, the heroine Yamato? Advertisement chapter 170. Thank you, sir. Yamato's voice was so loud that everyone around him fell silent for a moment. But after the silence, there was boundless anger, and both sides fought even more fiercely. That little girl. Whitebeard's voice was faintly filled with anger. After watching Jack dodge his attack again, Whitebeard couldn't help but curse. 1, 2. Why are those brats from Beast's pirates so mean and hateful? How did Kaido educate himself? Sir, don't be angry. When it comes to educating children, brother Kaido is definitely not as good as you. Jack nodded seriously, looked at Whitebeard with a strange look and said. Who made him an ambitious pirate? Although he is now known as the Emperor of the Sea, brother Kaido is still not satisfied. This kind of man is so ambitious that he will neglect his children's education. Compared to you who keeps adopting sons everywhere, I'm definitely not as good as you in this aspect. But then again, Jack changed his tone, looked at Whitebeard in confusion and said. Aren't we pirates? Who did you learn this habit of taking in godsons everywhere? The Romance of the Three Kingdoms seems to have been published a long time ago, have you read it? There's a Lu Bu in there, did you know? Be careful, sir. Tisk tisk. Cao Cao likes to be a good wife, Liu Bei likes to cry, Sun Quan likes to be cocky, Guan Yu likes to squint, Zhang Fei likes to be the same, but you are so good, you like to adopt a son. If you get an adopted son like Liu Bu someday, won't he kill you? A-hole. Damn you little brat, shut your mouth. The book Romance of the Three Kingdoms, after being run by the Chamber of Commerce, had long been circulated on the sea, and it provided a great boost to Kaido, who was financially strapped at the time. Of course, Whitebeard had read it. So Whitebeard generally understood what Jack said, but Whitebeard, who always put his family first, found it a little hard to accept. How could the son's lousy adopted be comparable to an unkind and unjust guy like Liu Bu? How could I, the great Whitebeard, have an adopted son like that? Buzz. The tip of the knife swung, and Whitebeard chopped at Jack. After the knife came down, Jack took a few steps back with the mace raised, but he was not hurt at all. He raised his big white fang at Whitebeard and laughed softly. Advertisement. Uncle. Come on. This be asterisk 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 D. Whitebeard's murderous intent grew even stronger, and after checking that his sons were not in any danger, he gathered his strength and struck Jack again. On the other side, after calming down for a while, Fosa walked towards Yamato again with a sword in hand. Ah, thanks a lot, Izang. I was a little careless. This little girl is not easy to deal with. Yi Zhang nodded, looked at Yamato with murderous intent and said. Let's pay attention, I'll support you, Kill. Don't hold back, after we take care of her, let's go support the others. Keel, who was standing by with a knight's spear and had just dealt with his opponent, nodded. To use the majority to bully the minority? Snort. Yamato looked at them with disdain and shouted, stick. When the husky in the distance heard Yamato's call, it ran over quickly with the mace in its mouth, then threw the mace away and ran away desperately. Yamato was so angry that he cursed at Erha. You cowardly dog. Jack is right. I'll stew you sooner or later. Erha stopped and raised his hind legs under Yamato's expectant gaze. Clatter, woof woof woof, roll. Yi Zhang and his men did not launch a sneak attack when Yamato was holding the weapon. They waited until Yamato had the weapon in his hand before Yi Zhang and his men prepared to attack Yamato. Yamato stabbed the mace on the ground, and long hair gradually grew on his body. Yamato, who turned into a human beast, looked at the few people and shouted loudly. Do you think I'm afraid of you? My dream, Yamato, is to become the strongest woman in the world. Divine Foot White Snake Drive. Facing Sam and Kill who were coming towards him, with Izang's support in the distance, Yamato launched the attack first, rushing towards the injured Fosa at an extremely fast speed. With the idea of dealing with one first, Yamato clenched the mace in his hand and smashed it down fiercely. What? Ding. Ding. What Yamato never expected was that the guy named Gil, who was holding a knight's spear and a shield, actually arrived later but was the first to arrive. He appeared right in front of Fosa at a faster speed, raised the shield in his hand and steadily caught Yamato's continuous attacks. Snap. Snap. The bullets shot by Izang forced Yamato to retreat continuously, and Fosa took the opportunity to chop him with a long knife. After Yamato dodged Fosa's attack, Keel stabbed Yamato with his knight's gun. Advertisement for a moment, facing the cooperation of the three captains, Yamato was in a panic and in danger. Kaido noticed this and wanted to get rid of them and support Yamato, but Jozu and the others also discovered Kaido's intention and tried their best to stop him. Kaido was unable to break free from them for a while. Jack. Kaido's shouting made Jack notice Yamato's predicament. Jack frowned and ran towards Yamato. Shave. Swish. A slash hit Jack accurately. Whitebeard jumped to Jack's side holding Kusanokiri and laughed. Gulala, little devil, you want to go over and save him? Gulala. Then defeat Lousy. You old fellow. Jack stood up with red eyes and smashed down with the mace in hand. However, after a few rounds, Jack understood what Whitebeard had just felt. If the difference in strength is not particularly large, and a person has no intention of attacking, wants to entangle you, or only defends, you have no way to deal with him. However, the more anxious he was, the calmer Jack became. After the CPU ran rapidly, Jack came up with an idea. Jack was watching Yamato closely with observation haki, with a panicked and anxious look on his face. Facing Whitebeard's attack, he gave up on defense and tried to repel Whitebeard with brute force. Even though he was cut by Whitebeard's tentative attack and bled, Jack still looked like he was going to fight Whitebeard to the death, which made Whitebeard's heart move. This brat seems to have taken a liking to Kaido's daughter. In this case, it's an opportunity. He used his ability again and tried a few times. He found that Jack did not dodge at all, so Whitebeard made up his mind. Buzz. A slight vibration was transmitted from the tip of the knife to the air, and a black and purple haki made Kusanokiri full of oppression. Now, little devil. Die. Taking advantage of the moment when Jack was looking at Yamato again, Whitebeard used Kusakumokiri to attack Jack without hesitation. However, Jack suddenly turned his head and looked at Whitebeard with a smile. Uncle, thank you very much. What? Bang, puff. A stream of blood spurted out from Jack's body, and a large amount of blood gushed out from Jack's mouth, but Jack's body retreated rapidly under this impact. At some point, Jack unknowingly exchanged positions with Whitebeard during the battle. Although Whitebeard's attack severely injured Jack, it also made Jack fly straight in the direction of Yamato. Boom. The ground was still tearing apart, causing countless pirates to dodge, which also showed how powerful Whitebeard's attack was and how serious the trauma Jack would suffer. However, there was no joy on Whitebeard's face. This attack consumed too much of his physical strength, while Jack did not lose his fighting ability. Judging from Jack's performance just now, his son was in danger. Chapter 171 Jack's current strength. Boom. Yi Zhang and his companions did not notice Jack's movements at all. Although the three of them worked together to put Yamato in danger, Yamato's strength was strong enough that the three of them did not dare to be distracted at all, for fear that Yamato would take one of them with him before he died. After the black shadow obscured the figures of several people and Jack's huge body landed here, the three people felt the vibration caused by Whitebeard and looked at Jack in confusion. Wow, as soon as he saw Jack coming, Yamato was the first to react. He jumped into Jack's arms with a mace in hand. The spikes on the mace pierced Jack's wound, causing Jack to grimace in pain. Wow, Yi Zhang and the other two didn't know what to say when they saw Yamato's reaction. Didn't you just shout that you wanted to beat us to death and said we were useless? Why are you looking so delicate now, and you're acting so fragile? Why does this state seem so familiar, isn't that? The corners of Jack's mouth twitched a few times, and Yamato's delicate moans made Jack feel a little nauseous. Swish, it hurts. It hurts. It hurts. Hey. You be ***********. What are you doing? It hurts. He grabbed Yamato's hair and lifted him up in the air. He didn't throw Yamato aside until Yamato punched and kicked him. I told you not to learn blindly from those street youths, but you just wouldn't listen. Get lost. Shave. As soon as Jack finished speaking, he disappeared from the spot in an instant. When he reappeared, he was already next to Yi Zhang, and his big hand reached out to grab the defenseless Yi Zhang. I Zhang. Amid Fosa's shouting, Yi Zhang tried desperately to dodge, but his right hand was still tightly held by Jack. You are in trouble. Just as a smile appeared on Jack's face, a figure appeared beside Yi Zhang. Crack. Kill. Him. Keel took the knight's spear and stabbed Yi Zhang's arm without hesitation. After Yi Zhang screamed, his arm was broken. Advertisement, however, this allowed Yi Zhang to escape Jack's control and avoid being strangled to death by Jack like those two unlucky guys. Jack looked at the man holding a shield in one hand and a strong keel in the other, and said with a little appreciation. Your name is Chicken? It doesn't disgrace the name? You react very quickly, and you act decisively too. Looking at the arm in his hand, Jack said to Yi Zhang, who looked pale. I'm sorry, your first love and partner may not be able to accompany you in the future. But then again, if it doesn't apply, you and that red-haired B************** D can help each other in your current state. Bang. Throwing Yi Zhang's arm to the ground, Jack raised his mace and smashed it down, preventing several people from trying to grab the arm and completely turning Yi Zhang into the Condor hero. D brat. Everything happened so suddenly that Whitebeard only arrived now and saw Jack smashing Yi Zhang's arm. Whitebeard was so angry that he raised his knife and chopped down at Jack from midair. Boom. However, this time Jack did not stubbornly block it. Whitebeard's fruit ability was too perverted, and it could be said that he restrained himself in some aspects. Unlike other people's attacks, which break the body's defenses from the outside and cause damage to the human body, Whitebeard's attacks can bypass your body's defenses and directly attack your body through vibration mixed with emission. What's even more terrifying is that Whitebeard has unparalleled strength and a strong physique. He has been fighting until now at such an old age and has launched so many powerful attacks without getting red in the face or out of breath. But I don't know why he vomited blood that time. Could he really have some terminal illness? This guy really deserves the title of the strongest man in the world. He can cause earthquakes at any time. Apart from anything else, his destructive power and attack power are truly unmatched. I am able to be so tenacious now, thanks to the rapid development of my body in recent years, coupled with the hard training in daily life, which has allowed my body strength to enter a new stage and come to err. Judging from Kaido's reaction, his physical strength is already on the same level as theirs. But, Jack adjusted his panel. Host name, Jack. Constitution. 110. Dad, the title of the world's strongest fishman is well deserved for this little kid. Devil fruit. None but what Jack didn't know was that Whitebeard was also amazed at Jack's strength. Swordsmanship. Swordsman, not limited to sword weapons. Let the others step back too. Advertisement: if I can't kill him now, who else can subdue Jack in a few years, considering his age? And that girl, Kaido's daughter. Will. 105. The scattered attributes given by the ship, plus the characteristics of the fruit, allowed Jack's strength and physique to reach a terrifying 110. However, even with such values, his strength was still not as good as Whitebeard, which made Jack feel a deep admiration for Whitebeard. You guys step aside first. Special skills. Undying body, undying, tooth regeneration, not upgradable, Marine 6 styles, advanced. Gunmanship. Advanced. Agility, 95, SSR, observation hockey, advanced. Fruit skills. Trunk whip, tusk charge, hoof impact, tusk jet. Yamato also noticed this, took the mace and glanced at Whitebeard, then quietly hid behind Jack. Hey, a-hole. Stop, why are you running? Keep going. Perception. 97, SSR. This Jack's ability might be a little different from mine, but the gap is not as big as I imagined. Thinking of this, Whitebeard used the observation hockey to sense the battle situation on Kaido's side. When he found that Vista and his men could still hold on, Whitebeard said to Fosa and Keel. Devil fruit. Awakening, zone elephant fruit, ancient species, mammoth form. Therefore, the stronger Jack's strength is, the stronger Whitebeard's murderous intent becomes. Roll. Leave these two to me. Rating. Although Jack's speed is a shortcoming, his special explosive skill of shaving makes up for his shortcomings. So Whitebeard admitted that his idea of killing Jack in a short period of time was indeed a bit arrogant. Yamato wanted to chase after him but was stopped by Jack. Apart from anything else, at his current age, his strength must have declined, but the fact that he could still completely control himself was enough to prove how powerful he was when he was young. Hey, big stupid elephant, if you can't do it, just turn into an elephant and run. Armament hockey. Emission conquerors hockey, advanced. Feeling the seriousness in Whitebeard's tone, Fosa and Keel said nothing. After forcing Yamato back, they turned and left. Jack felt a strong murderous intent from Whitebeard, so strong that the hairs on his skin stood up. Strength. 110, but up to now, cadres from both sides have suffered casualties, and the hatred is absolutely impossible to eliminate. Chapter 172 Immortality. Shock fruit is known as the strongest paramecia. Its destructive power and attack range are the largest and strongest among all known fruits. When Whitebeard was young, he made a great name for himself on the sea with the power of the fruit. After suffering several losses from Whitebeard's abilities, Marine no longer dared to attack Whitebeard easily. Even after the demise of the Rock's pirates, Whitebeard still dominates the sea with his abilities. After decades of use, Whitebeard has already mastered the use of shock fruit. It can be said that this fruit earned Whitebeard the title of the world's strongest man, and Whitebeard also earned the title of shock fruit's strongest paramecia. However, unlike other fruits, using shock fruit requires some price. Although these prices are nothing to the young Whitebeard, they are still a considerable burden for Whitebeard now. As the name suggests, shock fruit uses vibration as its only means of attack. Its intensity seems to have no upper limit, and the earthquakes and tsunamis it causes can easily destroy an island. However, if such a powerful attack is used, it will cause some injuries to the user himself, because the first person to be harmed by the ability of vibration is the user. When these injuries first started, Whitebeard could rely on his strong physique to slowly recover, and he could also use this opportunity to train his physique and make it even stronger. However, as he got older and used the fruit more frequently in battles, this injury gradually exceeded his ability to recover and turned into a hidden injury. With Whitebeard's strong physique, it is impossible for him to be plagued by diseases. Even Garp, who is a few years older than him, is still alive and well. Big Mom, who is a few years younger than him, eats sweets as meals all day long and can still eat and sleep. You have to know that when Whitebeard was young, the strength of his body was no less than that of the two of them. It was because of these hidden injuries that Whitebeard was now experiencing some physical problems, allowing the disease to take advantage of the situation. This also leads to Whitebeard generally not using the power of the fruit. If he wants to use the power to destroy the island when he was young, the counterattack damage is not something Whitebeard can bear now, and it will only make his body weaker. But now, in order to kill Jack, Whitebeard decided to fight. Although the hidden injuries in my body will be more serious afterwards, I can still suppress it. At most, I can recuperate for a few years. After killing Jack, everyone will retreat. As long as I can still use my abilities, I am invincible on the sea. I don't think Kaido would dare to chase me. Whitebeard doesn't believe that Jack, at his age, would have the same physique as Kaido. Kaido was seriously injured when he was young and would die too. After being informed by Fosa and the others, the surrounding pirates kept retreating. After Marco, who was still fighting with Jin in the air, noticed this scene, he looked at Whitebeard with a worried look on his face. Dad, just when the beast's pirates were still confused, an inexplicable feeling of suffocation suddenly appeared, followed by a faint vibration sound and strong shaking. The air around Whitebeard continued to crack and expand. Feeling the momentum coming from Whitebeard, Jack's heart tightened. There is absolutely no way I can escape from this attack range. And there is also Yamato, a burden. If I want to protect her, if it is impossible, I can throw her out now. Whitebeard's main target of attack is me, and Yamato should be able to escape. Jack turned his head back. Advertisement, where's Yamato? Jack closed his eyes as he watched Yamato, who had turned into a black shadow while galloping on his husky. Damn, I shouldn't have taught her that as long as there is green, there will be no shortage of firewood. I shouldn't have explained to her that Liu Bei ran away countless times before he succeeded in starting a business. But it's fine this way. Just see for yourself how powerful the attack of the world's strongest man is. Jack turned his head around, his body transformed into a human beast form, his brown skin faintly turning black, his armament haki fully activated, and a strong aura emerged from his body. Boom! Neither side made a move, but the collision of Conqueror's haki caused all the surrounding trees to fall down, and the cracks on the ground continued to expand. After seeing this scene, Lim, who had just stopped, shouted. Retreat! Keep retreating! Follow Whitebeard and his gang. We'll go wherever they hide. Bang! In the hockey competition, Jack was completely defeated. After a few seconds of stalemate with Whitebeard, Jack's Conqueror's haki was completely defeated by Whitebeard's haki. Feeling the overwhelming pressure from Whitebeard's haki, Jack opened his mouth. Sir, that's awesome, but I am still young, and you are old. If you can't kill me today, maybe I'll kill you someday. Gulala. Whitebeard laughed loudly, and the light circle on the Kusagawari rapidly expanded. Then he jumped into the air and slashed down at Jack. Arrogant little brat, you have to survive first. Being disturbed by the vibration, and being completely locked by Whitebeard with Conqueror's haki, there was no way he could dodge the attack with a shave. With a strong sense of crisis, Jack fully activated his armament haki, and with all his strength, he jumped into the air. The pirates who hid far away all stopped fighting. Even Kaido and his companions stopped fighting and focused their attention on the two men. Whitebeard, little devil, bang, boom. A dazzling light burst out from between the two men's weapons, and then Jack's body was completely buried in the rapidly expanding circle of light. After an explosion, the dust blocked everyone's sight, and the violent shaking made everyone unable to help but shake. Crack, boom, help, help. Advertisement. The port of Lensk was completely razed to the ground, and the crack in the middle continued to expand until a large piece of land was completely separated from the continent of Alan. Many unlucky people fell into the invincible abyss, and even the fishmen fighting on the seabed ran out in panic. Huff, Whitebeard panted heavily, and it took him a long time to calm down the heavy feeling in his chest and the desire to vomit blood. Judging from the perception of observation haki, Jack's breath was already intermittent, so if he could only give him one more stab, he would definitely be dead. Holding Kusanagi, Whitebeard walked to Jack's side. Seeing Jack already unconscious and bleeding, he chopped him down without hesitation. Goodbye. Arrogant little brat. Bang. The cold sword hit Jack, but it was so elastic that Whitebeard almost hurt himself by mistake. What? This state? Lousy doesn't believe it. Bang. Bang. Puff. After a few more slashes, Whitebeard felt a sweetness in his throat and a mouthful of blood spurted out. As the smoke cleared, everyone looked towards the center of the battlefield as they marveled at the power of the attack. Jack was lying on the ground, with the huge fang still in his hand, but there was no sign of life. Whitebeard was holding Murakumokiri with his back to Jack, staring blankly. For some reason, Whitebeard looked very lonely. Ha ha ha. Dad, Jack is an adult. Big stupid elephant. You old man, I'm going to kill you. The Whitebeard pirates laughed, the beast's pirates looked panicked, and Yamato angrily rushed towards Whitebeard on his husky. Bang, 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 bang. Jin, who had escaped from Marco and flown ahead, noticed Jack's chest rising and falling from midair. Although Marco caught up with him again, Jin had already calmed down. Oh la 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 la, oh la 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 la. Kaido used observation haki to keep a close eye on Jack and laughed proudly. Newgate, you didn't expect that. Jack's physique is the same except for some differences in defense. Immortality. Oh la 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 la. It means you will never die. Chapter 173 The Intruder. What? Although the Whitebeard pirates were a little bit unconvinced, they gradually became certain after seeing Dad's reaction. The smiles on their faces froze, but the pirates from the Beast's pirates became excited. Ha 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 ha. Master Jack. Immortal. Immortal. We Beast's pirates are invincible. Damn it, I don't believe it. Many members of the Whitebeard pirates refused to accept this reality and desperately ran towards Jack. Because of Whitebeard's fruit ability, he and Jack were completely surrounded by seawater, leaving only the two of them on an isolated island. Faced with his sons rushing towards him, Whitebeard exerted force on his feet and jumped over. Pa. Bang. Countless bullets and even rockets were fired at the unconscious Jack, but they did not even penetrate Jack's skin. Looking at his sons who looked unwilling, Whitebeard said softly. Stop it. You can't kill me. He has the same physique as Kaido, he's a monster. It seems that the world government did not deceive us on this point. Dad. Hateful. Several pirates looked at their companions in confusion and asked. Why don't we throw him into the sea? By then, his fruit ability won't be usable, maybe we'll have a chance to kill him? Fosa shook his head and said helplessly, it's no use, you can't kill it. It's just a waste of effort. His physique is not given by the power of the fruit, it's innate. When you are exhausted or on the verge of death, your defense and recovery will be accelerated. Even if you suffer a fatal injury, you will recover automatically. You don't even need treatment, you will be fully recovered within a few days. What, is it really impossible to kill him? If he could be killed, Kaido would have died countless times. Advertisement. No need to say more. Whitebeard interrupted his son's argument, looked at the pirates who were fighting again, and said sternly. Don't worry about Jack. While he can't join the battle, let's go help the others. Kaido. Whitebeard's eyes turned cold as he looked at Kaido who was chasing Vista and Joes. The other people with blood on their faces were carried behind the two men. Just now, because several people were temporarily distracted, Kaido seized the opportunity. Except for Vista who dodged Kaido's attack with his agility and Joes who used the power of the fruit to remain unharmed. Lakio, Kinbudo and Thatch were all seriously injured and unconscious by Kaido. This suddenly reversed the situation, and Vista and Joes had to flee desperately with the three people on their backs. Kaido. UB asterisk 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 D, lo 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 lo, Newgate. Kaido looked at Whitebeard and said with some pride. Were you happy just now, thinking you could kill Jack? But do you regret it now, just like you wanted to kill me then? Oh la 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 la, you couldn't kill me then, you can't kill Jack now. I spent the whole day with a bunch of pirates, playing some fatherly and filial game. You had great strength when you were young and could compete with Roger, but you no longer have ambitions. Now you are just an old man who only cares about your family and picking up sons everywhere. Newgate, you are old, stop talking big, Kaido. Whitebeard's white beard trembled continuously. He raised Kurogiri and said loudly to Kaido. You said Lousy is old? You can try it yourself. King versus king, general versus general. Seeing Whitebeard and Kaido about to fight again, the pirates on the side dispersed instantly. In the battle between the fishmen, Aladdin's group, who had the advantage in numbers, won. There were 3 very deep holes on Nomura's shoulders, which looked like he was injured by the trident in Aladdin's hand. Damn it, Aladdin, you betrayed the mark on you. Nomura covered his shoulder and looked at Aladdin fiercely. Because of the difference in numbers, Nomura was defeated by Aladdin and his group, and he was very unconvinced. Brand, snort, advertisement, brand or something. According to Master Jack, it is just a reminder for us not to forget the humiliation we have suffered in the past. Nomura, Beast's pirates are the future of his fishmen. Hateful. Nomura wanted to say something, but Findle and his men attacked him directly. Fortunately, Fosa and his men arrived in time and saved Nomura's life. Yamato was entangled by Jozu again, while Lim was targeted by Vista. After fighting for several rounds, both sides realized that their opponent was a strong foe. They had no time to worry about anything else and focused their attention. For a moment, only Jack was lying on the isolated island with his chest heaving. There was no fight, and even the husky was chasing a wild horse. Bang! You're really amazing. You can fight with me, Ralph, and we're still evenly matched. Fishman Ralph looked at Teach with admiration. The battle with Teach was the most comfortable and intense battle in his life. The two men had been fighting since the beginning, and the battle had lasted for most of the day. It was almost dark, but the winner had not yet been decided, which made Ralph feel a sense of sympathy for Teach. Even Teach's messy and incomplete teeth had a kind of imperfect beauty in Ralph's eyes. Thief, ha 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 ha. You too. Teach used observation hockey to constantly observe the situation on the battlefield, and also had to deal with Ralph, so he was quite busy. Although Jack was defeated by his father, no one can kill him. This ability is the same as Kaido. And my dad just used such a powerful ability, the question is whether his body can withstand it. On the battlefield, the Beast's pirates officers were generally no match for the Whitebeard pirates, and could only rely on their numerical advantage to maintain a stalemate. But Quinn never showed up, and the Beast's pirates didn't have just these men. Although their side also had a backup plan, at this point in the battle, both sides were really angry and it looked like the fight would not stop until one side died. I must observe carefully. It would be fine if the Whitebeard pirates win, but if they lose, what should I do? Just when the battle between the two sides was fierce, a huge warship in the distant sea slowly approached the Lensk port that had been divided into several parts. On the deck, there were thousands of extremely strong men with naked upper bodies. Leading the group was a tall man wearing golden armor and red skin. On his head was a golden helmet tied with a red rope. In the sea breeze, the red rope and the cloak floated like flowing blood. The pirates fighting on both sides also noticed the approaching warship and stopped their actions and looked over vigilantly. The man took the loudspeaker handed over by his subordinate, stroked his long beard, and shouted loudly. Newgate, Kaido, stop it, I'm here to stop this war. Give me some face. Chapter 174. What happened when Lim and his companions who were fighting heard the shouting, they couldn't help but look over. Jin and Marco also fell from the sky. After seeing the man in golden armor, they said in surprise. That is, Ochaku, the overlord of Beehive Island. Why is he here? Boom. The port had been in a mess due to the aftermath of the battle. Seeing the huge rock blocking his ship, Ochaku slashed it with a knife, and the rock broke into pieces and sank into the seabed. Then the battleship stopped, and Ochaku led a group of strong men to jump down without fear. The sound on the shore also attracted the attention of Whitebeard and Kaido. After the two discovered Ochaku, their reactions were very different. Whitebeard murmured to himself with some doubt. This guy, why is he here too? Why are you here if you don't want to guard Beehive Island? Kaido breathed a sigh of relief. Although he didn't know why Ochaku came, the war could be stopped. Although the battle continued, Kaido believed that the final winner would be his side, but Whitebeard's power was too heaven-defying. If he fought desperately, Kaido could still accept the loss of members, but if the Allen continent was destroyed, Kaido would be in tears. The rich mineral resources on the continent of Allen are now the Beast's pirates' main source of income after Wano-kuni. If they were destroyed by Whitebeard, the loss would be enormous, which Kaido, who is afraid of being poor, would definitely not accept. If you want to fight against the world government or even the entire world, money is indispensable. Special. Kaido. Stop it. Stop fighting. For some reason, after hearing Ochaku's words, Jack, who was in a coma, suddenly shook his feet a few times, as if he wanted to stand up and dance, but he finally fell down. Although the number of people led by Ochaku was small, they were all tall and muscular. Judging from the momentum alone, facing the unfriendly gazes of the Whitebeard pirates and Beast's pirates members, the tough guys with only 8,000 members responded fearlessly. Seeing Whitebeard and Kaido stop fighting without saying anything, the number of people fighting on both sides decreased, and they made way for Ochaku and his gang. As he slowly approached the two, Ochaku stopped and shouted to them. Special. Kaido. There's no need to continue this war. Don't save face for a little fame. You all should know that this is a conspiracy of the world government. Advertisement. Don't get too angry and let the world government take advantage of you. I got the news that Garp, that B****************, D, is leading a team to ambush you. Whitebeard looked at the bodies of his sons on the ground and fell into deep thought, while Kaido looked nonchalant. That's right. Ochaku glanced at Kaido and said seriously. Linlin told me this news, so this is what Linlin meant, too, Kaido. Humph. That old woman. Kaido was a little annoyed when he heard Linlin's name, but he didn't say anything else. It seemed that he accepted Ochaku's mediation. Seeing Whitebeard still in deep thought, Ochaku continued. No matter what, we are all pirates. Death is a normal thing for pirates. Having reached our position, you should also know that the world government is paying attention to us. If you really want to fight to the death, I think the final winner will definitely be the world government. Whitebeard frowned, feeling a little hesitant. Kaido turned his attention to his men. Jin and Sasaki were fine, but the real fighters suffered heavy casualties. However, after this war, many talents were discovered, and the most outstanding one among them, besides his own daughter, was Lim. Although he knew that Lim's illness had healed and his strength had increased a lot, he did not expect that he would fight back and forth with Vista. And the fishman with a high ponytail is also very powerful. It's not easy for the fishmen to intervene, but Lim. There just so happens that there are a few vacancies in the Flying Six. I wonder if Jack will agree. If not, I can promote Lim to the Flying Six and let him continue to follow Jack. As for the rules, in Beast's Pirates, strength is the only rule. Jack's current strength is definitely beyond Quinn and Jin. Apart from himself, he is the most powerful person in Beast's Pirates. Snort. After weighing it, Whitebeard opened his eyes, looked at Kaido and said. Andre is still alive, right, Kaido? Give him to me, otherwise this war will not end. Oh. Kaido signaled to Jin, who was standing beside him, and Jin transformed into a pteranodon and flew into the air. Not long after, he came back carrying a man covered in bruises. It was Andre who was captured by Jack. Advertisement, Dad, others. After Marco caught Andre looked at the bodies on the ground and said with some guilt. It's all my fault, silly son, stop talking, let's go, sons. When Whitebeard saw Andre coming back, he didn't waste any words. He gave an order and turned and left. Seeing this, Marco and others hurriedly helped Andre up. In a remote corner, after realizing that neither side had any intention of continuing the fight, Ralph said to Teach with some regret. Will we meet again? Thief, ha 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 ha, not again? Puff. With one claw, Ralph fell to the ground without a sound. Teach wiped his hands with his clothes, stood up, and walked towards the shore. After carrying the wounded and the bodies of their companions onto the ship, the Moby DK sailed away first, and a dozen pirate ships that were not affected by the battle quickly followed. Just when Marco and the others were still wondering why their father left so cleanly, the Soramukiri in Whitebeard's hands suddenly fell to the ground. Clang. Puff. Dad. Although they were a little confused about Whitebeard's decisive departure, Kaido and Ochaku didn't think much about it. After exchanging a few words with Kaido, Ochaku left with his men in high spirits. Yamato came over with a bad look on his face and asked Kaido. Who is Linlin? Why do you react like that when you hear her name? Kaido looked at Yamato with a headache, and signaled to Jin next to him. After Jin finally got Yamato away, Kaido looked at the people who wanted to go over to save Jack and shouted. Don't worry about him, in this state, just let him lie there and recover. 2 days later, the wounds on Jack's body had healed. Jack opened his eyes confusedly and yawned. Jack stood up and looked around in confusion, then shouted. Where are the people? Did the beast's pirates lose? What happened? Are all the people dead? Chapter 175 Serial Rewards and New Subordinates. Hearing Jack's cry, several mermen emerged from the sea. Jack is an adult. You're awake. Great. Looking at the leading fishman, Jack quickly asked. Aladdin. Where are the people? Did we lose? No, Master Jack, it's like this. After listening to Aladdin's story, Jack nodded. No more fighting, Ochaku? This guy, Brother Kaido did mention him. Hasn't he always lived on Beehive Island? Whatever. With excitement, Jack opened the panel and the system records came into view. End by boat. It has been detected that there are multiple UR-level characters participating in the war between the two sides, and the number of people fighting on both sides exceeds 10,000. It is determined to be a battle, and 3 treasure chests can be obtained. It was detected that the host was unable to make a selection, and the system is now extracting it itself. You gain 10 points of agility, perfect. You have obtained Conqueror's Coil, flash. You have obtained a Sea Companion, rare. Well, with 10 points of agility, my lowest familiar point jumped to the highest, and my body also felt lighter than usual. Conqueror's Entanglement made my attacks more powerful. But what the hell is this Sea Companion? Damn, the size is wrong. Lousy is almost 8 meters tall now. Can you give me one that is more than 2 meters? In the distance, a group of pirates were approaching with thousands of slaves. Jack quickly locked onto them with the observation hockey. The leading pirates was a fishman, smoking a cigarette and speaking to his companions in a strange tone. Hey, tomorrow it's our turn to go out into the city and have some fun. I heard you've been there a few times. Tell me, what does it feel like to be a human woman? Is it comfortable? A blue-skinned, very thin fishman next to him shook his head and said softly. It was comfortable, but it only took 3 minutes and they deducted our credit. It's a bit unfair. It's not worth it. Why do you go there so many times? Advertisement, because it's comfortable. Looking at his sea companion in his hand, Jack shouted. Aladdin. Aladdin, go. Take this away and give it to Kerr to see if he can copy it. If he can, increase production and give each person one. After Aladdin took over the sea companion, his face turned red and he asked softly. Master Jack, why are you not wearing any clothes? And why isn't your hair black? Jack was stunned, then gave Aladdin a thumbs up and said. You're such a freaking genius. Tell Kerr to buy her a dozen sets of clothes and sell them to me. The clothes must be unique. And get some wigs, each color is more expensive than the last. Why aren't you leaving yet? I'm telling you, I can't give it to you now. This is a valuable business, go now. If you like it, I can give it to you when Kerr and his team make a replica of it. Aladdin scratched his head, his face red as a monkey's butt. Jack is an adult. I am not, you misunderstood me. Looking at Jack's departing back, Aladdin reluctantly took the sea companion to find Kerr. Swish. Bang. After testing his current speed and the power of Conqueror's Entanglement, Jack was a little disappointed. Although the attribute points in agility seem high, my body is too large. Although my speed has increased a lot, it is not as fast as I imagined. Only Conqueror's Entanglement is a skill. According to the game, its main purpose is to use powerful shock to remove the opponent's BF or physical defense. The reason why Whitebeard's attack can break through his defense so easily is not only due to the characteristics of the fruit, but also because of the Conqueror's Entanglement skill. If it hits the opponent with armament hockey, one hit may be enough to seriously injure the person and make him lose the ability to fight. However, Kaido, who possesses an immortal body, still has himself. In addition to the surface defense, the muscles and organs inside are equally strong. Such an attack will definitely not kill him. For me, these rewards have brought some improvements, but they haven't brought about any qualitative changes, and they are not enough for me to hang Kaido up and beat him up. Advertisement, GU. Feeling hungry, Jack jumped forward 6 times and reached the other side, which was hundreds of meters away. After landing on the ground, Jack looked at the small island in the distance that seemed to be formed naturally, and he couldn't help but marvel at Whitebeard's ability again. Kaido was very satisfied with the outcome of this war. While Whitebeard's attack completely destroyed the port of Rensk, it also created a perfect terrain. The 2 small islands on the left and right could be used as bases for garrison troops, and the new port of Rensk was built in the middle. Although 3 Flying 6 died, it is not a big deal for the Beast's pirates now. With the current strength of the Beast's pirates, they are capable of destroying the Whitebeard pirates. Kaido likes to hold parties whenever he is happy. Anyway, he doesn't need to spend money on the party, so Hedan will naturally prepare everything. As for the dead pirates, they were not related to each other. The death of the weak would not make the strong sad. When Jack arrived, the banquet that had lasted for a whole day and night had not yet ended. Ignoring the compliments of many pirates, Jack opened his mouth and started eating. When they were half full, Kaido and his friends noticed Jack and called him over. Kaido confidently looked at Jack's body and nodded with satisfaction. Little devil, not bad. Come, I'll give you 2 good seedlings. Sip's head, Jin Rummy, you 2 will follow Jack from now on. Following Kaido's shout, 2 pirates, a man and a woman, hurried over. Yes, Mr. Kaido, Master Jack. Hello, I'm Sip's head, I'm Jin Rummy. Jack frowned and remained silent. Jack understood Kaido's thoughts. Kaido thought that Yamato's strength was related to his hard training day and night, so he gave him 2 talented subordinates and wanted to train them. But let's not talk about this man. Why did you give this woman to me? Do you think being a woman means you are the same as Yamato? Thinking of this, Jack asked doubtfully, Brother Kaido, you gave me this woman, what can she do? Before Kaido could speak, Lim nodded and said, Able. Looking at the eyes of several people, Lim said with some guilt. I mean, she's very capable. She's helped me a lot these past 2 days. Lim. Master is very generous, but I think you should be more restrained. Chapter 176 Marine Hero Garp. It turns out that Jack is still too young, and Kaido's vision is as accurate as ever. Jin Rami is quite strong. Her thin body is not only agile but also has good strength. This is not only rare among women, but even most men are not as good as her. Although she is far inferior to Yamato, with a little training, she can become a middle-level cadre. As for Sip's head, his strength is even stronger than Jin Rami. If he is taught well, at least he can really fight. Both Sip's head and Jin Rummy were promising talents discovered by Kaido in this war. Both were very young, but they showed extraordinary courage when facing the Whitebeard pirates, and the 2 of them joined forces to stop the captain of a large fleet under Whitebeard. Although the captain's strength seemed insignificant to Kaido, to most pirates, he was like a father. If they are trained well, they can at least become 2 mid-level cadres. Given the extreme shortage of mid-level cadres in the Beast's pirates, these 2 people can grow up quickly if they are handed over to Jack. As for cultivating yourself, are you kidding? I am Kaido, the governor of Beast's pirates. I am so busy every day. In addition to comforting so many secretaries, I also have to teach Runty and Peggy Wan from time to time. How can I have the time? After the banquet, considering that things had been almost done and that Rensk now needed many aspects of transformation after the war, Jin took the initiative to propose returning to the continent of Allen to garrison. Of course Kaido would not stop him, because Jack might be stronger than Jin, but his mobility is far inferior to Jin. In terms of personality, the always calm Jin is much stronger than Jack. Jack also did not object, and let his sea companion make him miss Black Maria a little. But Yamato. It's very troublesome to have her by my side, I have to think of a way. How about asking Brother Jin to teach her for a few days while I go back to Ghost Island? Or sneak away by myself? If that doesn't work, I can just walk to the middle and throw her into the sea, and let the fish man pick her up? However, Jack never expected that someone would help him solve this problem the next day. Kaido called Jack and Yamato to the room early in the morning and told them. You should leave as soon as possible. I heard that things have been a bit uneasy these days, but luckily, with Quinn and Black Maria here, everything is safe. I won't go back yet. I have to go to North Blue to find Joker. Hearing Kaido's tone and seeing his expression, Jack observed 3 seconds of silence in his heart for his half-brother. Yamato, who was standing by, jumped up excitedly after hearing Kaido's words. Hey, Dad, what did you say? You're going to North Blue? Take me with you, Dad, I haven't been to North Blue yet. Advertisement, Kaido shook his head and said seriously. I went there on business. Stop messing around, Yamato. Just follow Jack back to Onigashima. It's very dangerous out there. The Marines and the world government are extremely powerful in other places. It's inconvenient to take you with you. If you don't believe me, ask Jack. Seeing Kaido turn his gaze towards him, Jack was stunned for a moment, then nodded. Brother Kaido is right. It is indeed dangerous. The world government and Marines are very powerful in other places except New World. But, Jack looked at the smile on Kaido's face and smiled wickedly. Brother Kaido is very powerful. Even the world government and the Marines won't mess with him easily. So overall, it should be safe. Besides, Kaido can fly, so going to Ming's place is always very secretive, and the world government won't be able to find out. So it's okay for Yamato to follow along. Kaido's smile froze, and Yamato suddenly became anxious. Look, Jack said that, but you just don't want to take me with you. It's a pity that I lost my mother when I was young, and my father is so unreliable. My life. It's so miserable. Bang! Seeing that Yamato was about to sing, Kaido slapped Jack and sent him flying, then shouted unwillingly. Shut up, Yamato, I understand, I'll let you follow me. Watching Yamato riding excitedly on Kaido, who had transformed into a blue dragon and flying into the air, Jack touched his mouth and complained with broken teeth. That hit really hurt. I even used hockey, and why? I have never ridden on you since I was a child. Advertisement, however, as it flew higher and higher until Kaido disappeared from sight, Jack jumped up excitedly. Yamato was taken to North Blue. Even if Kaido had the air superiority and didn't need to take a detour, even if he flew at high speed, he wouldn't be able to come back for more than 3 months. With excitement, Jack quickly gathered his men and returned to Onigashima. On the boundless sea, a warship with a dog-headed bow that looks like it is biting a bone is sailing slowly. Kuzan, who was wearing an eye mask and lying on the deck, said lazily. Vice Admiral Garp, we are in the territory of the Beast's pirates. If we don't leave quickly, we might run into Kaido. Immune to death can't be taken away, it will be very troublesome when the time comes. If you had listened to me, you might have caught Whitebeard a long time ago. Since we haven't caught Whitebeard yet, let's go. Shut up. You little brat. Go to sleep. Garp, who was burly and wearing a dog mask, shouted at Kuzan. He looked a little angry. He stamped his feet in anger and said unwillingly. Who would have thought that the old guy would not return along the same route, but choose to go back through the sea area occupied by the Beast's pirates? Since we haven't completed the mission, what's wrong with us walking slower? Go back to listening to that Sengoku guy's bullshit and smelling his bad breath? Oh, whatever you want, Vice Admiral Garp, I'm going to get some sleep. After sailing for more than half a month, Jack's desire became stronger. Every morning, my brother would get up on time to wake me up. This feeling was really hard to bear. Jack looked at the sea, thinking about how to discuss some artistic activities with Maria when he returned, when Lim shouted in panic. Master Jack, something bad has happened, that is. Huh? Jack took the telescope handed over by Lim, looked at the man wearing a dog head hat on the opposite boat, and Kuzan sleeping on the recliner, put down the telescope and said in a deep voice. That's the marine hero Garp, and that ice guy, turn around first. I'll go see what's going on. Why is Marine here? Chapter 177. There's something wrong with this old man. The name of marine hero Garp is well known to Jack. Garp has been famous for a long time. His reputation was as famous as Whitebeard's in the early years, when Jack was not yet born. Some of the older pirates spoke of him with fear, and even Kaido spoke of him with respect. Although no one knows why Garp has been a vice admiral until now, in Kaido's eyes, Garp is undoubtedly the best expert in the marine. There is no need to say much about Kaido's vision, one word is enough to describe it. With such a top marine expert here, and Aokiji, an admiral who can freeze the sea, Lim and his people will definitely not be able to help at all. Therefore, letting them go is the wisest choice. At worst, I will be seriously injured and sink to the bottom of the sea. If they want to capture me, it will only add another destroyed warship. The blessing of immortality and physique, plus the usual training, made Jack extremely resistant to Seastone. Although he could still restrain himself and not use his abilities, now even if the purest Seastone wrapped around him a few times, Jack could break it apart. Seastone is an exclusive specialty of the Beast's pirates, which makes it extremely scarce in the marine. There are probably not many Seastones of extremely high purity, so Jack doesn't care about his own safety. Because the possibility of being killed is 0, and the possibility of being captured is even 0. Even if you were seriously injured, it will only take a few days to recover. This is what it means to be immortal. Jack used Moonwalk to stay in the air until the mammoth completely disappeared, then slowly approached the docked warship. The warship docked on a small island, and a group of marines went into the forest to catch some wild animals for lunch. The lookout was sleeping on the observation deck with his hat on. With Garp and Kuzan here, Marine had no worries that someone would come up and die. Garp took the newspaper he had just bought from Newsbird and read it carefully. The battle between the emperors of the sea. The clash between the strongest man in the world and the strongest creature on land, sea and air. Kaido vs Whitebeard. The loss of the Flying Six means the demise of the Great Fleet. The world's strongest fishman is seriously injured. Immortal Jack. The second most powerful creature on land, sea and air. Kaido's bloodline. The demon princess Yamato, Ochaku, the overlord of Beehive Island, intervenes and the war ends. The double-sided newspaper detailed everything that happened in the war, which made Garp admire the energy of the albatross. I don't know how he managed to obtain such detailed battle information. Even the world government cannot do this. That fishman Jack has become very famous in the past 2 years. The same physique as Kaido's monster. He can't be killed no matter what? If true, it's quite interesting. Advertisement anyway. I'm not the one who has the headache, so I'll let Sengoku or the world government worry about this. But I really want to confirm whether the physique of that fishman kid is really the same as Kaido. If it is true. Feeling the sunlight being blocked by a shadow, Garp couldn't help but raise his head. Bang. Pull the boat over. Click. The sleeping Kuzan turned into cracked ice, then slowly returned to human form. After taking off the blindfold, Aokiji said in distress. I met a difficult little devil. It looks like I won't be able to rest well. Garp looked up at the tall Jack, then lowered his head to look at the big hole under his feet, and rushed forward with his fist raised. B asterisk 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 D brat. Do you know that repairing a ship is very troublesome? Bang. After the punch, Jack, who didn't care at all, covered his head and grimaced. What the hell? What the hell? What's going on? How did this guy do this? Garp, who is older than Whitebeard, is actually stronger than Kaido, who is in his prime, in terms of pure strength. After a crisp sound, Jack's tall body flew more than 10 meters into the air and fell heavily on the ice. If the seawater had not been frozen by Kuzan's ability, Jack would have fallen into the sea and lost his ability to move with just this one blow. It was extremely painful when it hit me. Compared with Kaido and Whitebeard's armament haki, this old guy's haki was more penetrating. Even if they are as powerful as Whitebeard and Kaido, they can't use armament haki in every attack. Armament haki is not infinite, and it can only be restored slowly after it is used up. After all, he is a regular employee and a senior one at that. But this guy looks just like that. How can he hit someone so painfully? There's definitely something wrong with this old man. Maybe this is the 5th level of armament haki? Did he dye his hair? I can't tell. He's quite vain. He doesn't dye his hair, but looks quite fashionable. Advertisement, bang. How about letting me experiment? After the pain subsided, Jack looked at Garp carefully. Garp was about 3 meters tall, which was about the height that he could reach his brother by standing on tiptoe. Even though the number 1 possesses may vary from person to person, for an expert, the difference is not that big. Seeing this, Jack was a little surprised. Garp seemed to be older than Whitebeard, right? Why did Whitebeard's hair and beard all turn white, while Garp's temples only turned white? The surging sea water instantly froze into ice and spread at an extremely fast speed. Soon, everything within sight turned into ice. Kuzan put his hands behind his head and led a group of marines away. But this Garp uses armament haki in every attack. This is not right. Ice Age. Clang. Not to mention, with his muscular body and sexy mustache, he might really charm some old ladies. Bearing his big white fang, Garp rushed towards Jack with his fist raised. Garp took off his hood and threw it aside, then shouted to Kuzan. After hearing Garp's words, the marine hurriedly started the warship. After the warship disappeared, Kuzan placed his hand on the sea and said softly, "Hey hey hey, little devil." Jack stood up, the corner of his mouth twitching. "Hey, Kuzan. Help me freeze the sea surface. I want to teach this brat a lesson." The second most powerful creature on land, sea, and air. Jack was a little skeptical, so he changed into a human beast form and rushed towards Garp's fist. There is some graying at the temples, but the rest of the hair is quite black. And considering his current age, it seems like he doesn't need to consume any energy to use armament haki. This is a bit strange. After being hit a few more times, Jack became even more confused. Then find a place to continue sleeping, and you guys take the boat away, go hide. Worthy of being a marine hero. Not only is he powerful, but there's definitely something weird about this old man's haki. Whitebeard's hit didn't hurt me this much, there's something strange about his haki. The same special physique as Kaido? Chapter 178, Complete Defeat. Clang. When Jack's mace collided with Garp's fist, the spikes on it seemed as if they were about to be flattened by Garp. Garp's fist covered with armament haki is no less powerful than the giant tooth that has been tempered by Jack's armament haki for many years. This made Jack grin. Once or twice doesn't matter. 3 or 4 times is okay too. But you hit me with your fists and stick every time and act like nothing happened. This is a bit too much. Even with the amplification of armament haki, the body is still at a disadvantage compared to weapons. Not everyone has a special physique. Does the marine hero Garp also have a special physique? In other words, we use haki to refine our weapons, and Garp uses haki to refine his fists. But can fists be tempered with armament haki? What is the final tempering called? Black fist. Looking at Garp's shiny black fist, Jack nodded. It was quite appropriate. Ha ha ha. Little brat. Pretty good. I hit you so hard, and you were able to stand up like nothing happened. Armament haki is not bad, and the strength is also good. At your age, you are such a monster to have such strength. Garp's teeth were so white that they even sparkled in the sunlight. Jack didn't say anything. He just stuck the huge fangs into his waist and jumped towards Garp. Bang. After the 2 fists, one big and one small, collided with each other, the 2 sides briefly stalemate for a few seconds and then retreated at the same time. Jack looked at Garp with a more serious look. This time he used Conqueror's Entanglement mixed with armament haki emission. Garp in front of him caught this intensity of attack steadily. And that was just relying on pure armament haki. By now, Jack was certain of one thing. Garp's armament haki had definitely surpassed himself, Kaido, and Whitebeard, reaching a deeper level, which was the highest level. And this old guy, how did he maintain his looks? You are so old, but still so healthy? One punch is more powerful than the other? Who is the young man after all? But I like it. Compared to fighting with people with strange special abilities, Jack's favorite way of fighting is to fight with real fists, pure competition of physique and strength, haki and endurance. 1v1 men's battle, the winner stands, the loser lies down. Anyway, I can stand up again after lying down, and getting beaten can enhance the proficiency of my immortal body, so why not do it? Ha ha ha. Little brat. You're quite capable. Garp bared his big teeth and gave Jack a thumbs up. Among all the Murlocs I've met in my life, you are the first one who can make me feel so happy. Even that guy Sunbell is definitely no match for you. Considering your age, it's really surprising. Jack took out the giant tooth again, lowered his head and looked at Garp, and also gave Garp a thumbs up and said, "Advertisement, old man. You're not bad either. He's old, it's okay that he doesn't have osteoporosis, but his fist is so heavy. Can you tell me what brand of health supplements you use? Or what other methods can be used to maintain health? Do you go out dancing often?" The smile on Garp's face disappeared, his forehead was clenched into a kawa shape, and he rushed towards Jack. "How dare you, little brat, tease me like that? The only way for me to stay healthy is to teach you arrogant pirates a lesson." Bang! Garp's fist was tightly held in Jack's hand. The huge force made Jack step back a few steps. Seeing this, Garp swung his left fist at Jack, but Jack, who had been on guard, also held it in his palm. However, before Jack could exert any strength, Garp stepped on Jack's chest with both feet, took a few steps upwards, and kicked hard. Jack's tall body flew into the air again, and Garp took the opportunity to get rid of Jack. Jack stood up, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and rushed towards Garp with excitement. "Keep going. Keep going." Boom! As the sun rose and set, Kuzan climbed up from the ground after being rocked by Marine, and stretched his hands into the sea. Ice Age. The battle between Garp and Jack has lasted for 2 days and 2 nights. During this period, the two men focused on violence and resistance. The power burst out by the two forced Kuzan to reinforce the sea that had turned into an iceberg several times. Huff, this is the toughest enemy Jack has ever encountered, and also the one with the strongest physical strength. Garp's destructive power and explosive power are definitely not as strong as Whitebeard's, but his toughness and endurance are definitely stronger than Whitebeard. And this somewhat exaggerated physical strength, up to now, Garp's performance is actually slightly better than mine. The two of them used all their strength without reservation. Jack felt his legs go weak, and his waist was a little sore from doing too many sit-ups. On the other hand, Garp was still full of energy except for being slightly out of breath. It really hurts when you hit yourself with a fist. Is this guy really an old man? Does he have no limits? This is outrageous. I am blessed with the fruit and I am young, but I am not as strong as an old man? It's like there's a charity contest going on, and when you're feeling proud of your 1 hour at a time, an old man gives you a 1 day at a time performance. What a great humiliation. Thinking of this, Jack's physical fatigue dissipated again, and he gathered his strength and rushed towards Garp again. Bang! Boom! Advertisement. He didn't know how long he held on before he felt weak. Jack touched the bump on his head, pointed at Garp, and then his eyes went dark and he fell to the ground. Ha 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 ha. Cough cough cough, this little devil. Cough cough cough. It's really difficult. Huff, huff, huff. Garp sat down on the ice, wiped the bloodline off his body, and stood up after grinning for a long time. "Oh, my waist. It's going to break. It's breaking." Allah. Kuzan came over with a group of Marines, looked at the broken ice and Jack gradually sinking into the sea, and exclaimed, "I actually fought Vice Admiral Garp for such a long time. It's really amazing. Hoo-hoo, this brat. No, I have to see if his physique is the same as Kaido's." Crash. Garp got up and stretched himself a bit, then jumped into the sea. Kuzan placed his hands on the ice. Soon the ice in the distance gradually dissipated and turned into surging seawater. After a while, when the dog-headed warships arrived, Garp reappeared from the bottom of the sea and climbed onto the deck. The Marine at the side quickly took out a new uniform and handed it to Garp. Kuzan asked curiously, "Vice Admiral Garp, how about that? Ahem, let's go." Garp threw the wet clothes on the ground and said angrily, "Borisolino in the newspaper are right. This kid's physique is really the same as Kaido's monster. It can't be killed." Hearing this, Kuzan's expression became a little serious. "Another character like Kaido has appeared in Beast's Pirates. What will the ocean be like in the future?" "Ha ha ha. You little brat." Garp pinched his nose and said nonchalantly, "Anyway, we won't be the ones who have to worry about it, we just need to follow orders and fight." "Why worry so much?" "Ah." Mr. Kuzan was stunned, then he put the blindfold down and fell on the recliner. "Call me when it's time to eat. Thank you." Chapter 179. Let's fight. Jack was lying on the seabed with red eyes and a big bump on his head, looking up at the darkness above. Jack fainted due to exhaustion due to excessive physical exertion. After falling to the bottom of the sea, Jack was still in a coma, but his body was recovering quickly. But Garp, that B asterisk 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 D. At such an old age, he dived to the bottom of the sea and beat Jack up. His fists hurt so much that Jack woke up from the pain. This made Jack angry, but also gave him a general understanding of Garp's strength. The old guy is definitely on the same level as Whitebeard Kaido. Compared to Kaido and Whitebeard, who are blessed with the ability of their fruits, Garp is a master who specializes in physical skills, and he is a very pure physical skills master. In terms of physical skills, Garp is the most powerful person Jack has met so far, including Whitebeard and Kaido. Although both of them are very powerful in physical skills, they would definitely not be a match for Garp without the blessing of the fruit. Garp doesn't have the ability to destroy the world like Whitebeard, nor does he have the special physique like Kaido and himself, nor does he have Conqueror's Haki, but he relies purely on physical skills and armament Haki to become the best master in Marine and stand at the top of the ocean. Moreover, this old man's personality is like that of a naughty old boy, which is very different from those other Marines who are clamoring for justice all day long. Damn, this is just too aggrieved. I don't accept it, I don't accept it. What are Lim and the others doing? Come back and pick me up. When Lousy's strength recovers, catch up with him and fight him again. There was jubilation on the Mammoth at this time. Everyone, including Lim, was shouting excitedly, and some Murlocs were having fun on the ice under the ship. Although Jack asked Lim and his crew to drive the boat away first, he never expected that the freezing range of Kuzan's fruit was so large. The Mammoth was still moving at full speed and was directly frozen. Moreover, looking from the boat, the endless sea ahead was completely frozen into ice, which made Lim and his companions give up the idea of breaking the ice by force. I reported to Kaido about Jack's encounter with Garp and Kuzan. Kaido just said to remember to pick up Jack after the call and hung up the Den Mushi. There is no way out. Since the boss's boss has spoken, as younger brothers they can only obey. But just waiting is really boring, so I found some entertainment activities to kill time. Gambling is the best game for pirates when sailing on the sea. It doesn't matter if all the money is gambled away, because we are all on the same boat. Unless you die, you have to pay back your debts. Lord Jack hates those who don't pay their debts. Pai Gao, Mahjong, and even arm wrestling made a group of rough men shout excitedly. Sip's head was competing with Gin Rummy in drinking capacity, surrounded by a group of pirates. The two of them had been drinking for most of the day. Although Gin Rummy was a woman, her alcohol tolerance was not inferior to that of Sip's head. Finally, amid Lim's excited shouting, Sip's head slipped under the table. Ha 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 ha. You idiots, I told you, a woman who dares to compete with a man in drinking must be quite something. Give me money, I don't have money to keep accounts. Fendel, it's you, don't try to evade your debt, you owe me at least 5 million Baileys. Advertisement Fendel, who wanted to sneak away, was directly called out by Lim and said angrily. Isn't it just 5 million Baileys? Am I a debtor? Who knew Sip's head was such a loser? A grown man can't even drink as much as a woman. Stop talking nonsense, you can drink a lot so go drink with Yamato. This one sentence made Fendel shrink his neck and walk away in shame. Yamato, Jack and Maria were all raised by Kaido in wine barrels. When it comes to drinking capacity, no one can match them except Kaido who gets drunk after drinking a few bottles. Because Kaido will act crazy after drinking a few bottles of wine, he will still act crazy even if he drinks hundreds of bottles. After the crowd dispersed, Lim patted Jin Rami on the shoulder and praised. Good. Jin Rummy. You're very capable. No, Lord Lim, this is what I should do, I can't do it. Just as the two were still arguing about whether Jin Rummy could do it, a surprised cry suddenly came from the deck, and a moment later Fendel ran in and shouted. Lim. The ice is melting. Master Jack's lifecard started burning, then stopped and began to recover slowly. He must have lost. What should we do? Are we going to rescue Master Jack now? What a joke. After we avoid the marine, we'll go get Master Jack. After opening Black Maria's room with familiarity, Jack looked at Black Maria who was leisurely smoking her pipe and said to the Street Youths. If you two dare to tell anyone, my eyes have been blinded recently. Jack couldn't wait to fly towards Ghost Island. His target was clearly the Yukua located on the east side of Ghost Island. Me too. Several Street Youths were still eavesdropping outside the door when Black Maria's weapon, the Wheel of Fortune, was thrown out by Jack. When he surfaced, Jack said grimly. After several Street Youths covered their mouths and quickly ran out, Black Maria put down her pipe and said lazily. Advertisement. When Jack was sinking to the bottom of the sea waiting to be salvaged, he would usually recall some TV dramas he had watched in his previous life, and this time was no exception. Let's die together. When Aladdin and Finder found Jack, they were both silent. If anyone comes in, Lousy will smash him to death. Bang. When Jack was rescued by Fender and Aladdin, he didn't know how many days had passed. Everyone, get on board immediately, speed up. Moonwalk. Yes, Master Jack. What do you want to do? You're so angry just after coming back. It is actually a very scary thing for a person to sink to the bottom of the sea and be unable to move. Besides the fact that there are fish that want to swallow you as food, it can also divert your attention and you can only recall some things. Master Jack. Are you back? Just because you ate a pug fruit, do you really think you were a pug? Bang. What? After a moment of silence, Aladdin rolled his eyes. As Jack became increasingly anxious, the mammoth headed towards Ghost Island at high speed. Half a month later, Ghost Island appeared before everyone's eyes. Lim rushed to the deck and shouted, Swish, why did you throw the Wheel of Life out? After landing on the ground, Jack ignored the surprised people and ran in impatiently. If you don't throw him out, why keep him here? You guys go down first, guard the door for me. Jack is an adult. Let's fight. Chapter 180. You are really the town of Guangxi in Jiuli. Jack stayed at Black Maria's place for more than a month without going out. He waited until Black Maria couldn't stand it anymore and had a particularly spicy dinner. Then he walked out of the room the next day with a painful look on his face. Hiss, it's Shenron. As expected of the controller of Yukua, he is at least very good at fighting. It's no wonder that you've been my first choice for the harem since I was a child. Hiss. What the hell? What kind of pepper is this? This is F***G terrible. Maria must have poisoned the place. Someone. Go to Wanokuni and get Master over here, hurry. There is a piece of gossip on Ghost Island that has been spreading like wildfire recently. After being chopped by Whitebeard and thrown into the sea by Garp, Lord Jack was fine. After being resurrected with full health, Lord Jack was poisoned by Lady Black Maria and needed Master's purification fruit to detoxify. For a while, Black Maria's poison became famous on Ghost Island. After being rescued by Master, Jack boarded the mammoth and headed for Wano Kuni. I have been away for such a long time that I don't know how my paradise is doing, and I don't know how Giuli is developing. As the leader of Giuli, I always have to check it out. It seems that several new roads have been built in Binley Village. It is not appropriate to call it a village now. It would be more appropriate to change it to a town. Wano Kuni has always been a country that attaches great importance to personal status. The difference between nobles and commoners is as great as that between slaves and slave owners. The easiest way for a commoner to become a noble is to become a samurai. Now that Giuli is on the right track, it is divided into several levels according to personal contribution and status. The first level is naturally the members of the Beast's Pirates, as well as the fishmen, and their families are also at this level. The second category is the Wano Kuni heroes who are the first to have the courage to report their compatriots. The third category is good citizens who actively participate in factory work and actively cooperate with all actions of the Beast's Pirates. The fourth class is the largest in number. They are civilians who have no opinions of their own and are afraid of the Beast's Pirates, but have to obey the orders of the Beast's Pirates in order to survive. As for the fifth class, they are naturally the stubborn warriors and slaves in Rabbit Prison. The difference in status between the first and second classes is not that big, but the second class residents can punish lower level residents, including the third class. Even when killing those low level residents, the punishment can be waived with money, but the money required is enough to take half of these people's lives. There are some other privileges for high level residents, which I will not go into detail. Fourth level residents even need to purchase some basic necessities of life in quantity, and there are many restrictions, but for them, this is much better than before. As for the lowest class of people, as long as they don't starve to death, that's enough. If low-level residents want to move up to the next level, in addition to actively working overtime, they must also have the courage to report those who have complaints against the Beast's Pirates. Advertisement using class to divide them is quite effective so far. Many people work hard to make their families live a happy life. If anyone dares to oppose or complain about some orders of the Beast's Pirates, then in a few minutes, the Beast's Pirates law enforcement team will appear in front of them. A new batch of migrating fishmen have just followed the merchant ship to Ghost Island. The war did not affect them at all as they had been settled long ago. After living in the continent of Alan for a while, they were naturally full of expectations for Wano Kuni, which their compatriots called the second home of the fishmen. Findle was naturally familiar with arranging these compatriots. Ghost Island was already full, so these people naturally had to go to Renwu port. But the first place we went to was Giuli to taste the delicious food of Giuli. Some foods in the human world cannot be found in the ocean at all. As for the mermaids who do not eat fish or meat, the rich fruits and a variety of vegetables can also satisfy their taste buds that have not enjoyed many delicacies. At least Fendel, who loves meat, likes a vegetable called roasted leeks. Love the taste and the effect. 3 minutes is at least increased to 3.5 minutes. Now, some shops in Giuli are all firmly controlled by the Beast's Pirates. Even the snack bars in the food city are owned by fishmen or family members of Beast's Pirates members. This also means that everything for the people living in Giuli is under the control of the Beast's Pirates. Findle deliberately chose to come here at noon, when all the snack bars had just opened, and the people who came here to eat were basically the pirates from Beast's Pirates and the fish people. When they arrived, Jack was hungry. When he came out of the paradise, he saw a group of mermaids dressed sexy. Jack waved his hand. Let's go, Jack, will pay for all the expenses today. As soon as he entered the food city, he heard a cry of pain. Jack frowned and looked over. What was going on? Someone dared to cause trouble in my territory. However, after seeing a group of fishmen stabbing the chefs and the stunned Aladdin, Jack fell silent. Several drunk warriors with fringe-like hairstyles were being beaten up by a burly fishman. One of the warriors had even been beaten to the point of incontinence. The crowd watching was all laughing. The fishman shouted angrily while beating him. It's so unfair, everyone come and see. This is a hooligan. What happened to the warriors of your flower city? What happened to the general's men? Can the general's men act crazy when drunk? I, Tran, have always disliked violence and loved peace, but you can't go too far. Seeing that several warriors were about to be beaten to death, Jack walked in with a frown. Stop hitting me, I'll die if you continue. Advertisement. What's going on, Tran? Jack is an adult, ouch. As soon as he saw Jack coming, Tran knelt down, and the warrior who had just been howling in agony fainted with his eyes rolled back. Master Jack, you have to make the decision for me. They want to eat the elephant steak, but I have to save the elephant steak for you. I served them steak, but this guy didn't want to. You touched my butt and acted like a drunk, you. Shut up. Go cook me some food, elephant steak, well done. Jack lowered his head and glanced at the warriors who were not human-like, and shouted. Fendel, send them to Master for treatment. There's no saving it, just bury it. After finding a seat and sitting down, Jack saw Aladdin still in a daze and greeted him. Aladdin, come and do it. You don't eat meat, right? Tran will grill 100 skewers of leeks for your brother. Tran came out with a tray, saying, Okay, Master Jack, but you have to pay. My brother has no money. Seeing Jack's incredulous expression, Tran continued. My brother is your subordinate now, not just my brother. If it was just my brother, I would give him food for free, but with a boss like you, wouldn't it be a slap in your face if I asked for it for free? Damn you. I was speechless. Bang. Looking at the steak in front of him, with distinct textures and teeth marks, Jack raised his head and looked at Tran. Tran. You are such a business genius. You were born to run a shady business. I won't say anything if you take their steak away, but at least give me a new one, heat it up for me, please. Chapter 181 Tran's Strength. The reason why Jack is so tolerant of Tran is because Tran has great talent. Although he always claims to be a pacifist, he is actually a ruthless guy who takes action without talking nonsense. Jack also taught him occasionally, thinking about letting him join the Beast's pirates one day to share some of the pressure with Findle. When Aladdin and his gang didn't show up, Jack was more optimistic about Tran than Findle. Even now, Jack believes that Tran's talent is the best among the Murlocs except for himself. Tran used to do some small business on the Fishman Island, but it is said that the business was extremely bad. He also liked to rob some lone humans and drunk fishmen. This also led to Tran's bad reputation in the Fishman Island. When Findle invited him, he immediately agreed to come to Wano Kuni. Tran is about 30 years old, with sharp horns on his head. It is unknown what kind of merman bloodline he is. Anyway, the bloodline of mermen is complicated. Even if they are a couple of the same race, the children they give birth to may not be the same as them. Tran is extremely strong, no less powerful than Jack, and he is also quite good at fishman karate, but he doesn't know observation hockey and armament hockey. Even Kaido was once surprised by Tran's strength. 2 years ago, when Tran had just started working at the night market, Kaido got drunk and wanted to overturn the table, but was held down by Tran. After the two of them were in a stalemate for a while, Kaido became interested in Tran. However, after Tran clearly stated that he didn't like being a pirate and preferred to be a chef to make money, he rejected Kaido, and Kaido never invited him again. But Jack would not tolerate him. When the threat of force didn't work, Jack planned to close all the snack bars under his name. Tran agreed with tears in his eyes. However, his range of activities is limited to Wano Kuni and Onigashima. In his words, he is a big boss here, he has seen the land and basked in the sun, so it doesn't matter whether he goes to other places or not. Jack was too lazy to expose the fact that he used to go to those brothels whenever he had nothing to do, and that after joining the Beast's pirates, he relied on his reputation to go to the brothels. Fortunately, Tran is much shorter than his brother Aladdin, only about 4 meters tall. Otherwise, with Aladdin's height of more than 6 meters, it would not be easy to find a suitable woman, unless. Jack thought about it and agreed with Tran staying in Wano Kuni. With Tran's current strength, if he really encounters a master at sea, he will just become a member of the salvage team. Staying in Wano Kuni to guard Giuli for him is more than enough to deal with those warriors who have not given up. After eating and drinking, Jack took Tran to an empty space and decided to test how much he had grown. The training methods of armament hockey and observation hockey have been taught to him before. With his physique, he should be able to learn it in a short period of time. If he still doesn't make any progress, I will have to educate him properly. Aladdin was a little worried about his younger brother, so he stood aside and watched from a distance. Tran looked eager to try. After the two stopped, Tran excitedly shouted to Jack. Advertisement, hey. Master Jack, if I can defeat you, can you give me those snack bars in Food City permanently? Defeat me? Jack looked at Tran, who looked very confident, pointed at himself and said. Don't even think about defeating me. If you hurt me, Lousy will just give you a brothel. Bang. As soon as he finished speaking, Jack felt a pain in his jaw and flew into the air, and Aladdin's eyes almost fell to the ground. Well, boom. Who am I? Where am I? What just happened? Jack sat up in confusion, and after shaking his head, he finally believed that he was knocked away by Tran's punch. Although I was caught off guard, he was able to knock me away. This strength has increased a lot compared to before. And the number of this armament hockey. Jack was a little surprised when he saw Tran covered with armament hockey. I didn't know how to use armament hockey more than a year ago, but now I can cover my entire body with armament hockey? Ha ha ha, Master Jack, you said it, give me the brothel. I'll give you a blue dragon, do you want one? Jack stood up and shouted to Tran. Lousy said you hurt me, did you hurt me? Am I bleeding? Advertisement, you. Tran looked at Jack and found that Jack was a little dirty, but there was not even a drop of blood. He immediately shouted angrily. Just wait, isn't it just to hurt you? Let me show you the results of my 1-year abstinence. Fishman Karate 10,000 Wa Jung Quan, bang. Aladdin was sweating profusely as he watched from the side. He knew that his younger brother had been very strong since he was young, but because he had suffered a head injury when he was a child, he was only able to perform short bursts of strength, but prolonged use of force would lead to coma. Although he had trained hard since childhood and even learned fishman karate under such circumstances, he would never be able to learn armament hockey in his lifetime. What happened to him over the years after he was captured? Armament hockey is no worse than mine. Look at their numbers, they are more than mine, and they have this much power. Tran met Master on the first day he arrived here. Master saw that he was tall and strong, so he asked him to help move some things. Later, Tran fainted. Master discovered that there were some bruises in Tran's head and used his ability to easily heal him. Master naturally didn't take it to heart, but Tran remembered Master's kindness. The skewers he gave to Master were never adulterated and he treated Master with great respect. The reason he chose to join the Beast's pirates was also because of Master. Since Master is stationed in Wano Kuni all year round, Tran chooses not to go out to sea to protect Master well. Jack naturally didn't know this, and Master didn't take it to heart. Tran just treated Master like an older sister and protected her silently in her heart. Bang! Huff! Although Tran was full of confidence, he was no match for Jack after all. He lay powerlessly on the ground, gasping for breath to recover from his physical fatigue and pain. Jack touched his chin and looked at Tran with a strange expression. Tran's growth was somewhat beyond Jack's expectations. Even though he used Conqueror's entanglement, Tran was still able to hold out for several rounds. It seems that Tran's strength is even greater than that of Fozifor and Sasaki. If there is a comparison, Tran's strength may be slightly inferior to Yamato now. Tran is very strong and can take a beating. If he is trained well, he may become a promising young man. How come such a good kid didn't even know armament hockey before? There should be a lot of people on the Fishman Island who can hockey. Chapter 182. The general is drunk. After knowing Tran's talent, Jack would naturally double his efforts in training him. After Kaido left, the Runti siblings, who had been in a state of freedom, naturally could not escape. However, compared to Tran, the training of Runti and his sister is mainly focused on improving physical strength. With the strength of these two little brats, just leave it to Master. As for Tran, Jack decided to keep an eye on him himself. But what was unexpected was that Tran was very respectful of Master's attitude and said that he didn't need Jack to keep an eye on him personally, he just needed to assign him training tasks and he would definitely complete them. This made Jack feel relieved, but he couldn't help but secretly wonder if this lecherous guy fell in love with Master in women's clothing. So Jack quickly called Lim over to avoid his men from playing a love-hate relationship with him in the future. However, after learning that Lim is Master's future husband, Tran also respects Lim, which makes Jack begin to wonder if Tran is a hothead. Just call it boiling sheep, as long as it can be used. The liberated Jack naturally went to harass Black Maria again. Although Black Maria knew a lot, her practical experience was only with Jack for more than a month, so she was naturally very happy. However, the price they paid for their indulgence was that the decoration team had to keep busy. No matter what form of battle takes place between masters of physical skills, the destructive power to buildings is extremely strong, and this is when Jack is restrained. The days went on like this for several months before Kaido brought Yamato back to Onigashima. Kaido found out about Jack and Black Maria's relationship not long after he came back, because after he had S*X with several personal secretaries and needed a decoration team, they replied that they were in Jack's room. When several personal secretaries told Kaido about the two people's affairs, he was stunned. Although I know that Jack has been lustful since he was young, he always says that when he grows up, he wants Black Maria and Yamato to serve him. Thinking of Yamato, who asked him to take her to curry for dinner as soon as he returned to Onigashima, Kaido suddenly felt a little tired. Whatever, my daughter is very powerful and her path is different from Black Maria's, so let her be. After eating and drinking his fill, Yamato took a boat back to Onigashima. However, after searching the entire entertainment area and destroying countless charities, they still couldn't find Jack and Black Maria. Finally, Black Maria's sisters couldn't stand it anymore, so they took Yamato to the newly built hot spring hotel on Onigashima. After the fishmen accidentally discovered that there was an active volcano on the seabed beneath Onigashima, many hot spring resorts were built on Onigashima. Kaido likes to stay here when he has nothing to do, and some mermaid ladies also enjoy visiting the hot springs. In the hot spring, Jack lay on Black Maria's chest with his eyes closed. Black Maria was gently massaging Jack's head with both hands. Advertisement: I heard that after you were seriously injured in the fight with Whitebeard, you had a fight with that marine hero Garp? Who of them is stronger? After hearing Black Maria's question, Jack said calmly. I don't know which of them is stronger. All I know is that in a few years, Lousy will beat them into a nursing home. One by one, they hit me with sandbags, and Brother Kaido and Brother Jin, I will hang them up and spank them when the time comes. Could you please not be so petty? Black Maria covered her mouth and laughed softly. After noticing the dark figure standing outside the door, Black Maria turned her eyes and asked Jack. We're both like this now. What if Yamato comes back and asks you about it? What should we do? Let's do it together. Give me a few to use as playthings, and I can exchange them for Wanakuna's courtesans. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye it is New Year again, which also means that the annual Fire Festival is about to begin again. In Sea Circle Calendar 1514, the Fire Festival this year is more lively than ever before, and the pirates returned to Onigashima earlier. This is a terrifying number. These pirates are elite soldiers who have experienced many battles in any country. An average pirate group only has hundreds of members and can easily plunder a town. With so many members, the destructive power of the beast's pirates can be imagined. He is still the general of Wano Kuni, in control of the Flower City, and can dispose of the lives of those untouchables at will. It is no different from before. Anyway, since he has cooperated with Kaido, he has always been the weaker party. In this case, why bother to provoke Kaido? After hearing Jack's threatening words, Kurozumi Orochi turned his eyes to Kaido, but Kaido continued to drink by himself and showed no sign of paying any attention to him. After a few seconds of stalemate, Fukuroka suddenly laughed loudly. In the room where Kaido is, you can see the stage by looking down from inside the house. Jin was standing next to Kaido wearing a mask. Jack and Kaido kept yelling, tons. They were both tired of this show. When these mermaids were rehearsing, they often went to watch. Perhaps because he was enjoying the drink, Kurozumi Orochi turned around and asked Jack. Kaido didn't react at all and continued to drink, while Jack put the wine barrel on Kurozumi Snake's head and hit it hard. The wine slid down Kurozumi Snake's head, and the cold wine made Kurozumi Snake sober up immediately. Let's go down and take a rest first. However, Kaido thought highly of the fishman, and not only did he reject him, he also warned him in a stern manner. Advertisement: if you dare to do something, I will make a certain part of you as big as your head, do you understand? Hey, what's up? They're just a few women. General. In addition, the battle with the Whitebeard pirates attracted a group of pirates, bringing the number of beasts pirates to over 25,000. General. Fu Lu Shou's face turned green, and he hurried to stop Kurozumi Snake, but Kurozumi Snake relied on Jack's good attitude just now, ignored Fu Lu Shou's stop, walked to Jack and asked. But if you treat them as playthings, there will never be any mermaids who like you in this life. It just requires me to put in some effort. Kurozumi the big snake drooled and looked at the group of mermaids with lustful eyes. Jack. How dare you? There was no way. Not to mention Kaido, we learned from Fu Sholu that with Jack's current strength, he could easily deal with them. Women are different from each other. If one of our compatriots truly likes you, I naturally have no objection. As the pirates become stronger, Kaido becomes more casual about Kurozumi Orochi. This year's Flame Festival has added many new programs, the most anticipated of which is the group dance of the Mermaid Ladies. For this purpose, transparent glass was specially replaced under the tall stage. After the performance of Yamato's Candy Super Sweet Band, the curtain was drawn, and a dozen mermaid ladies in sexy clothes completely ignited the atmosphere on the field. Hey, Jack, after this year, Yamato will be an adult anyway. Kurozumi Orochi had longed for these mermaids for a long time. When the mermaids first moved to Onigashima, he asked Kaido to give him a few mermaid sisters. Although he was somewhat unwilling, he once sent people to secretly steal a few mermaids, but at the beginning the mermaids valued the women of their own race very much. Later, Jack specially sent an inspection team to keep an eye on everyone going to Giuli, resulting in no chance. Jack grabbed Maria's hand, looked at her and said. Although Kurozumi Orochi was a little angry, he had no choice but to endure it after being persuaded by his subordinates. Ha ha ha. General, you've had too much to drink. That's because, with more and more fishmen joining in the rise of the continent of Allen, the beast's pirates have become extremely powerful in both strength and economy. Your fishmen women are so beautiful, and there are so many of them. Why don't you give me a few? Chapter 183 A request from Carter Fram, Waste. Bah, Lousy really wants to hit his head off with a stick. Brother Kaido, why are you still keeping him? With our current strength, it would be easy to kill him and take his place. It's such an eyesore to have this purple broom here. At worst, we can just kill his men. We can also seize the flower capital. We can completely control Wano Kuni. Hearing Jack's complaints, Kaido smiled slightly. Ha ha ha, there's still some use for him. Anyway, he is very self-aware, so don't go too far. After all, he is Wano Kuni's general. We should at least show him some respect. Cut. Jack responded with disdain and turned his gaze to Jin standing beside him. Brother Jin, there's no one else here. Why are you still wearing that mask? Come over and drink. By the way, do you want a mermaid lady? Since you've been single for so many years, if you need one, I can find you a few. Don't worry, she's definitely a high-quality leftover woman who's almost 30 and still hasn't gotten married yet. I won't keep you waiting too long. Jin silently turned his head to the side, his face flushed beneath the mask, and said unnaturally. Jack, you talk too much. I introduced you to him because I treated you as a brother. Don't be ungrateful. You're already old, and you don't even have a successor. Don't expect me to take care of your shit and pee when you get old. Shut up. Jack. Hearing that Jin's tone was somewhat angry, Jack did not provoke him anymore, but Kaido on the side suddenly spoke up. Jack is right. Jin, you should also think about this issue. Our ideal cannot be achieved in a short period of time. During this period, continuing your race and letting your bloodline come into this world is a good choice. Advertisement. If you combine it with a mermaid, you might give birth to some talented children. After hearing Kaido's words, Jin quickly shouted. Mr. Kaido. How come even you? Oh, la. Jin, we are all men. There is nothing to be embarrassed about. I'll ask Fendel to arrange it some other day. A man with your looks is still very attractive in the eyes of those mermaids. Ha ha ha. Crash. Seeing Kurozumi Orochi push the door open with a smile on his face, the smile on Jack's face disappeared. Kurozumi Orochi sat down, raised his glass and gestured to Jack. Ha ha ha, I just drank too much. Let's continue, keep going. Snort. Jack stood up without hesitation, ignoring the flattery shown by Kurozumi Orochi, pushed open the door and walked out. You, oh, la. Jack is just like that, but you don't need to argue with a child, right? Cheers. Looking at Kaido holding the wine barrel with his strong arms, Kurozumi raised his head and a smile filled his face again. After the fire festival, Kaido started training Yamato again. Yamato's performance in the war with the Whitebeard pirates made Kaido see Yamato's potential, and he decided to train his daughter well. Seeing this, Jack gave both Tran and Runti to Kaido. When it comes to famous teachers, Jack still admits that he is not as good as Kaido. Jack was blindfolded, with his head resting on the wooden edge of the pool, enjoying Black Maria's foot massage comfortably when he smelled a fishy smell. World government? Go down, I know about this. Oh. Yamato no longer looked tired from a week of training and his face was filled with excitement. FK. The calluses on my butt are almost worn off. Jack also found out how small he could shrink his body using taijutsu and life return. What a beast. This Yamato. Advertisement, that's why Fram wrote this letter to ask you for help. After unloading some supplies, they will go to the Wano Kuni factory, load up with weapons, and continue on their journey after a rest. This kind of thing is usually done by special pirates, and there is no need to trouble the cadres. When the two were still being affectionate in the hot spring, Yamato walked in wrapped in a bath towel. That night, the three people did not leave the hot spring center. No. Feeling the softness of the soles of his feet, Jack opened his eyes and fell into deep thought. Don't say it, don't even mention it, who cares about her? Fishman Tom. Carter Frame. Who is this? This young man named Fram built a ship with great firepower. He is a rare talent. After thinking for a while, Jack waved at Kulo. A caravan consisting of more than a dozen large ships loaded with cargo once again came to Onigashima. Unlike the caravan that transported fishmen, this caravan only sailed once a year to the Don Quixote family. Go, prepare breakfast for me, lots of kidneys, and some elephant whips. Grand Line 7 Water City? Tom the Fishman? Black Maria looked at Yamato with confusion. Yamato looked very tired and walked towards the two with a numb face. However, this time, the head of the caravan, Kulo, went to find Finder. Maria, why do you still smell so fishy after just taking a hot spring bath? Jack never expected that Kaido's training of Yamato would end so quickly. Even as far away as New World, Jack had heard of his name, the world's #1 shipbuilder. On the contrary, because Black Maria and Yamato have such a good relationship, the two will occasionally work together to deal with Jack. As for how to deal with him, it depends on the imagination of the experienced readers. Jack took the letter from Findle in confusion and read it carefully. And their master is Tom the Fishman. I once invited him and told him about Mr. Kaido's attitude towards fishmen, as well as a series of legendary events about Master Jack. When Findle found Jack, Jack was training Tran hard. The next morning, Jack got dressed and walked out of the room. He looked at the girls who were giggling and covering their mouths and said calmly. The taste of the sea. After handing the letter to Findle, Kulo said quickly. But it's a mixture of pain and happiness. The three of them grew up together, and Jack has brainwashed them since they were young. So there is no bloody plot for this kind of relationship. Master Jack, since the caravans often pass through the Seven Water City, this guy named Fram has modified several merchant ships for me. Chapter 184 Brother. Farewell. Jack really didn't expect that Kaido would react so strongly after he mentioned the name of Fishman Tom to him. And the news he heard from Kaido also made Jack a little confused. At Kaido's urging, a dozen merchant ships flying the flag of the Beast's pirates soon set out from Wano Kuni again. Master Jack, Tom the Fishman was actually tried more than 10 years ago, but because of the construction of the sea train. Kulo looked nervously at the fishmen standing beside Jack, who were eyeing him eagerly, and explained softly to Jack. After Kulo finished speaking, Jack took out a tissue, wiped the food residue from the corner of his mouth, stood up and said softly. You mean, the world government has been sending people to harass Tom, the guy named Flam, and they realized that they wouldn't give up easily, so they asked us to rescue him? Yes, Master Jack. Kulo thought for a moment and continued. Pirates King Rogers Oro Jackson was built by Murloc Tom. For this reason, Murloc Tom is known as the world's #1 shipbuilder. Although this was also the reason why Tom was put on trial, but Tom had already been tried and would not be punished any further until he completed the sea train. However, for some unknown reason, a special department under the world government has been keeping a close eye on Tom. Last year, they appeared more frequently. Carter Frame sensed that they had ill intentions, and when I passed by, he asked me to bring this letter. After listening to Kulo's explanation, several fishmen nearby shouted. What world government? Master Tom is the pride of us fishmen. Once we get there, we'll kill all those humans, pick up Master Tom and leave. Kulo wiped the sweat from his face and looked at Jack with a worried look. Shut up. You idiots. Jack looked at the burly fishmen beside Fendel and said word by word. The main reason why Lousy brought you along is to fish Lousy out if he sank into the sea. The rest of the time, you stay in the boat. You are not allowed to go anywhere. Otherwise your death will be in vain, and don't reveal your identity this time. Since the world government is harassing Tom so much, there must be a reason for it. The secret hidden in him is enough for the world government to mobilize all its strength. Your appearance is too conspicuous. If the world government misunderstands you, it might cause big trouble for the Fishman Island. Brother Kaido has told us that we can save the people, but we can't reveal our identities. Advertisement. Several fishmen looked at each other, looked at Jack with some confusion and asked. But Master Jack, how can you save Tom if you don't reveal your identity? Your fame has spread all over the world. I think they will definitely know you. Snort. Jack snorted coldly, and then his tall body shrank rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye, leaving everyone stunned. Crack. After a few crisp sounds, Jack, who was more than 8 meters tall, had turned into a muscular man about 3 meters tall. The long golden hair covered Jack's butt. The fishman widened his eyes and pointed at Jack, so excited that he couldn't speak. Oh. This? You. What are you yelling for? You're surprised by something you haven't seen before. This is my Super Saiyan 3 form. Jack is an adult. Kulo pointed to the ground and said calmly. I don't know whether you are a Saiyan or not, I only know that your pants fell off. FK. Boom boom. Although I don't know where the news about Brother Kaido came from, if it is true, it is still necessary to hide one's identity. Oh. The change in appearance was not that big. If someone had seen Jack before, they would be able to recognize him after careful identification. To be on the safe side, Jack also took some of his unique collections with him. Jack gestured to Fendel and the others to sit down, and his body shrank rapidly, put on a mask, and walked out of the cabin. But brother, this is not a carriage. Why are you so upset? Of course, this state cannot be maintained for a long time, but if it can be maintained for 3 to 5 days at a time, there is no problem. Looking at the figure being knocked away in the distance, Jack was confused. This is advertisement. Bang. B asterisk 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 D. Damn B asterisk 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 D. Fram fell to his knees, and the frog Yokozuna next to him looked at him with some concern. Woo, woo, this is also Yamato's favorite state. Don't ask why, it's just right. After Jack prayed silently for him, he didn't know what to say. Oh, it must be because his family is extremely poor, otherwise he wouldn't be wearing only a pair of swimming trunks and a shirt. Bang. Several fishmen from Findle hid in the cabin. Since they came to the Grand Line, they never went out again. Fortunately, Jack was with them. They didn't have any objection to hiding in the cabin and gambling all day. Brother, have a safe journey. In the next life, I will be reborn into my previous world and become a rich second generation. For some unknown reason, the merchant ship suddenly slowed down and stopped. Jack was still wondering when a familiar voice came. Alas, there are people everywhere who have a hard life and are under too much pressure. For example, there are more than a dozen different Ultraman masks that can hide one's identity very well. May there be no oppression in my next life. When fighting, as long as he doesn't attack with all his strength, he can easily maintain this size. When the caravan arrived at the Fishman Island, a merchant ship flying the flag of a certain country quietly left the caravan and went directly to the Grand Line. Combined with the return of life, his body can undergo many changes. The current form is the most extreme state he can reach. The return of life alone would not be enough to make such a big change in Jack's body shape. After the character card was upgraded to Jack found that his control over his body had reached a new level. Having said that, Fram stood up, his eyes filled with determination. What's going on? As soon as the sea train came out, there were robberies. After arriving at the Grand Line on a modified merchant ship, the merchant ship accelerated towards the water city. If this technology is applied between Wano-kuni and Onigashima and between Onigashima and Allen Continent, I don't know how much time can be saved. Why, are those fishmen also afraid of the world government? Don't any of the members of the Sea Emperor dare to rebel against the world government? After the sea train left, the merchant ship rushed over and found that there was not even a trace of bloodline left except a pair of black men's swimming trunks floating on the sea. A long train roared past in the distance, and the railroad tracks on the sea made Jack open his eyes wide. Spandam, I will never allow you to take Teacher Tom away. Chapter 185. Hello, sir. After the merchant ship docked at the water city, the 3-meter-tall Jack followed the location described by Kulo and came to a garbage dump full of scrap metal and broken wood. There was some smelly household garbage nearby, which made Jack cover his nose involuntarily. Is this the place Cutlo was talking about? Is it really that hard? Looking at the dilapidated wooden house, Jack found it hard to believe. In this world dominated by the ocean, any third-rate boatman could live a very comfortable life. How could Tom the Fishman, who was the world's #1 boatman, live in such a shabby place? But despite his doubts, he still had to be polite. Jack straightened his white suit, adjusted his white hat, and straightened the Ultraman mask on his face. He then gently knocked on the door 3 times. Boom boom boom, crack. After the cracked wooden door was opened from the inside, a middle-aged woman with fruit-green hair appeared in front of Jack. Who are you? The aunt's eyes were full of vigilance, and there was a hint of worry and fear in them, which made Jack feel a little sad. How handsome is this outfit? Is it really that scary? Do you know how to appreciate Ultraman in a white suit and top hat? Just as Jack was about to speak, the middle-aged woman sniffed Jack a few times and said with some surprise and certainty. You're a fishman. Holy shit. You were born in the year of the dog? You can even smell this? Granny Kokura. Who's here? A man with a bandage on his head also walked out of the house. His appearance made Jack feel relieved. He finally found the real culprit. However, the man looked at Jack with vigilance and said with disgust. Why do you even come here? Isn't it all over? It's over? Jack scratched his head and said doubtfully. What's over? Didn't you ask me to come here? Fram, I received your letter and rushed here without stopping. Take Master Tom and follow me. What, who are you? The man stretched out his hand and tried to pull Jack in, but he pulled so hard that he almost fell to the ground. Jack looked at him confusedly and walked into the room. The man then looked around and closed the door heavily. Just when Jack hadn't figured out what was going on, the man said seriously. I'm the iceberg, not that idiot. Are you the people that Fram mentioned who can help the teacher? Advertisement, but you're too late. The teacher has just been escorted away by officials from the world government. They're on the sea train and are heading to Eni's lobby now. Bingshan's eyes were full of hope. He held Jack's hands tightly and asked expectantly. Although it's a bit excessive, I heard from Flam that you are part of a powerful force that ignores the prestige of the world government. Do you have any way to rescue the teacher? Jack pried open Bingshan's pale hands and asked softly. Is it too late already? Where are the Flams? I don't know. He hasn't appeared since he escaped last time. Bingshan shook his head and said with some concern. But I'm worried that given his personality, he might do something stupid. What stupid thing did you do? After hearing Bingshan's words, Jack suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart and asked quickly. What does Fram usually wear? Floral shirt, black swimming trunks. Bingshan answered without hesitation, making Jack close his eyes silently. Hey, you must be a fishman. Don't be afraid of the great power of the world government. And the identity of the fishman, so you are. Shut up, Auntie. No one has been here today. Jack opened his eyes, turned around, opened the door, and whispered. And I'm not a fishman. If you say that again, I'll sue you for libel. When the world government comes looking for you, don't get yourself into trouble. Without waiting for the two to respond, Jack used 6 moves to ascend into the sky and flew away. After returning to the ship, Jack gave an order and the merchant ship left the port at high speed. The merchant ship could never catch up with the Shanghai train at such a speed. After giving a few instructions, Jack continued his 6th-style ascension. If you want to catch the Shanghai train, you must challenge your physical fitness today. With his feet stomping on the air at high speed, Jack headed towards Eni's lobby. Jack had done his homework on the way here, and he naturally knew the main territories of the world government in the Grand Line by heart. Advertisement Eni's lobby is also known as the Island of No Night. No one who goes there for trial can come back alive. If Master Tom was escorted there, his fate can be imagined. If he couldn't catch up with the Shanghai train, it would be useless even if he destroyed the entire Eni's lobby. Regardless of whether Master Tom actually has that thing, based on his craftsmanship, if he can help the Beast's pirates build ships, the Beast's pirates' naval combat capabilities can at least be raised to a higher level. Moreover, this sea train is simply the most needed means of transportation for Beast's pirates. Today's Beast's pirates have both money and people, and what they urgently need are talents in all aspects. Master Tom, the world's #1 shipbuilder, is undoubtedly the talent that Beast's pirates needs. So run. Look at me walking on air. But as he was running, Jack suddenly thought of something. That old lady with green hair, could she smell his identity as a fishman with her nose? I don't smell like fish scales. How did she smell it? Unless she is also a murloc. Using her nose to identify her fellow murlocs is something only murlocs can do, and her tone is so certain. Thinking of the old lady's ugly face, Jack felt his feet slip and he almost fell down. Ha 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 ha. Anyone who offends me will die. Spandam touched the leather case on his face, gritted his teeth and said angrily. Merceman Tom. If you don't hand over that thing, you won't survive in Eni's lobby. Tom closed his eyes and ignored Spandam. Spandam kicked him twice angrily and walked to another car angrily. After Spandam left, Tom opened his eyes and said to himself. Fram, my foolish child, live well. The sea train was moving very fast. Just when Jack was about to give up, he saw the iron fence of Eni's lobby and Master Tom being escorted down from the sea train. Jack was overjoyed and quickly sped up and flew over. Let him go. Shave. Before the people arrived, the voices arrived first. A group of soldiers picked up their weapons and quickly aimed at Jack. Spandam saw Jack's outfit and Jack, who had just used the shaving technique from Marine 6 styles to fall to the ground, and shouted nervously. Put your guns down. Stop it all. What's going on? Spandam's shout not only made the soldiers put down their weapons, but also froze Jack, who was about to kill. Hello, sir. I am Spandam, the current head of CP5. How can I help you? Jack was stunned at first, then he suddenly realized. Brother Kaido, that's great. Are you playing Infernal Affairs so openly? Chapter 186. Do you know Tiga? Jack nodded, looked at Spandam, pointed at Tom, and said softly. Spandam, huh? I'm here for him, you should know that. Just call me Shao Pan, sir. Spandam smiled widely and then said loudly. I know, of course I know. You were sent by the 5 elders, right? I'll hand the person over to you right away. What's your name? Sure. This undercover is very smart. He knows to speak out loudly and pass the blame to others. Do you still want me to give you a nickname? After thinking for a while, Jack patted Spandam on the shoulder and said softly. Shao Pan, right? You're very smart. Be sure to remember my name. My name is Tiga, Captain Tiga. Have a safe trip. Tom's fat body seemed to have no weight in Jack's hands. Jack lifted Tom up and used the 6-style spiral to ascend into the sky. Looking at Spandam nodding and bowing to Jack as he left, several of his men beside him asked softly. Captain Spandam, could that person be? Shish. Shut up. Do you want to die? The identity of that adult cannot be easily revealed. But, Spandam straightened up, looked at Jack who had disappeared without a trace, and said with some envy. I wonder if the merits I have achieved this time can be added there? If I could get into that department. Ha 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 ha. Jack grabbed Tom's body and sped away from Eni's lobby before slowly slowing down. Feeling that Tom was a little depressed, Jack quickly comforted him. Okay, Master Tom, don't worry, we are safe now. The boat will arrive soon. Don't waste your time. I won't say anything, no matter which department you are from. My answer is always the same. I don't know. Tom's resounding answer made Jack stunned for a moment, and then Jack chuckled and said. Advertisement, Master Tom, you misunderstood. I am the reinforcement brought by your disciple Fram. I'm here to save you. I'm a fishman too. If you don't believe me, just smell it. However, no matter what Jack said, Tom remained silent, so Jack had no choice but to shut his mouth. After waiting for the disguised merchant ship to appear on the sea, Jack lifted Tom and went down. After putting Tom down, Jack immediately instructed. Speed up and go directly to Sabaody for coding. Contact Dover and ask him to prepare in advance. And inform Mr. Kaido that I have rescued Master Tom. Let him pick us up. Damn. This state. Lousy is so exhausted. After Jack gave a series of orders, Tom looked a little surprised. Then, seeing Jack's body suddenly grow bigger, Tom rubbed his eyes and asked seriously. Who are you? Who? The one who saved your life. Jack's reply without hesitation made Tom even more confused. However, when he saw several fishmen coming out of the cabin, Tom widened his eyes and said with some trembling. "You are the Fishmen Island. Master Tom, we are." "It's a jerk. Hurry up and get in, you bastards." After Fendel and the others were scolded and left, Jack smiled at Tom and said, "I'm not scolding you, Master Tom, but you go in too." Just as Spandam watched Jack leave and dreamed of reaching a higher level, the French dog team from Enies lobby also arrived and wanted to hand over the Fishman Tom to Spandam. Facing the questioning from the French dog team, Spandam said disdainfully, "Merceman Tom has been taken away by a higher level officer. You have no right to ask. If you have any opinions, go ask the 5 elders." What? After looking at each other in bewilderment, the French dog team had no choice but to inform the presiding judge Baskerville of Enies lobby about the matter. As the presiding judge of Enies lobby, Baskerville naturally has extremely high power and status, and his direct superior is one of the 5 elders. After hearing the news, the 3 Baskervilles argued for a while and then decided to ask the 5 elders. Baloo. Advertisement, that 5 elders. Spandam said that Tom the Fishman was taken away by someone of a higher rank. The 5 elders, who was wearing a flat hat and had a scar on the left side of his face, was stunned for a moment after hearing what Baskerville said, and then turned his gaze to the 5 elders with short blonde hair. "Okay, I know about this matter, you don't have to worry about it." After hanging up the phone bug, he took a sip of tea and said casually, "Although this incident was initiated by Spandam of CP5, Murloc Tom has decided to hand it over to Enies lobby for trial. You ask someone to take him away without consulting us, isn't it a bit too much?" Seeing the other 4 people looking at him, the blonde 5 elders pointed at himself with a confused look on his face. Baloo. Baloo. When Spandam was sitting on the warship and preparing to return to Mariajoy, a rapid call of Den Den Mushi made Spandam immediately nervous. 5 elders. After answering the call, Spandam stood up straight. After hearing what was said on the other end, Spandam couldn't help but stand up straight and said with some confusion, "It's a CP0 officer named Tiga. He's wearing a white suit and a top hat, and his mask is red and white, that's right. The eyes on the mask are like 2 duck eggs, very distinctive." After hanging up the Den Den Mushi, the blonde 5 elders closed his eyes and pondered for a while, then opened his eyes, looked at his companions who were staring at him, and shook his head in distress. "I really have no impression of this Tiga. I never gave this order. Could it be that someone took it upon themselves? But CP0 has a special identity and most people don't know about them. So they should be members of CP0. Once we notify their captains to come over, we can figure out their identities." After several CP0 captains wearing masks and in different shapes walked into 5 elders' office, the blonde 5 elders asked in a deep voice, "Do you know Tiga?" "I don't know him, Master 5 elders. Tiga is." Looking at the collective denials of the captains, the blonde 5 elders stood up and continued to ask in a nervous tone, "It's CP0 with long blonde hair and a red and white mask." "That's right. The eyes on his mask are like 2 duck eggs. He said his name is Tiga. He took the Fishman Tom away." After confirming that no one knew Tiga, the blonde 5 elders stood up and shouted angrily, "I don't care what method you use, go find this Tiga for me. Grandmaster Marine 6 Styles. Someone who knows about CP0, he must be one of your insiders. Find him out." Chapter 187, Princess Odahime is dead? The merchant ships moved forward very cautiously along the way. Given the importance the world government attached to Tom, Jack didn't want to meet the marine hero Vice Admiral Garp again. "Damn. After the last fight with him, he gave me a pair of boxing gloves." After being exhausted and beaten up, he was given a pair of boxing gloves. The world's #1 shipwright, Tom the Fishman, was kidnapped by a mysterious man. Pirates Tiga, bounty of 350 million berries. Merceman Tom, bounty of 1 billion berries. After reading the newspaper just bought from Newsbird, Jack said with some dissatisfaction, "This painter's skills are not good enough. Also, it seems that Kaido's undercover agent is very powerful. How come this matter was not discovered until now?" After hearing what Jack said, Fendel said with some doubt, "But didn't Mr. Kaido say last time that he didn't send any undercover agents to the world government?" "Tisk. He's so petty, who else could have sent it if not him?" "Isn't that right, Master Tom? Our Mr. Kaido thinks so highly of you, have you considered it?" As Jack spoke, he looked at Tom, who was resting with his eyes closed. After hearing Jack's question, Tom opened his eyes and answered softly, "I still say the same thing. I must go to the Fishman Island first and ask around. Is what you said true? Do the beast's pirates really treat our compatriots well?" "Tisk. This is so troublesome." Jack picked up the barrel on the table, took a few sips and said, "I can agree to this condition, but you should also know that your current identity cannot be exposed. Although the Fishman Island is at the bottom of the sea, if you go back, there will be too many people and it will easily bring disaster to the Fishman Island. Don't forget, your bounty is now 1 billion Baileys." Tom chuckled a few times and then said, "Don't worry, I won't get off the boat then. You just need to find someone and I'll ask him myself and we'll know." Jack was stunned when he heard this, and then asked Tom, "Aren't you afraid that I'll find someone to help me? You know, I'm quite familiar with the Fishman Island." "Of course I'm afraid. Advertisement, tons, tons, tons." After Tom finished speaking confidently, he snatched the barrel from Jack's hand, drank a few mouthfuls, and continued, However, although I haven't been on the Fishman Island for many years, I also have people I trust there. Thank you very much for allowing me to meet him again in my lifetime. By the way, where are the Flam people? Well. Damn it. How can I tell you this? Didn't you see that your disciple only had a pair of swimming trunks left for you? You are so old, if I tell you the truth, you will get excited. After thinking for a while, Jack pretended to be puzzled and said, I don't know either. He wrote to us to rescue you, but he never showed up. I see, Tom nodded and said with some emotion. Forget it, as long as I'm still alive. After Doflamingo became Shichibukai in the first 2 months, his subordinates became more powerful. After receiving Jack's notice, Doflamingo arranged everything in Sabaody Archipelago early. When the merchant ship that Jack was on arrived at Sabaody Archipelago, facing the strict inspection of the Marines, Jack did not even get off the ship, and the merchant ship was safely and securely coated. The entire cabin was filled with expensive liquor and various delicacies, as if they were free of charge, and there were also some gems and other things mixed in. This touched Jack a little. He thought he was indeed his half-brother. He would definitely have a drink with him when he had time. But I heard that he has become the king of some country in the New World? It seems like it's just something we can do along the way. Do you want to go and take a look? Forget it. Let's talk about it when we get back to New World. Once deep under the sea, Tom walked onto the deck, looking a little excited. Jack didn't care about him. He learned from some people in the caravan that Tom had been living in the Water City for so many years and had never returned to the Fishman Island. Now he was about to return to his hometown after a long absence, so it was reasonable for him to be excited. However, this time when the merchant ship arrived at the passage to the Fishman Island, it was interrogated in great detail, which made Jack a little puzzled. It was not until a fishman walked out of the deck at Jack's signal that the guards of Ryugu City let it pass. A group of Neptune's troops were waiting at the port early. When the merchant ship arrived, they quickly boarded the ship and began to check very carefully. In order to prevent the news of the fishman Tom from being leaked, Findle had to expose his identity. When King Neptune and his men arrived, Jack and his companions finally understood what had happened. Neptune wiped away his tears, looked into the distance with a firm gaze and said, Please King Neptune, invite my brother Dan as well. He. Advertisement seeing King Neptune was a little embarrassed. Jack threw a big bag at him. Before Jack could answer, Tom's voice came from behind. Looking at Neptune who looked surprised, Tom said in a deep voice. Master Tom. Jack hesitated for a moment and hooked his finger at King Neptune. What, Princess Odahime is dead? Haven't we already done that? Because they did not follow the caravan into Ryugu Castle, Jack and his companions were unaware of the news. After hearing the news of Princess Odahime's death, they looked at each other for a long time. Neptune's eyes almost fell to the ground, and he looked at Jack in shock. Jack looked at Neptune who looked sad, and comforted him softly. It's okay, Mr. Jack, I just have something to ask you. Are you telling the truth? Can I invite Master Tom to visit Dragon Palace? Bang. Keep your voice down. Neptune quickly covered his mouth. After calming down his excitement, Neptune said excitedly. I wonder why Mr. Jack came here in person this time. That. Neptune was silent for a while, then asked doubtfully. Don't worry, as long as you dress up a little, no one will recognize Master Tom's identity. Your Majesty King Neptune, I feel sorry for you. The princess's dream is to allow all residents of the Fishman Island to live on the earth and coexist with humans, which is different from us who are just playing around. Killed by humans? We will all hold on to Odahime's dream, and one day we will be able to coexist with humans, live under the sun and the earth. Fendel scratched his head and said doubtfully, although this is the Fishman Island, if the news about Master Tom is leaked. What, Princess Odahime was very popular among the people in the Fishman Island. After she was killed by humans, it is no wonder that Ryugu Castle would check the merchant ships so carefully. How do you talk? Chapter 188 Who Threw the Axe? After disguising themselves, the group flew to Ryugu Castle on a giant flounder that was specially used to transport passengers and had a large bubble on its back. After arriving at Ryugu Palace, Jack stood alone in the flounder's bubble, looking at several people walking casually in Ryugu Palace which was full of seawater, and an inexplicable feeling of sadness surged in his heart. After arriving at the banquet hall, the bubbles on the flounder's body expanded rapidly, and soon covered the entire banquet hall. At this time, King Neptune also walked in with an excited mermaid. If it weren't for the long fishtail on his lower body, Jack would definitely think he was a human. Like Jack, he didn't have any particularly obvious signs of a merman in his appearance. Elder brother, Dan. Tom and his younger brother Dan hugged each other tightly. For some reason, in such a warm scene, Jack suddenly wanted to play basketball. Mr. Jack. Neptune walked up to Jack and asked softly. Is what you just said true? The world government wants to kill Master Tom. Oh, of course it's true. Jack raised his head uncomfortably, looked at Neptune and said seriously. Master Tom has secrets that the world government needs, so if Master Tom's whereabouts are leaked, it doesn't matter to us beasts pirates, but the Fishman Island. Should I not say more? Well, King Neptune nodded and sighed helplessly. Because of Odahime's death, our compatriots' hatred towards humans has deepened. Although we have temporarily appeased them, the hatred will never disappear. Right now the residents of the island are very excited. Many fishmen believe that all humans are untrustworthy and are extremely hostile to humans. There are also many who want to join the beasts pirates and use their power to destroy humans. So during this period, if there are fishmen who want to join the beasts pirates, you should be careful. Jack folded his hands over his chest, and after listening to Neptune's concerns, he said disapprovingly. Don't worry about that. No matter what their attitude is, when they get there, the first thing they have to do is to pass the test of ideology and morality. We beasts pirates may be powerful, but we don't like crazy people. And now we are more strict in recruiting murlocs. Ordinary murlocs are not qualified to join our beasts pirates. Damn it. One drunk lunatic is enough. What about a racist lunatic? Brother Jin will teach them a lesson. Hearing Jack's answer, Neptune breathed a sigh of relief, but immediately thought of something and continued to say to Jack with some concern. Advertisement. Regarding the war between your beasts pirates and the Whitebeard pirates, we and Jinbei have chosen not to help either side. Regarding this, I hope you don't misunderstand us. After all, Whitebeard has done us a great favor and is still protecting the Fishmen Island. Don't worry. You said that the Fishmen Island is still under the protection of the Whitebeard pirates. Mr. Kaido has no objection to this. But, looking at Master Tom who was talking intimately with Dan, Jack said word by word. Master Tom is very important to us beasts pirates. The Fishmen Island cannot protect him. Even the Whitebeard pirates will never go against the world government for him. So, feeling Jack's murderous words, Neptune's forehead was covered with sweat, which dripped onto the ground. Ha ha ha. Don't worry, the food is served, let's join the party. Jack and his friends were eating and drinking by themselves. Whether it was Jack, who left the Fishmen Island when he was a child, or Fender and his friends who had lived in the Fishmen Island for many years, they were all very unfamiliar with Dragon Palace City. After eating and drinking, the few people did not participate in the conversation of Neptune and the others, but carefully appreciated the performance of the band on the shell stage in the middle, and seemed to be having a great time. Jack used his observation hockey to carefully observe every corner of Ryubu Castle. For some reason, he seemed to have felt a slight vibration just now. Although it was not very strong, Jack was sure that he was not mistaken. Clang! Clang! The rhythmic vibrations of the sounds in his perception made Jack open his eyes. He looked directly at Neptune and asked. King Neptune, are you hiding something from me? What happened in that direction? Why is there such a big vibration? Whoosh! Jack walked to the middle of the gate, pointed at the marks on the door, and asked in confusion. Several people looked at Jack in confusion. Jack thought for a while and then followed. Throwing things around randomly, luckily it hit me. Lousy, I want to see who is so lacking in public morality. I'm going to beat the shit out of him. Jack picked up the axe at his feet and shouted angrily. Advertisement, someone, prepare the coral bubbles, quick, hurry up. Seeing the direction Jack was pointing, Neptune stood up in shock and quickly ran out of the banquet hall. Mr. Jack, be careful, swish. Well, this bad peach blossom is very powerful, so I am solving the problem for him now? Who the hell is so immoral? Whoosh, whoosh, what if it hits flowers and plants? Several flying axes hit Jack's face in succession. The veins on Jack's forehead bulged, and his eyes turned red. Looking carefully at the dark depths of the seabed, Jack grabbed the dazed King Neptune and said in a cold voice. Who is it? Neptune opened his mouth and stared blankly at the big axe at Jack's feet. His eyes moved back and forth between Jack's head and the axe. He couldn't believe that Jack could be safe and sound under such an attack. Looking at Neptune's happy face, Jack became more confused. Hey, King Neptune? When Jack rushed over and saw Neptune again, Neptune was standing next to a gate very nervously. Jack looked carefully and saw several huge axes under the gate, thrown there by someone. What? Clang! Looking at Neptune's anxious expression, Jack turned his head away in confusion. Ding! Ding! Could it be that after Princess Odahime died, he got into some bad love affair outside? What's going on? Neptune looked very anxious, shaking his fat body desperately in the seawater. His long and numerous chest hairs might have accelerated his speed. If Jack had not used observation hockey to lock onto King Neptune, he might have been left far behind by him. This is a hole. Now I don't care what method you use, just prepare a means of transportation that can take me to that direction. Chapter 189 Big Head Son and Small Head Father. Clang. Sitting on Neptune's exclusive mount, the whale Hoai, Jack kept blocking the flying axes. Neptune was holding a flashlight made of something unknown, and the strong light illuminated the road ahead of Huoi. Fendel and his companions, holding a large number of coral bubbles in their hands, were sitting on Huoi and chatting with Neptune out of boredom. After hearing Neptune's explanation, Jack stroked his chin and fell into deep thought. Ghosts in the sea? The poop fruit? The flying pirates? Vanderdecken the Ninth? Isn't this the Flying Dutchman? Master Tom, who insisted on following, looked at his brother Dan after hearing King Neptune's words and said with some doubt. As a fishman, you still eat devil fruit? Isn't this a shame for the fishmen? What kind of murloc is he if he can't swim? Oh. Seeing Neptune and Dan desperately winking at him, Tom finally reacted and shouted to Jack. I'm not talking about you, little Jack. You don't look like a murloc, so it doesn't matter whether you eat devil fruit or not. Jack held his chest and felt hurt. Master Tom, I will definitely find you a Jerry to keep you company. Clang. Following the guidance of the axe, Huoi swam forward accurately as if he was guided by a Gouda map. But after Huoi swam for most of the day, the axe suddenly stopped, which made Huoi stop in confusion. Damn it, has it stopped? Neptune looked at the darkness all around him, and reluctantly shone the light in his hand around. Several ugly strange fish were attracted by the light and knocked Fendel and his men unconscious instantly. Damn it. Where on earth is he hiding? Shirahoshi, my poor daughter, must she live in a hard-shelled tower all her life? Perhaps it was because he was still drunk, or perhaps it was because Neptune had been under too much pressure since the death of Princess Odahime. He could not control his emotions and burst into tears. Huoi! Huoi! After hearing his master crying, Huoi twisted his body anxiously and made sounds to comfort him. Shut up! Stop crying! Advertisement Jack, who had been keeping his eyes closed, suddenly opened them, yelled at Neptune, pointed to the left and said, King Neptune, let Huoi go there. I found it. There's the breath of living people there. And there is more than one. If I guess correctly, it should be there. As soon as Jack finished speaking, Neptune shouted, Huoi! Swish! Jack pulled the crown on Huoi's head and looked at Neptune helplessly. Huoi! Huoi! Huoi was moving at high speed, but after moving for a while, he suddenly screamed in fear. Under the light, a dilapidated large ship appeared before Jack and his companions. From the dots of light emanating from above in the bubble-covered hull, Jack knew he had found the real owner. Ghost ship. It's worthy of the name. The sails are so broken, and the deck is full of holes, but how can a ship on the seabed move? Huoi! Huoi! What's this Huoi's name? Who are you? A childish voice appeared, and Jack felt that the owner of the voice must be a child even though he didn't see the owner of the voice. However, even though the surrounding scenery was very dark, Jack still felt a sense of being blocked out by the sky. A flash of light suddenly appeared, and then Huoi swam back a few steps suddenly, and a huge palm fell on the place where Huoi was just now. Jack was stunned when he saw the giant holding an oil lamp with a beard and a head almost as big as his own mammoth. Watatsumi. UB ******** D. King Neptune raised his trident and stabbed at him. After Neptune's palm was pierced by King Neptune's weapon, King Neptune flew backwards with a sudden force. However, when Neptune looked at the wound on his hand, he suddenly burst into tears. Ouch, it hurts, Captain Dakin. Oh no, King Neptune is here. Watatsumi's shout caused unusual movements on the deck of the ghost ship. Jack looked closely and saw a four-legged fishman with a top hat, curly hair, a beard and several men appearing on the deck. Judging from the outline of the hat, the fishman's head was very small. Looking at Watatsumi, who was as big as a monster, and then looking at the fishman's head, Jack tilted his head and said softly, Small-headed father and big-headed son? Advertisement? Vanderdecken. UB ******* D. Neptune's roar attracted Vanderdecken's attention. Vanderdecken was stunned when he saw the angry Neptune, then he raised his head and laughed. Bahahaha. King Neptune. You came here to see me. Have you decided to agree to my marriage with Princess Shirahoshi? A-hole. Shut up. UB ******* D. Hearing Vanderdecken's words, King Neptune became even more furious and rushed forward with his weapon picked up. However, Watatsumi's hand fell down, blocking the direction of Neptune's charge. Just as Vanderdecken was about to continue to ridicule King Neptune, a figure appeared beside him. UB ******* D. Who are you? Vanderdecken's eyes widened as wide as they could, and his voice trembled. It was obvious that he recognized Jack's identity. Several of Vanderdecken's men nearby hurriedly sat on the deck and shouted in fear. Draught. Jack. Oh. Jack took out the giant tooth from his waist, looked at them with murderous intent and said, Now that you've recognized my identity, you understand your fate, right? Princess Shirahoshi, if I remember correctly, was only a child of a few years old? UB ******* D. You have such dirty thoughts about such a young child. Tell me how you want to die, pervert. Hurry. Run away. Puff. After shooting a mouthful of broken teeth at the fleeing fishman, Jack looked at Vanderdecken and was about to kill him, but a childish roar was heard, causing Jack to raise his head involuntarily. UB ******* D. Let Captain Dakin go. Damn, this fist is not only as big as a casserole, even 1,000 casseroles are not this big. Feeling the strong gust of wind blowing towards him, Jack gathered his strength and faced it. Bang. The ghost ship shook a few times, and then Watatsumi jumped up with his fists covered. Ouch, it hurts, Captain Dakin, it hurts. Hello. Jack nodded to Vanderdecken who was still in shock, pointed at Watatsumi who was still crying and said, Your big-headed son is calling you, small-headed daddy. Chapter 190 Target Fruit. Well, Jack is an adult. After hearing Jack's call, Vanderdecken finally reacted. After rolling his eyes a few times, Vanderdecken said anxiously, Master Jack, I have actually admired Beast's pirates for a long time. I've wanted to join the Beast's pirates for a long time. It's my great honor to meet you this time. Pull the boat over. Puff. Well. Just when Vanderdecken wanted to say something else, he felt a sharp pain in his chest. Vanderdecken reached out his hand to touch it, looked at his hands full of blood, and then fell heavily to the ground. I'm sorry, even though we are pirates, we still have our bottom line. I won't accept a pervert like you. After decisively killing Vanderdecken, Jack turned his attention to the giant Watatsumi who was still crying. King Neptune rushed over, saw the body of King Deacon IX, pointed at Jack and said, You. How did you kill him? Huh? Jack tilted his head and looked at Neptune with a puzzled look. Neptune said excitedly. Even if he has committed a serious crime, it is not punishable by death. We just need to catch him and lock him up. It is too cruel to arbitrarily deprive others of their lives. I really don't want to have anything to do with you little idiots. King Neptune. Remember my identity, who do you think lousy is? Watch your attitude when you talk. After hearing Jack's harsh reprimand, King Neptune finally reacted and quickly bent down and said. Terribly sorry, Puff. Jack stepped on Vanderdecken's body, looked at Neptune expressionlessly and said. I said beat the shit out of you, I'm gonna beat the shit out of you. Advertisement Neptune's forehead was covered with more sweat, and he lowered his head in fear. After seeing this scene, Tom, who was sitting on Huo-I, touched his beard and looked thoughtful. Captain Daken, you. I'm going to kill you. Watatsumi cried for a long time before she calmed down. After seeing Vanderdecken's body, Watatsumi shouted a few times and took the body in her hands. After discovering that her captain was dead, Watatsumi exploded. However, although Watatsumi is extremely tall and has extraordinary strength, he is just a sitting duck when facing Jack. For the first time, Jack realized the advantage of being small. After teasing Momonosuke for a while, he hit Monotsumi's head into the shape of Buddha. Congratulations to the host for successfully docking. Because you haven't chosen to draw for a long time, the system has now automatically drawn. Congratulations to the host for getting the shining reward, the target fruit. Host, please take it out when you need it. Target fruit. What a pleasant surprise. According to Neptune's introduction, Jack was very clear about the characteristics of the Baba fruit. In Jack's opinion, this fruit is a very powerful strategic fruit. As long as a person is touched by the person with special abilities, any object thrown by the person with special abilities will lock onto him, which is like cheating. If the person with special abilities has extremely strong physical strength, what will be the consequences if an island is thrown over there? If a person who is touched by the user of the poop poop fruit sneaks into the holy land of Mariajoy, and a user throws Wanokuni at him. Instead of throwing Wanokuni, throwing ships are both effective weapons for targeted strikes. Jack was a little hesitant, wondering whether he should eat the fruit. Except for some special devil fruit, which requires physical strength at first glance, it would be a waste if the user does not have a strong physique. And Jack certainly has confidence in himself and can develop this fruit to its limit. You can still eat another devil fruit. Do you want to eat it? But after thinking about it, Jack decided to give up. The reason was that he was a versatile player who could take on tough challenges, fight in single combat, and fight in groups. What he needed was a fruit that could increase his own abilities, and this kind of fruit was not suitable for him. And there is another candidate. If he eats it, he will definitely not waste the fruit. Tran's face appeared in Jack's eyes, but he didn't know whether he was willing to eat it. If you don't want to, I'll have to force feed you. Wow, huff. Watatsumi straightened up and cried for a while, then remembered that his captain was dead, and cried even more miserably. Wow, Captain Daken, advertisement? Shut up. Jack floated beside Watatsumi and said impatiently. Now your pervert captain is dead, I'll give you two choices. One is to die with him, another one, just change the captain. Ah. Watatsumi stopped crying and looked at Jack raising his fist angrily. However, the result was tragic and he fell to the bottom of the sea again with a big bump on his head. Just when Jack decided to kill him, Fendel swam over and whispered. Master Jack, how about letting me persuade you? Although Watatsumi is big in size, his personality and IQ are just like a child. Let me persuade him. Jack thought about it and nodded in agreement. After all, fishmen of this size were very rare. Even if he didn't have to fight, it would be a good deal to subdue him and make him a construction worker. Fendel's advice was very useful. After throwing Vanderdecken's body into the seabed and observing a 3-second silence, Watatsumi walked up to Jack with an expectant look on his face and said, Captain Jack, is it true that Fender said that after I join you, I can eat as much barbecue as I want? Seeing Watatsumi put his hands on his chest with an expectant look on his face, Jack turned his head silently. It's true, follow me and you'll have meat to eat. After returning to Ryugu Castle, Neptune called out his son and daughter to thank Jack. Thank you, Mr. Jack. Looking at Shirahoshi, who was only slightly shorter than himself but had a childish face, Jack suddenly thought of Vanderdecken's thin body. It's not you, kid. What are you thinking? When I was 8, I was 2 meters tall. Now I am 8 meters tall. Princess Shirahoshi is at least 6 meters tall now. When she is 18, she must be over 10 meters tall, right? Let me ask you, is this appropriate? Has pervert become brain burned? Tom finally decided to follow Jack to Ghost Island. Dan and King Neptune told Master Tom in detail about what the Beast's pirates did. Combined with Tom's observations of Jack along the way, he also became a little curious about the Beast's pirates. However, after saying goodbye to Neptune and his crew and waiting for the merchant ship to be coated, Jack saw his adopted nephew Gio and was shocked by the news he heard from him. What did you say? Princess Odahime was actually killed by Hody Jones. And you guys were involved in it? Seeing Gio's serious expression, Jack couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. Nephew. I give you a thumbs up. Chapter 191 Sunny and Cheerful Big Boy. After thinking for a long time, Jack finally did not take any action. Since Princess Odahime is already dead, she is dead, it doesn't matter who killed her. Anyway, she is a saint and will die sooner or later. But this Hody Jones is quite courageous. After being educated several times, Gio has completely recognized his identity. Jack originally asked him to gather information on the Fishman Island, but he didn't expect that his little playmate gave him a surprise. This Hody Jones might give me a surprise in the future, so I'd better keep him. If all the royal family members of Ryugu Castle die, who will become the new king? Although the Watatsumi is large in size, it is very fast in the sea. Even if the merchant ship accelerates at full speed, it still cannot outrun the Watatsumi. Fortunately, as soon as we entered the new world, Jin came with his men to support us. Jack finally breathed a sigh of relief after handing over Watatsumi and Tom to Jin. Jin, wearing a mask, stretched out his hand to Tom. After the two shook hands, Jin explained softly. Master Tom, Mr. Kaido has been waiting for you for a long time. However, Mr. Kaido was afraid of attracting too much attention, so it was inconvenient for him to come. He specially sent me to welcome the master. I hope you don't blame Mr. Kaido. Ah, Master Tom was dumbfounded when he saw Jin's polite attitude. Master Tom is already considered an old man. As we all know, old people are either taciturn or chatterboxes. Unfortunately, Master Tom is the second type. Jack was very impatient, facing Master Tom's various questions along the way. Jack could calm down and explain to him at first, but later he shouted that he would sew his mouth shut and his attitude was very bad. But it was just talk, and Master Tom was not angry. He even saw the shadow of his apprentice, Fram, in Jack. Having gotten used to Jack's attitude along the way, and with some bad rumors about Kaido, Master Tom believed that all the Beast's pirates were bad-tempered pirates. He had been prepared, but when he suddenly saw Jin with such an attitude, he was a little unresponsive for a moment. Jin's attitude made Tom feel that some of the rumors about Kaido on the sea might not be true. If Jack knew what Master Tom was thinking, he would definitely tell him that he was overthinking and Kaido would be even worse than the rumors said. Apart from replenishment, the fleet did not stop anywhere along the way and soon arrived at the continent of Allen. Advertisement: the continent of Allen is now accelerating the construction of various buildings. The two small islands on the left and right have been planned in advance as areas for the merfolk to be stationed and have been built. The fleet did not dock at the port, but headed straight towards one of the small islands. When Jack and his crew got off the boat, Kaido, who had already received the news, ran straight over. Ah, ahem. Master Tom, Kaido finally waited for you. Damn it. Sow thief. Looking at Kaido's foot with only one shoe on, Jack couldn't help but cover his nose. Brother Kaido, what we mean is, when you imitate Cao, can't you wear socks? Didn't you see that Master Tom was almost suffocated by you? I was wondering who Yamato was following, now I finally found his roots. Tom was obviously overwhelmed by Kaido's excessive enthusiasm. He covered his nose and stood there blankly. The mermaid girl was dancing happily, and fine wine and delicious food were constantly being brought in. Except for Kaido and Jin, everyone present was a murloc. Jack glanced at the mermaid girl who was twisting her waist desperately, and was a little confused about what Kaido meant. What is your dream? The sky is big, the earth is big, but the stomach is the biggest, eat first and talk about it. The country I used to live in is called the Vodka Kingdom, and everyone there raised money from heaven through war. My previous dream was to liberate all the slaves. Before that, although I had been through a lot, I was still a sunny and cheerful boy at heart. Seeing Jack's curious expression, Kaido frowned, but ignored Jack and continued. But after I escaped, I didn't have the heart to use force to take food from the civilians, so whenever I couldn't stand the hunger anymore, I would deliberately let the marine catch me. Because I found that no matter how hard we try, we can't change the world, so the only option is to overthrow the entire world and rebuild it. Dream? Kaido put his glass down, his eyes filled with nostalgia. Mr. Kaido, I know what you mean. You want me to join the Beast's pirates. Advertisement: later, because of my outstanding performance, I was sold out to the marine by the country. I escaped and a reward of 70 million was offered for my life. After hearing Master Tom's question, the smile on Kaido's face disappeared, and Jack couldn't help but spray the wine in his mouth all over the floor. It's no use, he's so old. After drinking a few glasses of wine, Master Tom gritted his teeth and said loudly to Kaido. But I have to figure out one thing first. At this moment, an untimely voice came. Tons, what's going on? The voice of beasts. Please tell me your dream. If you write it well, I will turn around for you. After shouting excitedly, Kaido finished his drink and said to himself. Jack was about to open his mouth to speak, but when he saw Jin looking at him with red eyes, he quickly covered his mouth. Later, I joined a pirate group and worked as a pirate trainee for a long time. Later, the pirate group was defeated by the Marines. After drifting alone on the sea for a while, I was captured by the Marines again. What's this for? Make Master Tom feel at home. Kaido's importance to Master Tom can be seen from the seats. Master Tom sits opposite Jack and on Kaido's right. This position is usually Jin's seat. Even if Jin buys a standing ticket for a long time, it will be vacant in any other occasion except when Quinn is present. Brother Kaido, how long were you a pirate's intern at that time? Was it 2.5 years? And now my dream is to overthrow this world. Jin was still standing behind Kaido like a butler, while Jack sat down and started eating. No, Brother Kaido, do you know what a sunny and cheerful big boy means? After being caught that time, it changed me a lot. After I'm full, I'll find a way to escape from prison. After hearing Kaido talk about his past, everyone listened carefully. The mermaid girl stopped dancing and Jin clenched his fists nervously. Obviously, this is not an ordinary situation. Even though Master Tom has been studying blueprints and building ships for many years and has rarely participated in social activities, he can see from the eyes of a group of ferocious fishmen next to him that Kaido values him. He can't help but feel as if there are nails under his butt, and he is uneasy. Puff. Chapter 192 Tom's Compromise. Not only did I have to draw several tubes of blood every day for research, but I also had to work day and night. Besides me, there are people of various races there, including the mermen, the giants, the long-armed, the furry, and so on. There are even people with special abilities who eat devil fruit. They are all like me. Not only do they have their blood drawn for research all day long, but they also have to work endlessly and even try to please those idiot celestial dragons. And we are all a bunch of slaves at the mercy of others. There is nothing we can do. At this point, Kaido's tone suddenly became extremely calm. He looked at Master Tom expressionlessly and said softly, "Fortunately, one day, I escaped. It was from that time that I decided that one day I would liberate all the slaves in this world. Just like Joy Boy 800 years ago, but..." The veins on Kaido's forehead bulged, and his voice became louder and louder. "But I found that this dream is not realistic at all. Because wherever you live in this world, there are differences in levels. This is true for humans and animals alike. Marine soldiers obey their superiors' orders, and civilians kiss the nobles' boots. They are essentially the same. So-called slaves will never disappear. Equality will never exist. It is like this now, and it will be like this in the future. And I'm not Joy Boy, so, my dream has changed. Tons, tons, tons." Kaido pointed to the top of his head and said in a slightly drunken tone. "Since you can't change the world, then overturn it. Why do those celestial dragons sit on holy land and enjoy everything in the world without working? Why are they the race of gods? Why should other races be inferior to them? I will pull them down from the altar. Since there has to be someone who kneels at the bottom like a slave, why shouldn't it be them?" Kaido's roar silenced Tom, and Jin came out and said excitedly, "Mr. Kaido, you will definitely become the king of pirates. You will change this world. You are Joy Boy." Kaido shook his head, patted Jin's shoulder, and said with a slightly tearful voice, "Advertisement, woo. Jin, it doesn't matter anymore. Take off your mask and show it to Master Tom." Jin was stunned at first, but quickly took off his mask, revealing his mature, charming and ordinary face. The eyes of several mermaid girls lit up, and they stared at Jin with undisguised fiery gazes. "Master Tom, let me introduce you." Kaido pointed at Jin and said, "This is my right hand. His race is the Lunarians. And the Lunalia clan is the true clan of God. They are the masters of the Red Line. The celestial dragons nowadays are essentially nothing more than a group of robbers, thieves. They might even be a group of slaves. That's why they look down on other races so much. Whether it's the numerous humans or the original God's clan, the Lunaria clan, in their eyes they're just slaves to be wiped out at will. And the merfolk are hated by most races. I think you should know that. Maybe there is a world that can accept your power, but the only ones who can accept you and preserve your power, besides the world government, are the Beast's pirates. As for Whitebeard and Big Mom, haha, they're old. The headquarters of the Beast's pirates. There are already many fishmen living on Ghost Island. Next, I plan to allocate half of Wanakuna's territory and half of the Allen Continent's territory to the fishmen for living. The area of these lands can fully accommodate all the people of the Fishmen Island. Here, the fish people can live openly under the sun and on the land. No trafficking, no discrimination, you are the masters. And the price of enjoying this life is to devote your strength." Kaido walked up to Master Tom and asked softly, "That's fair, isn't it? If you want something, you have to pay the price. I give you territory and protection, and you give me your strength. No deception, no oppression, it's all voluntary. Tell me, is that right?" "Ha ha ha ha, of course, Mr. Kaido." Everyone present stood up and echoed, "We use our strength to get everything we want, and we don't have to care about what humans think." Advertisement. That's fair. No one dares to discriminate against us, and we don't have to worry about being captured by humans. So we are very grateful to Beast's Pirates, and thank you very much to Mr. Kaido. Master Tom, join us in the Beast's Pirates. My compatriots need your strength. Seeing the fishmen trying to persuade him, Master Tom fell silent. When everyone shut up and looked at Master Tom expectantly, Master Tom opened his eyes, stared at Kaido intently and asked, "So you want to overthrow the entire world and bring down the celestial dragons? How do you plan to do it?" "Oh la 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 la, gathering strength, of course." Kaido looked at Master Tom and said firmly, "I know better than anyone the power of the world government. So until I have the absolute power to resist them, I will continue to endure. Don't worry, I won't lead the Murlocs to destruction. I know very well what powers they're hiding, so please rest assured about this, Master Tom. If you join us, I believe the safety of the fish people will be greatly improved. After all, a country with a population of several million can be destroyed with a wave of the world government's hand." Master Tom understood what Kaido meant, looked at his compatriots who were looking forward to it, and finally nodded and said, "I can join, but please remember what you said, oh la 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 la, of course. Young men, then let us welcome Master Tom to join us." Ha 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 ha, woohoo, tons, tons, tons. After putting down the wine glass, Kaido leaned his head towards Master Tom's ear and whispered, "So in order to determine how much the world government cares about you, I first need to confirm one thing. Master Tom, do you have the design drawings for Pluton? Don't hide it, this could start a war, you." After seeing Master Tom's reaction, Kaido smiled strangely and patted Master Tom on the shoulder. "Oh la 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 la, That's enough, I got it, come. Drink. Chapter 193 Oden's Diary, Joy Boy. Late at night, Kaido, Jin and Jack were sitting in the house drinking wine and chatting. In any case, Master Tom has joined Beast's Pirates. The addition of this technical master can bring about some qualitative changes in the naval warfare of Beast's Pirates. And if the sea train? Thinking of the sea train, Jack quickly asked Kaido. Brother Kaido, if we build a sea train between Allen Continent and Onigashima, the world government will. Kaido looked at Jack unkindly and said in a strange tone. What did you call me, Brother Kaido? I know everything about what happened between you and Yamato. Is it appropriate to still call me Big Brother now? You be asterisk 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 D brat. Clang. Kaido punched Jack, and a big bump appeared on his head. After grimacing for a long time, Jack said nonchalantly. Well, let's talk about our own affairs. I call you brother, and you call me son-in-law? A-hole. After the house was almost demolished, Kaido shouted angrily at Jack who was smiling. You little brat, treat Yamato well. I don't mind you having a woman other than Yamato, but if you dare to abandon Yamato, Yamato will beat me to death. Kaido was stunned by Jack's words, and then nodded in agreement. That's right, I don't need to worry about this. As for the world government aspect you mentioned, Master Tom isn't the only one who can make sea trains. Why not just invite his apprentice to help with the design, or just get him here directly? The world government will not go to war with us just because of a suspicion. Jack nodded and continued to ask, Brother Kaido, I wonder how long we have to accumulate strength. With our current strength, can we not shake the world government? How powerful are they? Strength. Kaido closed his eyes and was silent for a while before saying. Whether it's technology or other aspects, world government is definitely the most powerful force in the world. It is absolutely impossible to defeat the world government that has ruled this world for 800 years with technology. Advertisement, and the only way to defeat them is to gather a group of strong men. Of course, the powerful subordinates I'm talking about must be at least mid-level cadres. Although the other pirates are useful, they can't play a key role. Only people with strength at this level can ignore the attacks of guns and cannons, and their strong physical strength can also allow them to fight for a long time. Jack. Kaido looked at Jack seriously and said. Although the devil fruit can indeed enhance one's strength, if you want to stand at the top of this world, powerful physical skills are indispensable. If Haki has reached ultimate and has powerful taijutsu, even if he is not an esper, he can still stand at the top of this world. For example, Marine's hero Garp. You've experienced his punches, right? When Jack heard Kaido mention this name, he remembered the black fist and the heart-wrenching pain that day, and his brows furrowed. Haha, that old man's fist must be painful. If we, the Beast's Pirates, had a few guys as powerful as him, I could start a war right now. Unfortunately, we don't have it, so we can only accumulate strength slowly. The human body is full of infinite possibilities. And most people can't even take the first step. Even if it is the world government, with its background, it cannot have too many masters. Because human life is limited, so we just have to wait patiently. Tons, Kaido raised his glass and said to the two of them. You all know about Joker becoming a Shichibukai, right? It's convenient for him to do something now. We also contacted a member of the World Government Science class and made great improvements in the development of artificial devil fruit. With these artificial devil fruits, I can create countless zone users. Jack wiped his mouth and asked helplessly, so, what you mean is, we should wait until we have enough man-made demon fruit power before we start a war against the world government? So how long do we have to wait, Brother Kaido? Don't let your grandchildren get married and start their own families by then. Shut up. Kaido took out a diary from his hip pocket, threw it to Jack and said. I think it will take about 10 years. This diary records that in 10 years, I will be defeated by Joy Boy. I also want to see if I am Joy Boy. What the hell? A diary? Who writes a diary? Advertisement. As Jack was flipping through the pages, Kaido explained. This is Kazuki Oden's diary. It records a lot of things. Her wife, Kazuki, is the user of the Paramecia time fruit, which allows people to travel into the future. This diary was given to me by Yamato some time ago. Although it only records a few things have been verified, but there are also many things that are not very accurate. So I'm very confused and I want to see it for myself. If I'm not Joy Boy, then who is the real Joy Boy? After 10 years, I think we will be strong enough. By then, if I lose. Bang. If you lose, you can retire. Jack closed the diary, threw it aside and said disdainfully. If Kazuki Oden knew it so accurately, why couldn't he change the future? Will he be so stupid as to let you kill him? I killed his son, and the descendants of the Kazuki family will defeat us? Does he have an illegitimate child? Stop teasing me, Brother Kaido. If you read too much of this diary written by a little idiot, your mind will become muddled. Predicting the future? Funny, the whole family was wiped out? What? Can they be resurrected? This is an anime world, not a mythological world. What are you talking about? But, Jack thought for a moment and asked Kaido with some doubt. Brother Kaido, who exactly is this Joey boy that you and Brother Jin were talking about? After hearing Jack's question, Jin and Kaido's expressions suddenly became complicated. Joey boy, it's not about who, it's about a type of people, a spirit. After listening to Kaido's explanation, Jack said disdainfully. What did I think it was, Joy boy? I'm still . Bang, bang, bang. Jack stood up, patted his chest, and after making a thunderous sound, he said loudly to the two of them. Brother Kaido, Brother Jin, how about this, you guys let me lean on you every day. In a few years, I will lift the red line with one hand. That night, for some unknown reason, Kaido and Jin transformed and flew away with a huge mammoth in their hands. However, in a village near the northwest corner of the Allen continent, due to an inexplicable vibration at night, some bandits who came to rob were all trapped in a deep pit that suddenly appeared, saving hundreds of lives. Chapter 194 Ancient Weapon Pluton. As soon as Master Tom arrived at Onigashima, he was asked by Kaido to build a sea train between Onigashima and Wano. Master Tom was very positive about this and had no resistance at all. On the one hand, Kaido ordered the caravan to secretly pick up Master Tom's disciples, and on the other hand, to prepare various necessary materials for Master Tom. If the sea train between Wano and Onigashima was really built, then the next step would be to build a sea train between Wano and Allen Continent. The importance of sea trains to beasts pirates far exceeds that of battleships. However, Watatsumi was too huge, so Jack thought about it and placed him on the seabed between Wano and Onigashima. Although the distance between Onigashima and Wano is not very far, the only way to enter Wano is to fly or to go toward the waterfall. However, every year there are still many pirates who want to enter Wano for various purposes. Placing Watatsumi at the middle of the seabed and guarding her with a group of fishmen not only improves Wano security defense, but also serves the purpose of protecting the shipping route. As for Jack, after arranging all the chores and inspecting the various factories in Giuli, he would discuss with Black Maria and Yamato every day. After Jack forced Tran to eat the poop fruit, Tran didn't dare to eat the roasted kidneys that Jack gave him. Because the smell of urine is so strong, Jack deeply suspected that Tran had done some special processing on it after roasting it. Fortunately, Jack's own skills are pretty good. After training the two of them every day, he would always replenish his consumed kidneys. Based on the ages of the three in the current situation, Jack is not in a hurry to have children. Who knows who the child will take after? Mermaids have very complex bloodlines, and whether the child looks like the parents depends entirely on fate. For example, he is indeed a purebred Murloc, but apart from his teeth and pupils, his appearance does not look like a Murloc at all. It would be fine if the children were like Yamato and Black Maria, but if someone like Findle were to appear, how annoying would that be? As for how to evade, you must be kidding. My physical skills have reached this level. With just a slight movement, I can absorb all their vitality. Advertisement. I just feel a little guilty. Every day, tens of millions or even hundreds of millions of lives are killed by me. I have no choice but to eat a few more kidneys to commemorate them. In this way, time passed day by day, and the fire festival was here again. Tom's apprentice, the guy named Iceberg, did not choose to join the Beast's pirates because of his personal dream, and did not come, but he did publish the design drawings of the sea train. After Tom knew about it, he said that this was the character of his apprentice, and Kaido did not invite him to come again. The world government sent people to look for Master Tom like crazy for a while, but gradually they calmed down. However, in order to prevent the news about Master Tom from leaking out, Master Tom usually travels in disguise, and even when he attends the fire festival, he is specially guarded by Jin. Master Tom didn't have any objection. He was now immersed in the manufacturing and design of the sea train. Kaido also sent a number of shipbuilders to help him. Whatever he needed would be delivered to Master Tom in a short time, which made Master Tom even more excited. For highly skilled people like Master Tom, work is their greatest pleasure. Although Jack didn't understand, he also showed respect and occasionally took Master Tom to the food court to eat something. It is worth mentioning that Master Tom was very interested in the very delicious kidneys from Tran Barbecue. He would eat dozens of skewers at a time and his nose would bleed while eating. The construction of the Water City Sea Train took more than 10 years, but the sea train from Onigashima to Wano was successfully built in just over a year with Kaido's full support. Considering the size of the Beast's Pirates members, the sea train has a lot of space, and even Jack doesn't feel crowded when sitting on it. The sea train also has a diving function. The coral bubbles transported from the Fishman Island allow the sea train to not only reach the dark cave directly, but also carry mermaids to dive into their homes on the seabed. The sea train received unanimous praise from all the Beast's pirates. For this purpose, Jack specially selected hundreds of fishmen who did not like fighting to become railway personnel, responsible for maintenance, driving and other tasks, which was considered to be a stable job for them. However, just as Tom was about to go to the continent of Allen to observe where to set up the terminus of the sea train, Watatsumi discovered something that shocked Kaido. Because some merfolk are still accustomed to living on the seabed, Kaido built a lot of structures at the bottom of Wano Island as a paradise for the merfolk. This time, because the number of fishmen has increased a lot, Kaido has vigorously developed the paradise at the bottom of the island. As there have been no pirates coming in recently, Watatsumi has nothing to do every day and eats so much food. In order to prevent him from becoming a manure-making machine, Jack stuffed Watatsumi into the engineering team. But unexpectedly, after only a few days of work, Watatsumi discovered an ancient warship after knocking open some rocks at the bottom of Wano Island. When Jack told Kaido, who had just finished playing poker with his personal secretaries, the news came to Kaido, who was very impatient at first, then stunned, and then he walked out of the hot spring center naked and performed the dragon flying dance. Advertisement. After taking the sea train to Wano and handing the clothes to Kaido, who had just landed, the two took the coral bubble from Fender's hand and dived directly into the seabed. Under the guidance of Watatsumi, Kaido and Jack looked at the battleship with most of its hull exposed, and didn't know what to say. An ancient atmosphere emerged from the warship, and the hideous gun barrels on the deck and some weapons that could not be identified looked extremely strange. There are several scars on the hull that look like they were caused by a slash, making the warship look even more worn. The battleship was very large, and for some unknown reason, except for the bottom of the battleship which was soaked in seawater, there was no seawater anywhere else. There were also lights on some instruments on the battleship, indicating that it was still functioning, which made Jack very puzzled. How can a ship be able to operate without being submerged by the sea? What kind of high-tech technology is this? Kaido was very excited after observing for a long time. When Jack asked him, he didn't say anything. After the two men had been on the boat for most of the day, Master Tom also arrived. When Master Tom saw the battleship for the first time, his eyes widened. He quickly ran to the deck and observed it for most of the day. Then, Master Tom said word by word. Ancient weapon. Pluton. The science and technology above are so advanced. It's incredible. Ooh-oh-oh-oh. Ooh-oh-oh-oh. Master Tom. Kaido stared at Tom and said, I didn't ask you to make Pluton for me, but Pluton showed up here. It's God's guidance. Would you mind fixing it for me? Chapter 195 Miss Bacon. The appearance of Pluton made Wanakuna's guards even stricter. Master Tom finally agreed to Kaido's request to repair Pluton. However, after a careful inspection, Master Tom discovered that the interior of Pluton was severely damaged, and the materials required were extremely rare, so the repair would not be completed in a short time. After considering for a long time, Kaido finally decided to let Master Tom build a sea train between Allen Continent and Onigashima first, and the repair of Pluton would be discussed after the sea train was completed. However, the bottom of Wano Kuni became a forbidden area for the beast's pirates. Aladdin and Wei Li brought hundreds of fishmen to guard it day and night. Anyway, it was their paradise next to it, so it was not very hard. Jack suddenly had some free time again and started to consume his energy every day again. But on this day, Kaido called Jack over and handed him some newspapers. Jack opened it confusedly and looked at it carefully. The most powerful generation of the Marines, the 3 admirals of the Marines? The resourceful General Sengoku will become the new Marine Admiral? Jack scratched his head and looked at Kaido in confusion. Brother Kaido, what do you mean by this? You want me to go to the headquarters and teach them a lesson? Shut up, there's a newspaper you haven't read yet. Take a closer look. That newspaper is extremely rare. Most of them have been recalled and are strictly prohibited from being distributed. After hearing Kaido's words, Jack looked carefully at the newspaper in his hand, found a single page of newspaper, and took it out. Marine's former Admiral Zephyr was severely injured by the pirates. Zephyr's arm was broken, and almost all the students on board were killed. The newspaper contained very little content, only 2 simple photos. On a warship emitting black smoke, 2 figures, one big and one small, were vaguely seen walking down the ship. After Jack observed carefully, he looked at Kaido with a confused expression. Brother Kaido, do you want me to kill this Zephyr? Kaido stood up, took the newspaper from Jack's hand, pointed at the 2 figures on it and said, I mean, go and capture these 2 people for me. I can only see the clothes, but I know what they're for. Where can I catch them? Before Jack could ask any more questions, Kaido continued. Don't worry, I have already found out their location. It's all thanks to the people from the Chamber of Commerce. Advertisement, Jack. It doesn't matter about the man, but that woman must be brought back alive. She is very important to me, remember, she must be alive. Her name is Bajendorm Stussy. You can also call her Miss Bajan, don't make a mistake. Go ahead, there at that location. When you go to Dressrosa, Joke will give you a permanent pointer to that island. Jack walked out of Kaido's room confused, feeling a little flustered. FK, you want me to capture women alive and kill men? Could it be that Yamato's mother ran away with her lover and was found out by Kaido? No wonder Kaido never mentioned Yamato's mother, it turns out. Alas, brother Kaido, it turns out that you are also a heartbroken person. Don't worry, I will definitely make it beautiful. Hey, big elephant, what have you been doing so early? Let's continue. I want to ride an elephant. Yamato blushed and shyly looked up at Jack. The corner of Jack's mouth twitched. He picked up Yamato with one hand and whispered. Be good. Stop making trouble. I have something else to do. I'll go find you a mother. You must stay in a good mood during this period. Why are you looking at me like that? It's none of my business. If you have any questions, go ask your father. Hey, you're in the wrong place. Seeing Yamato running back with an angry look on his face, Jack scratched his head in confusion, but soon Yamato ran back angrily. Seeing Yamato coming back with a mace in his hand, Jack decided to run first. Alas, brother Kaido, you have suffered, being abandoned by your wife and misunderstood by your daughter. Oh, men. When Jack and Findle and others boarded the mammoth and left, he heard a loud noise. Then Jack ran into the cabin, and the mammoth shot out like an arrow. It is definitely not Jack's style to leave Master Tom unused. After the mammoth was improved by Master Tom, its speed was at least greatly improved. It only took 2 months to reach Dressrosa. Hey, brother, you're dressing more and more fashionably. Jack looked at Doflamingo's pointed shoes and cropped pants and joked. Doflamingo had been waiting at the port for a long time. After becoming Shichibukai, he had his own territory. This also allowed the Don Quixote family and the Beast's pirates to trade openly without worrying about being punished by the world government. Advertisement as for why? Can tomb robbing be the same as archaeology? Because he had a mission to accomplish, which concerned his mother-in-law. Jack talked with Brother Ming for a few words and then went straight to the point and took the pointer. Anyway, all future transactions with the Don Quixote family will be handled by Jack, and he will come here often, so now it is important to get business done first. But when Jack said he was leaving immediately, Doflamingo said seriously, Jack, you have to be careful, that guy's strength is amazing. Doflamingo's face looked very ugly, perhaps because he had gone there privately once and suffered a little loss. Jack smiled slightly after hearing this. Without some strength, how can you do such a thing? But he shouldn't be here. Lousy will let him know the consequences of destroying other people's families. After saying that, Jack exerted force on his feet and jumped onto the deck, leaving Doflamingo with a confused look on his face. According to Doflamingo, the two people are now on a small island not far from here. In just 1 week, the mammoth reached its destination. There is a simple port on the island, and it seems that there should be people living there. However, when Jack walked into the town on the island, he found corpses everywhere and people crying and begging for mercy. A tall man, almost as tall as Kaido, was wielding a large naginata and slaughtering people brutally. Even though the men in the small town wanted to resist, they were powerless and fell to the ground in minutes. The wailing made him even more excited, and the burning flames added a bit of brutality. Is this Kaido's love rival? Looking at the man's fat face, short thin legs, and fat belly, Jack carefully recalled Kaido's figure. Brother Kaido, how did you lose? But where is my mother-in-law? Ha ha ha. This is what happens if you don't hand over all the Baileys. I've already given you time, it's too late to regret now, die. This is what happens when you offend Miss Barkin. The sound was right next to me, but where was the person? Where was my mother-in-law? After searching carefully for a long time, Jack was stunned when he saw Bacon's appearance clearly. Isn't this a dwarf, Brother Kaido? Chapter 196 Jack's misunderstanding. Ahem, after thinking about it, Jack decided it would be better to confirm her identity, just in case he was wrong. Miss Bacon was startled when she heard the cough. She turned around and looked at the huge shoes in front of her. She couldn't help but raise her head again and again until... Bang! Oh, my neck! My neck! Looking at the wrinkles on Miss Bacon's face that couldn't be covered even by her sunglasses, Jack felt that he might have recognized the wrong person. Brother Kaido's aesthetic level should still be there. Wait, it seems that women in this world age very quickly after they get older, it's hard to tell. Just as Jack was about to help her up, a panicked shout suddenly came. Who are you? What do you want to do to mommy? Swish. Bang. After dodging the sudden attack, Jack looked at the big man who quickly ran in front of him, and then he found that his beard was very similar to Whitebeard's except that it was longer. Like a wise guy, he had a runny nose and looked very disgusting. Wait, did he just call this woman mom? While Jack was still confused, Miss Bacon, who was lying on the ground, stood up by herself. She looked at the hole next to her that was split by the blow and kicked the man's foot. Weeble, you almost killed me. Bang, bang, bang. Facing Miss Bacon's continuous kicks, the man named Weeble kept nodding and said, I'm sorry, Mom, I'm sorry, Mom, I won't do it again next time. Humph, Wilbur, my stupid son. Miss Bacon adjusted her sunglasses with her hand and said affectionately, I'm not afraid of being killed by you, I'm afraid that after I'm gone, no one will love you as much as I do. Wow, Mother. Wilbur picked up Miss Barkin and cried loudly. Jack was afraid that he would squeeze Miss Barkin to death. Looking at the affectionate relationship between mother and son, Jack and his group looked at each other, somewhat at a loss. No, what is going on? Brother Kaido, my mother-in-law ran off with someone. This is, my mother-in-law ran away with my son, advertisement. Wait, this son. Jack looked at the weapon in Weeble's hand again, as well as the white beard that was like a crescent moon, and silently covered his forehead. What a sin. Brother Kaido. No wonder you always go to Whitebeard to make a scene, it turns out there's a reason for that. Help, help. My lords, please save us. Several civilians with frightened faces ran over. Although Jack and his companions did not look like good people, under the fear of death, they still ran over as if they had seen a life-saving straw. It is worth mentioning that those guys were all muscular and energetic young men. It seemed that they did not have the courage to resist and hid themselves. Jack felt ashamed of their behavior and took out his mace to send them off. Swish. However, Weeble was faster than Jack. He swung the long-handled machete in his hand, and several people fell to the ground without a sound. Ahem. You idiot. Don't move. That's it. After Miss Barkin reprimanded Wilbur for a few words, she raised her head in Wilbur's arms and looked at Jack. Are you the Jack the Drow? What do you want to do? Mom, I can tell from the first glance that they're not good people. Weeble pointed the knife at Jack and said, let me take care of them, Mom. The corners of Jack's mouth twitched a few times. Damn it, you look like a bear, and you say Lousy is not a good person? A-hole. What did you say? How do you talk to Master Jack? Fendel and his men couldn't stand Jack's attitude, so they drew their swords and were ready to fight him. Jack waved his hand at them and scolded them. You bastards. Stop making noise. Miss Barkin also comforted her son. Jack looked at her and said softly. You must be Miss Bacon, you should know the purpose of my coming here. Brother Kaido missed you so much that he asked me to bring you back. Miss Bacon adjusted her sunglasses and said doubtfully. Kaido, that brat, miss you, take me back? Haha, it seems like I haven't seen that brat for many years. Our relationship isn't that close, damn it, brother Kaido, you are being taken advantage of by someone who is too young. Jack hesitated for a moment and continued. This guy is not easy to deal with, so don't just give yourself up here. Advertisement however, when Wabel just chased to the port, he saw Jack was already waiting for him on the boat. When he saw him following, Jack's tall body jumped off the boat. You decide for yourself. What will happen if I don't go with you? Do you really think you can do this? Damn, what a scumbag, she abandoned her husband and children. No one can force anyone to have feelings, but even if there is no love, there are still children. Ha ha ha. What nonsense are you talking about? Why don't I understand? Jack hooked his finger at Wabel and said provocatively. Wimble. My son. Go to hell, clang, swish. Yamato. After a stalemate between the mace and the machete, neither Jack nor Weeble could do anything to the other. Both of them staggered and took a few steps back. Ha ha ha. You want to catch me back? Hey, idiot, follow me? Then I will have to use some drastic measures to get you back. Slurp, hey, Findle, you guys hide first. Jack took the giant tooth in his hand and knocked it a few times, then said expressionlessly. Kill them. Feeling the power of this blow, Jack's eyes lit up. This guy has quite some strength. Wabel sucked his snot into his nose like sucking noodles, then raised the big knife in his hand and chopped at Jack. Seeing Miss Bacon running off to who knows where, Jack casually ordered. Miss Bacon was silent for a while, then suddenly laughed. Miss Bacon's thin body quickly fell to the side from Wabel's arms and shouted. I hope you won't blame me. Got it, Mom, Master Jack, where are we going? Looking at Jack's leaving back, Fender chased after him with a big knife. Pull the boat over, lousy, let's see how you beat the Marine Admiral. You bastards, how dare you disobey your mother? If Yamato knew you were still alive, he would be so happy. Chapter 197. Wabel's fruit power. As Jack jumped up, the crew of the Mammoth had already sailed away. Jack certainly wouldn't dare to underestimate the master who was able to defeat Marine's former admiral. Although he was very confident in himself, the Mammoth, which had been modified by Master Tom, could not withstand the aftermath of the fight between the two. If it broke down, it would be very expensive. He didn't know how much ivory he would have to waste and how much milk he would have to drink to repair it. Ding! Ding! After the giant tooth collided with Weeble's sword several times, Jack was very satisfied with Weeble's strength. His hockey and strength are both very strong, and although he looks like an idiot, he is very agile in combat. However, as the son of Whitebeard, it is reasonable for him to have such strength. After all, the descendants of a strong man cannot be weak. And Yamato's talent is also very good. I don't know how much he will grow in a few years. It's no wonder that Kaido and Whitebeard. Wait. This Wabel looks much older than Yamato. Brother Kaido, you are such a thief. Didn't Whitebeard fight you to death? It seems that I am superficial. Brother Kaido, you are a bit cruel. You stole someone's wife and now you want me to kill his son? Beast. Beast. But Whitebeard doesn't look ugly, so how could he give birth to such a thing? Bang. After another hockey competition, Wabel obviously suffered a loss. Jack's armament hockey itself has reached the pinnacle of this level. Coupled with the characteristics of Conqueror's entanglement, Wabel without Conqueror's hockey is no match for Jack in a head-on hockey competition. Not only was his armament hockey offset by Jack's hockey, but it also caused a hidden injury to Weevil's body. Weevil took a few steps back and spurted out a mouthful of blood. Puff, it hurts, Mom. However, this attack aroused Weevil's rage. After crying a few times, Weevil jumped towards Jack with a big knife and red eyes. You be asterisk 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 D. It really hurts. Great, a head-on collision. Lousy likes it. Boom. Weevil's impact from above caused the ground beneath Jack's feet to shatter. Jack shook his numb arms and rushed towards Weevil as well. After the two men fought for most of the day, neither could do anything to the other. Wilbur's physique was very strong. Even after being hit twice by Jack, he acted as if nothing had happened. He shook his head and continued to fight with Jack. Advertisement. As for Jack, needless to say, even though Weevil's attack left a scar on Jack's body, it disappeared after a while. But Jack became more alert. In the battle so far, in addition to showing great strength and deep hockey, Weevil's physical agility is not much different from Jack, and even his defense is extremely exaggerated. He used Conqueror's entanglement to break the defense and armament hockey emission to hit his head, but Weevil was not hurt by such a powerful impact? There's definitely something weird. He's Whitebeard's son, not Kaido's son. It's absolutely impossible to have the same physique as Kaido. After carefully observing Wilbur's body, Jack made some discoveries. There are several huge scars on Weevil's body. All the scars will become swollen when he is excited or exerts force, and have a clear color difference from other parts of the body. But the scars on Wilbur's body seem to be natural and grew on his body. What is going on? As the fight went on, Jack transformed into a human beast form. When Weevil saw Jack turn into this form, he was stunned at first, then silently raised his sword and chopped down again. Bang! Bang! Whether in strength or agility, Weevil is on par with Jack. The two men are fighting at a very fast speed, and it seems difficult to tell the winner for a while. However, Jack felt more and more that something was wrong. He transformed into a human beast form and activated the awakening of his fruit. In this case, both his strength and agility were greatly enhanced. Why could Weevil still fight against him without losing? Could this guy be a person with special abilities? But up to now, Wabel hasn't shown any signs of having any ability? Except his skin, which is a little too red, right? It seems that after he transformed, his skin became redder and redder. Boom. After dodging the attack, Jack was a little surprised when he saw the flames burning in the distance. This flame seems to appear out of thin air. It is not created by hockey or the friction of weapons, right? Jack turned to look at Weeble, and saw that Weeble's skin was getting redder and redder until... Boom. Looking at the flames burning on Weeble's head and the flames coming out of his nostrils, Jack was stunned for a moment, and then sarcastically said, "What kind of fruit is this? It's not a fruit that makes you angry, right? Advertisement, and don't tell me that your fruit only allows you to breathe fire. Even dogs won't eat this kind of fruit, Boom. Wabel's skin became redder and redder until his body was burning, and he rushed forward with a big knife in hand. Although Jack looked disdainful, he didn't dare to underestimate him in his heart. Although the damage caused by fire to me is almost zero now, it still hurts. Even if it doesn't hurt, my few hairs can't withstand it." Clang. Boom. After the mace and the long-handled sword collided again, Weeble opened his mouth and spit out a flame at Jack. However, Jack had expected this and his ivory attack collided with the flame, causing a strong explosion and separating the two. "I'm going to kill you. Kill you." After Weevil roared a few times, the flames on his body burned more vigorously, and black smoke rose from the ground beneath his feet. Even Jack, who was far away, could feel the heat. "Weeble. Calm down. You idiot. Use that trick." Miss Bacon suddenly appeared in the distance, shouted loudly, and then quickly ran to the side. Fendel and his companions chased after her like fools. Mother. It seemed that Weeble really wanted to help Miss Bacon, but when he saw Jack standing in front of him, Weeble withdrew his worried gaze and looked at Jack intently. Miss Bacon's words brought Weeble back to his senses, and the flames on his body slowly disappeared. Weeble, holding a long knife, fought with Jack again as before. Jack was a little confused. After fighting with Weeble vigilantly for a while, he found that Weeble didn't make any changes, so he gradually relaxed. But once again, when Jack used his body to block Weeville's attack, wanting to end the fight as soon as possible by exchanging injuries for injuries, something unexpected happened. Bang. Puff. Jack's mace knocked Weevil away, and with the help of Conqueror's entanglement and armed color emission, Weevil lay on the ground for most of the day without getting up. However, Jack did not go forward to finish off the enemy, because a scar deep enough to see the bone appeared on Jack's chest. The severe pain from it made Jack's back wet with cold sweat. "UB********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* You don't look like an idiot. How dare you to do that to Lousy? Chapter 198 Jack's Second Fruit. Wabel stood up and shook his head. It seemed that Jack's attack also made him feel uncomfortable. Slurp. Hearing Jack's question, Wabel sniffed his nose and said in confusion. I don't know what you're talking about, but you're dying. Die. Jack looked at the wound on his body, which extended from his left chest to his waist. Wabel's knife almost split him in two. However, thanks to his elastic skin and strong muscles, Weeble's fatal blow did not hurt Jack's bones. Now, his body's powerful recovery ability has allowed Jack's wounds to heal slowly. It was as if an invisible thread was mending Jack's wound. Wabel also noticed this, his eyes widened, and he pointed at Jack in surprise and said, how did you do that? How did you do that? Jack lowered his head and touched the hideous scar on his chest, then looked at the blood at his feet. When he raised his head again, his eyes were red. Wait till I beat you to death, and I'll tell you how I did it. What is Lei Ming's father's grandfather? Clang. While Jack was fighting fiercely with Weevil, Findle and his men trapped Miss Barkin on the edge of the island. However, facing the tall and strong fishmen, Miss Bacon, who was not even as tall as their calves, was not panicked at all. She leaned on her small walking stick and scolded them. What do you want to do? Do you want to attack me? That brat Kaido, didn't he ask you to invite me? If you hurt me, do you know what the consequences will be? Fendel and the others looked at each other, not knowing what to do, when suddenly a voice came from the side. Consequences? There won't be any consequences if you don't die? If you die, you can only blame your bad luck. Anyway, Mr. Kaido won't do anything to Master Jack. Lim jumped down from the tree while chewing some weeds and said to Miss Bacon. You're unlucky. I parked the boat here, but you insisted on running here. I don't know what your relationship is with Mr. Kaido, but I know your relationship is definitely not as close as the relationship between Master Jack and Mr. Kaido. So, you'd better surrender. Miss Bacon adjusted her sunglasses and said seriously. What if I say no? Advertisement, swish, boom. A slash flew towards Miss Bacon's back and hit the sea surface, splashing countless seawater. Lim pointed the long sword in his hand at Miss Bacon without hesitation. Miss Barkin took off her hat, wiped it clean, and said softly. Once Weeble kills Jack, you won't be able to escape. Oh, really? That's not something we should worry about, Miss Barkin? Bring her aboard. Miss Bacon also gave up resisting. If it was just Findle and his men, Miss Bacon thought she could escape even though she couldn't beat them. However, Lim's sword made Miss Bacon realize that she was definitely not his opponent. And judging from the serious look on his face, if I ran away, he might really kill me. Then we have to wait until Wabel finishes dealing with that guy named Jack. Miss Barkin has absolute confidence in Wabel, as it is her most perfect masterpiece in the past few decades. Even if the opponent is Jack the Drow, I believe it won't take Weeble long to defeat him. You know, even Marine's predecessor Admiral Zephyr was easily defeated by Weevil. However, the battle did not end as Miss Bacon had expected even after a day. Instead, Weevil's condition was very bad. Huff, huff, Wilbur's body was burning with fire, and he looked at Jack breathlessly, while Jack was also panting and trying to calm his breathing. Although he was a little tired and the pain in his chest made Jack feel a little uncomfortable, this battle made Jack feel more refreshed than ever before. It seems that the move that Wilbur used to seriously injure Jack cannot be used easily. After suffering that big loss, Jack began to observe Wilbur's movements more attentively. Anyway, you can ignore ordinary attacks. You just need to use your observation hockey to pay close attention to the changes in Weevil's aura. It is easy to tell whether he has used the ability of the Devil Fruit or not. Jack actually discovered some abnormalities. Whenever Weevil used his ability, his aura became extremely hot, and his weapon even had a hint of red light. Faced with this obvious abnormality, Jack immediately used the 6 styles to ascend to heaven and avoid Weevil's attack. After several attempts, Weevil had no other options left and gave up the idea of using his ability and started competing with Jack in physical strength and power. Of course Jack cooperated with this style of fighting. After all, this fighting method was his favorite. After the two fought for a day and a night, Weevil was still no match for Jack. His breath became much weaker and he didn't dare to take Jack's attack easily. But after being knocked down by Jack again, flames began to burn in Weevil again. This time, without Miss Bacon's obstruction, the flames on Weevil's body slowly changed from orange to red, until he was completely surrounded by flames. Finally, in Jack's surprised eyes, a clear and bright voice came from the flames. Call out. Boom. 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 Bang. It seems like these body organs don't belong to the same person. Advertisement, please note. If the host chooses to take it out and give it to someone else, the advanced effect will disappear. It hurts so much, this is, with Weevil's miserable roar. Weevil slowly returned to human form, but his left hand fell to the ground, followed by his body, neck. Jack closed his mouth, confused at the bloody scene. Ah. Give it to others. Ha 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 ha, ah. Still, it was not until a long time later, when the earth was smashed by Jack and the island was broken into pieces, that Jack stopped with an excited look on his face. Because he heard the voice he wanted to hear most. Could it be a turkey? Can turkeys breathe fire? Looking at the creature burning with flames, which looked like Marco's phoenix after transformation, Jack was a little stunned. Mother. Jack had an excited look on his face, as if he was tireless, and he smashed the egg madly. Even after the eggshell cracked and turned into powder, and then was burned by Jack's arm color and turned into ashes, Jack still smashed it madly. Mom, it hurts. But this fat body. Bang. While Jack was still thinking about this question, Weevil suddenly let out a shrill scream. Jack looked over and opened his mouth in shock. Could it be that the power of this guy's devil fruit is beyond his body's tolerance? Click. Even the head was split into two and fell to the ground, with both eyes showing a look of despair, which made people shudder when seeing it. Jack's mind moved. He looked at the red devil fruit in his hand and threw it into his mouth without hesitation. Congratulations to the host for winning the shining reward, Zone Mythical Beast Bird Fruit Suzaku form, advanced. Watching Weevil's body slowly merge together and become the shape of an egg, Jack was stunned for a moment, then he thought of something and immediately smashed it down with his fangs. Oh, what's going on with this guy? After carefully examining Wilbur's body, Jack discovered that the broken parts of Wilbur's body were all those scars with suture marks. Congratulations to the host for successfully docking. Because the host did not choose to extract for a long time, the system has now automatically extracted. Chapter 199 Suzaku's ability, puff. It really stinks. Although he only chewed the devil fruit twice before swallowing it, the strong smell still made Jack almost cry. After taking a long time to relax, Jack closed his eyes and carefully felt his current physical condition. The body's recovery ability seems to have increased a lot, and it feels like my own defense has been strengthened again. After experimenting a few more times, Jack simply opened the panel and observed what his attributes had become. Host name. Jack. Physique. 120. Agility. 120. Strength. 120. Perception. 110. SSR. Wool. 120. Rating. Gunmanship. Advanced swordsmanship. Swordsman. Armament rights. Emission rights observation hockey. Advanced. Conqueror's hockey. Entanglement devil fruit. Awakening zone elephant fruit ancient species mammoth form. Fruit skills. Trunk whip. Tusk charge. Hoof impact. Tusk jet. Tusk gatling. Devil fruit. Advanced zone mythical beast bird fruit Suzaku form. Fruit skill. Flying. The sky is the earth for you. Flame destruction. Expends physical strength to use absolute flames to enhance the weapon, allowing the next attack of the ability user to gain extremely strong penetration. Shelter. Passive skill, greatly enhancing the ability user's physical defense while also having a strong recovery ability. Fire body. Fire cannot harm you. Flame of destruction. The flames burning on you represent death. Auspiciousness. Passive skill. Good things happen occasionally. Advertisement. Ward off evil spirits. Passive skill. Ignores spirit and curse skills. Rebirth. Passive skill. After the ability user dies, he transforms into a Suzaku egg and reborn from the flames after a period of time. The cooldown period is 1 month. Special skills. Undying body, undying, tooth regeneration, not upgradable, Marine 6 styles, advanced. In terms of physical fitness, except for perception, other attributes have reached their peak. As for the Suzaku form, apart from giving Jack the ability to fly that he longed for, most of the abilities it gave were actually passive skills. Flying and fire body are also considered skills. This is Suzaku, aren't flying and fire body innate? I can understand flame destruction, as it was the move that almost killed Wable. But what the hell is this auspicious sign and ward off evil? Sometimes good things happen? What kind of skills are these? Jack was a little disappointed. The reason why Jack knew the name of this fruit and chose to eat it immediately was because of Kaido's fruit performance. I won't say much about flying. Kaido can easily control a series of natural elements such as fire storms, lightning, etc. He can transform into a blue dragon and create a natural disaster whenever he attacks. How cool. But what about yourself? What the hell are you doing? This is the Suzaku, one of the 4 sacred beasts along with the Azure Dragon, Black Tortoise, and White Tiger. Ching Long Diao Baola, Zhu Ke Bao Diaola. Do you have to be so rubbish? Flame? I can control it even without eating this fruit? Jack lay on the ground tiredly, looking up at the sky, with his legs stretched out in the shape of a Tai character. Forget it, at least I can fly, and I have a rebirth skill, combined with my immortal body. Now I can go anywhere in the world. I heard that Shanks defeated many pirates recently, and even Kaido said that his strength is very good. When I have time to fly over the sea, I will catch up with him and see how strong this red-haired guy is. In order to prevent encountering any strong enemies on the way back, Jack decided to have a good rest here for 2 days. According to the current degree of recovery of his body, 2 days should be enough. Jack originally thought that he had killed Miss Barkin's son, and Miss Barkin must have hated him very much. However, to Jack's surprise, after Miss Barkin learned of Wilbur's death, her first reaction was not sadness, but anger, and then she looked at him for a long time. What, if we go now, we won't be able to catch up. But why ask her to go back now, to relive the old times? Marco shouted angrily. But even if you compress a part of the body, it should be lamb on bamboo skewers. Drop the anchor. Wait for me here, don't forget, I can fly. Advertisement, a pirate's ship was spotted, that flag is. Because of concern for the relationship between Miss Bacon and Kaido, Jack simply threw her to Jinrami, asked Jinrami to take good care of her, and returned to his room to concentrate on recuperating. Captain Marco, it's been over a week, I thought they should have left by now. It's hard to say, after all, what you can't get and what you lose are the best. Marco gritted his teeth and shouted loudly. At this moment, the lookout on the ship suddenly shouted. Notify them, hurry up. The smile on Teach's face disappeared, and he looked at Marco with a dull expression. And Miss Bacon, that weird reaction, this old lady who looks like a dwarf, is definitely not normal. What are you afraid of? What about Jack the Drow? Whitebeard's reputation cannot be insulted, I will meet him today. With this look, Kaido's aesthetic taste probably wouldn't be interested. Maybe this is why Kaido took Yamato and raised him by his side. I suffered such a serious injury, but I recovered in 2 days without even a scar, while the stitches on Weeble's body could not be removed. This is definitely not normal. 2 days later, Jack looked at his body and found no signs of injury, and he was sure of one thing. The key is that the anesthesia has not been administered yet. There are actually pirates who dare to appear on the island where our Whitebeard pirates are sheltering. If they are still there, I will never let them go. Teach on the side grinned and said to Marco, Captain Marco. Some of Wable's organs are definitely not his own. That feeling made Jack feel as if he was lying on the operating table, and the doctor was holding a scalpel and preparing to operate on him. How dare you disregard my father's reputation? No matter who he is, I will not let him go. Teach looked at Marco and smiled with his mouth wide open. If I can't catch up, I'll go after him by myself. Never mind, this is Kaido's personal matter anyway, I just hope Yamato won't be sad. Beasts pirates to Jack the Drow, eh? Marco glanced at Teach and said seriously. Thief, ha 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 ha, Captain Marco, of course it is. While Jack was still daydreaming, a pirate ship flying the flag of the Whitebeard pirates was rapidly approaching the shattered island. Chapter 200. Opposing Devil Fruit, Master Jack, something bad has happened. Captain of the First Division of the Whitebeard pirates, Marco is here. Looking at his appearance, he has bad intentions. Hearing Fendel's words, Jack frowned and asked in confusion. You are here with bad intentions? What for? Are you here to get killed? Bang. There was a loud noise and Jack felt the ship shaking. He stood up and walked out angrily. After Lim blocked Marco's attack, he said seriously. Marco, what do you want? Do you want to start a war between the Whitebeard pirates and us Beasts pirates again? War? Marco spread his wings, hovered in the air, and said angrily. This is where our Whitebeard pirates are sheltering. But now it has been destroyed by you. You Beasts pirates must give us an explanation for this matter. Statement. Jack walked out of the cabin, looked up at Marco who was hovering in the air with his wings flapping, and said in a deep voice. When Lousy arrived, everyone was dead, so it doesn't matter whether this is the territory protected by your Whitebeard pirates. You have to give Lousy an explanation. Do you know how expensive my boat is? Jack pointed at a hole on his nailplate with a look of distress and shouted angrily at Marco. Do you know how much ivory Lousy needs to sell for this small area? Seeing Jack's angry expression, Marco was stunned for a moment, then said in disbelief. You're crazy. You didn't explain to me the lives of so many people, but you care about a piece of broken wood on your boat. What's the point of explaining? If I say it's not me, then it's not me. You want to fight, not roll. Crane claw. Seeing Jack's arrogant look, Marco could no longer control himself. After circling in the air for a few times, he rushed towards Jack. Advertisement, bang. Hey, this little chicken foot is pretty powerful. Looking at Marco, who was about to attack again in the sky, Jack smiled slightly. But you don't think you're the only one who can fly. Pull the boat over. Boom. Call out. Countless flames rose up, and Lim and his group and Marco, who was flying in the air, were stunned for a moment. Then, after a crisp cry, Jack had transformed into a giant bird wrapped in red flames. Because Jack was recuperating from his injuries these past 2 days and had not shown his new abilities to Lim and the others, Lim and his group were very shocked. That is, Master Jack, how is that possible? Aren't people supposed to eat 2 devil fruits? The Suzaku transformed by Jack is much larger than the phoenix transformed by Marco. Compared with Marco's phoenix, the Suzaku transformed by Jack gives people a luxurious and inviolable feeling. The burning flames outline the beautiful wings. The scarlet Suzaku exudes its unique charm under the sun. It's really beautiful. What kind of fruit is this? It's unbelievable. Is this really Master Jack? Lim, Fendel and the others were amazed by Jack's transformation into Suzaku. After sighing, they couldn't help but shouting to Jack in the air. Master Jack, what kind of fruit is this? It's really beautiful. This is the CK chicken fruit. Damn you. Jack lowered his head and immediately shouted anxiously. Oh shit. There's a fire. Put out the fire, Lousy's boat. Lim, Fendel. Put out the fire quickly. What are you two doing in a daze? Although the red flame hit Marco, it entangled with the blue flame on Marco's body for a moment before disappearing. Jack said with some disappointment after seeing this. Among devil fruits, Logia is definitely the most rare, but the rarity of the mythical beasts is definitely not inferior to Logia, and in some ways they're even rarer. If you can do it, come on. Advertisement. The flame burning on one's body not only has the characteristics of fire, but also has the function of accelerating the healing of wounds. It is also called the flame of regeneration. Destroy the G hammer. Swish. So, just be good and let Lousy beat you to death. How about I go back and tell Dad about this? After hearing Jack's words, Marco was shocked and began to understand why he had felt such an inexplicable murderous intent in his heart just now. Marco has heard a legend that devil fruit has its own soul. After seeing you, I wanted to kill you. This form is definitely a mythical beast fruit. Jack's previous fruit was the mammoth form of the elephant fruit, which is a well-known fact, but now it has become a form similar to his own. One Kaido is enough, and with this Jack, he flies over to find us whenever he has something to do. It's so annoying. What kind of fire of destruction is this? Seeing Jack scolding his men to put out the fire quickly, Marco felt even colder. Whether it was the flames burning on his body or the appearance that was similar to Marco's, both clearly told Marco that Jack's fruit was a mythical beast species. And for some reason, as soon as Marco saw Jack in this form, he felt an inexplicable anger deep in his soul. Thinking of the style of the beast's pirates, the fire burning in Marco's body weakened a little. Boom. If this is the case, then the devil fruit that Jack ate might be against himself. Marco. I don't know why, no injuries at all. When Marco saw Jack transform into Suzaku, he was so shocked that his wings stopped flapping and he almost fell into the sea. The flame that Jack had just released was extremely powerful, although it was offset by his own flame of regeneration. The aura contained in that flame was incompatible with his own flame. If this mythical beast species also has the ability to fly, it will be treasured to the utmost. When Marco was still hesitating whether to fight with Jack, Jack suddenly opened his mouth and shot a flame at Marco. It was as if he hated Jack very much and wanted to kill him very badly. This guy. Is his body still the same as Teach's? Jack transformed into Suzaku, his eyes turned red, and he spread his huge wings and rushed towards Marco. After flexibly making Jack's attack miss, Marco looked at Jack with extreme calmness, already realizing that he was in some danger today. If my boat gets burned down, you two will be ready to be ducks. When he flew to Jack again, Marco looked at Jack carefully, feeling the heat coming from Jack's body, but his heart was extremely cold. Feeling his body restless, Marco shook his head vigorously to calm the murderous intent in his heart. However, Marco was quite confident in his own strength. Marco also flapped his wings and rushed towards Jack. Chapter 201. Is this auspicious? After seeing Jack and Marco fighting in the air, Lim walked into the cabin skillfully, and soon the mammoth sailed away into the distance. Seeing the black smoke still floating out of the mammoth, Jack shouted to Marco. If Lousy's ship is really burned, I will never forgive you. Hey. B****************. Marco looked at the thick black smoke drifting farther and farther away, and couldn't help but shout to Jack. I really don't understand what you were thinking, you idiot. You burned your own ship. What does it have to do with me? If you hadn't come, Lousy wouldn't have turned into a bird, and it wouldn't have burned. A hole. Watch out. In terms of size, perhaps because Jack himself is too tall, he becomes more than 10 meters long after turning into Suzaku form. Due to his oversized body, even with his agility maxed out, he was still a little less flexible than Marco, who was over 3 meters tall. Moreover, Jack, who was engaging in air combat for the first time, did not have much experience and was clearly at a disadvantage in the initial battle with Marco. Marco should also have a skill similar to the fire body, which is immune to fire. Although Jack's fire is very powerful, it has no effect on Marco. It just offsets the blue flame, and Marco's fire has no lethality. The two people's fighting method is to use their claws and wings to fight like birds. This was somewhat beyond Jack's expectations. He originally thought that he could breathe fire, at least become a wizard, and fight more gracefully, but who would have thought it would still be hand-to-hand combat. However, Jack quickly adapted to this fighting style, and slowly began to fight back while being beaten continuously. Bang! Marco flew far away, his feet trembling a little. Jack's strength was beyond Marco's expectations. After just a few blows with Jack, his feet began to hurt. This means that not only in terms of strength, but even armament Haki himself is slightly inferior to Jack. And this guy has Conqueror's Haki. My only advantage is that I am more flexible than him. I must create opportunities in this regard and drive him to the bottom of the sea. As for Jack, although he did have the urge to kill Marco at the beginning, Jack quickly calmed down after his will reached its peak. As for Marco, beating him up would be enough. Killing him would be very troublesome. For the Beast's pirates, who now need time to gather strength, there is no benefit in starting a war with the Whitebeard pirates again. If Whitebeard was willing to sacrifice his own life, perhaps the continent of Allen could be destroyed by him. So killing Marco would do more harm than good, but it would be a very pleasant thing to gain some combat experience from him and learn some air combat skills from him. Advertisement for example. Jack transformed into Suzaku and continued to fly high into the sky, then suddenly rushed down towards Marco. Look at my chicken feet, they are indestructible. Bang! Immortal Thistle. Conquerors attacked Marco first, making it impossible for Marco to dodge immediately and he could only resist. However, Jack's huge body plus the huge impact force kicked Marco dozens of meters away. In order to reduce the impact on himself, Marco had to continue to fly backwards hundreds of meters and almost fell into the sea. Then he spread his wings and continued to fly upwards. Tisk tisk. How is it? You can't bear it when I show my chicken feet, right? Your crane claws are not as good as my chicken feet. Marco could see a sense of smugness in Jack's Suzaku head. Pooh! After spitting out a mouthful of blood, Marco shouted angrily. Stop being so arrogant. You be asterisk 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 d, fight in the sky. You're still a long way from here, but why? Why isn't a shining reward for beating Marco the Phoenix Fruit? After looking at the new line of words that appeared on the panel, Jack realized that this was actually true and he was not hallucinating. Snort. Teach. Teach held the chicken leg and stared blankly at Jack in the sky. Then he seemed to recognize the Suzaku that Jack had transformed into, and muttered to himself. When Teach saw Suzaku open his mouth, he broke out in a cold sweat. Congratulations to the host for successfully docking the ship. Do you want to draw the reward? However, this strange effect requires the consumption of one's own physical strength. If it exceeds the limit of one's endurance, the Phoenix will truly die. Captain Marco. Congratulations to the host for winning the flash reward. The number of edible devil fruits increased by 1. Advertisement. Marco gathered his strength and fought with Jack, but as time went on, Marco realized more and more clearly that he was no match for Jack. Devil fruit, none. Is it because I didn't kill him that I was given an empty spot for the fruit? A hole. Stop it, hee. The main method of his attack is to use strong shockwaves to cause damage to the enemy, but Jack does not even try to dodge this kind of attack. He just flaps his wings and shows his recklessness. Extract. Jack spat a mouthful of thick phlegm made of fire onto the pirate's ship below, which then sank to the bottom of the sea. Jack then flapped his wings and flew backwards. That's Suzaku. Compared to himself, Jack was like an indefatigable monster. It seemed that eating the fruit of the mythical beast had greatly enhanced Jack's physical strength. Jack fell from midair like a fighter plane hit by an enemy, and only flapped his wings and flew up again when he was about to reach the sea surface. Although his flame does not have the characteristics of ordinary flames and cannot spread and burn things, this kind of flame can continuously accelerate the healing of wounds and allow him to reborn countless times. There is another point, which is also his strongest point, but it is still far inferior to Jack. The key is that he has the capital to be reckless. Even if he is kicked away by himself, he can just flap his wings and continue to fly forward as if nothing happened. Phoenix Seal. That is, at the critical moment, Marco flapped his wings and stood between the pirate's ship and Jack. Although the flames did not cause any harm to Marco, the powerful impact caused Marco to fall into the sea involuntarily. But if you're not dead, according to the nature of the system, wouldn't the rewards you get be worthless stuff? In a small-scale battle, Marco can rely on his body flexibility to gain the upper hand, but if it comes to pure flying speed, Marco is undoubtedly no match for Jack's body that is more than 10 meters long. Marco had some thoughts of retreating, but Jack's body was too big, and Marco couldn't get rid of Jack even if he wanted to. Marco used his ability to recover from his physical injuries once again. He felt a little anxious. After forcing Jack back, he accelerated and flew away, wanting to try again to see if he could get rid of Jack. But Jack didn't chase after it, but flew towards the sea. Is this Shangrui's true strength? Boom. Chapter 202 Yamato I found her mother. When Jack returned to the mammoth, he frowned in pain as he looked at the deck that he had burned. Lim. Fendel. This loss will be deducted from the share between the two of you. Why? Master Jack. You burned this yourself. Shut up. Even if I burned it, putting aside the facts, are you not wrong? If you had put out the fire earlier, would the deck have burned like this? Lim shook his head, getting rid of the strong feeling of grievance, and asked doubtfully. Master Jack, when did you eat another fruit? Also, how did you manage to eat 2 devil fruits? Jack was just about to find an excuse to get away with it when a strange voice came over. Yeah, I'm curious too. That should be the ability of Wable's fruit. How did you get this fruit? And what secrets are hidden in your body? If an ordinary person eats a second devil fruit, there is only one result, and that is death. Even if you are a master of physical skills, at most you can stop the second devil fruit from transforming your body and making it ineffective, but you will definitely not be able to gain a second ability. How on earth did you do that? Miss Bacon adjusted her sunglasses and circled around Jack with a curious look on her face. Jack looked at Miss Bacon, who was not even as tall as his ankle, and pointed at Jin Rami beside him and said, Hey, you, take her away quickly, because lousy you might accidentally step on her poop. Damn you brat. Put me down, put me down. Seeing that she couldn't break free from Jin Rami's arms, Miss Bacon said angrily. Just wait, Kaido is looking for me, I know why. When the time comes, you will replace Wilbur as my son. You are so meow. You are right. A son-in-law is half a son. Etc. I killed Whitebeard's son. Will this lead to another war? It's over. What a mistake. I should have killed Marco as well. That doesn't make sense. Isn't Whitebeard's son Yamato's half-brother? Advertisement: if I kill him, won't it make me Yamato's enemy who killed his brother? What a bloody plot. I killed my eldest brother-in-law under the instruction of my father-in-law, and then kidnapped my mother-in-law. This plot. It would take at least 300 episodes to make it into a TV series. Forget it. I can just leave this kind of troublesome matter to Brother Kaido. I don't think Yamato will get angry with me. Thinking of this, Jack shouted loudly, Tell the chef to grill some more kidneys for me later. Speed up, otherwise Whitebeard will get the news and send people to chase us. Perhaps Whitebeard did not receive any news. Until the mammoth arrived at the continent of Allen, there was no action taken by the Whitebeard pirates. Only then did Jack feel relieved. After replenishing the supplies, Jack accelerated towards Onigashima, but in order to avoid Whitebeard's rage, Jack still sent someone to notify Jin. Jack said he stole Whitebeard's wife? Let me be careful? Yes, Lord Jin. Master Jack also said that Mr. Kaido asked him to kill Whitebeard's son. What? How come I don't know? Which son? It's a guy called Weeble. Master Jack also said that Whitebeard's wife was having an affair with Mr. Kaido. She is Princess Yamato's mother. Let's all be careful of Whitebeard's revenge. Jin sat down. How come I didn't know this news? Am I not worthy of Mr. Kaido's trust? That night, Jin, who had never smoked before, smoked 3 boxes of cigars before he finally made a call to Onigashima's Den Denmushi. Jack naturally didn't know that he almost caused Jin to suffer from depression because of his good intentions in sending someone to remind him to be more careful. When the mammoth was about to arrive at Onigashima, Jack used Den Denmushi to inform Yamato that he wanted to give her a surprise and asked her to wait for him at the port. Miss Bacon, although emotional matters are a bit complicated, the child is innocent. Well, don't you want me to be your son? You treat Yamato well from now on, and Yamato and I will be filial to you in the future. As for that Weeble, I'm sorry, but he was just a moron, so let him die. Don't worry, I will persuade Brother Kaido to be nice to you. Woo. Woo. Jin Rami saw Miss Bacon struggling desperately, with a few drops of sweat on her forehead, and said to Jack helplessly. Master Jack, shouldn't we untie the ropes from her mouth and body? Why are you letting go? If you let go, I might accidentally step on him to death. What should I do? Advertisement, that's all. I'll take her to see Yamato later. Jack stood on the deck, looking at the excited Yamato and Black Maria standing beside her, and jumped down before the mammoth docked. Hey, big elephant, what surprise do you want to give me? My surprise for you is a person. You have to be mentally prepared. People? Seeing Yamato's puzzled look, Jack nodded and said. Didn't I tell you? I'm going to find you a mother? Now I've found your mother, what, you said. Is it true? Yamato couldn't help but shed tears. Yamato, who had never seen her mother since she was a child, kept asking Kaido about her mother's whereabouts and who her mother was, but Kaido's answer every time was that she was dead. Yamato actually didn't believe it. He thought that since his talent was so strong, it meant that his mother must not be an ordinary person either. Especially after Jack's real training, Yamato realized that most women would not be able to withstand Kaido's strength, so how could his mother die so easily? The news brought by Jack made Yamato unable to control his emotions instantly. Absolutely true. Yamato. Go. Your mother is on the ship being guarded by Jin Rami. But she has a bad temper, so I had her tied up. Where are the people? Humph, he jumped on board long ago. Black Maria looked at Jack with an unhappy expression and asked. Are you sure that's Yamato's mother? How come I don't know? Black Maria, who was precocious and full of maternal love, was only 1 year older than Yamato, but she treated Yamato like her own child. Jack naturally knew what Black Maria was thinking and quickly comforted her. Don't worry, even if she is my biological mother, her relationship cannot compare to yours. Shut up. Humph. Seeing that Black Maria was still furious, Jack was about to pick her up when he heard Yamato's roar. Ehole! How dare you treat my mother like this? I'm going to smash you to death, you big stupid elephant. Clang. After taking Yamato's mace with his head, Jack felt a dark shadow and subconsciously looked up at the sky. Kaido's transformed blue dragon appeared in the air, glanced at Jack, and opened his mouth, hot breath.